Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4. Chapter 133 Uchiha Fugaku, it's just an inch or two. Please customize. Unremarkable stones burst out of the air, breaking the air with the sound of a sonic boom. Boom. The explosion sounded suddenly, which shocked the 9th class. Next moment, Danzo, who was galloping forward, only felt his right arm loosen and his body staggered. Worry. Obito opened his mouth wide in disbelief. How did he lose his arm? Kakashi was dumbfounded. Danzo was attacked. Enko was also puzzled. They didn't see what hit Danzo at all, only heard a pop, and then, Danzo's right arm fell off. Blood spurted out. Danzo lost his balance and fell to the ground. Someone sneaked up on me in Anbu. In an instant, Danzo made a judgment call. Because that impact came from Anbu's direction. Damn it, this group of Anbu stopped here, clearly trying to block me. Not only blocking me, but also sneak attacking me. Getting up from the ground, Danzo was very excited. He glanced at Anbu, his face extremely gloomy. Anbu, you wait. Labeling Anbu as a must-kill in his heart, Danzo glanced at the severed arm on the ground and didn't pick it up. Because he didn't have time to pick it up. Staggering into the woods on one side, Danzo continued to run. Quickly, Uchiha Fugaku led the charge into the woods. Guang, where is the stone in your hand? Suddenly, Obito asked. You have good observation skills. Guang looked surprised and turned to look at King Dai. At this moment, Obito had already activated Sharingan, and was staring straight at himself. Guang was speechless. Just watching the battle, is it necessary to open Sharingan? If Danzo escapes back to the village, we'll be in trouble. Kakashi said in a deep voice. Why? Guang remained calm. He will definitely expose us. Obito said anxiously. What did he expose us for? Guang laughed. Guang, don't say you don't know. Isn't this obvious? They don't believe that Guang doesn't know the consequences of Danzo's return to the village. Colluded with Uchiha, leaked Danzo's whereabouts, and blocked Danzo's back road. The sum of these items is enough to make the 9th class fall into the abyss. Seeing that several people were very worried, Guang shook his head. We Anbu are innocent, so we Anbu will not accept anyone's slander. What if someone slanders? Enko asked. Then get rid of the slanderers. Guang looked serious. Bang. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted in the woods. The 9th class looked together. I saw a huge creature faintly appearing in the forest in the distance. It should be Danzo's summoning beast. Kakashi made a judgment. It looks like there will be a result soon. Indeed so. After a few minutes, the fight was over. Uchiha Fugaku led his tribe out of the woods with an extremely ugly expression on his face. I was careless. I didn't expect Danzo to use the summoning beast to escape. Hearing this result, the 9th class was speechless. So many of you Uchiha besieged a Danzo, but he didn't run away. Guang, I'm afraid you Anbu will be implicated next time. Uchiha Fugaku apologized. Anbu put the water in like this, and he still didn't kill Danzo. This made Fugaku feel very ashamed. Clan Chief Fugaku, I think you must have misunderstood. Guang reminded. Then he said. From the beginning to the end, you were the ones who did it, so what does it matter to us, Anbu? Also, I suggest you stop the bleeding immediately. His eyes fell on Uchiha Fugaku's lower body, and Guang looked strange. It's okay, it's only an inch or two. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand. After a brief meeting, Uchiha Fugaku led the people away. Only Anbu was left in the field. What should we do? Obito panicked. What should we do? Pick up that arm and let's go back to the village. Guang said flatly. Wait a minute, Guang, how do we repay when we go back? Kakashi asked. It's very simple. Guang touched his chin with a relaxed expression. We, Anbu, escorted Danzo along the way, but were attacked by strange ninjas. And then, Kakashi pressed. Then, Danzo left us alone and escaped using the summoning technique alone. Class 9. They're skeptical. Is it really okay to say that? And what about the arm? It's because Danzo suddenly lost an arm, so he left us. Afternoon. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the severed arm on the table and fell silent. According to reports from Luli in Class 9, Danzo was attacked by a stranger and suddenly broke his right arm. Only then did he use the summoning technique to escape. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen found a loophole in it. The attackers didn't attack you. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Guang and the others. No. Several people shook their heads in unison. How many were the attackers? He asked again. 16. After asking, Anbu left. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped on the table and guessed the attacker's identity. The Uchiha clan. They don't attack Anbu because Obito is in Anbu. However, Uchiha is simply too bold. Exit the Hokage building. Class 9 is disbanded. Guang walked towards the house. Walking to the door, How Nuos just saw a stranger poking his head at the entrance of the alley. Guang, your letter. Seeing Guang, the man looked surprised and hurriedly spoke out. Oh, my letter. Guang was slightly surprised. Does it seem like you have no relatives? Did it come from the Pure Land? In the yard, Guang lay on the wooden chair and took it apart. Guang, I found a very strange thing. Rock Shinobi's large army originally passed through our country of grass, but suddenly withdrew back. There must be something wrong here. This information is worth a life. Kenjiro, After reading the content, Guang smiled dumbly. Crushing the letter casually, he fell into deep thought. The rock shinobi army raided the border, why did they retreat? Chapter 134 Guang replaced all the roots with white zetsu. Please customize. Guang pondered the reason for rock shinobi's retreat. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Old 6. Obviously, Yinrin intends to let Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi consume a wave first. And Rock Shinobi fainted and waited to finally reap in the field. Guang didn't care too much about this kind of thing, because he thought of a more important thing. Leaving the yard, he came to the Anbu base in the back mountain and found Tianhe. In the secret room, Yamato felt uneasy. He believed that Captain Guang was going to do bad things again when he was looking for him. But I have already boarded the thief boat, and I can't even jump out. Yamato, Guang smiled. Captain, I'm a little scared when you smile at me like that. Yin, he said weakly, what are you afraid of? I won't eat you. Guang smiled even wider. Then what do you want from me, Captain? Yamato bit the bullet and asked. I just let you lead the way. Lead the way, that's right, you will take me and White Zetsu to the root base later. Hearing this, because of love, he was sure that Captain Guang was going to attack the roots. Captain, do you want to? Yamato 580 looked terrified. You are only responsible for leading the way, is there a problem? Guang said lightly. After a while, Yamato leads the way. Guang followed along. White Zetsu transformed into Danzo, looking gloomy. Master Guang, is my expression okay? White Zetsu asked. Be a little gloomy, Guang reminded. Ever since, White Zetsu tried to make his expression more gloomy and vicious. Through a pine forest, a hidden hole appeared. Click, Yamato pressed on a mechanism, and the stone door at the root base was opened. Master Danzo, seeing the person coming, several root ninjas hurriedly spoke respectfully. They already knew that Lord Danzo was attacked along the way, and they didn't expect to come back so soon. Gather all the roots immediately. I have something important to say. Danzo's face was extremely gloomy, and his tone was filled with anger. Yes, several roots left one after another, and went to gather the manpower. Taking advantage of this gap, Yamato reminded me. Captain, if we get rid of all the people at the root, we can't explain it. No need to explain, Guang said casually. Afei. After a while, more than a dozen roots gathered in the base. They guessed that this gathering was most likely aimed at the Uchiha family. Pity, they guessed wrong. In the lobby, Danzo stood up, sweeping across the crowd in a haze. He then passed a death sentence. Now, I'm going to tell you something. This thing is, die, puff puff. Dense branches emerged from the ground, piercing through the root ninjas one by one. Why, Master Danzo, why, there were screams everywhere, but they quickly subsided. Guang let go of his hands, his expression indifferent. White Zetsu, receive. White Zetsu clasped his hands together and began to split the clone. After a short while, a dozen White Zetsu appeared. These avatars wrap around the dead root ninja and start devouring the corpse. Sighed, Yamato's eyes widened, seeing an unbelievable scene. He saw these White Zetsu avatars wriggling constantly, turning into rootless ones. My god, can White Zetsu's clone also disguise? This. At this moment, Yin thought of Anbu's muscle name. He suspected that the ninjas in Anbu might have been replaced as well. Got root ninja. Now, the root base is all his own. Before leaving, Guang replenished chakra for White Zetsu. White Zetsu, I'll change it for you when I have a higher position in the future. Okay, Master Guang. White Zetsu was satisfied. Leave the root base. Guang took all of Wood Style's mysteries by the way. Yamato, it's none of your business. Oh, then I'm going back to Anbu. Yamato lowered his head and ran away. He really didn't dare to stay with Captain Guang anymore. It's scary. It was getting dark. Guang didn't go home, he just walked into the happy soup bath. Nguyen, Guang, didn't you go on a mission? Kushina came up to ask. She clearly remembered that Guang said last night that he would escort Danzo today. Back so soon? Danzo ran away. What am I not escorting? Guang shrugged. He sat at the table and flipped through the Wood Style secrets. Wait a minute, you make it clear. What happened to Danzo? Run away. Kushina continued to question and leaned over. That's right, Danzo was attacked by someone, and Anbu left us and ran away. Guang responded and continued to read. Kushina got it. Uchiha's sneak attack. Last night, Guang revealed to Makoto that it must be the Uchiha clan who attacked Danzo. But to Kushina's surprise, Danzo is not dead. He ran away. You will be in trouble. Kushina reminded. No trouble. Don't disturb my reading. Without an in-depth explanation, Guang's attention was all on the Wood Style secret technique. Wood Style clone. This technique has to be learned. Guang found a secret technique that must be learned. More importantly, he learns the Wood Style secret technique, which will not be displayed on the panel. That's the point. After carefully browsing the key points of this technique, Guang thought for a moment. Snapped. Putting his hands together, his shoulders began to squirm. ZZ. A wood clone condensed out and fell off from the main body. You have learned the Wood Style avatar now. Kushina looked shocked. She guessed that Guang should be learning Wood Clone for the first time, because the other party happened to be on this page. Where is Luli? What's wrong with her? And Anbu appears. After disarming Wood Clone, he is ready to eat. Come on, Nor. Retiring Anbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. After correcting the document, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the sky outside the window. Sensing the situation of wood clone, Guang knew this technique well. Then he asked, is there any change in Uchiha? Any news from Danzo yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. It's not difficult. Wood clone twisted his neck and said with a relaxed expression. Quote, Vice Captain Luli has been staying at the Anbu base. It's unscientific. Why is there no movement at all? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Hokage office. Whoosh. Report Master Hokage. No. Anbu replied. Chapter 135 Sad Mrs. Makoto. Master and apprentice Guang went to negotiate. Please customize. The meals at Happy Soup Bath are as delicious as ever. During the meal, Guang received a Baoji signal from Minako. It's just that Mrs. Makoto came before the meal was over. Makoto. Seeing Makoto rushing in, Kushina felt something was wrong. Guang, I have something to tell you alone. As soon as she sat down, Mrs. Makoto couldn't wait. Huh, tell me alone. Is there anything you can't say here? Guang looked surprised. Speaking alone, isn't this misleading by Minako? Yes Makoto, we are good sisters, we will definitely keep it secret for you. Kushina also echoed. My mouth is very strict. Minako smiled. I won't talk nonsense either. Hyuga whispered. Makoto hesitated. She looked at a few people, gritted her teeth and said something ugly. Fugaku was broken. Warm. The three women were dumbfounded. Guang guessed the meaning of this sentence and almost spit out the rice. Wait a minute, Mrs. Makoto. Fugaku is broken, does it have anything to do with me? Guang is righteous and strict. I can't bear this blame myself. Uchiha Fugaku's pee was cut off by Danzo with wind style. This should be Danzo's pot, has something to do with him. If you want to find it, you should go to Danzo. Guang, Makoto, what do you mean broken? Kushina couldn't help asking. How can people be broken? Hyuga Suzune also looked puzzled. Only Mei Naizi seemed to understand. She covered her mouth and showed surprise. Asked by the sisters, Mrs. Makoto's face was hot, and she bit the bullet and explained. Fugaku's Tintin, 2, Kushina. 0, Hyuga ringtone. 0W0, Minako. Sure enough, the atmosphere was quiet. Kushina doesn't know how to comfort a good sister. But what puzzled her was that Fugaku lost his pee. What does it mean that Makoto quickly found the light? Guang, you helped fix Obito's shoulders, right? Makoto finally explained his purpose. So that's what you meant. Guang suddenly realized. Dare Mrs. Makoto come here, because she wants to help Fu install a TT. You're so damn good at joking. Mrs. Makoto, Obito's shoulder was not extended by me. I just helped him stabilize the rejection, so you understand. Guang responded seriously. Sure enough, Mrs. Makoto looked disappointed. The reason why she asked Guang for help was because the whole clan knew about it. Now everyone in the clan knows that Fugaku's pee was cut off, which had a great impact on Fugaku's position as the patriarch. In addition, I was secretly ridiculed by other clansmen. Obito's shoulder was indeed not extended by Guang. I heard from Minato that it was extended by Madara. Kushina also echoed. Actually, it's not impossible. Guang touched his chin and said. Speak quickly, Mrs. Makoto urged. Find Tsunade, one of the Sannin, and take back Tintin, the leader of the Fugaku clan. Guang's voice just fell. Mrs. Makoto was even more disappointed. Kushina also shook her head. Let's not talk about whether we can find Master Tsunade, even if we do, it won't happen. Mrs. Makoto said truthfully. Indeed, let Master Tsunade pick up the man's pee, thanks to Guang you can figure it out. Kushina rubbed her forehead. Then I can't help it. Guang spread his hands. Mrs. Makoto is disappointed. She stood up and her eyes fell on Guang. Guang, can you walk with me? Sorry, I can't. Guang directly refused. I have an appointment with Mei Naizi for a while, so I don't have the time to talk to you. Seeing Makoto's leaving back, Guang was calm in his heart. Makoto's life will be difficult in the future. Minako sighed. I don't think there's any difference. Hyuga's ringtone didn't quite understand. Isn't it the fact that her husband's pee is gone? What does it matter? You seem to understand very well, Zikushina Sono pointed out. Is it hard to understand? Minako smiled. The next day, early morning, Guang woke up from Minako's nape. As soon as he woke up, he jumped up and ran out of the room in a hurry. Warm, how are you? Enko was surprised and looked at Guang who ran out of the room. Enko, what can I do for you? Guang yawned. Ms. Minato is looking for you. I guess you should be here. Enko Kaido stretched his neck and looked towards the room. 0. Ask for flowers. That's it. Guang put his arms around Enko's neck and walked out of the shop. Why are you hugging me? Enko's face turned red. Didn't you hug me like this before? Guang looked surprised. That's different. Leaving the Happy Soup Bath, Guang saw Mr. Minato standing by the side of the road. Guang, I have a mission. Anbu's mission. Guang was taken aback. No, let's talk on the road. Namikaze Minato's language is brief, throwing over a breakfast. After eating, the two hurried on the road. Teacher, what is the mission? Along the way, Guang couldn't help asking. It's all out of the village, and I'm still in a daze. Third generation sent me to the land of grass to negotiate with Rock Shinobi. I appointed you as the guard. 0. This matter. Han Guang understood. Danzo didn't make it, and it was replaced by Teacher Minato. One thing is strange. After rock shinobi raided the border, they withdrew. Namikaze Minato gave this information. Han Guang knew about this yesterday and was not surprised. What's even more strange is that Cloud Shinobi also withdrew after raiding the border. Namikaze Minato said again. Oh, that's really weird. Han Guang rubbed his chin. Rock Shinobi retreats, and understands that Rock Shinobi wants to be the sixth child. But even Cloud Shinobi has withdrawn, which is a bit unusual. So when we go to the country of grass this time, we must first figure out the reason for their retreat. Then we are negotiating with Rock Shinobi. Namikaze Minato explained the negotiation steps. Then teacher, what is the content of our negotiation? Han Guang asked. Alliance Iwagakure. Namikaze Minato said solemnly. After understanding the content of this mission, Han Guang glanced at the property panel. Name. Han Guang. Age. 12 years old. Power. 7328 immortal level. Physique. 9216 immortal level. Agility. 742 super cage level. Spirit. 10240 immortal immunity. Amount of chakra. 27,526. Skills. None. Ninjutsu. Planetary devastation S+ rank quality evolution. Ability. Wood style god level control characteristic. Loyalty ultimate taste 100,000 meters. Comprehensive strength evaluation. Genin. Chapter 136 Han Guang. If I wipe out all the rock shinobi, won't the problem be solved? Please customize. Konoha Security Department. Uchiha Fugaku sat at the table, frowning. On the table, there was a glass bottle in which his little whip was soaked. In fact, in his opinion, losing AP is nothing more than a big deal. After all, I have my own son. My only regret is my wife Makoto. Looks like from now on, just let Makoto live in happy soup. If she's with Kushina, she shouldn't be lonely either. Thinking of this, he grabbed the bottle and exerted a little force. Click. The bottle shattered and Ding Ding was burned to ashes. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, a clansman ran in. Patriarch, Namikaze Minato and Han Guang left the village just now. Oh, which direction are they going? Uchiha Fugaku pressed. The direction of the country of grass, 650. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku stood up. He could guess the purpose of Minato's master and apprentice leaving the village. Looks like they replaced Danzo's mission and went to negotiate with Rock Shinobi. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled again. Logically speaking, shouldn't Han Guang be on emergency alert now to prevent Danzo from coming back? But Han Guang went on a mission. Isn't he worried that Danzo will retaliate against him when he returns to the village? After thinking for a long time, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't figure it out either. He simply didn't want to. Since even Han Guang is not worried, what am I, Uchiha, afraid of? Uchiha Fugaku's heart suddenly brightened. This incident involved Class 9, and even the entire Anbu. The involvement is so great that there may even be the shadow of third generation. So, he Uchiha worried He wasn't worried anymore, but Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment was very worried. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Anbu again. No news from Danzo yet. No, Anbu replied. What about the Uchiha clan? There is nothing unusual. Where's Luli? Still at Anbu base. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and retreated Anbu. The former Luli was a mission madman. Why is he staying at the base all the time? There was a hint of doubt in my heart, but it was just doubt. Because he knows that the recent Anbu is stepping up the recruitment of manpower. At this juncture, it is reasonable for Luli to sit in Anbu. Thinking of this, another doubt arose in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. That is, why didn't Luli make a move when Danzo was attacked? Even, the whole darkness didn't make a move. This must be Luli's order. So, what is she doing for? Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table, lost in thought. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Looks like Luli is protecting my Hokage position. Feeling secretly, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't laugh or cry. In this way, the whole thing makes sense. She meant well. In order to maintain my status, I deliberately did not support Danzo. As a result, it is not easy for Sarutobi Hiruzen to go to the Anbu base to reprimand Ruri. After all, this is his most sincere subordinate. Country of Grass. Kenjiro squatted at the front desk with a wretched look on his face. He held a cool magazine in his hand, and plunged his head into it. Seeing the excitement, he couldn't help patting his stomach on the table. Thump, thump. Suddenly, footsteps came from the door of the shop. The accommodation fee is 10,000 taels per person. Kenjiro didn't even look at anyone, so he quoted a price casually. Kenjiro, why haven't I seen you for a while, and the accommodation fee has doubled? Hearing this familiar boy's voice, Kenjiro raised his head hastily. Han Guang. Seeing Han Guang, he was overjoyed. After all, Han Guang's reputation is very good, much better than many people. Inside the room, Kenjiro took out the latest information. It was only received at noon. Han Guang opened the scroll and scanned the content on it. It was Huang Tu who led the raid on the border. Seeing Huang Tu's name, Han Guang remembered this person. Before in the Mist Shinobi Mountains, this Lois was quite frightened by you. Namikaze Minato smiled. This person's strength is average. Han Guang commented. According to Han Guang's definition, those who can kill with a single slap are of average strength. But we still don't know the reason for Rock Shinobi's retreat, Namikaze Minato reminded. I don't know, let's ask directly. Han Guang cut to the chase. Directly. To ask. Namikaze Minato was taken aback. Rock Shinobi has returned to the border of the land of land, how can I ask? It's easy. Han Guang smiled, showing his white teeth. We just need to wipe out the Rock Shinobi on the border of the land of land. They will naturally come to us. At that time, shouldn't we be able to? Hearing Han Guang's words, Namikaze Minato has black lines all over his head. Kenjiro looked surprised. This is a huge piece of information. Kenjiro was elated. The value of this information is extremely high, and it can be sold for a good price. Han Guang, Rock Shinobi is different from other ninja villages, you know. Namikaze Minato began to popularize the difference of Rock Shinobi. Oh, is there any difference? Han Guang was puzzled. Number of people. The number of ninjas in Iwagakure is the largest among all ninja villages. Minato's tone was serious, then said, moreover, their ninjutsu characteristics are at an advantage in combat. 11. If that's the case, then if I kill all the Rock Shinobi around at once, won't the problem be solved? Namikaze Minato was defeated by the student's self-confidence. After listening to Mr. Minato's speech, Rangguang was still puzzled. Beside, Han Guang touched his chin, and felt that what teacher Minato said made sense. Even if it's me, I may not be able to save you in time. Intelligence. It's all intelligence. Han 1.0, your strength is indeed not weak. But if you are careless, you may fall into the siege of Rock Shinobi. Why? So he suggested, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Namikaze Minato, a single Rock Shinobi is not terrible. But starting from a small team, the destructive power of Rock Shinobi will be significantly higher than other ninja villages. In large battles, the destructive power of Rock Shinobi is even more amazing. Teacher, does this have anything to do with my plan to kill Rock Shinobi? Teacher, I'm actually very strong. Han Guang looked serious. Han Guang, don't underestimate the enemy. Namikaze Minato persuaded again. Kenjiro stretched his ears, and remembered the conversation between the two verbatim in his heart. Chapter 137 Danzo is back. Danzo defected again. Please customize. The night was dark. In the woods outside Konoha village, a figure flashed out. Finally going back to the village. Danzo's face was full of moodiness and anger, and his mood was quite complicated. Danzo, Konoha village can't accommodate you now. An old voice sounded from behind, with a little majesty. I don't believe it. I still have roots. I'm going to question Hiruzen. Danzo rejected the other party's solicitation. Hee, you will understand. Soon, you will come back to me. Ignoring the voice, Danzo's figure accelerated and dived towards the entrance of the village. Looking at the back of Danzo leaving, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed a touch of ridicule. Zizi. At this time, Black Zetsu came out from the ground. Master Madara, I have reconfirmed that the root bases are all clones of White Zetsu. Nu, then shall we continue to wait here? Wait, of course. Danzo will soon understand that only me, Uchiha Madara, is the best choice for him. Madara 08's tone is confident. He believes that Danzo will soon recognize reality. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to develop Uchiha's pieces, so I can only choose Danzo. Konoha village. After sneaking into the village, Danzo followed the shadows. Now, he doesn't believe in anyone, he only believes in his own roots. As long as I get back to the root base, everything still has a chance. While muttering to himself, he accelerated his pace and dived towards the back mountain. Passing the Hokage building, Danzo glanced at Hokage's office, which was still lit. Hiruzen, just wait. With a certain determination in his heart, Danzo left quickly. Entering the back hill, he walked through the pine forest. Click. Pressing on the mechanism, the gate of the root base slowly rises. Inside the base, the lights are bright. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief, and walked into the base hall with strides. Shua. The moment he entered the hall, more than a dozen people looked over at him. Danzo swept over these subordinates, his heart trembled suddenly. Something's wrong. The eyes of these subordinates are not right. Alarm bells were ringing in his heart, and Danzo immediately pulled back. Puff puff. Almost at the same time, branches broke through the ground and swept away with the group. You're crazy. Seeing this scene, Danzo was so angry that his ears were smoking. Wood-style ninja. Damn Hiruzen, not only took my root base, but also sent someone to ambush me. At this moment, he still doesn't know that those subordinates are all Anbu in disguise. Just waiting for myself to come back. Anbu, Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, when the leaves are trapped. You wait for me. As soon as Luffy ran away, the hatred in Danzo's heart was overwhelming. I paid so much for the village, but Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed the river and demolished the bridge. Don't even need to think about it. Danzo also knows that this is because Sarutobi Hiruzen has been affected by rumors and feels that his position is unstable. So start eradicating all threats. And oneself is the primary target of eradicating the other party. After all, once Sarutobi Hiruzen steps down, the probability of succeeding Hokage is the greatest. Quickly, Danzo fled the village and went into the woods. It seems that you are in a mess, Danzo. Madara's figure appeared in front of her. Uchiha Madara, I agree to take refuge in you. Danzo had no illusions, simply and neatly. Fine, come with me. Madara nodded. Wait, Danzo called out. I have one more condition. Say it, I want you to destroy Konoha village. Hearing Danzo's condition, Uchiha Madara was stunned. Destroy Konoha village, are you out of your mind? Laozi chose to come out at night precisely because he was afraid of Han Guang. If you meet Han Guang, you don't know if Konoha village will be destroyed or not, and you will be destroyed first. Danzo, don't you think it would be more fulfilling to do this kind of thing yourself? Madara's tone was tinged with instruction. Me, I don't have that ability. Danzo shook his head. Take refuge in me, you will have the power to destroy Konoha in a short time. Uchiha Madara said confidently. Do you think I'll believe it? Then it's up to you. Madara shook her head, turned and left. As soon as he left, Danzo couldn't hold back anymore. Wait a minute, I agree. Now, Danzo has no other choice but to choose to trust Uchiha Madara. Early morning, country of grass. Han Guang rolled over from the bed and stretched himself. For example, he glanced at the properties panel. Ninjutsu. Planetary devastation, god level, quality evolution. A god level planetary devastation. Rubbing his chin, Han Guang didn't quite know what the god level was. Closing the panel, he walked out of the room. You woke up very early today, Namikaze Minato said from the front desk. Teacher, how did you become a clerk? Han Guang looked surprised. Kenjiro went to buy breakfast, I'll take a look at it for a while. Speaking of this, he continued. After dinner, we will go to the Shinwubi Bridge, and I have the opportunity to sneak into the kingdom of the king. Namikaze Minato has agreed to Han Guang's plan to startle the snake. However, his suggestion is to catch a few rock shinobi and then negotiate with rock shinobi 823. Of course, Han Guang did not deny this plan. He knows very well that as long as he catches rock shinobi, there will naturally be a steady stream of rock shinobi sent to his door. Because this time it is not to catch rock shinobi at the Canopy Bridge, but to enter the land of Earth to catch. This is equivalent to the two of them invading the country of Earth. It took a while. Kenjiro just came back. Big news, because of the news. As soon as he entered the store, Kenjiro shouted. What big news? Han Guang, master and apprentice, asked together. I just had an urgent report about your village. Kenjiro took out a scroll from his sleeve and handed it over. Open the scroll and scan the contents above. Han Guang was stunned. Namikaze Minato was also dumbfounded. Is this true? Han Guang looked suspicious. Danzo defected last night. Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it. Really? This is urgent information, it can't be wrong. Kenjiro assured, patted his chest. After listening to Kenjiro's assurance, Han Guang fell into deep thought. I obviously let White Zetsu pretend to be Danzo. Could it be that Danzo really went back to the village? Then he found something strange at the root. So he ran away. Han Guang secretly speculated. Chapter 138. People's hearts are unstable. Han Guang's fist wind almost swept away Namikaze Minato. Please customize. Konoha village in the early morning, the atmosphere is extraordinarily dignified. As everyone knows, Danzo defected last night. On the street, people were discussing and worried about the current situation. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen smashed the desk and the documents fell to the floor. Why? Why did Danzo defect? He knew the news last night and thought about it all night. Thinking about it until now, Sarutobi Hiruzen still can't figure out why Danzo defected. With status comes power. Danzo defected just because of a sneak attack by Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't understand. Consider the pinnacle of village power, who has not experienced being attacked or assassinated. There must be other reasons for this. Forced to calm down, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the roots of last night's report. According to Root, Danzo was Root's base that arrived last night. Upon entering the base, Danzo ordered all Root members to defect. Then, the righteous Root ninja refuses and fights with Danzo. Danzo was defeated and escaped from the village. The Root ninja chased to the entrance of the village, only to find that Danzo joined other people. When his eyes fell on this line of content, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a great sense of crisis in his heart. The others, who are they? It must not be from the village. Is it Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, or Cloud Shinobi? In his opinion, no matter which side it is a heavy blow to Konoha. Come on. A clansman was summoned, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order. Go to the country of grass immediately and call back Namikaze Minato and Han Guang. Yes, seeing the clansman leave quickly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was restless. Negotiations are definitely dead, and once Rock Shinobi knows that Danzo has defected, he will definitely raid again. Minato is still reliable, at least more reliable than those families. After all, he is Jiraiya's apprentice. Sarutobi Hiruzen completely forgot that before that, he was extremely dissatisfied with Namikaze Minato. The secret room of the Nara clan. The patriarchs of several families gathered together. First Orochimaru defected, this was followed by Danzo's defection. Third Hokage is fully responsible. One is his apprentice, and the other is his partner. Once other ninja villages know the news, they will definitely launch a surprise attack. And Danzo's defection, this will definitely hit the 10 spirits of the ninjas in our village. Several patriarchs were aggrieved and denounced Third Hokage. Okay, now Minato is not in the village, let's talk about it when he comes back. Nara decided. Anbu base. Several people in Kakashi gathered together, looking dignified. Han Guang must have followed Mr. Minato to Rock Shinobi to negotiate. Kakashi said. Then are they in danger? Enko looked worried. There is definitely a danger. Once Rock Shinobi knows that Danzo has defected, the negotiations will definitely break down. Then let's save them. Following Anko's words, several people looked over in unison. Anko, what Han Guang said is right. You have to recognize yourself. Kakashi was speechless. Finally, Kakashi decided to form a 3-person team with Obito Yamato and go to the country of grass to meet Han Guang. Ministry of Security. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the window, watching the scene of the village. It seems that the village will soon undergo drastic changes. God has no adjacent bridge. Han Guang looked up and watched Master Minato insert a kunai into a tree. Teacher, you chose a good way to retreat. Han Guang couldn't help but praise. You acted too impulsively, I must leave a way out. Namikaze Minato looked helpless. After finishing speaking, he threw another handful of kunai over. Once in danger, I will teleport to you first, and then teleport you here. It should not be used. Han Guang muttered something, and put away kunai. Gone. Whizzing. The two jumped out and passed quickly on the bridge. Once across the bridge, Han Guang and Namikaze Minato accelerated again. 10 miles ahead, we will enter the land of Earth. Along the way, Namikaze Minato reminds. According to Kenjiro's information, the nearest rock shinobi outpost is at Mound Hill. We will attack Mound Hill. No problem, Han Guang replied. After a while, the two entered the land of Earth and went straight to Tiancho Mountain. The Mound Mountain is the only way to go deep into the land of Earth. Since the terrain is a dirt mountain, rock shinobi placed the outpost here. The Mound Mountain is towering and has a natural defensive advantage. After a while, Han Guang and Namikaze Minato stood at the foot of the mound, overlooking the outpost on the slope. They found us, Namikaze Minato reminded. It's normal to be found. Han Guang said indifferently. In such open terrain, if rock shinobi can't find it, then hell. Backquote. Han Guang, I suggest that we. Whoosh. Before Namikaze Minato's suggestion was finished, Han Guang charged towards the slope. Sure enough, I still can't guess you. Namikaze Minato clutched his forehead. All the disciples got on, but he only followed. Enemy attack. On the dirt slope, rock shinobi sent out a signal. Soon, a dozen rock shinobi ran out of the post and stood on the edge of the hill. The enemy rushes up very fast. Don't be careless. Earth-style ninjutsu is ready. Quote exclamation mark quote. More than a dozen rock shinobi formed seals one after another, clapping their hands to the ground. Earth-style, earth crack, earth-style, earth crack, earth-style, earth crack. For a moment, the ground shook, and bandits burst out of cracks. Cracked rocks and clods rolled down the hillside. Under the blessing of inertia, the rock and soil clods are rolling down faster and faster. Han Guang, pay attention to dodge. Namikaze Minato reminded loudly. Boom. The wind is stirring, but as soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze. Han Guang rushed straight up, and his eyes fell on rock shinobi on the slope. The wind of Han Guang's fist hit the rolling rock. Then, Han Guang punched out. Han Guang's speed didn't weaken at all, he just rushed straight towards the oncoming rock. In an instant, whoosh, bang, large pieces of rock were swept away. Namikaze Minato is unbelievable. I see. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Han Guang just swung his fist, but the wind of the fist almost swept him over. Squeezed by the high-speed fist, the air was directly crushed, causing a terrifying flow. What the hell kind of power is this? Namikaze Minato felt a strong suction force that almost rolled him in front of Han Guang. Chapter 139 Lois. Assemble the troops, I want to kill Han Guang. Please customize. Mound Mountain. A dozen rock shinobi stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene in front of them. He knocked a large rock into the air with one punch. A rock shinobi rubbed his eyes, his jaw almost dropped in shock. No, his fist didn't touch the falling stone at all. Rock shinobi said again, his tone full of fear. It's true that he didn't touch it. He was just air wrapped in his fist. As one senior rock shinobi spoke, the others fell silent. Using the fist to punch out the air, can you actually fly a large piece of rolling stone? How powerful physical skills would it take to do this? Don't be dazed, he's about to rush up. A companion shouted, pulling everyone back to reality. Prepare to use piercing ninjutsu. Good. Next moment, these rock shinobi seal again and shoot to the ground. Earth style, earth gun, earth style, earth gun, earth style, earth gun. Pause time. The soil and rocks squirmed, forming a series of sharp fields. The soil spurs extend obliquely and are covered with slopes. Childish. Han Guang, who rushed towards him at a high speed, had a look of disdain, and he slammed his hands together with the king. Snapped. Wood style. Shiki Nobu technique. Puff puff. Four thick trees broke through the ground, directly supported Han Guang and rose into the air, stretching towards the top of the mountain. Quote question mark quote. He is wood style Han Guang of Konoha. Finally, rock shinobi recognized the person. Only 850 is too late. Han Guang in midair had a sneer on his face, and punched Qianbo through the air. Boom. The sound of the sonic boom reappeared, mixed with a terrifying wind, sweeping out. At this moment, his attack was like a high-speed air cannon, causing ripples around him. Bang. In the blink of an eye, the hillside exploded. Tread. Jumping to the smoky dirt slope, Han Guang swept over several corpses, and his eyes fell on a potholed rock. Are you coming out by yourself, or am I taking you out? Z. The rock squirmed, and a tattered rock shinobi got out. Wood style Han Guang, why did you invade our land of Earth? Puff. As soon as this rock shinobi finished questioning, a stone burst out of the air and pierced his head. Talking nonsense will kill you. Shaking his head, Guang swept to another rock. Knowing that he had been spotted, rock shinobi came out again. What is the purpose of your coming here? The rock shinobi asked anxiously. Negotiation, Han Guang said calmly. Then I can contact Lord Huang too. Can? Han Guang nodded. Whoosh. This rock shinobi fled the hill in one jump. Han Guang, just let him go like this. At this time, Namikaze Minato rushed over, staring at the back of the rock shinobi and asked. Teacher, aren't we here to negotiate? Han Guang reminded. That rock shinobi will definitely contact the big army. I'm afraid the other party won't talk to us, but will encircle us instead. Namikaze Minato looked serious. Whether they encircle us or we encircle them, it's not certain, teacher. Han Guang said with a smile. Namikaze Minato was speechless. He always felt that Han Guang was so courageous that he was fearless. But that punch you just made was body ninjutsu, right? Suddenly, Namikaze Minato asked. Body ninjutsu? Han Guang was taken aback. What type of surgery is this? Do you know it yourself? You just punched the air violently, forming a high-intensity air cannon, didn't you know it? Namikaze Minato held his forehead. Seeing Han Guang's expression, he knew that this student didn't know the horror of body ninjutsu at all. Then where did you learn this trick? Namikaze Minato asked curiously. This. Han Guang touched his chin. Then said. I created it myself. Homemade. Namikaze Minato looked shocked. Yes, actually, I don't know any ninjutsu at all, I just punched it simply. Han Guang looked humble. Simple. One punch. Pay it back. Namikaze Minato was defeated by this student. Do you know that in today's ninja world, even Raikage might not be able to punch this punch? Namikaze Minato made a comparison. Teacher, I don't know if Raikage can hit it or not, but I really hit it casually. Fine. Namikaze Minato stopped talking. He found that the more Han Guang was popularized, the more Han Guang pretended to be there. After talking like this, I'm afraid AIFD, Han Guang should say that one punch can pierce the moon. Let's take a break, I'm afraid it won't be long before we face a large number of enemies. Post number 1. Rock Shinobi Commander Huang Tu sat in front of the table, carefully examining the scroll in his hand. After a while, with an angry face, he threw the scroll on the ground. Sure enough, the information from San Shinobi is false. He was cheated. What is engraved on the scroll is the seal of 3rd case cage. The problem is, now San Shinobi is in charge of the 4th case cage. This is also the reason why Huang Tu retreated after leading the team to raid the border of Fire Nation. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, and a subordinate ran in. Lord Lois, letter from San Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. Oh, it's finally here. After receiving the letter, Huang Tu quickly opened it. Scanning the content above, he had an expression of, as expected, on his face. Sure enough, San Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi got scammed too. Muttering to himself, Huang Tu frowned and thought about it. The whole thing started with the joint attack plan sent by San Shinobi. According to the letter, San Shinobi will attack first, followed by Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, raiding the border of Fire Nation. But the problem is, the seal on this letter is wrong. Will 4th case cage use the case cage seal of the previous generation? Obviously impossible. If Huang Tu hadn't discovered this in time, their Rock Shinobi might have launched a full-scale attack by now. Now, San Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi wrote at the same time, bluntly saying that they were both deceived. Then there is a big problem here. First, exclude our tripartite alliance. Secondly, Konoha can also be excluded. If the tripartite alliance is cheated, it will definitely not be done by any party. And Konoha is even more impossible, because it will suffer a third-line attack. After thinking about it, Huang Tu can only think of one ninja village, Yin Village. Could it be that the civil strife in Kurigakure is over? The newly appointed 4th Mizukage planned it. Thinking of this, he was going to pass this speculation back to the village and tell his father. Thump thump. At this time, footsteps sounded again, rather hastily. Soon, a tattered rock shinobi ran in. Huh, Tai Yan, why did you come here? Seeing the person coming, Huang frowned. Master Huang, something happened to the Tukyushin outpost. Tai Yan said hastily. What happened? Wood-style Han Guang of Konoha, and Yellow Flash, they raided the Tiancho mountain post. Just the two of them? Huang Tu asked. Yes, very good. Huang Tu was overjoyed. One-on-one, he definitely can't beat Han Guang and Namikaze Minato, but there are thousands of elite rock shinobi stationed in the number 1 outpost. Thousands of people, if one person throws a stone, they can kill the 2 people alive. Come on, gather your troops. Lois was in a turbulent mood. After killing these 2, Konoha village will lose 2 high-end combat power. The revenge of the Mist Shinobi Mountains last time can finally be avenged today. Chapter 140 The Rock Shinobi Force Strikes. Planetary devastation first appeared. Please customize. Mound Hill Slope. Han Guang sat on the tree and yawned boredly. He had been waiting with Minato-sensei for almost an hour, and he didn't even see Rock Shinobi. Bored, he planted a tree with wood style and sat on the branch to pass the time. Han Guang spread out his palms and began to gather chakra. Just a moment, an enlarged spore appeared on his palm, and it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing into the appearance of white Zetsu. Master Han Guang, go to a place with many trees and contact your body. Hearing Han Guang's order, the clone of White Zetsu immediately fled into the ground and disappeared. On one side, Namikaze Minato was amazed. Han Guang, White Zetsu's spore technique, is perfect for delivering messages on the battlefield and also complements chakra. For the application of spores, Namikaze Minato really admires. It is unbelievable that spores, such tiny creatures that are invisible to the naked eye, can absorb chakra and grow into a clone of White Zetsu. This kind of technique is actually nothing. Han Guang shrugged, feeling nothing. It's nothing. Namikaze Minato laughed dumbfounded. Isn't this the seed of a plant? Han Guang said casually. Namikaze Minato admitted that what Han Guang said was reasonable, but he was speechless. If White Zetsu is compared to a moving plant, then the spores are the seeds that White Zetsu scatter, and chakra is the catalyst that allows the seeds to grow rapidly. By the way, teacher, let me catalyze a spore for you. After a while, you don't have enough chakra. You can return chakra once. Need not. Namikaze Minato hastily refused. You really don't need it. No. Namikaze Minato reconfirmed. He clearly remembered the scene where White Zetsu delivered chakra to himself the last time he was poisoned. Put your arms around your waist and stick to yourself to transmit chakra. What a shame. If Rock Shinobi sees this, he will lose his face abroad. Suddenly, Han Guang's expression changed. He sensed Rock Shinobi within 10 miles. Teacher, the enemy is coming. You still have the ability to perceive. Namikaze Minato couldn't hide his surprise. There are no plants on this slope, and the only tree is planted by Han Guang's wood style for shade. Therefore, Namikaze Minato judged that Han Guang did not use the trees to learn the enemy's tracks. Because the roots of this tree can't even break through the slope. You surprised me so much, Han Guang. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but praise. It's just perception. Han Guang looked calm. Except for not being a grandmaster ninjutsu, you are simply ridiculously strong in other aspects. Have it. Of course, you can resist Obito's illusion, and you also have super physical skills. Moreover, you have mastered wood style. Namikaze Minato breaks down Han Guang's abilities. Speaking of this, he added, although you don't know three-body technique, you should have this kind of secret in your wood style ability. Hearing what Teacher Minato said, Han Guang looked suspicious. Teacher, do you often study me when you are free? Warm. No. Namikaze Minato shook his head hastily. Get ready to meet the enemy. He changed the subject to prevent the student from continuing to ask. After a while, Rock Shinobi appeared in the sight of the two. Dusty and dense. Seeing nearly 1,000 Rock Shinobi, Namikaze Minato's eyelids twitched violently. He never imagined that Han Guang just let go of one Rock Shinobi and recruited Rock Shinobi's heavenly troops. This amount is a bit too much. Namikaze Minato thought about it and reminded. General, Han Guang's tone was flat. You call this normal? Bang. Suddenly, a strong shock appeared, shaking the two of them almost to the ground. As this, someone cast Earth Style. Namikaze Minato looked solemnly at several ninjas in Rock Shinobi's army. There, nearly 10 Rock Shinobi slapped the ground, seemingly unleashing some sort of Earth Style ninjutsu. Teacher, remember to run away. Han Guang exhorted, and the figure jumped out. Hi, Han Guang, you, Namikaze Minato people are stupid. Thousands of Rock Shinobi are about to rush to the bottom of the slope, and Han Guang actually jumped down at this time. Isn't this about going head to head with the Rock Shinobi army? What puzzled him even more was that Han Guang just said, run away. I can't see through you every time. Namikaze Minato has black lines all over his head. How good it is to cast wood style from a distance. What happens when you jump down? At the same time, when Wangtu saw Han Guang jumping down from the hillside, his heart was so excited that he almost went to heaven. If you seek death yourself, then you will be fulfilled. All ready. Piercing ninjutsu. 070. Shouting loudly, Huangshi issued an order. Many Rock Shinobi formed their seals one after another and slapped the ground together. Earth style. Earth gun. Earth style. Earth gun. Earth style. Earth gun. In an instant, the surrounding ground squirmed, condensing sharp soil thorns one by one. These soil thorns are not only extremely sharp, but also extremely hard. Han Guang fell from the sky, his body was like a cannonball, and he was about to fall on the soil thorn. Han Guang, don't be so arrogant in your next life. Huangtu was all smiles, looking forward to the scene where Han Guang was stabbed into a hornet's nest. But the next moment, Huangtu's smile stopped abruptly. I saw that Han Guang bumped into the soil thorn, and the soldier's thorn was smashed in an instant. Boom. 0. A dull sound sounded, and a deep pit was smashed into the ground. Why is his body so hard? Did he cast an Earth-style-like body-hardening technique? Huangtu couldn't believe it. Falling at that speed, how could the human body not be pierced? Captain. At this moment, the subordinates around him shouted. Huangtu came back to his senses and regained his composure. It's okay. Prepare to fall into ninjutsu. Let's sink him to the ground and suffocate him to death. Hearing Captain Wangtu's order, many Rock Shinobi seal again. Immediately, they slapped the ground one after another. Earth style. Rock and soil subsidence. Earth style. Rock and soil subsidence. Earth style. Rock and soil subsidence. In an instant, the earth trembled, and a huge deep pit suddenly appeared. In the center of the deep pit is the true light. Han Guang, what can you do now? Huangtu looked at Han Guang in the upper pit with a sneer on his face. If you do this, you will die. Han Guang's voice was very calm, but it reached Wang Tu's ears clearly. You die first. Wang Tu grinned. In this case, he believed that even Han Guang's wood style would be difficult to play a role. Boom. The deep pit continued to collapse and sank rapidly toward the ground. Get ready to use the ash technique. Wang Tu ordered. As long as the ash is poured into the pit, the ash will turn into rock in a very short time. I don't believe it, you're still alive this time. Sudden, a black orb rose from the pit. Planetary devastation. Chapter 141. The Rock Shinobi group was destroyed. Han Guang. Ninjutsu is just a hobby, I am actually good at taijutsu. Please customize. The black ball floated out of the pit and quickly lifted into the air. What is this? Huang Tu looked at the black ball, feeling something was wrong. Captain, get it black. A subordinate suggested. No matter what it is, just smash it up. Try it. Huang Tu nodded. After receiving the order, this Ming Rock Shinobi bears the mark. Earth style. Earth ball cannon technique. A ball of earth condensed from his hands. Buzz. Suddenly, terrible gravity appeared. This rock shinobi had just condensed the ball out of the soil, and before he had time to launch it, he even flew out with the ball. Not just him. The surrounding rock shinobi couldn't control their bodies one after another, attracted by gravity, and flew towards the black ball in midair. What the FK is this? Huang Tu was terrified, and felt a terrible gravitational force pulling him to 417. He tried to forcefully stand on the ground, but he still couldn't get rid of the pull of gravity. Whoosh! His body floated up and flew towards the black ball. Click, click. Under the gravitational force, the ground collapsed. A large piece of rocky soil broke away from the ground and floated towards midair. Now, thousands of rock shinobi were terrified, because they found that they couldn't escape this gravitational force at all, and were completely pulled by the gravitational force. This is a very strange picture. The densely packed rock shinobi floated into the air, like a cloud of black ants, and flew towards the black ball. Because there were too many people and too dense, these rock shinobi met together in midair. Ever since, they grabbed their companions and held hands, forming a long floating team. Captain, what should we do? Think about it. Once we get close to the black ball, it's over for sure. Mommy, I want to go home. A bunch of rock shinobi blew up. They never imagined that the entire army would be wiped out in the blink of an eye, even though they were still under a huge advantage the previous moment. If you want to talk about wit, you have to be Huang Wang. Black ball. Everyone attack the black ball together. Wang Tu shouted, his voice extremely anxious. Hearing the captain's order, many rock shinobi jumped onto the floating rocks. But when they were about to cast Earth style, they were dumbfounded. Captain, the rocks are floating, is it useful for us to cast Earth style? That's right, even if we use ninjutsu, it's still these floating stones. It's getting closer, we're screwed. Wang Tu, you are numb. Seeing as they are about to be sucked into the black ball, these rock shinobi can't hold back anymore. Some people even started to curse. Lousy stayed well at outpost number 1, the BD Huang Tu, who was brought to death by bandit love. Bah, a rock shinobi is attracted to the black ball. In full view, this rock shinobi was shot directly on the black ball, and his entire body turned into a piece of skin. This scene made everyone's scalps tingle. It's over. A group of rock shinobi are desperate. Boom. Suddenly, Huang Tu's body exploded and turned into a puddle of mud. FK. The captain has already run away, he is Nishin's avatar. Some subordinates shouted in shock. How come they don't understand now? Captain Wang Tu hid the main body from the beginning, leaving only a clay clone. Baji, Baji, Baji. More and more rock shinobi are attracted to the black ball, followed by a large area of rocky soil. Inside the pit, Han Guang crossed his arms and looked up at the scene. For the first time, the power was not used to the maximum. But the effect can be regarded as tested. Whoosh. At this time, Namikaze Minato appeared next to Han Guang, full of vitality. Huh, teacher, you fell down. Han Guang looked surprised. Almost, I was sucked away by this technique you performed. Namikaze Minato spat out the soil in his mouth, feeling a burst of fear. He was going to support Han Guang, but who would have imagined that the black ball flew into the air before he rushed down the hillside? Originally, Namikaze Minato wasn't worried, because he can avoid this gravity with the Flying Thunder God technique. But what he never expected was that within the scope of gravity, his Flying Thunder God technique actually failed. If he hadn't been far away from the center of gravity and used the aftermath of the explosion of the detonating talisman to escape, he would have lost sight of this student. Teacher, didn't I tell you? Remember to run away. Han Guang looked puzzled. I didn't know you had such a terrifying technique. Namikaze Minato looked helpless. You know this technique? Han Guang asked Kaido seriously. What? I know. Impossible. This is Rasengan. Han Guang said the name of this technique. Namikaze Minato. At this moment, Namikaze Minato's expression was dull. Rasengan. Is this Rasengan? What are you kidding? You mean, you practiced Rasengan and ended up like this? Namikaze Minato asked word by word. Yes, it's not what you said, the teacher. The elements of Rasengan are rotation, spiral, stability, and control. Speaking of which, Han Guang pointed to the sky. Look, teacher, doesn't this just fit the 4 points? Hearing Han Guang's explanation, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. His eyes are extremely complicated. Then, he spit out a sentence. Han Guang, you are a real genius on the way of ninjutsu. Being praised by the teacher, Han Guang looked shy. Actually, it's okay, it's just my hobby, and what I'm good at is gymnastics. You are really humble. Namikaze Minato didn't want to speak anymore. Wait a minute, Han Guang made a sound and clasped his hands together. Puff, a thick tree broke through the ground and bombarded towards one side. Boom, after the loud noise, a figure appeared. Impossible, my rock shinobi technique can't be seen through. Huang too looked terrified and couldn't believe it. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth, and just about to persuade Han Guang, he was thrown away by him. Han Guang, in this case, who should we negotiate with? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, I kowtow to you. With a loud hiss, the Lois was thrown into the air and was trapped. My father will not let you go. What are you going to do? We can talk about everything. Wang Tu panicked. Han Guang, you don't roll your eyes, how could 1.7 find me? Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Han Guang flashed out and grabbed Huang Tu's arm. You are not qualified enough. Let's talk about it in the next life. You talk too much nonsense. Under the huge force, Ja Akoku was caught flying. His rock shinobi technique could not even be discovered by his father, but was discovered by Han Guang. Pity, he tried to use negotiations to resolve his own crisis. Han Guang looked contemptuous, and his strength suddenly exploded. Chapter 142 Namikaze Minato. Han Guang, I really can't guess you. Please customize. Mound Hill Ruins. Tai Yan trembled, not daring to take a breath. He never dreamed that he went to the #1 outpost to report, and ended up reporting thousands of rock shinobi elites. You are very good. You are a step late. Han Guang looked calm and praised. I treated the wound and changed my clothes, so I came late. Tai Yan replied sincerely. I told you, I'm here to negotiate, right? Why do these people besiege me as soon as they come? Han Guang questioned. This. Tai Yan was about to cry from fright. I did report it to Captain Wang Tu, but Captain Wang didn't listen. Besides, didn't you destroy this large army? Do you still have the face to question me? You rock shinobi will give me an explanation for this matter. Han Guang looked dissatisfied. Hearing this sentence, the Tian people were all stupid. He had never seen such a brazen person. It was clearly an intruder, but he spoke as if he was a victim. Since you made a mistake the first time, please help 08 and me to speak again. Han Guang continued. This time, you bring the word to Tsuchikage, and say that I am here to negotiate. If he agrees to negotiate, come to Konoha and find me. What if you don't agree? Tai Yan asked weakly. Then I'll throw this technique in your village. Pointing to the sky, Han Guang smiled. After speaking, he patted Tai Yan on the shoulder. Don't delay, my patience is limited. Whoosh. As soon as Han Guang finished speaking, Tai Yan left quickly. You really scare people, Namikaze Minato said with a smile. I didn't scare him, I just told the truth. Han Guang casually said Kaido. Zizi. At this time, the white Zetsu clone emerged from the ground. Master Han Guang, you have already contacted the main body in the village. Say. Han Guang motioned. The ontology said that after Danzo escaped from the village last night, he should have joined Uchiha Madara. So the ontology did not continue to pursue Uchiha Madara. Han Guang and Namikaze Minato were both surprised. Why did he appear near the village again? Namikaze Minato looked puzzled. Before, Uchiha Madara was defeated by Han Guang and escaped by feigning death. Shouldn't it be hiding away? It should be that we rescued Obito, and Madara has no successor. Huang Guang guessed. That's it. Namikaze Minato was stunned, but immediately, he was puzzled again. Then why did he take in Danzo? Shouldn't he take away Uchiha's people? I don't know. Maybe time is running out. Han Guang is also not quite clear about Madara's intentions. It stands to reason that Madara should find someone who can pretend to be himself and act as an agent. But can Danzo disguise himself as Madara? After thinking about it carefully, Han Guang felt that it was really possible. You know, Danzo must know Uchiha Madara. If Madara helped Danzo transplant Hashirama's cells and change to Sharingan, maybe Danzo could really be perfectly disguised as Madara. After all, Danzo must know Madara better than anyone else. Is there any other news? Han Guang asked again. Third Hokage seems to have doubts about Luli's identity. White Zetsu clone said. Oh, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Ruri. At this moment, Namikaze Minato interrupted. What happened to the identity of Fire Glass? Why should third generation doubt it? By the way, teacher, you don't know yet. Han Guang explained a sentence. Fire Glass died, so I disguised it with White Zetsu. This. Namikaze Minato looked confused. When Lee is dead, he has never heard of this matter. Did you kill Fire Ruri? Namikaze Minato tried to ask. Warm. I did it according to your wishes, teacher. Han Guang looked innocent. Minato was dumbfounded. When did I ask Han Guang to kill Anbu's vice captain? Teacher, have you forgotten? You said, let our 9th class gain a firm foothold in Anbu. Han Guang reminded. Stand firm. So you just killed Vice Captain Anbu. Namikaze Minato almost fainted. That's right. Wouldn't this be a firm foothold? Han Guang said seriously. Han Guang, I really can't guess you. Namikaze Minato was completely convinced. The master and apprentice returned. When passing through the country of grass, Han Guang sent Kenjiro the information about the destruction of Rock Shinobi. Hearing this information, Kenjiro jumped 3 feet high and broke the roof of the hotel. Noon. Han Guang and Namikaze Minato are on their way. Along the way, I met the 3 Kakashi who came from the village. Kakashi, Obito, Yamato. Seeing these 3 people, Han Guang was quite surprised. You are finally back. The 3 of Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Are you going on a mission? Namikaze Minato asked. No, we plan to go to the country of grass to meet you. Obito Kaido, Danzo has defected, and we are worried that Rock Shinobi will take action against you after receiving the news. Kakashi explained 397 sentences. Captain, you didn't negotiate, did you? Yamato asked. No, Han Guang shook his head. Fortunately not, otherwise you might be besieged by Rock Shinobi. After the 9th class converged, they returned to the village together. Sarutobi pills. Indeed, Han Guang was right. No negotiations with Rock Shinobi. Namikaze Minato had a weird face. Being reminded by his teammates, Han Guang was stunned. Obito, it's the leader of the Chunin team. During our Anbu assessment, he said you attacked him. Yamato. Yes, I remembered that too. Captain, you also said, if you don't hit you, I'm sorry for the name. Sighed, Han Guang walked over and looked at the Sarutobi tribe. Before they had gone far, they encountered a Sarutobi tribe. It turned out to be that festively named Sarutobi pill. Tread, why do I look familiar to you? Because all Rock Shinobi died, only one person went back to report. Master Hokage ordered that Namikaze Minato and Han Guang rush back to the village immediately. The tone of Sarutobi's pill was sonorous. Kakashi. I remember he called Sarutobi pills. Chapter 143 Onoki. Damn Cloud Shinobi, actually concealed information about Han Guang. Please customize. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage office. 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi looked at the scroll in his hand. After browsing, he compared the news from Huangshi again. There is indeed a problem. Mumbling to himself, Onoki fell into thought. What can be judged now is that the news of the joint attack of the tripartite alliance was forged. Its purpose is obvious, it is to let the 3-party alliance attack Konoha. As speculated in Wangtu's report, a tripartite alliance as well as Konoha village can be ruled out. Was it Kurigakure's new Mizukage? Or the recently exposed Uchiha Madara? Onoki frowned, guessing who was behind the scenes. After thinking for a long time, he picked up another scroll. The information on this scroll is the news that Danzo defected from Konoha. Why did the number 2 person in power in a village defect? Could it be that he was kicked out by 3rd Hokage just like Orochimaru? Onoki doesn't think Danzo did the forged news. Because the time is not right. But if you insist on putting it on, you can do it again. Could it be that Danzo of Konoha faked the 347 attack news? Then he was discovered by 3rd Hokage, so he was kicked out of Konoha village. Thinking of this, Yinyamu felt dizzy. He couldn't figure out who it was. However, being cautious, he still agreed with Wangtu's withdrawal of large troops. No matter whose plot it is, as long as I, Rock Shinobi, stand still for the time being, I will be the biggest winner. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and a subordinate hurried in. Master Tsuchikage, Tai Yan said eagerly. Tian, aren't you supposed to be stationed at Tukiyushin Post? Onoki looked suspicious. You, the captain of the frontier team, why did you run back to the village? Something has happened, Tai Yan gasped. Continued. Han Guang and Namikaze Minato of Konoha village invaded the border and wiped out Captain Wangtu's elite troops. What did you say? Onaji's tone suddenly rose, and his eyeballs almost fell out. 2 people in Konoha village. Destroyed thousands of elites led by Wangtu. What the FK are you kidding? It's true, that Han Guang performed a terrible IEB technique, sucking the entire army into the sky. Tai Yan responded anxiously. Where's Wangtu? Is he okay? Onoki asked. Captain Wangtu was also sucked up. Tai Yan looked sad, snapped. Onoki smashed the table with a slap and stared at Tai Yan. I ask you, thousands of elites have been sucked away, why haven't you been sucked away? Tai Yan blushed, unable to answer for a while. He really wanted to say that I just treated the wound at post number 1 and changed my clothes again, so I went late. But this reason, even if he said it, Master Tsuchikage might not believe it. Whoosh, Onoki flew out of the window and headed towards Tushu Mountain. Tsuchikage-sama, I'm not done yet. Seeing Tsuchikage drop himself, Tai Yan yelled hastily. As a result, Onoki ignored him. It's over, I haven't talked about the negotiation yet. Tai Yan looked remorseful. He turned over and jumped out of the window, and ran towards Wang Jinshan again. Mound Hill ruins. Onoki looked up at the giant soil ball in midair with a dignified expression. The land with a radius of more than 10 miles was sucked into the air and condensed into this ball. Now, he believed Tai Yan's words. This is an extremely terrifying technique, and there is a high probability that it is some kind of application of gravity. Wangtu must be dead. Wood-style Han Guang, isn't he wood-style? With the threat level to Han Guang raised to the maximum in his heart, Onoki took a deep breath. I want to see how terrifying this technique is. At this moment, the chakra in Onoki's body kept surging, and his hands aimed at the pressure ball in midair. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. Buzz. A square transparent enchantment appeared in the center of his hands, emitting a bright white light. Next moment, the white light was excited and bombarded the earth ball in midair. Puff. The dust drifted, and a pit appeared on the soil ball. Seeing the size of the pit, Yinyamu was stunned. If the volume of the entire soil ball is compared to 100, then he has successfully knocked out 1% with this dust attack. Looks like I need to use the boundary stripping technique. With an incomparably dignified expression, Onoki aimed his hands at the ball again. Dust escape boundary stripping technique. A more powerful white light shot out, knocking off the soil ball by 3%. Onoki was lost in thought. After a while, his body jumped up and flew towards the soil ball. Flying to the top of the soil ball, Onoki took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the soil ball. Super light heavy rock technique. Suddenly, the mass of the giant soil ball was greatly reduced. Sizzle. At this moment, chakra gushed out from Onoki's right hand, and rock and soil emerged to wrap his right arm. Drink. Rock fist technique. Onoki let out a loud cry, and punched the soil ball. The soil ball vibrated and slowly fell towards the ground. Bang. The moment it hit the ground, a huge vibration sounded, and the smoke and dust filled the air. When Tai Yan rushed to Tushu Mountain out of breath, he saw Lord Tsuchikage standing beside a huge pit, dazed in a daze. Master Tsuchikage, Tai Yan, is this really the technique performed by that wood-style Han Guang? Onoki turned his head and asked. Yes. Tai Yan glanced at the soil ball in the huge pit, and nodded with difficulty. Since he let you go, he must have a purpose, right? Onaji's tone was extremely low. Yes, he said that he came to negotiate. As a result, Captain Wangtu led an elite army to besiege him. Get to the point, Onoki snapped. He said, if Master Tsuchikage agrees to negotiate, go to Konoha village to find him. Tai Ruo hurriedly said, what if I disagree? Then he'll throw the earth ball into our village. After hearing these words, Inoki fell silent. A long time, he finally came to his senses. No wonder the Cloud Shinobi army has been stopping in the Soup country. When Han Guang's 9th squad intercepted Cloud Shinobi must have suffered a lot. Damn it, Cloud Shinobi didn't disclose any information, let this Han Guang come to us. Chapter 144 One after another Abalone Covenant. In the name of Han Guang. Please customize. Konoha Village. Class 9 returned to the village. Not far away, Han Guang found 3 familiar figures. Anko, Lin, what? Are you going to be guest in combat uniform? Han Guang. Seeing Han Guang, Anko was surprised and flew over. With an arm around Han Guang's neck, Anko hung directly on his body. Anko, what are you doing? Lin couldn't help shouting. Why are you hanging on Han Guang? Azuki Shion was also anxious. What is this? Han Guang also took over me. Anko didn't care at all. Han Guang's expression was dull, he couldn't figure out what the situation was. The students in this class are really unrestrained, Namikaze Minato sighed with emotion. After speaking, he left in a blink of an eye. Anko, it's very difficult for me to hang on to me like this in front of everyone. Han Guang said seriously, I'm worried about you. Anko let go, looking for a reason. Worry about me. Han Guang moved his face closer, carefully studying Anko's expression. What I said was true. Anko's face flushed. Shua, and he turned to one side. I do not believe. Han Guang shook his head, and put his hand into Anko's arms. I want to touch your conscience to see if you are lying. Han Guang said sternly. At this moment, Anko's body trembled violently, and he lowered his head in disbelief. She saw that Han Guang was really touching her heart. Blushing, Anko ran away with his head down. Warm. Seeing this scene, Lin and Mao Yushian were stunned. What's going on? When I was talking about touching my conscience, why did Anko run away? I still can't cure you. To deal with the girls, Han Guang is easy to catch. Then let's go too. Lin took Xian's arm, and the two left. Han Guang looked around and found that no one was there. Obito ran, he could understand. After all, there are still a group of sisters in the Obito family to comfort. But why are Kakashi and Yamato gone? Walking alone on the street, Han Guang was about to go home and lie down. Han Guang. Passing by an alley, a voice startled him a lot. Han Guang turned his head and found Lin standing at the entrance of the alley. Aren't you gone? Han Guang was a little surprised. He remembered Lin and Mao Yushian walking together arm in arm. Why did this pop up again? Subconsciously, he scanned it with his perception. No problem, not White Zetsu. Han Guang, you haven't protected me for a long time. Lin's voice was very small. Protect you? Han Guang raised his eyebrows. Yeah, I don't feel safe at night. Lin blushed and whispered. Then I'll protect you tonight. Okay. Lin nodded hurriedly. After finishing speaking, she added another sentence. I'll wait for you tonight. Thump, thump, thump. Lin ran away. Han Guang looked at the other person's back and shook his head. Looks like Lin's well is dry. With a sigh, he continued to walk towards the house. Along the way, Anko jumped off the roof with a chuckle, and jumped directly in front of Han Guang. UFG scared me. Han Guang almost slapped him. Fortunately, he caught it in time, otherwise Anko would have turned into Anko mud. You scolded me, Anko said angrily, with his hands on his hips. You scared me to death, can't I scold you? Han Guang snapped back. Han Guang, I like you. Suddenly, Anko spoke surprisingly. Everyone in Han Guang was dumbfounded. Which one is Anko acting in? Are you out of your mind? I scolded you, but you still like me. Han Guang looked puzzled. But I think you're scolding me, good hockey. Anko's voice suddenly became softer, and his face turned red. Hockey, calling everyone hockey. This can't make Han straight up. So, Han Guang scaled up his move. With his arms around Anko's neck, he pushed him against the wall. Anko, do you really like me? Anko's face flicked left and right, not daring to look at each other. Then I will continue to touch your conscience. With a smirk on his face, Han Guang stretched his hand in again. Now, Anko has completely fallen. Her breathing became short of breath, and her face was so red that water dripped out. Han Guang, I'll wait for you at home at night, and we'll watch the moon together. Okay, Han Guang agreed without thinking about it. But as soon as he agreed, he regretted it. I have already promised Lin, so I promised Do again. That's settled. Anko broke free and ran away as if flying. Looking at Anko's back, Han Guang was thoughtful. After thinking about it, he turned on perception. Really, in perception, Azuki Shion was squatting at the door of her house. I just left the village for a day, how did these three girls become like this? 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Han Guang couldn't figure it out. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Namikaze Minato's report. After listening, there was an unconcealable excitement on his face. Good, very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood after patting the table down. He never expected that this mission would wipe out the elite of rock shinobi. And Han Guang did it. Han Guang, that's a member of Anbu. What does that mean? It means that there is a strong young man under his command. Minato, report to the clans immediately, I have an emergency Jonin meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order. Yes, Namikaze Minato looked weird and left in a flash. He could guess third generation's intentions. It is nothing more than using this incident to demonstrate the strength of Hokage and to stabilize its position. After all, Han Guang belongs to Anbu and is under Hokage. Half an hour later, Hokage conference room. With a smile on his face, Sarutobi Hiruzen swept across the various patriarchs around him. Everyone, I have good news to announce. Everyone stretched their ears. Anbu Han Guang killed thousands of rock shinobi's elite troops in the land of Earth. Including the son of 3rd Tsuchikage, they all died in the hands of Han Guang. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, the meeting room suddenly exploded. Han Guang, he killed thousands of rock shinobi. His wood style is so strong. The sons of 3rd Tsuchikage are all dead. With Anbu Han Guang here, 3rd generation's position is solid. Many patriarchs discussed one after another, and they were all amazed. The petty thoughts of some people were also stifled. Seeing the reactions of these people, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved. Now, no one dares to peek at his Hokage position. After the meeting, the crowd walked out of the Hokage building. Hizashi, I remember Suzune working in Han Guang's bathhouse. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Hizashi and asked. Yes, let Lingyan make an appointment with Han Guang, let him come to our family as a guest. Hyuga Hiyashi said, okay. Uchiha Station. Upon returning to the family, Uchiha Fugaku immediately found his wife Makoto. Makoto, I remember you said that Han Guang often went to the bathhouse to eat, right? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Yeah, Makoto nodded. Then go and ask him out for me, just say I'll buy him a drink tonight. Fugaku urged. Chapter 145 Han Guang. Well digging, I am a professional. Please customize. In the yard, Han Guang and Azuki Shion stood under the tree. The two stood there quietly, the atmosphere was quiet. In the end, it was Han Guang who broke the silence. Shion, do you have anything to do with me? Han Guang said calmly. Well, I bought a piece of clothing and I want you to look at it for me tonight. Azuki Shion said in a low voice with her head bowed. Clothing. Han Guang immediately regained his spirits. What kind of clothes? He asked hastily. It's for summer. Shi Yan's voice became even softer. There are many kinds of summer clothes. Han Guang looked serious. The back of the dress has very little fabric. I want you to help me see if it fits. Azuki Shion's head is even lower. Then it's a deal. I'll help you take a good look tonight. Saying that, Han Guang held 190 Shion's hand. He continued. As the captain of the 9th class, if you try on clothes in the future, feel free to come to me. Then it's settled. Azuki Shion turned and ran away. Staring at Shion's back, Han Guang suddenly froze. Why did I agree to another one? He regretted for a while. Sure enough, he is still not firm enough. The spiritual attributes are over 10,000, why do I have no concentration at all? Lying on the wooden chair, Han Guang shook his head and sighed. For 3 appointments, he needs to plan his time carefully. Evening, Kushina broke into the courtyard. Han Guang, it's time to go eat. Leaving this sentence behind, Kushina left. Sitting on the wooden chair, Han Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did you come home to urge yourself to eat? Everyone is weird today. First, the 3 girls asked themselves out one after another, and the doctor came to eat by themselves. It seems that, in one day, all these women have changed. Happy soup bath. Walking into the store, Guang first looked at a few areas. Kushina, Minako, Suzune Hyuga and Mrs. Makoto. Stop standing, sit down. Kushina greeted. Dinner was great. As soon as Han Guang picked up the bowl, he found that Minako was sending a signal to himself. Nodding reluctantly, Han Guang picked up the chopsticks. At this time, Mikotoyan spoke. Han Guang, Fugaku said to buy you a drink tonight. Well, Han Guang looked at Mrs. Makoto with a surprised face. What's the matter? Don't have time, Mrs. Makoto said empathetically. Maybe there's really no time. Han Guang said truthfully. It's okay, a little later. Makoto said with a smile. Okay, don't blame me for being late. How could be? After the appointment, Mrs. Makoto gave a sigh of relief. 5 games in one night, the frequency is not high. Han Guang said to himself. That, Han Guang. Suddenly, Lingyan spoke. Our patriarch invites you to be a guest in the clan. Bang, bark. Han Guang's stool fell and the bowl fell to the ground. Come on, Lingyan, I have something to tell you. Han Guang pulled the bell and walked into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Han Guang closed the door behind his back and directly put his hand into Lingyan's arms. You, what are you doing? Lingyan was shocked. I'll see if you really want to invite me. Han Guang returned. The bell didn't dare to move, because she was worried that Han Guang would not keep the appointment. In this case, I have failed the patriarch's entrustment. It seems that you are sincere. After a while, Han Guang withdrew his hand. Then, did you accept the invitation? Ling Ji said weakly. Tonight, maybe not, tomorrow. Han Guang gave the answer. Good. After eating, Xiaoguang left in a hurry. He already had an order in mind. Let's start with Azuki Shion. After all, other people's clothes may not fit well, and you need to correct yourself. Night fell. Azuki Shion's home. Han Guang came to the appointment. Inside the house, Azuki Shion was wearing a pink camisole with a pink face. How about it? Well, if you look at it from the front, you can't see anything. Han Guang commented, then said, how about this, turn around and let me have a look. Okay. Azuki Shion's footsteps turned. At this moment, Han Guang's eyes lit up. This camisole, the back is actually empty. Han Guang stepped forward, hugged Xian, and held her in his arms. Xian, do you need to dig a well? Digging a well is hard work. However, as a professional well digger, Han Guang has never been afraid of hardships. Lifting the well cover with a shovel, he began to dig the well. The inside of the well was wet, as if there was seepage from the well water. However, this is far from enough. After digging the soil in the well with a shovel, the surrounding walls of the well shook, and water seeped out again. It seems that this well is easy to dig. Full of confidence, Han Guang dug up one shovel after another. The walls of the well vibrated constantly, and the water performed in waves. Han Guang was overjoyed. Apparently, the well is almost done. He dug and dug and dug. Sudden, the well wall shook violently. Han Guang jumped to the mouth of the well in a hurry. Clatter. The well was dug through and water finally came out. Helping Yu Xian dig the well, Han Guang refused the other party's thanks and rushed to the next battlefield. After all, there are too many wells to dig tonight. Enko's residence. Han Guang stepped into the courtyard. Han Guang. Enko sat on the roof with a look of joy. Tread. You. Hello Hockey. Enko whispered. Jumped directly into the well. Is there any influence between the two? Han Guang had a smirk on his face. Half an hour later. Really? Han Guang smiled. Han Guang lifted the manhole cover with a shovel. Clatter. Jumping onto the roof, Han Guang took 0.2 Enko into his arms. Then said, there are more hockey. In Enko's exclamation, Han Guang became a well digger again. Han Guang, didn't we agree to watch the moon? Enko's face was extremely pink. Dig and dig and dig. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. The walls of the well vibrated constantly, indicating that water was about to come out. The well water is like a broken dam. Dig and dig and dig. Under the moonlight. Chapter 146 Busy Han Guang. Sand Shinobi reacts. Please customize. In Lin's room, Han Guang put away his shovel and dug through the well. Do you feel safe now? Standing up, Han Guang asked. Well, I feel a lot safer. Lin's face was pink. In that case, I'll go first. Han Guang turned around. Can't protect me all night. Lin grabbed Han Guang's arm. I have an appointment with Patriarch Uchiha. Han Guang shook his head and said. That's it. Lin let go understandingly. Walking out of the room, Han Guang first sorted out the order. First Azuki Yuyan, then Anko, Rin. Then it's time to go to the banquet of the Uchiha clan chief. Touching his chin, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. This order is very important, and it is related to the final safe landing. Uchiha Mansion. Han Guang pushed open the door of Fugaku's room and walked in. Haha, you are not too late. Seeing Han Guang, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and stood up to greet him. His wife Makoto also stood up and nodded. 1-inch 08 Chief Fugaku, I have kept you waiting. Han Guang replied. It was not too late for him to come. After all, it's not even late at night yet. Dinner was great, but eating is not the point. Han Guang, do you know that you are famous now? After taking a sip of wine, Uchiha Fugaku looked mysterious. Oh, Han Guang was taken aback. I can tell by the look on your face, you haven't heard yet. Fugaku gestured for his wife to fill up the wine. Only then did he continue. In the afternoon, 3rd Hokage held an emergency Jonin meeting and told you that you alone wiped out thousands of rock shinobi. This matter. Han Guang was stunned. No wonder Hyuga Ringtone invited himself to be a guest of the Hyuga clan. No one would have imagined that your wood style would be so strong. There are thousands of rock shinobi, Uchiha Fugaku said with emotion. This time, he really had a new understanding of Han Guang's strength. Destroying rock shinobi's elite army by one person, this strength is enough to reach the top in the ninja world. Although Han Guang is surrounded by Namikaze Minato, it still represents the strength of Han Guang's wood style, which ranks first in the ninja world. Patriarch Fugaku, it's actually nothing. Han Guang said modestly. That's nothing. Uchiha Fugaku looked surprised. Actually, you can do it yourself. Han Guang raised the other party's face. Ha ha, I can't. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. If he really had this strength, he would have already been famous far and wide, and he would not shrink back in the security department. The two were chatting and drinking. Pictured. From Han Guang's strength, we talked about Obito's strength. As soon as Obito was mentioned, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. They are both wood style, but the strength between the two is very different. Because, Uchiha Fugaku deliberately tested Obito's strength, and wood style played poorly. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku was drunk as promised. Bang, hitting his head on the table again, Fugaku passed out. Fugaku, wake up, Fugaku. Wife Makoto started shaking again. Seeing that her husband was really drunk, she moved to Han Guang's side. Mrs. Makoto, you are getting more and more proficient in this trick. Han Guang couldn't help but said. What? Mrs. Makoto blushed and leaned into Han Guang's arms. By the way, Makoto is too stressed. Warm. You are leaning in my arms, why are you still moving your hands? Han Guang smiled. What do you think? Mrs. Makoto twisted her body. It's not enough to just use your hands. After speaking, Han Guang stood up. Next, Mrs. Makoto was forced to become a faucet repairman and began to repair the faucet. She wiped the water pipes and inspected every part carefully. Why isn't water coming out of the faucet? After repairing for a long time, Mrs. Makoto was sweating profusely. It seems that your technique is not good. Han Guang shook his head. Then said. Don't repair the water pipes, let's dig them out. 17. Late at night, Han Guang walked out of the Uchiha mansion. Looking up at the night sky, he couldn't help being filled with emotion. Sure enough, the rich wife's ability to accept is strong. The other party jumped from being reserved at the beginning to being impatient. This opened Han Guang's eyes. Next, only the last Minako is left. Sand Shinobi Frontline Command Post. 4th Cage Luo Sha stands in front of the map and looks at the map of the Land of Fire. Chio took a pen and drew a line on the map. Feng Luo, who was in charge of the back circle, must have been wiped out. Luo Sha said suddenly, it's normal, the news of the attack is false, we were tricked. Chio's face remained normal, and he didn't care. She has already learned that it is not only Sand Shinobi who has been tricked, but even Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi have been tricked. Who the hell is it? Planned this fake news, Luo Sha muttered to himself. Instead of thinking about this, think about how to break through Konoha's front. Chio knocked on the table. After finishing speaking, she continued. Luo Sha, any ninja village can do this kind of thing. It could be Rain Shinobi Village, it could be Kurigakure, or it could be other 680 ninja villages. Don't worry about it. Yes, Luo Sha felt the same way. In the ninja world, each ninja village is more or less connected. It is not difficult to forge the seal of the shadow. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from Risen. An intelligence ninja hurried in. Important information from the country of grass. The Sand Shinobi spoke hastily and handed over the scroll. Oh, Luo Sha and Chio glanced at each other and opened the scroll to check. This, wood-style Han Guang, he actually wiped out the elite troops led by Huang Tu. After reading the information on the scroll, the two turned pale with shock. According to the intelligence, Han Guang alone destroyed thousands of ninjas in Rock Shinobi. How can this be? Luo Sha couldn't believe it. He knows the name of wood-style Han Guang. But this guy is 12 years old. At the age of 12, his wood style can destroy thousands. And it's Rock Shinobi's elite unit. This kid, it's terrible. Chio frowned and spit out this sentence. Then, she turned her head to look at Ji-Yu Luosha. Withdraw the frontline troops to the country of rivers. Chapter 147 Han Guang's surprising discovery. Give trees the ability to move. Please customize. Early morning, Han Guang stretched his waist and left Minako's warm embrace. Walking out of the happy soup bath, he glanced at the attribute panel as usual. Spirit. 20480 times 6 paths immunity. It's the spiritual attribute that doubles today. Han Guang touched his chin. To be honest, he didn't feel anything special about doubling his mental attributes. The only difference is that there seems to be an inexplicable willpower in my mind. What is this willpower? I don't know how to use it. Han Guang was speechless for a while. Han Guang. Suddenly, the sound of the bell sounded from behind. Han Guang turned his head and saw that Lingyan also came out. You woke up so early too. I've always been this early. Ringtone Kaido. Then, she thought of one thing. As you promised, I will be a guest at Hyuga today. Isn't it too early? Han Guang was stunned. How can anyone be a guest early in the morning? It's okay. People in our family get up very early. Lingyan grabbed Han Guang's arm and walked forward. Hey, it's not good for you to be talking like this. Han Guang was serious. HMPH, prudence. Lingyan pouted. When you touched someone's chest before, why didn't you say it? Hyuga family. When Han Guang walked into the residence, he found that people of this family really got up very early. Ring tone. A woman said hello and her eyes fell on Han Guang. Who is this? His name is Han Guang. Lingyan introduced, still holding Han Guang's arm. So it's Han Guang. The woman was surprised and full of enthusiasm. I'm going to take him to meet the patriarch. Lingyan looked proud and puffed out her chest. Warm. Good, good. The woman smiled shyly and backed away. Seeing this scene, Han Guang had a strange expression. He knew without thinking that this woman had some friction with Lingyan. But so far, it seems that Suzune has the upper hand. After a while, Han Guang was brought into a spacious room. Han Guang. A figure came out with a smile on his face. The Hiashi Patriarch. Han Guang responded politely. The other party was in the same class as Mr. Minato. When the detonator was in crisis, it was Hyuga Hiashi who discovered other detonators with supercilious eyes. Sit down. Hiashi gestured and looked at Suzune again. Go and order that breakfast be brought as soon as possible. Okay. The ringtone backed off. Inside the room, the chat between the two was casual. You may not know, but I also formed a team with your teacher before. Hyuga Hiashi smiled. I really don't know. Han Guang responded truthfully. It was a long time ago. At that time, Minato's strength was already very strong. Hiashi said with emotion. Speaking of this, he looked at Han Guang again. But compared to you, Minato is still a bit worse. Han Guang couldn't help but laugh. He could hear that Hiashi was showing his favor indirectly. By the way, although your wood style is very strong, there's one thing you should pay attention to. Hiashi's tone suddenly became serious. Oh, please tell me. Han Guang's face straightened. Illusion. Hearing these two words, Han Guang nodded seriously. He couldn't help but glanced at the spiritual attribute again. Spirit. 20480 times 6 paths immunity. Indeed, illusion is my shortcoming, Han Guang echoed. Next, Hiashi explained in depth. Actually, illusion is just the primary application of yin escape. If you want to fight against illusion, you'd better study some yin escape techniques. Yin done. Han Guang looked curious. Yes, like our family's white eyes, Uchiha's Sharingan, and the Nara family's shadow secret technique. Actually, they all belong to the category of yin escape. Hiashi Kaido. Having said that, Hiashi stood up and took out a booklet from the bookshelf. This is some elementary illusion. You can take it back and have a look. This. Han Guang took the brochure, but did not refuse. After all, this is someone else's secret. By the way, Patriarch Hiashi. You just said the Nara clan's shadow secret technique. Do you know anything about shadow secret technique? Han Guang asked. He didn't ask indiscriminately, but to understand the inexplicable will in his mind. Shadow secret technique. Hyuga Hiashi thought for a moment. Actually, the secret shadow technique is to mix chakra into the shadow of the yin force, making it change from illusion to reality. So the shadow secret technique of the Nara family consumes a lot of chakra. Hearing the other party's explanation, Han Guang was stunned. Yin force, chakra, unreal, entity. While muttering to himself, he seemed to understand what the will in his mind was. Chief Hiashi, I will take my leave first. Standing up, Han Guang replied and left in a hurry. Looking at Han Guang's back, Hyuga Hiashi couldn't help but laugh. Backquote. Nguyen, how did Han Guang go? When Lingyan walked in with the food, she found that Han Guang was gone. It's okay, he should be busy. Hiashi waved his hand. Then, he looked at Lingyan. Lingyan, what do you think of Han Guang? Back home, Han Guang stood under the jujube tree. If my speculation is correct, then this will be a major discovery. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and he touched the jujube tree in front of him. Zhaoshu. Master Han Guang. Do you have any instructions? Han Guang. I want you to be able to walk. The voice fell. The will in Han Guang's mind was transmitted to the jujube tree. At the same time, his chakra also poured into the trunk of the tree. Next moment, a strange scene appeared. I see. Not for a while. I want to walk too. The young sapling on the side also sent a signal. Han Guang touched his chin and muttered to himself. My roots are too hot and thirsty. I'm going back to the soil for a while. The roots of the jujube tree were densely spread on the ground, and they began to move in the yard as if they had grown thousands of feet. Master Han Guang, I can really walk. Zhaoshu was overjoyed, as happy as a child. I really am a genius. Puff. The leaves of the jujube tree rattled, and the tree trembled violently. The young saplings ran around the yard on their short-legged roots. The young sapling also ran back, and the roots began to absorb nutrients and water. The jujube tree of Zhao Wang rose from the ground and pulled itself out. In the yard, Han Guang followed suit. Then, the jujube tree moved back into the pit, and its roots dug into the soil one after another. Two trees get tired. Chapter 148. Han Light transforms everything. Namikaze Minato. How did the date tree run away? Please customize. In the yard, Han Guang put his hand on the tree again, sensing the state of the jujube tree. After a while, so it is. Muttering to himself, he borrowed jujube trees to display wood style. Zizi. A thick branch condensed from the jujube tree and extended in the yard. After the test, he sat back on the wooden chair, lost in thought. Trees can't move, but with my will and chakra, jujube trees have the ability to move. Also, I was able to use chakra's teleportation to cast wood style with the jujube tree. The only problem is that the power will be reduced. Thinking of this, he ordered the roots of the jujube tree to touch the young sapling. The roots of the two trees began to meet underground, joining together. Master Han Guang, the roots of the tree have been connected. Zhaoshu responded. Borrowing the bark of jujube tree again, Han Guang performed wood style. But this time, the jujube tree was no different. Because Han Guang's will is to let the sapling display wood style. Whoosh, I saw that a new trunk condensed on the body of the young sapling, and quickly extended out. After removing wood style, Han Guang left the house. Back mountain. Under the tree, Han Guang followed suit. 730. Putting his hands on the tree, his chakra rushed into the tree. Wood style. Shiki Nobu technique. After the surgery, the surroundings were quiet. At the same time, in the pine forest thousands of meters away, 4 tree trunks broke through the ground, bearing their teeth and claws. Sensing swept across the scene, Guang nodded. Chakra transmission, the farther the distance, the greater the loss. It's only a few kilometers away, and my wood style has been weakened by about 30%. For this situation, Han Guang is not surprised. Because the root of the tree is used to transmit chakra, there will be losses. And due to the strength limitation of the tree itself, it is reasonable for wood style to be weakened. I cast wood style at the entrance of the village. If it is transmitted to the border, I am afraid that even a sapling will not grow. After sighing, Han Guang began to test to inject his will into other things. For example, stone. Walking to the creek, he deliberately selected a good-looking pebble. Infused with will, chakra pours into it. Snapped. Under Han Guang's watchful eye, the pebbles exploded. Touching his chin, Han Guang was not discouraged, but chose another stone. The diameter of this stone is nearly 1 meter, the whole body is blue, and it has been soaked by the stream water all year round. Survived. Concentrating his will, Han Guang poured it into the bluestone cart. He then transmitted a small amount of chakra into it. Next moment, a scene that surprised him appeared. I saw that Qingxi suddenly shook. Under Han Guang's perception, there is a faint breath of life inside the bluestone at this moment. Clatter. Han Guang directly moved the bluestone out of the stream and put it on the ground. Hello, Gululu. Han Guang shouted, and the bluestone rolled around on the ground. You can't talk. Han Guang was taken aback. Gululu. Qingxi rolled a few more times and then rolled into the creek again. Quote. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen is in a good mood. Minato, look at this scroll. Throwing the scroll to Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen sucked on his pipe. Snapped. Taking the scroll, Namikaze Minato scanned the content on it. This is, third Tsuchikage is negotiating in the land of grass. That's right, Onogi seems to be frightened by Han Guang. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. This scroll is from Rock Shinobi and was written by Tsuchikage himself. Its content is to invite Sarutobi Hiruzen to negotiate with the country of grass. For this news, Namikaze Minato is not surprised. Because according to Han Guang, Tian Ying should come to Konoha village to negotiate. But obviously, Tsuchikage didn't dare to come, and AJDJ made an appointment for the negotiation location in the land of grass. Minato, go and inform Han Guang that we are leaving today. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Okay, I'll go right away. Namikaze Minato nodded and retreated quickly. Across a few blocks, Namikaze Minato came to Han Guang's yard. As soon as he walked into the yard, he saw dense drag marks and potholes on the ground. How did this happen? Did Han Guang roll on the ground? Confused, he walked into the room. As a result, there was no one in the house. This makes Namikaze Minato a bit unbelievable. He knows very well that Han Guang is a professional when it comes to being late. At this point in time, it stands to reason that this student should sleep at home. Did he go to the training ground? After thinking about it, he decided to go to the training ground to look for it. After all, he didn't guess through Han Guang. You thought he was at home, but he was actually on the training ground, maybe at the barbecue shop, or even in the back mountain. Namikaze Minato leaves the house. As soon as he stepped out of the yard, the jujube tree in the yard moved. He's here to find Master Han Guang. I'm going to the back mountain to inform. The jujube tree pulled up its roots with a pop, and moved quickly in the yard. When he got to the wall, his tree roots covered the wall and climbed straight over the top of the wall. Rustle. Turning into the alley, Zhaoshu began to run wildly towards the back mountain. Huh, what happened? Namikaze Minato's expression changed, and he looked back. Then, he looked dumbfounded. He saw a tree overturned from Han Guang's yard, its dense roots scratching the ground, and ran towards the back of the mountain. Isn't this the jujube tree in the yard? Namikaze Minato was full of question marks. What did Han Guang do? Jujube, how can it run away? Strongly curious, he followed behind the jujube tree and also ran towards the back hill. Thankfully it's early in the morning. A large number of stones rolled down from the top of the mountain and smashed down towards Han Guang. Otherwise, this scene will definitely cause a huge sensation. Han Guang spread his hands and shouted loudly at the stone wall. Haoshin responded, "Back mountain, you're crazy." Clatter. After enlightening the bluestone, Han Guang had a bold idea, that is to enlighten the hill. He poured his will into the back mountain, and chakra was also delivered. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, for readers, fathers kneel down. There was hardly anyone on the street. Now, Han Guang let go of his hand and stopped delivering chakra, and the towering back mountain naturally became his experimental object. Seeing this scene, Han Guang cursed. In front of the towering stone wall. Come on, meet your daddy. Chapter 149 Han Guang's Yujian Flying version 1.0. Sarutobi Hiruzen is suspicious again, please customize. Careless. Han Guang jumped out a few meters away with a gloomy expression on his face. Several stones fell to the ground, heralding the result of this communication. The attunement should have been successful, but this mountain can't talk. 17. Sitting on a stone, Han Guang was speechless. Judging from the current situation, non-living matter, no matter how large it is ignorant after being enlightened. This is quite different from the initiation of plants. Originally, Han Guang planned to turn Haoshan into a stone thug. But now the wish came true. If Haoshan is given enough time, he should be able to transform. But at that time, don't I need it? Touching his chin, Han Guang felt that there was no need to continue testing the stone. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked into the distance. A jujube tree was scratching the ground, and saw Yazi was running towards him. Behind Zhaoshu, Namikaze Minato followed, with a strange look on his face. Master Han Guang, someone is looking for you. Zhaoshu shouted, hid behind Han Guang, and began to take root. After piercing for a long time, the jujube tree did not go down. Go to the creek. Han Guang made a gesture and pointed out the way for Zhaoshu. At this time, Namikaze Minato came over. Han Guang, can you explain why the tree you planted runs away? Does this need an explanation? Han Guang shrugged. Then he said, I can communicate with trees, is it reasonable for trees to walk? Hearing this explanation, Namikaze Minato froze. It sounds reasonable, you really surprised me. With emotion, Namikaze Minato accepted the reason. Although he cannot communicate with plants, in Minato's view, plants are alive. Since Han Guang can communicate with plants, there is nothing wrong with teaching plants to walk. Moreover, the jujube tree has been with Han Guang all the year round, so it is no surprise that he can learn to walk. By the way, teacher, did you come to see me for something? Han Guang asked. Third generation is going to the country of grass to negotiate with Tsuchikage and let the two of us serve as guards. Namikaze Minato explained his purpose. Go to the country of grass to negotiate. Han Guang was quite surprised. If he remembers correctly, he asked Tai Yan to bring it to Tsuchikage to come to Konoha village for negotiations. Tsuchikage must be afraid of you, so he won't come to the village. Seeing Han Guang's suspicion, Namikaze Minato explained. That's it. Han Guang nodded. Immediately. He shook his head again. The country of grass is impossible to go to. Warm. Is something wrong? Namikaze Minato asked after a change of expression. That's right, I talked to the tree just now, and Yuanian village should have joined the war. Han Guang said bluntly. What? Hearing this news, Namikaze Minato was extremely surprised. How many people? Where is Miss Shinobu? He asked hastily. A lot of people, right at the borderline. Namikaze Minato thought for a moment. Shen Sheng said. It seems that the civil strife in Kurigakure is over, and the new Mizukage ordered to join the war in order to divert the conflict. It should be. Han Guang agreed. When the new Mizukage takes office, his status cannot be stabilized all at once, coupled with the impact of civil strife, so the conflict has to be transferred to other ninja villages. And going to war with the outside world is undoubtedly the best way. I'll report to the third generation right away. You also prepare, we may be going to the battlefield. Namikaze Minato turned and left. Watching teacher Minato leave, Han Guang started a new test. He came to the Anbu base and walked into the storage room. Taking a stack of detonating symbols and kunai, he left the base and returned to the back mountain. Let's start with the detonator first. Pulling out a detonating talisman, Han Guang began to imbue his will. This time, what he infused was the will to float. Under the will, Han Guang injected a little more chakra. Next, Han Guang threw the detonator. Mid-air, the detonating symbol swayed left and right, but it didn't land on the ground, but floated in the air out of thin air. Touching his chin, Han Guang took it back and added a will to fly. This time, he threw out the detonator. Whoosh, I saw that the detonating talisman floated first, and then flew out. After a while, the detonator spontaneously ignited and exploded in the air. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Seeing this scene, Han Guang was thoughtful. I didn't detonate the detonating talisman, but the detonating talisman exploded by itself. Because it's too fragile, can't bear double will, Han Guang speculates. It is not difficult to verify this. He took a handful of kunai and infused the double will again. Whoosh, compared with the speed of the detonating talisman, kunai's speed is obviously much faster, flying out at extreme speed. Under the connection of will, Guodong beckoned. In midair, kunai turned abruptly and flew back. Sensing the exhaustion of chakra, Han Guang knew it. 3 times. 0. This kunai can only fly 3 times, and the chakra inside will be exhausted. If you calculate it, this Kuwu Zuyuan can fly for about a mile. Thinking of this, Han Guang suddenly had a very good idea. Kunai's volume is too small. Once it flies out, it will face the problem of not being able to replenish chakra. As long as I step on the sword, can I replenish chakra at any time? He, Hokage, has not received any news about this matter, but Namikaze Minato has already received it. At this moment, a great sense of crisis rose in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Looking at the sword, Han Guang was very satisfied. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, and next, he impatiently began to pour his will. A light flashed in his eyes, and Han Guang ran to the Anbu base again. I can find a long sword instead. Hokage office. Who is Hokage? Yes, Namikaze Minato Kaido. In this way, I can fly with the sword. After lowering his head in thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen had an inexplicable look in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked after hearing Minato's report. After searching for a long time in the storage room, he finally found a suitable long sword. You mean, you sent Mist Ninja to raid the border through a secret channel? The straight sword is much more suitable than other swords. Chapter 150 Danzo. Han Guang, I must kill you. Please customize. Hokage office. Namikaze Minato stood where he was. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head in thought. The atmosphere fell into silence. A long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, worried. Minato, since the Mist Ninja is also participating in the battle, it may be difficult to defend against the Uchiha clan alone. Speaking of this, he sighed and said earnestly, you set off immediately to support the Uchiha clan on the border. Hearing this order, Namikaze Minato looked surprised. You clearly agreed to escort the third generation to the country of grass to negotiate, so why do you have to fight the Mist Ninja by yourself in the blink of an eye? But it was urgent, so he didn't think much about it. I apply to bring Han Guang. Namikaze Minato made a suggestion. As long as Han Guang is around, Minato believes that he will soon be able to repel the attack of Mist Ninja. No, I plan to send Han Guang, 263, to the land of grass to negotiate. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and refused, telling the arrangement for Han Guang. Let him go alone to negotiate with Rock Shinobi. Namikaze Minato looked strange. That's right, all right. To be honest, Namikaze Minato feels that third generation may not know how outrageous Han Guang's negotiations are. Have Han Guang go to the land of grass to talk to Tsuchikage. There is a high probability that the talks will collapse. Leave Hokage's office. Namikaze Minato came to the back mountain, but did not see Han Guang. I wanted to tell Han Guang, but I don't know where he went. Shaking his head, Namikaze Minato left. Anbu base. When Han Guang learned that he was going to negotiate with the land of grass, he was stunned. Are you sure that third generation will let me go alone? Looking at White Zetsu, Han Guang further confirmed. Yes, third Hokage said that he wants to sit in the village and ask you to represent him. White Zetsu asked respectfully. It seems that third generation is very relieved of me. Han Guang touched his chin. By the way, where is Mr. Minato? Han Guang is going to take Mr. Minato with him. Namikaze Minato has left the village. Oh, after thinking about it, Han Guang guessed the whereabouts of teacher Minato. With a high probability, it was sent to the Mist Ninja battlefield by the third generation. Third generation, this waste, can't let me stay in peace for a while, the old TM assigned me a task. After cursing, Han Guang took the play and left. Throwing the long sword into the air, Han Guang jumped up and onto the long sword. Whoosh, the long sword pierced the sky and flew towards the country of grass at high speed. The eastern border of the Kingdom of Fire. A bare hilltop. Danzo stood on the top of the hill, looking at the battlefield in the distance. Danzo, you are very good. Can you convince 4th Mizukage to raid the border of Fire Nation? Uchiha Madara came over and gave a rare compliment. What is this? I'm good at negotiating. Danzo looked proud. He continued. Also, I also know that Kurigakure has captured 3 tails and is ready to put them on the battlefield. Oh, already captured. No wonder the Mist Ninja dared to attack. Uchiha Madara looked surprised. Immediately, regret appeared on his face. It's a pity, if you could join me earlier, then the previous plan to siege Konoha should have been successful. Hearing Madara's words, an imperceptible sneer crossed the corner of Danzo's mouth. In Danzo's view, the aged Uchiha Madara has lost most of his strength and can only count on Konoha with these intrigues. Just such an old thing from the old era, how dare you say that you can make yourself stronger? Where the FK do you get your confidence from? Do you really think that I, Danzo, are fooling around? As if sensing Danzo's thoughts, Madara suddenly turned her head and looked at Danzo. Danzo, do you think that I should be eliminated by the times? Danzo froze. How could Madara know her own mind? You think you're smart enough to destroy Konoha village, don't you? Madara continued, isn't it? Danzo asked back, you're really stupid, Danzo. Madara shook her head regretfully. What did you say? Danzo's face darkened. Call me stupid, how the hell are you so smart? You have been hiding for so many years, what is the difference between you and a mouse? Seeing Danzo's reaction, Uchiha Madara sighed. Why do you think your roots will betray you? Madara began to torture her soul. That's not my subordinate, it's Anbu's Zero. Group workers in disguise. You are wrong, your roots have been slaughtered by Han Guang long ago. Uchiha Madara said surprisingly. Han Guang, impossible. Danzo shook his head, not believing the fact. Han Guang is his undercover agent. Although he was forced to obey Anbu Luli, he was still his subordinate. Said Han Guang slaughtered the roots. How can this be? Zizi. At this moment, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground. Master Madara, the latest information from the land of grass. Oh, Uchiha Madara opened the scroll and scanned the contents. Hee, Danzo, let's see for yourself. With a sneer, Madara threw the scroll over. Snapped. Taking the scroll, Danzo browsed quickly. And his complexion became more and more ugly. Han Guang, he actually wiped out Rock Shinobi's elite army by himself. Danzo couldn't believe it. In his impression, Han Guang's strength is at best at the level of Jonin. Even with wood style in hand, Han Guang's combat power is not much higher. After all, the other party is only 12 years old. Field, Uchiha Madara continued to hit Danzo with a sneer on his face. Danzo, do you think you treat Han Guang as an undercover agent, and he is your man? Ridiculous. You never knew how treacherous and 0.1 powerful this brat is. You naively thought that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who kicked you out of Konoha. Actually, it was this brat's handwriting. As Madara's words fell, Danzo felt his heart being repeatedly pricked by sharp needles. He never dreamed that the one who kicked him out of the village would be his gold medal undercover agent. Can't help it. Danzo thought Orochimaru defected. Think of the big explosion in the back mountain. Thinking of the routes being intercepted by the Uchiha family. And, he was chased and killed by a team led by Uchiha Fugaku. Han Guang, I must kill you. At this moment, Danzo's face showed an unconcealable killing intent. He swore that Han Guang must be skinned and cramped. Chapter 151. Han Guang flies away. Han Guang. I don't like it when you stand and talk to me. Please customize. Today's Obito is an anomaly. He made a big circle around the village and gathered all the 9th class together. Hey, Obito, what do you have to say directly? Why do you have to be so mysterious? Anko shouted with dissatisfaction. Weird. Kakashi crossed his arms and spoke briefly. Before anyone could complain, Obito cleared his throat. Then he said, let me tell you, I saw a person flying away from the back mountain in the morning. Class 9. A group of people were speechless. You have been doing it for a long time just to say this. Aren't you awake? Think birds are people. Anko pouted. That's not a bird, it must be a person. I still know who it is. Obito explained hastily. Who? Anko asked back. It's Han Guang. Obito affirmed. Cut. A group of people don't believe it. Seeing that no one believes in himself, Tien has. I went to find Han Guang just now, but he's not in the village. As the words of Obito 09 fell, Kakashi reacted. Are you sure it was Han Guang who flew away? It must be him. I can see it clearly. Obito nodded. Then look for Han Guang. If he is not in the village, it may be him. Kakashi made a judgment. To be honest, he already kind of believed in the belt. Kakashi, you don't really believe it, do you? Anko looked contemptuous. Then he said, Han Guang doesn't know ninjutsu. Could it be that he can fly away with wood style? Facing Anko's question, Kakashi shook his head. Actually, it's not difficult to find out if it's Han Guang. Do you have a way to prove it? Several people asked. Just ask White Zetsu. Anbu base. The 9th class came to the base hall. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw the avatar of White Zetsu carrying ninja gear. Kunai, shuriken, short sword, tadao, and even a few heavy swords. You guys are here, hurry up and help me move things. Luli was pleasantly surprised. Why did you move the ninja tools out of the secret room? Class 9 was a little confused. I want to help Lord Han Guang find something. Luli said truthfully. Looking for what? Handsome ninja gear. White Zetsu described it. Class 9 was speechless. Ninja gear, and handsome ones. You can just make a set of ninja costumes. By the way, where is Han Guang? Kakashi asked. Master Han Guang flew to the land of grass to negotiate with Tsuchikage. Hearing the words of White Zetsu, Class 9 believed. Real. Obito wasn't lying. Han Guang really flew away. Country of grass. Kenjiro didn't dare to take a breath. His plump body was pressed against the corner of the wall, carefully looking at the figure in front of him. Are you Kenjiro? The short figure asked. You can just call me Little Wolf. Kenjiro promised. Your intelligence is very good. It was from you that Han Guang destroyed my rock shinobi troops. Onoki said slowly, with an inexplicable tone in his tone. Hearing Tsuchikage's words, Kenjiro cursed in his heart. Obviously, he was betrayed by his peers. If it weren't for this, Tsuchikage would never have come to find him. Well, I also bought the information from Han Guang at a high price. Kenjiro bit the bullet and moved Han Guang out. That's all he could say, otherwise he was worried that he would be shot to death by Tsuchikage. Empty the hotel. I will negotiate with Hokage here later. Onoki waved his hand, ignoring Kenjiro. Okay, I'll do it right away. Kenjiro nodded hurriedly, but before he could move, several rock shinobi rushed in. Boom, bang, bark. The guests in the hotel were thrown out. The speed was so fast that Kenjiro was stunned. It's too overbearing. Han Guang pays for the accommodation, and you rock shinobi drive the guests away. Kenjiro greeted the 18 generations of Tsuchikage ancestors 100 times in his heart. No wonder rock shinobi died, so many people deserved it. What are you still doing? Why don't you hurry up and prepare lunch? A rock shinobi glanced at Kenjiro with a threatening tone. Kenjiro ran away quickly. At this time, a guard walked up to Onoki. Master Tsuchikage, all the surrounding streets are on alert. Yeah, Onoki nodded and turned to the front desk. He bent down and took out a large handful of scrolls from under the counter, and began to examine them. After reading several pieces of information in a row, Onoki lost interest. It seems that this Kenjiro should have some kind of deal with Han Guang. After thinking about it, he made a judgment. According to other intelligence dealers, the original Uchiha Madara information also flowed out from Kenjiro. This is enough to prove that this chubby fat man has a connection with Han Guang from Konoha village. It is precisely because of this that Ino chose this place for the negotiation. His purpose is simple, that is to intimidate Kenjiro, who also became a partner of Rock Shinobi. In this way, he will be able to learn the latest information about Han Guang at the first time. Boom. Suddenly, there was a dull noise in the street. Onoki frowned, and the 4 guards rushed out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as they rushed out, the 4 of them flew back one after another. This is Physique 367. Looking at the blood hole on the guard's body, Onoki looked serious. Third Hokage is coming. Han Guang smiled, showing his white teeth. Han Guang looked surprised and walked into the hotel. What did you say? Onoki narrowed his eyes. Hearing Han Guang's words, Onoki was dumbfounded. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Tread. Next moment. Han Guang, let's avoid the trick of turning black and white. Where's Sarutobi Hiruzen? Onoki said in a deep voice. It was the first time he saw such a shameless brat. Look at your short figure, third Tsuchikage. Han Guang glanced at the other party. He has authorized me to negotiate matters, you can talk to me. A figure walked into the hotel. Are you, Wood-style Han Guang? Onoki's pupils narrowed sharply. He had read the information on Han Guang many times, and he was already deeply impressed by the boy's face. I just said that something is wrong on the street. So the hotel has changed people. Then, he flicked the dust off his body, and said lightly, just now you rock shinobi attacked me, you have to give me a satisfactory explanation. Speaking of this, he continued, however, I don't like you talking to me standing up. No, is it Raikage coming? Chapter 152 Onoki's Shame and Disgrace. He was hung up by Han Guang and slapped. Please customize. Han Guang's words successfully brought the atmosphere in the field to the bottom. Wood-style Han Guang, you are not very old, but your tone is not small. Onoki spit out these words with a sullen face. This brat is too arrogant, and he is going to give himself a blow before he has negotiated. Really, I'm already humble. Han Guang spread his hands and walked towards the other party. Want to use physical skills at close range. Onaji's eyes were fixed, and chakra burst out immediately. Zizi, a large amount of rock condensed on his arm, turning into a rock arm. Oh, if you are like this, then I will not be polite. Han Guang smiled, and his body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Next moment, he appeared on Onoki's face and put his hand on the opponent's shoulder. Your speed. Onoki's pupils shrank suddenly, his face paled in shock. This kid is too fast. There is still an afterimage in place, and the main body teleports in front of me. What the hell kind of speed is this? Click. Han Guang's palm was slightly forceful, crushing the opponent's shoulder. Rock. Han Guang was a little surprised. He has to admit that this Tsuchikage really has a set. On the surface, only the arms are covered with rocks, but in fact, there are rocks on the shoulders. Onoki moved. The rock-covered arm swung out, hitting Han Guang directly on the head. Rock fist. Snapped. Han Guang blocked the blow casually, and his strength exploded. Bang. Suddenly, the rock crumbled. Onoki's body staggered and was hit by a huge force. Thump, thump. His body kept retreating to defuse the impact. You're too weak. I haven't used my strength yet. Han Guang shook his head, his face full of disappointment. Too arrogant. Onoki took a deep breath, ready to go all out. Han Guang, you are the strongest physique I have ever seen. But, do you really think that you can defeat me with physique? Stop babbling, hurry up and show your full strength. Han Guang waved his hand impatiently. With this time, you should make a move. Then I'll let you see my full strength. Onoki jumped up with a fighting spirit. He wants to fly into the air and use the dust escape to kill Xiao Yu. But the next moment, an accident happened. Onoki jumped up and smashed through the roof, and then Joe came down. How so? Onoki stood up with a shocked expression on his face. I can obviously fly, why did I fall down? This is your full strength. Han Guang glanced at the other party with a sneer in his voice. It was just an accident. Onoki made an excuse and jumped up again. Poof, he fell and ate shit. At the stairs on the second floor, Kenjiro peeked at this scene and almost rolled down laughing. I thought Tsuchikage was so strong, that's all. Kenjiro suddenly felt that he could also beat Tsuchikage. Field. Onoki got up and stared at Han Guang. It was you did it, right? He has already determined in his heart that it must be Han Guang's tricks. You touched my shoulder just now, you must have performed some kind of sealing technique on me. You talk too much nonsense. Han Guang lost his patience and punched Onoki. Call. At this moment, a terrifying wind suddenly rose up, instantly evacuating the surrounding air. Onoki's breathing stopped suddenly. He was horrified to find that he couldn't breathe. Under the huge pressure difference, the air outside the store rushed towards the store crazily. The second floor stairway. Kenjiro hugged the stairs, feeling a hurricane pushing himself behind. Boom. The hotel made a loud noise and shook violently. Several load-bearing pillars cracked. Now, a big pit appeared on the ground of the store, and there was a big wild tree half buried in the soil inside. Dead. Kenjiro was dumbfounded. Isn't this Tsuchikage too good? Was he punched to death by Han Guang? Compared to Kenjiro's reaction, Han Guang shook his head. Hiding under the dirt clone for so long, you don't think I don't know. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. As soon as Han Guang finished speaking, Onoki's voice sounded. A white light shot out from the pit and hit Han Guang straight. The white light bombarded Han Guang's body, hitting directly. Is it finished? Onoki's face was overjoyed, and he found that Han Guang was gone. Zizi. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He felt that his feet could not move, as if they were bound by plants. Looking down at the entangled branches, Onoki's heart was half cold. Is he not dead? Whoosh. The branches meandered out, hanging Onoki upside down in the hotel. You are too weak. Han Guang's voice sounded slowly, appearing behind Onoki. Snapped. With a slap, the Ono wooden fan on his back was straightened, and Guang quickly pulled out a wooden chair. You put me down. With his brain buzzing, Onoki did not forget to maintain Tsuchikage's dignity. Want to come down? Then it depends on the next negotiation, whether it can satisfy me. Han Guang crossed his legs and spoke lightly. Then you turn me over here. Onoki shouted again, his face was bloodshot. As I said just now, you can't talk to me standing up. The reason is sufficient. Thump, thump, thump. At this time, Kenjiro ran down from the second floor, holding a lunch in his hand. Han Guang, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What ninja is this? Master Tsuchikage. As soon as this sentence was finished, several people fell to the ground. He saw that a straight sword pierced his subordinate's chest out of thin air, and then the straight sword flew over and landed in front of Han Guang. Kenjiro. Han Guang nodded his head, the one who got the money. Snapped. Puff puff. Then he put his lunch on it. Winking, Kenjiro ran back to the second floor. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Onoki's eyes widened, and his heart was turned upside down. Talk while eating. Han Guang slapped Onoki again. He picked up the front desk and moved it in front of Han Guang. At this moment, Kenjiro felt extremely honored and full of strength. Don't look around. Next, the negotiation begins. At this time, several rock shinobi rushed into the shop. Chapter 153 The sincere negotiation between Han Guang and Onoki. Countdown to Sarutobi Hiruzen stepping down. Please customize. Inside the hotel, Han Guang and Onoki started negotiations. Of course, Han Guang was sitting while Onoki was hanging upside down. You rock shinobi raided the frontiers of the Fire Nation first. After that, I went to negotiate with you, but I was besieged by thousands of people. Tsuchikage, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I can only go to Iwagakure to solve it myself. Han Guang crossed his legs and spoke slowly. He wasn't worried about Onoki's refusal to admit it, because the other party couldn't bear the consequences. We can form an alliance. Onoki responded, shaking his head. His head was dizzy badly. After being slapped twice by Han Guang, Onoki's brain is still buzzing. Keep talking. Han Guang gestured. After the alliance, Iwagakure, will not attack the Nation of Fire again. Onoki promised. But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened. I see. Han Guang raised his right hand. Wait a minute, Onoki yelled hastily. You still have your last words. Han Guang's hand paused. Not attacking the Fire Nation is just the foundation. We rock shinobi will attack Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, Onoki added. Hearing Tsuchikage's words, Han Guang touched his chin. Rock shinobi attack Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. The reason? Han Guang asked. Because we were cheated by Cloud Shinobi. Onoki was full of 247 anger and gave the reason. He is telling the truth. I was indeed deceived by Raikage. Back then, Cloud Shinobi Chen Bing Tenguo was the first to encounter Han Guang. As a result, Cloud Shinobi didn't reveal Han Guang's strength. They even sent messengers to urge Rock Shinobi to raid the Land of Fire. This is obviously cheating himself. Until the tripartite alliance later, Cloud Shinobi still didn't say anything. It is precisely because of this that the elite troops of Rock Shinobi were wiped out by Han Guang. If he had known that Han Guang had such a terrifying strength, Onoki would never have allowed Rock Shinobi to raid the border of the Land of Fire. Plop. Onoki was put down. Jumping up from the ground, Onoki rubbed his swollen face. It seems that our negotiation is going well. Han Guang stood up and said sharply. Then AJDF, that is, he waved his hand. Whoosh, the straight sword floated and flew to the front. Wait a minute, Onoki said again. Han Guang turned his head. Just now, you obviously fell into my dust trap, why are you okay? Onoki looked puzzled. That's just my wood clone. Han Guang explained. Wood clone. Hearing this explanation, Onoki looked dull. Doesn't that mean that the one who slapped me just now was only Han Guang's avatar? Although he didn't exert his full strength, Han Guang didn't seem to exert his full strength. Ignoring Onoki's reaction, let Hikaru stand on the straight sword. Wait a minute, Onoki suddenly said again. You better have a reasonable reason. Han Guang frowned. Can you lift the seal on me? I can't fly anymore, Onoki said bravely. You can fly, Han Guang said lightly. Then, the straight sword lifted into the air, piercing through the air. In situ, Onoki's expression was complicated. He tried to control the body to fly. As a result, it really flew. At this moment, Onoki was extremely shocked. With just one sentence from Han Guang, he can fly again. What the hell kind of ability is this? Thump, thump, thump. At this time, Kenjiro ran down from the second floor. Master Tsuchikage, please settle the fee. Kenjiro was neither humble nor overbearing, without the previous fear. What did you say? Onoki was taken aback, as if he had heard a joke. I can't beat Han Guang, but now even an intelligence dealer looks down on me. Han Guang will also pay for the purchase of information. Master Tsuchikage, you will not renege on your debt, will you? Kenjiro reminded. You are very good, Onoki said with a blank expression. Throwing over a purse, Onoki opened his mouth quietly. Today's negotiations are highly confidential. You should be very aware of the consequences of leaking out. I understand that, Kenjiro Kaido. He did not listen to the negotiation between Han Guang and Tsuchikage. Kenjiro knew that this kind of content must not be eavesdropped. Once leaked, let alone Tsuchikage, Han Guang will not let himself go. Evening, a beam of sword light descended from the sky and landed in Konoha village. How? It's Han Guang. The 9th class collectively sat on the roof and witnessed this miraculous scene. It's really him. Anko was surprised. How did Han Guang suddenly stand on the sword and fly? Lin thought it was amazing. I really want to fly too. Azuki Shion looked yearning. Han Guang has gone to the Hokage building. When he comes out, I'll let him take me around first. Obito was eager to try. I remember you are afraid of heights. Kakashi asked. Then he said, for this kind of thing, it is more appropriate for me to be the first one. Wait a minute, and me? Yamato raised his hand. Hokage office. Han Guang briefly explained the content of the negotiation. What did you say? Onoki promised to attack Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. Hearing the result of the negotiation, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't believe it, his jaw almost dropped in shock. When did Onoki become so talkative? The report is over, I'm leaving first. Han Guang dropped this sentence, turned his head and left. Wait a minute, Hikari. Sarutobi Hiruzen said hastily. Throwing the scroll over, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed sad. Han Guang opened his mouth quietly. Lousy just came back, didn't take a sip of water. UFG asked me to go on a mission again. What could have been pointed at the topic directly, has been made to go around in a big circle. Sand Shinobi retreated to the country of rivers. Isn't that a good thing? Third generation, it seems that you are very imposing in the seat of Hokage. It is indeed a good thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Look at this. Han Guang frowned. Taking the scroll, Han Guang glanced at the content on it. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Immediately, he sighed. Anything else? Han Guang frowned. Han Guang, for the sake of the village, you have to run the Mist Ninja battlefield again. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sad. What do you want to say? Han Guang was getting impatient. Snapped. He disliked third generation's oblique approach. Now Sand Shinobi retreats, and Rock Shinobi also commits to the alliance. The rest is Cloud Shinobi and Sharen. Chapter 154 Han Guang. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I can poke you to death with one finger. Please customize. Hokage office. Following Han Guang's sarcasm, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly changed. He never dreamed that Han Guang would actually mock himself. Han Guang, watch your words. Knocking on the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded in a deep voice. Pay attention to you numbness, pay attention. Han Guang snapped back. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen is unbelievable, and the voice is rich. Did I hear wrong? Han Guang insulted himself face to face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you send me missions every FG day, are you impatient? Han Guang's tone was extremely domineering, without any respect. Speaking of this, he stepped forward and knocked the table flying. You kind of deserve to be a Hokage too. You drafted the 5 Great Ninja Village Agreement, and you also proposed the Integrity Treaty with Cloud Shinobi. Have you been kicked out of your head by a donkey? As Hokage, have you accomplished something? Han Guang looked straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen and accused him face to face. No mercy. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared, angry. You what you think Lousy must listen to you? Han Guang shook his head. He held out a finger. Then said, believe it or not, I can stab you to death with one finger. Office door. The 9th class who had just walked outside the door were dumbfounded. They originally came to wait for Han Guang, to experience the feeling of flying. As a result, I heard such a terrible thing. Han Guang, this is the 3rd Hokage. Obito was terrified and trembling. Although he knew that Han Guang was courageous, there was a reason for it. Killing 3rd Hokage with one finger. Is Han Guang drunk? He's as courageous as ever. Kakashi was so convinced that he almost knelt down. Han Guang dared to say such words. It is impossible for anyone in the village to hate 3rd generation so much. I feel like something big is going to happen. Lin whispered. Remove the feeling. Something big will happen. Anko pouted. I think we are going to defect. Azuki Shion reminded. Then where are we going to escape? Meet Danzo. Yamato said weakly. Let's listen, maybe there is a turning point. Kakashi suggested. Several people stretched their ears and listened carefully. Han Guang, I have to admit, you are a young genius. It's a pity. You ignore the biggest factor. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a stern face and a confident tone. Oh, Han Guang almost laughed out loud. Then tell me, what did I overlook? He motioned for the other party to continue. You'll know right away, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Immediately, he beckoned to the air. Swish, an Anbu appears. Assemble Anbu immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order. Result, Anbu didn't move. Didn't you hear? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat, feeling that something was wrong. Shabi, Anbu said coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 9th class outside the door. Both groups of people were dumbfounded. What did you just say? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a low voice with his complexion darkened. I said you're a shabby. Anbu repeated. After speaking, he stood behind Han Guang, and Tupo was extremely respectful. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood. If he doesn't understand this, then Hokage is in vain. Han Guang, you actually controlled Anbu. Control Anbu. Han Guang shook his head again. His hand stretched out like lightning, and grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. 3rd generation, you have to thank me. Thanks for still following the rules. Otherwise, you would have gone to the previous 2 generations of Hokage. Bark. Throwing Sarutobi Hiruzen to the ground casually, Han Guang sat on the chair. I can hang on Onoki with a wood-style clone. How many do you think you can withstand? Glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the ground, Han Guang said indifferently. You defeated Onoki with Wood Clone. Hearing this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was agitated. Onoki's Dust Dungeon is extremely powerful and can fly, but it can't defeat Han Guang's Wood Clone. Impossible. He shook his head vigorously, not believing that Han Guang was so powerful. Oh, Han Guang raised his legs, and a smile crossed the corner of his mouth. 0. Seeking flowers. T. Staring straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Han Guang spit out these 2 words. At this moment, a strong will pressed against Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the air around him was engulfed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just stood up, changed his face drastically. At this moment, he felt an irresistible pressure coming from all directions. The pressure on the top of the head is particularly terrifying. Click, his knees slammed, and he knelt directly on the ground. What is your ability? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyeballs almost popped out. In Han Guang's words, Rin suppressed himself and couldn't move. Is it a spell? It seems that you are worse than Onoki. Han Guang looked disappointed. Onoki could resist for a while, but when he returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he couldn't even resist. You knelt before I even made a move. Useless thing. Standing up, Guogong didn't even look at each other. When he reached the door, he kicked the door away and walked out. Warm. Seeing Han Guang walking out, Spain was taken aback. You have been eavesdropping for so long, don't you feel very exciting? After glancing at a few people, Han Guang spoke quietly. Yes, it was too exciting. Obito's face was stiff and tense. I thought you were going to fight Hokage. Enko pouted. I've let you down. He knelt down before hitting him. Han Guang spread his hands. He won't just keep kneeling like this. Lin asked. No. Han Guang shook his head. Although he forcibly suppressed Sarutobi Hiruzen with his will, there is no chakra synchronization after all. In this case, Han Guang's will dissipate soon. What next? Kakashi asked. What should I do? Go back to sleep, of course. Han Guang yawned. He wasn't worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen's revenge. Because, once the other party retaliates against him, it would be reasonable for him to destroy the Sarutobi clan. Captain, don't we have to run away? Yamato asked weakly. Run. Han Guang flicked Yamato's head. Konoha is my home, why should I run? Chapter 155, Difficult Brother. Han Guang's flying artifacts wholesale. Please customize. Anger. Immense anger. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with intense anger. He knelt in the office, trembling all over. Stand up. Let me get up. After shouting angrily, he broke through the restraints and finally stood up. Taking a long breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fists were clenched. Han Guang, you are lawless. I will make you pay for it. Cursing continuously in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen vented the humiliation just now. He never imagined that Han Guang was so powerful. He should have suppressed me by virtue of his own will. As an ninjutsu professor, Sarutobi Hiruzen guessed what Han Guang just did. Pure spiritual will, but the problem is that such a strong will, 630, can only be possessed by the strong who have experienced many battles. Why does Han Guang have it? He is only 12 years old, how can his will be so terrifying? Thump, thump, thump. At this time, hurried footsteps came from the corridor, and Sarutobi Pill ran in. Master Hokage, Dao's secret letter. As soon as he handed over the secret letter, Sarutobi Pill was stunned. He saw that the desk in the office was gone, and only documents were scattered all over the floor. After taking over the secret letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be appointed. Danzo's secret letter. Seeing the familiar handwriting, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily scanned the above content. Hiruzen, we were cheated by Han Guang. He is not a loyal subordinate, but a rebellious boy wearing a loyal cloak. Han Guang was responsible for the big explosion in Haoshin. This led to Orochimaru's defection. He must be in cahoots with Uchiha. The route was intercepted by Uchiha, which is the information he leaked. Afterwards, I was intercepted by Uchiha, and this damn Han Guang betrayed me. You must be careful with your Anbu. Because the routes have been secretly controlled by Han Guang. Han Guang drove me out of the village, and it will be your turn next. If it's really not possible, you come to Uchiha Madara, and we will join hands to dominate the ninja world. Finally, I will give you a piece of advice. There is a member of your family named Sarutobi Pills. Kill him. That's an inauspicious name. Your best friend Danzo. After reading the secret letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed it to ashes. His face was gloomy and uncertain, and he turned to look at the tribe. Pills. Master Hokage. Sarutobi Pill looked respectful. You change your name. Warm. Sarutobi Pill was stunned, puzzled. This name was given by the parents themselves, why did they change it? Master Hokage, my name. If you are told to change it, do it. Why don't you hurry up? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. Get out. Yao Wan muttered inwardly, and left quickly. The tribe left, and Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. He must find a way to deal with Han Guang, otherwise, he will be dealt with. In terms of strength, he no longer has to think about it. The only way is to suppress Han Guang with righteousness and public opinion. As long as he occupies the righteousness and makes everyone stand on his side, no matter how strong Han Guang is, it will not help. Because, Han Guang will be ostracized by everyone. I don't believe it, you dare to kill everyone in the village. With an idea in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his confidence. In terms of internal fighting, he has never been afraid of anyone. In the yard, Han Guang lay on a wooden chair. The 9th class surrounded him in a circle, staring at him with big bright eyes. Hey, you were looking at me like that, how can I sleep? Han Guang was speechless. Han Guang, we just want to experience the feeling of flying. Kakashi said, yes, as long as you take me to fly, I'll leave right away. Daicho echoed. Glancing at these two guys, Han Guang glanced at the others. Obviously, these people have this idea. Sitting up from the chair, Han Guang waved. Whoosh, a straight sword came through the air and floated in front of several people. So amazing. Let the straight sword float in the air, how did you do it? Han Guang, where did you get this artifact from? All the eyes of the 9th class were shining, and the holiday was about to flow out. They have never seen a straight sword that can fly. Seeing the reactions of several people, Han Guang smiled and waved again. The straight sword circled in midair and stuck to the ground. Actually, this is a flying artifact that I spent a lot of money on. Han Guang said surprisingly. The voice just fell. The eyes of everyone in class 9 lit up. Han Guang, you mean, you built this artifact? Kakashi asked hastily. That's right. Han Guang nodded. Then can you build a second one? Of course. Han Guang didn't deny it. Then, he showed embarrassment. However, if I want to build a second one, I will have to spend a huge price. My father left me 37 million taels. Is it enough? Kakashi directly showed his cards. Field. Hearing the number of 37 million taels, class 9 was shocked. Obviously, Kakashi raised the difficulty to the abyss level from the very beginning, almost blocking the back road of others. Kakashi, you are too much. This is a magic weapon, how can it be measured by money? Obito looked contemptuous and disagreed with Kakashi's behavior. Han Guang briefly explained the flying artifact. After all, you have to stand on it to fly, and if the area is larger, it will not be easy to fall off. Next, the last point, the material must be hard. Don't worry, let's see how Han Guang helped Kakashi build it. Obito stabilized his hand and comforted the others. 5.737 million taels. Yeah, Kakashi, what should we do if you do this? Anko was also dissatisfied. After listening to Han Guang's words, Kakashi nodded. Well, okay, since you are so sincere, Kakashi, I will help you tailor a flying artifact. Han Guang reluctantly nodded. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Han Guang hasn't made a condition yet, so you just do it. How does this get other people to do it? Even if they put together everyone's money, it's not enough. Leaving this sentence behind, Kakashi jumped over the wall and disappeared. This kind of artifact doesn't have to be a straight sword. It can be something else. I'll go back and get the materials and money. I'll be right back. It's too damn expensive. Chapter 156. Class 9's group dress up is in progress. Please customize. In the yard, Han Guang looked strange. The 9th class was all speechless. I saw Kakashi walking in with a broad sword on his back. The broad knife is about 20 centimeters wide and more than 1 meter long. This is a big sword that my father once captured, is this okay? Putting the knife on the ground, Kakashi asked. Hey, Kakashi, are you going too far? Yu couldn't help shouting. Han Guang's straight sword is only as big as it is, and you just made a big sword out of it. This area is worth several straight swords. Just looking at the area of the blade, it is indeed not easy to fall off when flying. You're making it difficult for me, Kakashi. Han Guang hesitated. Crash. Kakashi took out a stack of large bills from his pocket and handed them over. Okay, I'll give it a try. Han Guang took the banknote and put it in his pocket, and stood up. Everyone, give way, Han Guang is about to start. Obito maintained order in a timely manner and made several people retreat. Next, Han Guang picked up the big knife and looked it over carefully. The material is really good. Nodding his head, his O9 will was poured into the blade and buried. Under the double will of floating and flying, the blade hummed. Finally, Han Guang enters chakra, which activates the flying characteristic of the broadsword. Okay, after clapping their hands, Han Guang gestured. Is that all right? Class 9 was stunned. What did Han Guang do just now? He took a big knife and looked at it. It's only been a few seconds, 37 million taels will be in hand. Ignoring the reactions of Obito and the others, Han Guang began to explain how to use it. Kakashi, connect with chakra, and you can communicate with the flying will in the blade. One thing you have to watch out for. Don't forget to feed chakra while flying on the knife. Otherwise, the chakra in the blade will be exhausted at that time, you will fall, and you will be responsible if you fall to death. After a few words of advice, Han Guang sat back on the wooden chair. Field. Kakashi thought about Han Guang's words first, and then he walked to Dadaojung. Infusing chakra into the feet, Kakashi communicated the will to fly in the blade. I see, this is floating and flying. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly realized. Rise. Under the connection of will, the blade floated up. It's floating. Obito and the others looked surprised. This is the first time they see people other than Han Guang floating up. Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi's momentum changed suddenly, and he spit out his name. Then, he pointed forward, fly. Whoosh. The big knife rushed out quickly, like an arrow leaving the string. Poof. The knife flew out, but Kakashi stopped and fell straight down. Cut. Obito looked contemptuous. You use the chakra on your feet to attach to the knife. Lin reminded. That's right, this can fall, thanks to you being a genius. Anko also curled his lips. Obviously, Kakashi just used chakra to communicate with the will in the blade, and then removed the chakra on his feet. In this way, it's no wonder he didn't fall off. I'm just testing it. Kakashi patted the dirt on his body with a stubborn face. He stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers towards the sky. The big knife turned rapidly in midair, and flew back with a swish. This can also control the big knife. Obito and the others suddenly realized. It seems that as long as the will to fly is activated, it can be manipulated in the air. Enko said to himself. Indeed, but make sure there is enough chakra in the blade. Han Guang added. Hearing his words, several people nodded repeatedly. After a while, Kakashi Mito flew around the yard several times. Others who saw this were envious. Tread. When Kakashi jumped to the ground, he moved his 2 fingers, and the big knife flipped several times in the air, and stuck it on the ground in front of Kakashi. Sure enough, it's an artifact. Can't help but praise. Kakashi is very satisfied. Of course, I worked hard to help you build this. Han Guang said. All I know is that you earned 37 million taels in less than 10 seconds. Enko rolled his eyes. Hey, Enko, I expended a lot of energy. What you see is only the surface. Han Guang explained seriously. Han Guang, can everything fly? Obito leaned over and asked. Of course, but the material must be hard. Han Guang nodded. Okay, you wait for me. Obito clenched his fist and ran away like flying. Seeing this scene, the others understood that Wang was about to make a flying artifact. After all, the allure of flying is too great. Wait a minute, does Obito have that much money? Enko looked puzzled. Shouldn't there be? Lin also thought it was unlikely. I think you all underestimate him. If Obito needs money, he can really raise it. Kakashi reminded. Warm. Enko couldn't believe it. That's 37 million taels. Where will Obito get it? Your 20's eyes are still stuck in the past. Han Guang shook his head with emotion. Then said. Now Obito is the baby of the Uchiha clan. Do you think Uchiha will help him with this money? When Han Guang said this, Enko and the others suddenly realized. Yes, Obito with wood style must be highly valued in the Uchiha clan. Oh, what can we do? Enko looked around the 2 sisters with a confused face. They don't have that much money, not even a fraction. Huh, where's that kid Yamato? Suddenly, Enko found that Yamato was missing. He must have taken the money, Kakashi said. No, where did he get the money? Enko looked puzzled. Yamato is only 6 years old, how could he have so much money? You guys underestimated Yamato too much. Han Guang said quietly. At the same time, root base, Yamato sneaked into a secret room. Master Danzo, you have betrayed the village, so it is reasonable for me to use your private money. Talking to himself, Yinhei's hands formed a mark. 4 hidden seals, unlock. On the wall, a hidden door suddenly appeared. Yamato pushed open the hidden door, revealing a large amount of banknotes. Chapter 157 Royal Sword Flying version 2.0 == Dancing Kongshu. Please customize. Obito is back. He carried a gate and ran into the yard. Vori, seeing this scene, no matter how calm Han Guang was, he couldn't help but swear. Obito, why are you carrying an iron door behind your back? Enko and the others were dumbfounded. Although you say you are afraid of heights, that's not the case, right? Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes. Bang. When the iron gate was on the ground, Obito looked smug. Han Guang, this is what you said, anything is fine. Saying that, Obito took out the banknote and put it in Han Guang's arms, for fear that the other party would regret it. Han Guang sighed and put away the banknote. He looked at the gate, then glanced at Obito. Obito, even if I can transform this door into a flying artifact, how will you carry it with you in the future? This is a very serious question. In the future, when Obito goes out, he can't carry the door behind his back, right? Hey, you don't have to worry about that. Obito looked mysterious. Then he urged. Hurry up, I'm still waiting for the test. Fine. Han Guang has no comment. After all, Obito is the customer, and the customer is God. Dual will infusion, output chakra activation. In just 3 seconds, the flying artifact was done. Okay, try it. Han Guang returned to the wooden chair and continued to lie flat. Is that all right? Obito looked suspicious. It's faster than Kakashi's time, will it work? Standing on the iron gate, Obito began to test. The iron gate trembled and slowly floated up. It's really warm. Obito looked surprised, stood on the iron gate and flew a few times at low altitude. He has a fear of heights, and the height of his flight is only 2 meters. After landing, now Wang was extremely satisfied. He took out a scroll from his arms and prepared to seal the iron gate inside. You still have the sealing scroll. Han Guang was surprised. This thing is very precious, where did you get it? Kakashi also asked. Hey, of course the patriarch gave it to me. Obito returned with a proud tone. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and Uchiha Fugaku rushed into the yard. Obito, you took down the family gate. What are you doing? Warm. The 9th class was speechless. Han Guang looked up at the sky and felt that the weather today was fine. A few minutes later, Uchiha Fugaku jumped from the iron gate, taking a U-turn in attitude. Obito, you're still not smart enough. Fugaku sighed. Huh. Obito looked confused. Since Han Guang can say anything, you should tell me earlier, and I will ask someone to build a giant iron gate. Speaking of which, Uchiha Fugaku looked regretful. If there is a giant iron gate that can fly, the Uchiha clan can stand on it and use it as a tool for traveling. Patriarch Fugaku, you can also find someone to build it now. Then come to me. Han Guang kindly reminded. Selling flying artifacts is a completely costless business for Han Guang, and in every flying artifact, there's the will of Han Guang. This means that as long as Han Guang is willing, it can be disabled at any time. Therefore, he is eager for many people to buy it. Well, if other people want to ask me to make it in the future, they must go through you. Han Guang glanced at several people and talked about a reward mechanism. Through your introduction, I can give you a 10% commission for every piece of flying artifact produced. Of course, only you. Hearing these words, the eyes of Anko and the others suddenly changed. Doesn't that mean that as long as I introduce 10 people, I can get it for free? Lin calculated with surprise. But do we know such rich people? Azuki Shion reminded. It doesn't seem to be true. Anko shook his head. The three girls began to worry again, while Uchiha Fugaku was overjoyed. He didn't say hello and ran away. Han Guang glanced at Anko and the three of them, and there was a gap between their eyes. The three girls were secretly delighted. Here I come, Captain. At this time, Yin ran in. He took out a large handful of banknotes, his face excited. I'm going to build a flying artifact. Yamato couldn't wait. Okay, where are your materials? Han Guang asked after collecting the banknotes. I'm the material. Yamato pointed at himself and said amazingly. Han Guang was stunned. This is really a talent. Didn't think of it myself. Yes, before he could prevent Onoki from flying, didn't he just pour his will into Onoki's body? My IQ was surpassed by Yamato. Han Guang was quite surprised. The human body can also be transformed. Kakashi looked shocked. Worried, this kid Yamato is so smart. Obito exclaimed, feeling that the iron door was not good for a moment. In full view, Han Guang infused Yamato with the will to float and fly. Immediately, he injected a little chakra, activating these two features. At this moment, Yamato felt as light as a swallow. He vaguely felt that he had gained the ability to fly. Ever since, Yamato followed this will and jumped up. Whoosh, his body floated into the air. Then, Yamato tried to fly some distance. After a while, he became more and more proficient. Up, down, left, right. This makes Obito and Kakashi sour. If I had known this earlier, I should have done it later. Kakashi's intestines were green with regret. Han Guang. Obito leaned over with a troubled look on his face. Can I return it? I also want to engrave my ability on my body. Obito looked hopeful. Refund is impossible. Yu Zhao's good can pay another 37 million taels, and I will help you engrave your ability on your body. Han Guang said lightly. Then, he changed the subject. You are the only ones who know about it now. I can give you some advice. Speak quickly, Obito urged. My suggestion is, you can sell your flying artifacts. Then take the money and come to me to transform your body. After Han Guang's words fell, Kakashi disappeared in a whoosh. Obito also fled in a flash. Yamato flew to the back mountain. Now, there were only 3 Ansheng left in the yard. Tell me, what do you 3 want to engrave your flying ability on? Body. The 3 girls spoke in unison. Are you sure? Han Guang looked strange. At this moment, he suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 158. Dead End. Han Guang. Who did I sleep with this time? Please customize. Evening. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped through the files of each family. After a long time, he raised his head and looked out the window with a slightly anxious expression. Why haven't you come back yet? In the afternoon, he sent people from the tribe to invite the patriarchs of the various tribes, but now it was getting dark, and no one came. Thump, thump. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, and Sarutobi Pill ran in. It's just that he was alone, and he didn't bring the patriarchs of various clans. Where are the patriarchs of the families? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. They all went to Han Guang's residence. What? Hearing this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Could it be that Han Guang contacted the various families first? Did you hear what they were talking about? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked hastily. They're going to buy the ability to fly. Pill Kaido. What flying ability? Hiruzen frowned. Just being able to fly. Sarutobi Pill explained a sentence. Han Guang can engrave the flying ability on the ninja equipment, and also on the body. It's amazing. Flying. Ninja gear. Can it be engraved on the body? Hearing this, Sarutobi 73 Hiruzen was dumbfounded. Could it be that Han Guang has mastered the dust escape? How is this possible? It's not dust escape. It's pure flying ability. Sarutobi Yaoan corrected a sentence. At this moment, he pointed out the window. Master Hokage, look. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back, dumbfounded. I saw that Hyuga Hiyashi was flying in the sky above the street, and the speed was quite fast. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood fell to the bottom. He originally wanted to unite all ethnic groups and exclude Han Guang. But now, this plan fell through before it was implemented. Master Hokage, our family should also buy the ability to fly. Sarutobi Pill looked yearning. Then he said, I just saw that the Uchiha clan engraved a large iron plate with the ability to fly, and many people can stand on it. Get lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily. Howled by Hokage. Sarutobi Pill looked dumbfounded. Did you say something wrong? All other races have bought it, so don't the Sarutobi clan buy it? Wait a moment. Just when he was about to roll, he was stopped again. Pill, have you changed your name? It has been changed. Oh, what did you change it to? Sarutobi Konohamaru. Hearing the name, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched violently. Sarutobi, sleepy Yi Chen. Muttering to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt tired for a while. Let's change the name back. Oh, Sarutobi Pill nodded, feeling that there was something wrong with the patriarch's mind. It was you who asked me to change my name, and you asked me to change it back after the change. Thump. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in front of the pill with an extremely dignified expression. Pill, I have something very important for you to do now. Okay. Pill's face turned serious, realizing that this was a big deal. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his voice, and 4 secret letters appeared in his hand. You bring a few clansmen and hand over the secret letter to the 4 shadows of the 4 great ninja villages. This. Sarutobi Pills look ugly. This task is difficult. You know, Konoha is currently being besieged by the 4 great ninja villages. Now go to send a secret letter to the leader of the enemy. Can you get this level? Yiwen, as long as you send the secret letter, I will transfer you to Anbu and be promoted to the post of captain of Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen drew a big cake. Swear to the death to complete the task. Yaoan said excitedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief after Sarutobi's pill left. For the sake of the village, it is also possible to pay some necessary price. Mumbling to himself, he looked out the window. Whoosh, another person flew through the sky. Flying, what an enviable ability. Into the night, back mountain, Azuki Shinshin BACF was wearing that pink suspender skirt, flying around above Han Guang's head. Han Guang lay on the stone, admiring the scene. After a while, Mao Yuxian fell to the ground, very happy. Han Guang, I'm much more proficient at flying. Saying that, she slipped into Han Guang's arms. You are still far behind. Han Guang shook his head and smiled. But I feel very proficient. Azuki Shion was puzzled. Just flying in the air will not increase your experience. You have to try to make some difficult movements while flying. Han Guang began to guide. Hearing this sentence, Azuki Shion tilted her head and thought about it. If you are in the air, isn't it just to practice dodging? No, it's not enough. Then teach me, can. Standing up, Han Guang lifted Mao Yuxian into the sky. Then, he began to teach by hand. In the air, you have to do the same things as on the ground, so that you can be considered qualified. Come on, let's test the water pipe to drink water first, and then dig the well. Quote closing square bracket question mark quote. Azuki Shion's face turned red all of a sudden. She found out that Han Guang is good or bad. I like it very much. 2 hours later, after teaching Shion Azuki, Han Guang flew to Anko's residence. Not surprisingly, Anko is also practicing flying in the yard. Han Guang, seeing the person coming, Anko flew over with a swoosh, and landed on the ground. Are you here to watch the moon with me? That's right. Han Guang had a smirk on his face. But there is no moon tonight, only stars. Anko was slightly disappointed. It is because there is no moon that I came here. Lifting off with Anko in his arms, Han Guang started digging the well again. It's in the air. Anko was surprised and delighted. Halfway, to Han Guang's surprise, tonight's Minako actually resisted symbolically a few times. Then, she suddenly said, go to the room on the right and wake up Minako. Right now. Oh, it's all right. Kushina waved her hand. Until late at night. Han Guang, you slept in the room on the left last night. Kushina asked suspiciously. Early the next morning, after waking up, Han Guang stretched his waist and found that Mei Naizi was gone. After guiding Anko, Han Guang went to the ballroom again. Question mark quote. She almost fell out of the air. Walking out of the room, I happened to see Kushina and the others preparing breakfast. He slipped into the happy soup bath. Walking into Minako's room in the dark, Han Guang reincarnated as the little digging prince again. Morning, Senior Kushina, so naughty. Yeah, what's the matter? Han Guang was also suspicious. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. After some in-depth teaching, Anko's understanding of flying became deeper. Chapter 159 Han Guang with a confused face. The 7 people who are about to be tragic. Please customize. At the dinner table, the 4 sat together. Han Guang looked at Minako. As a result, the other party winked at him. It's not Minako. Han Guang directly denied it. He looked at Senior Kushina again. What's the matter? Kushina asked with a strange look. Fine. Han Guang shook his head and turned his attention to Hyuga Suzune. Nguyen, what are you looking at me for? Lingyan was puzzled. Vori. Han Guang felt careless in his heart. He didn't turn on his perception in the middle of the night, so he couldn't tell who slept last night. Because, the figures of these 3 women were not much different, and there was an illusion enchantment in the room, so it was pitch black. After thinking for a long time, Oh stood up. Senior Kushina, come here. Pulling Kushina into the room, Han Guang tried to ask. Senior Kushina, who slept in the room on the left last night? You don't know. Kushina smiled. I really don't know. You tell me, I will definitely not betray you. Han Guang made a promise. Actually, I don't know either. Kushina shook her head, opened the door and left. This, Han Guang is sure, Kushina must know. But if the other party didn't say anything, Han Guang couldn't do anything about it. Next, Han Guang dragged Minako into the house again. Minako, who slept in the room on the left last night? I don't know Nguyen, I went to bed very early. Minako spread her hands. Although he didn't get an answer, Han Guang was able to confirm that it was most likely the ringtone in the middle of the night last night. But what puzzled him was why Bell Arm was so calm. It seems that I didn't sleep like a ringtone last night. For this reason, he pulled the bell to the room again. Lingyan, tell me the truth, which room did you sleep in last night? Staring at Lingyan, Han Guang asked seriously. I slept with Kushina-senpai. Everyone in Han Guang was dumbfounded. Until he left the happy soup bath, he didn't figure it out. Women are treacherous, and even I am dumbfounded. Touching his chin, Han Guang simply didn't want to. Anyway, the other party is a woman, and she turns her back on herself. Walking down the street, he glanced at today's property panel. Spirit, 40960 times 6 paths immunity. It's still the mental attribute that doubles today, but the question is, doesn't it seem unscientific? In Han Guang's view, a spiritual attribute of more than 40,000 points should have been immune to 6 paths level long ago. Why is this still sub 6 paths level? After thinking for a moment, he had a guess in his heart. Compared to mental attacks, mental defense is passive. So, this requires higher attributes to defend against. It seems that this is the only explanation. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, he ran over anxiously. Han Guang, something happened. Han Guang was slightly surprised. Just now the patriarch took many clansmen out of the village and lost the ninja battlefield. Isn't this normal? Han Guang was puzzled. Uchiha was originally responsible for defending the direction of Mist Ninja, and the leader of Fugaku led the team. What's the problem? I heard from a clansman that Yuan Nin released the tail beast. Dai Wang hurriedly said, tail beast, 3 tails, should be. Wu Ninja is looking for death. Han Guang sighed, then said, you don't have to worry at all. Obito looked confused. Did you forget? The illusion genius of your family is on the Mist Ninja battlefield, and Teacher Minato is also there, so don't you worry about it. Reminded by Han Guang, Obito suddenly realized. That's right, why did I forget Shisui? You have to trust your clansmen, trust the door teacher. Han Guang earnestly taught. After speaking, he jumped up and flew into the air. Where are you going? Obito asked. I'll go to the Mist Ninja battlefield to take a look. Han Guang dropped these words and flew away with a whoosh. I am coming too. Obito also jumped up and followed closely. Mist Ninja battlefield. Near the huge mountains, the Three Tails are wreaking havoc. Oddly enough, Three Tails not only attacks Konoha Shinobi, but even garden ninjas are within its attack range. Hey, what's the situation? Doesn't it mean that Three Tails has been controlled by our Onenin? Loquat Juzang looked confused. Who knows what the ceiling class is doing? The Ziguashan Puffer Ghost couldn't figure out what was going on. The ceiling squad is dead. This boss doesn't distinguish between the enemy and the enemy at all. The Black Holeya felt dizzy for a while. As the main force of this raid on Konoha, the 7 Mist Ninjas encountered Uchiha's ninja and Namikaze Minato. Zero looking for flowers. To gain the upper hand, Tien Renjong ordered the seal to release the captured Three Tails. Result: as soon as Three Tails came out, they killed the seal squad, and then started to attack indiscriminately. Not to mention the ignorance of the 7, even Namikaze Minato was speechless. It seems that Mist Ninja only captured Three Tails, and didn't control it at all. Uchiha Shisui said, Shisui, can your illusion control Three Tails? Namikaze Minato asked. Probably not now. Shisui watched Three Tails go berserk and shook his head. Because chakra from Three Tails is too disorganized. Right, if it were Three Tails in a calm state, Shisui would still have a little confidence, but the current Three Tails chakra is too violent, and it is difficult to control it with Sharingan. Oh, if my Sharingan evolves to Mangekyo, it should be easy, Shisui explained. Konoha village's high-end combat power is almost all on all fronts, and the village must be extremely empty. In the Fog Ninja team, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, and it can't go on like this. The Three Tails are starting to bombard the mountains. Wooly Shiba held his forehead, thinking that the Three Tails were useless. I have a way. Loquat Shizong came up with an idea. You dare to say anything? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Loquat Shizong's words, several people's eyes lit up. As long as they destroy Konoha village a little bit, the 7 Ninja Mist can have a great reputation in the ninja world. Indeed, in this case, Konoha's ninjas can't be killed at all. Lee Sage Kushimaru echoed. It seems that its chakra is endless in general. Oh, tell me quickly, the other 6 urged. In Minato's view, Shisui's mind is too simple. This kind of thing should be Uchiha's secret, so Shisui just confessed it. Haha, it's time for our Mist Ninja 7 to become famous in the ninja world. On both sides, Konoha retreated to watch the battle, and Mist Ninja also retreated far away. Three Tails is still wreaking havoc. Yes, it's easy. While Three Tails is wrecking there, let's go around and go straight to Konoha village and wreak havoc. Chapter 160, The 7 People of Mist Ninja. We are surrounded by Konoha Back Mountain. Please customize. It's not that hard to get around the battlefield. Thanks to the massive destruction of Three Tails, at this moment, all the ninjas on Konoha's side were attracted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 7 Mist Ninjas successfully bypassed the battlefield and headed towards Konoha village. Excited, greedy. The 7 of them walked through the forest at an extremely fast speed. Soon, our Mist Ninja 7 will become famous in one battle. I'm really looking forward to it. When we appeared in Konoha village, those villagers must have been terrified. My broadsword is already hungry and thirsty. Several people enjoy it in their hearts, and the speed does not slow down. Sudden, The expressions of the 7 people all paused. Hidden. No need to remind. People hid under the tree one after another. What is that? Looking up, they were dumbfounded. I saw, in the sky in the distance, a huge iron gate was flying. 483. There are hundreds of ninjas standing on the iron gate. Looking at the clothes, it should be a ninja from Uchiha. Loquat Juzang said, as clothing the key point. The key point is the iron gate. How can it still fly? Zigwashan Puffer Ghost looked serious. During the time when Kuritaker closed the village, has the technology of Konoha village been so advanced? It's possible that Konoha got it from Kuranin village. Suddenly, Yi Shukushimaru said. After being reminded by him, several people suddenly realized. During the Second Ninja World War, Konoha village destroyed Kong Ninja village. Combined with the scene just now, it is not surprising. After the Uchiha ninja in the air flew away, the 7 continued on their way. But, the current group of 7 obviously lacked the excitement they had before. They are more cautious. Someone is flying again. Not far away, the 7 people discovered the abnormality in the sky again. Hiding under a tree, they gaze high into the sky. How can this be? When they saw the 2 teenagers flying through the air, the eyes of the 7 people almost popped out. These 2 brats didn't step on anything at all. Loquat Shizong said in horror. How should this be explained? The Black Hole Ya looked at Li Shuangwan. What do you think I'm doing? How the FK would I know? Yi Shuangchuanwan said in a bad tone. There is only one possibility for this kind of flying out of thin air. The Zigwashan Puffer Ghost thought for a moment and muttered to himself. What's possible? Several people hurriedly asked. Dust escape. Hearing this answer, to be honest, the other 6 people didn't quite believe it. Chen Dun, it seems that only the 10 shadows can do it. Yeah, those are 2 brats. And they must be from Konoha village. Are these 2 brats Tsuchikage's illegitimate children? Several people let go of their thinking and speculated one after another. Don't guess, whoever he is. Now that they've all left Konoha village, isn't it our great opportunity? Tsutsuka-san Obito curled his lips. Yes, the spirit of the 7 people was greatly lifted. Without the burden of thinking, the 7 continued on the road, approaching Konoha village. I found 3 little ghosts. Just right, my heavenly knife is very hungry. At this moment, Might Guy panicked. He and Shiranui Genma and Ebisu had finished the escort mission, and they were about to return to the village. As a result, he was surrounded by the Zyron 7. It's over, look at their weapons, it should be the 7 mist ninjas. Ebisu was so frightened that he trembled, whispering. Are they strong? Guy asked. Very strong. Shiranui Genma Kaido. How strong is it? One person can hang and beat the 3 of us. Might Guy panicked suddenly. He originally thought about opening 2 doors in a row. Little Konoha, why don't you try to resist? The owner of explosive sword spray, Wooly Jinba, has a smile on his face. It's really boring, seeing how you are trembling, let's just end your lives. Raising the explosive knife, Wooly Shiba looked contemptuous. ZZ, unexpected. The tree next to Might Guy moved. More than a dozen branches on the tree swung quickly, binding the 3 of Guy together. Then, the trees sprang up from the ground with a pop, and the dense roots scratched the ground fiercely, and Saw Yazi ran away. Quote? Before Wooly Jinbaki's explosive knife landed, he saw the tree wrapping up the 3 little ghosts and running away. What the hell is this? Loquat Shizong was dumbfounded. Am I dazzled? Just now, that tree ran away. Zigwashan Puffer Ghost rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You read that right. They did run away. 0 inches high Leia said in a solemn tone. At this moment, the 7 people only felt that Konoha village was extremely weird. First there is Uchiha who flies by stepping on the gate, and then there are 2 imps who fly through the air. And now there is a tree that jumps out and can run away. That is to say, the psychological quality of the 7 people is strong. If they were replaced by other ninjas, they would have run away long ago. I think this is an opportunity. Li Shuxuanwan said excitedly. What chance? Several others asked. That tree hasn't gone far. As long as we grab that tree, maybe we can discover some secrets. Li Shuangwan affirmed. Yes. When he said this, several people deeply agreed. What's wrong with being weird? At best, it's just a tree. How can it be weird? Do you really think that the Mist Ninja 7 are vegetarians? Go, chase. The 7 people looked at each other, and then chased after each other. Jujube runs very fast, but no matter how fast it is just a tree, far from the speed of a ninja. After a while, the 7 people were less than 10 meters away from the Jujube tree. Whoosh, the Jujube tree jumped out, ran directly into the back mountain, and mixed into the dense forest. Want to run? The 7 people chased to the foot of the back mountain and rushed into the woods one after another. At this time, wow, the 7 people paused one after another, and looked up at the top of the mountain suspiciously. I saw that a large number of stones fell from the top of the mountain, just above the heads of several people. 4.6. Get out of the way. 7 people jumped to avoid. There are people on the top of the mountain. Someone threw rocks at us from the top of the mountain. Rush up, kill him. The 7 were outraged. If it weren't for the falling rock on the top of the mountain just now, they would have grabbed the tree. Wait a minute, look ahead. Suddenly, Li Shuxuanwan pointed forward with a serious face. The other 6 people looked at it one after another, dumbfounded. I see. It was clearly in front of the forest just now, but at some point, it turned into a stone wall. Where's the road? There's no way back. What? The 7 people hurriedly turned their heads and found that it had also turned into a stone wall. We're surrounded by rock walls. We're surrounded by the back hills of Konoha village. Chapter 161. The 7 Mist Ninjas come to an end. Han Guang arrives at the Mist Ninja battlefield. Please customize. Han Guang once enlightened Haoshin. The characteristics of will that he instilled at the beginning were life and guardian, respectively. In Han Guang's view, this back mountain was still in a state of ignorance, so he ignored it afterwards. But now, Zhaoshu was in crisis, so he communicated with Haoshin for help. If Han Guang were to know about this, he would definitely say 4 words. Rocky trees. It means that mountains and stones can be used to write tree communication. Clatter. A large piece of rock rolled down from the top of the mountain and fell towards the 7 people of Mist Ninja. Now, the surroundings of the Mist Ninja 7 were all blocked by stone walls. Damn it, this mountain is alive, Loquat Shizong blurted out. The stone is about to fall. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost reminded. Very 8, I know, Marashi Jinpachi responded. Then, the spray of the blasting knife in his hand burst out. Boom, the explosive knife slashed at the boulder above his head, and an explosion occurred. Violent shock waves scattered, and gravel flew randomly. Several people were all affected. Hurry up and break the stone wall. Loquat Shizong shouted. Stay away. Marashi Jinhachi signaled, and swung the explosive knife again. Boom. The stone wall exploded, and a large hole several meters appeared. Continue. Several people urged. They can't stay here any longer because it's too passive. As long as someone on the top of the mountain drops the kunai detonating talisman, they will all suffer. Explosive knives hit the stone wall again and again. The big hole that was blasted is getting bigger and bigger. Finally, bang, the stone was shattered, and they broke away from the surrounding stone wall. 7 people jumped more than 10 meters away, looking up at the top of the mountain. Boom, suddenly, a violent shaking appeared, almost knocking the 7 people down. Immediately afterwards, the 7 Mist Ninjas were all dumbfounded. Is this FG kidding? The mountain is taking revenge on us. What are you still doing in a daze? Run quickly, it's about to be suppressed. Among the 7 people, 4 reacted a little slower, and the other 3 ran wildly without turning their heads. Now, the mountain toppled down and pressed down straight towards here. The shadow landed and fell heavily. Bang, the back hill of Konoha village fell. Under the terrifying vibration, the nearest Hokage building jumped more than 1 meter high. Then, the building fell to the ground and collapsed with a bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen climbed up from the ruins, his face pressed down. It's not good, the back mountain has collapsed. A ninja exclaimed. Many people ran to the back mountain one after another. The back mountain has collapsed twice, and this time it has completely collapsed. It didn't collapse, it just looked like it fell down. Is this different from collapse? While many ninjas were watching the situation in the back mountain, the 3 of Might Guy were standing by the stream, all hugging the jujube tree and not letting go. You can't repay your life-saving grace. Come home with me. Might Guy spoke to the tree with a sincere face. Rustle, the leaves of the jujube tree moved, but unfortunately, Might Guy couldn't understand. You come home with me, we can work out together later. As soon as Guy finished this sentence, he felt his feet tightened, and he was entangled by the branches and flew away. I have a mother tree in my house, it's very beautiful. I don't know, Xuanwo said flickeringly. Plop, he was thrown into the creek by a branch. The land in my house is loose and soft, and there is a lot of manure for livestock. You must. Whoosh, the recovery failed, and the 3 had no choice but to leave. However, Might Guy always finds this tree very familiar. However, his memory is not very good, and he has been unable to remember. Until he passed by Han Guang's yard. Snapped. Guy slapped his forehead sharply. I remembered, isn't that the jujube tree in Han Guang's yard? As a member of the small circle at the end of the crane, when I was in school, I often came to Han Guang's yard. He also picked dates from jujube trees and ate them. Tread. Jumping onto the wall, Guy looked towards Han Guang's yard. It's gone. That jujube tree is gone. Seeing that the jujube tree was gone in the yard, Guy became more sure that the one that saved him was the jujube tree planted by Han Guang. Outside Konoha village, Loquat Shizong, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and Black Hole ran desperately in the woods. It's too late, and the village didn't enter yet, but 4 of them were crushed to death by a mountain. Empress Loquat Shizong was terrified. It's a pity that there is no pair. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost looked regretful. The reason why they escaped was all due to Arashi Jinhachi's explosive knife. If they didn't have the explosive knife to blow up the stone wall, they would all die. This Konoha is too scary. The Black Hole felt a shadow in his heart. He felt that his village was bound to lose, and he had to find a way out sooner. Where are we going next? Back to the battlefield. Loquat Shizong asked. What the hell, didn't you see those Konoha shinobi people flying through the air before? Then where are we going? Find a place to hide first. Whoosh, suddenly, a figure ran over at a high speed. This shocked the 3 of Loquat and Shizong. Are you Mist Ninja? Might Guy looked wary. Konoha shinobi. Loquat Shizong and the others narrowed their eyes. You are in this position, it seems that my son has died in your hands. Dai said in a sad tone. Then, his momentum suddenly changed. Since you killed my son, I will kill you. Speaking of this, Might Dai's aura continued to increase, and a strong green chakra burst out from his whole body. Loquat Shizong. I knew it, this is another monster. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. This person's aura is constantly increasing, which is very strange. Black Hole Ya. I'll withdraw first. After what happened just now, the Black Hole Ya has become very vigilant. So, he ran straight away. Whizzing. As soon as he ran, the other two followed suit. Huh, am I already this strong? Might Dai scratched his head and lifted the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates. Mist Ninja Battlefield. The huge black door fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Uchiha Fugaku led the team to arrive. Han Guang and Obito also took a ride along the way and walked down together. What kind of ninja gear are you guys? Namikaze Minato leaned over with a look of surprise. Flying artifact, Uchiha Fugaku explained, and then looked at Three Tails beside the mountains. Han Guang. Spotting Han Guang in the crowd, Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. With Han Guang here, it's stable. Chapter 162, Han Guang hits the tailed beast bomb. Madara scolds Danzo, please customize. Mist Ninja Battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku started asking about the situation on the battlefield. Taking advantage of this gap, Namikaze Minato came in front of Han Guang. Han Guang, do you have a solution for Three Tails? I thought you guys had already figured it out. Han Guang looked at the giant-tailed beast in the distance and replied casually. It's not that easy. Namikaze Minato shook his head, then said, Shisui tried to control it once before, but it failed. Oh, Sharingan can't control it either. Han Guang was quite surprised. Although Uchiha Shisui is young, his illusion level is currently the strongest among the Uchiha clan. According to Han Guang's speculation, it shouldn't be too difficult for Shisui to control Three Tails. It should be the reason why Three Tails went berserk and chakra was too disorganized. Namikaze Minato explained. Impossible. Han Guang directly denied it. Oh, Namikaze Minato was taken aback. Sensei, if it's an ordinary ninja casting illusions, chakra disorder is indeed a problem. But Uchiha is different. What do you mean? Minato seemed to have guessed something. Uchiha's Sharingan illusion works on the brain and the spirit. Without external interference, Three Tails will definitely fall for it. Han Guang said slowly. Did Shisui lie? Probably not. Just then, a sudden change occurred. I saw a huge chakra ball appeared in front of Three Tails. The ball was continuously compressed, exuding a terrifying aura. What's going on? Why did Three Tails suddenly cast Tailed Beast Bomb? Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it. Obviously Three Tails has been destroying randomly at the foot of the mountain. Why did they suddenly amplify their moves? Is it Tailed Beast Bomb? Are Three Tails attacking us? Or Mist Ninja? Uchiha Fugaku looked dignified, and hurriedly signaled everyone to board the flying artifact. That's too late, Han Guang muttered to himself, and determined the target of Three Tails' attack. Whoosh! The Tailed Beast Bomb attacked from the air, and the target was the Konoha camp. Han Guang, I'm going to transfer. At this time, Namikaze Minato put his hand on Han Guang's shoulder and reminded him. Need not. Han Guang waved his hand, his tone extremely calm. Next moment, whoosh, he rushed out and rammed towards the Tailed Beast Bomb at a high speed. Are you crazy? Namikaze Minato was shocked, his face turned green. He never guessed through Han Guang, not once. Han Guang, why did he crash into the Tailed Beast Bomb? Obito's jaw almost dropped in shock. Obviously Teacher Minato is going to take Han Guang to transfer. Why does this guy rush forward? That's Tailed Beast Bomb. Uchiha Fugaku was so scared that his heart almost jumped out. Is this the fighting style of Senior Han Guang? Shisui opened his eyes. Fly into the air first. Fugaku commanded the tribe and opened the big iron gate. Namikaze Minato, on the other hand, simply stood where he was, with his arms crossed. He believed in Han Guang very much, because this disciple never let himself down. After a breath, Tailed Beast Bomb and Han Guang collided. Boom! In full view, Han Guang directly knocked the Tailed Beast Bomb into the air. Vori! Everyone in Obito looked dumbfounded. That's impossible. How could Tailed Beast Bomb fly backwards? Shouldn't it explode? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't believe it. Yeah, it's weird. Shisui didn't understand either. Theoretically speaking, under such a powerful impact, the Tailed Beast Bomb will definitely explode. But the fact is, Han Guang not only crashed the Tailed Beast Bomb, but also flew the Tailed Beast Bomb back towards Three Tails. In fact, Han Guang just used his will to impose a return feature on Tailed Beast Bomb. After a while, bang, Tailed Beast Bomb bombarded Three Tails, blew up the edge of the huge pit. Han Guang and the others stood by the pit, looking at the Three Tails in the pit. Three Tails just seems to be hurt a little. Obito wasn't sure. This is the Tailed Beast. The vitality is too strong. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Hit head-on by the Tailed Beast Bomb, Three Tails survived. Bang! The Three Tails in the pit moved, their giant bodies swayed, and they looked up at the people beside the pit. Its eyes seemed to be searching. Suddenly, Three Tails stopped moving and stared straight at Han Guang. Han Guang, Three Tails seems to have noticed you. Namikaze Minato reminded. Han Guang shook his head. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's not that it noticed me, but the person who manipulated it. What? Three Tails has been manipulated? Namikaze Minato was shocked. No wonder. I was rejected when I tried to control Three Tails before. Shisui echoed. This person's target should be me. As soon as I got here, the Tailed Beast Bomb came. Han Guang laughed. Finished. His figure jumped down and jumped directly to Three Tails. This time, Namikaze Minato felt much calmer. After all, he couldn't figure out Han Guang all the time, and this time he had to guess. Inside the pit, Han Guang's will surged out, pressing on Three Tails' Jiu. In an instant, the tail was fixed in the pit. Tread. Landing on top of Three Tails' Isao, Han Guang sensed something strange in Isao's body. This is. In the perception of will, he discovered that there is another will in the mind of Three Tails. Han Guang didn't even think about it, and directly crushed it. Puff. This will has no ability to resist, and was shattered by Han Guang's will. At the same time, on the top of a mountain more than 10 kilometers away, Uchiha Madara's complexion suddenly changed. How is this Zhao's good possible? Han Guang's will is stronger than mine. Madara can feel that her own will has no ability to resist Han Guang's will at all. The gap between them is very different. Danzo, time to go. As a reminder in a low voice, Uchiha Madara is about to run away. Why do you want to leave? Didn't you say that you secretly controlled Three Tails' Isoyo? Use the tail beast to kill them. Danzo urged with a puzzled look on his face. Mie. Madara cursed angrily. This idiot, do you really think Han Guang is a badass song? Now Three Tails has been controlled by Han Guang. If you don't leave, the tail beast bomb will fall on you. Hypnosis. Madara's eyes turned into Sharingan, sleeping Danzo directly. Black Zetsu, get him out of here. Yes, Lord Madara. Chapter 163 The terrifying use of Han Guang's will character. Please customize. Mist Ninja Battlefield. After the 7 members of the Mist Ninja bypassed the battlefield and went deep into the territory of the Land of Fire, Shing became the temporary captain. The prudent Shing immediately ordered the Mist Ninja troops to retreat to a safe distance. Next, Kurinin witnessed the tailed beast bomb hitting Konoha's line, and then being bounced back. See this scene. Shing didn't even think about it, and hurriedly ordered the troops to use the hidden trap to deceive Konoha shinobi. The thick fog rose, and the fog ninja ran away. Facts have proved that his decision is correct. Bang! Three Tails jumped out of the huge pit, with hundreds of Konoha shinobi standing on top of them. Oh, Mist Ninja runs very fast. Han Guang swept across the battlefield, quite surprised. Seen from a height, there was no one on the front of the Kiri ninja, only a thick white mist. Indeed, there are no people in sight. Namikaze Minato laughed dumbfounded. This group of guys must have been scared away. Obito looked regretful. It's hard to chase. Shisui shook his head. Difficult. Not difficult at all. Han Guang smiled. Then, he will communicate with Three Tails, and by the way, help One Tail to print the characteristics of floating and flying. I suddenly feel like I can fly. Three Tails said softly. Don't resist. Fly with this feeling. Han Guang communicated with Three Tails. Next moment, Three Tails Jifu jumped up and floated in the air. Catch up with that fog ninja. Han Guang ordered. No problem. Whoosh. Three Tails. 820 rushed out, and a huge shadow swept across the ground. Can this fly too? Three Tails rocked the top of their heads, and a group of people couldn't believe it. My layout is still too small. Uchiha Fugaku regretted a bit. He originally thought that the huge iron gate he built was already considered a big picture, but now it seems that he is still a frog at the bottom of the well. What is your ability? Namikaze Minato couldn't figure it out until now. It's only been 2 days since I saw him. Why does this student of mine have strange abilities again? Teacher, you actually know. Han Guang smiled at Kaido. I know. Namikaze Minato was taken aback. His brain thought fast and finally came to an idea. I see. Your Rasengan was able to lift into the air before, isn't that the ability? Namikaze Minato said. No. Han Guang shook his head. No, what's that? It's the will. Han Guang explained briefly. Will. Namikaze Minato looked suspicious. Will he knows that a strong man who has experienced battles can suppress the weak by virtue of his will. If this kind of person releases a trace of murderous aura, the will of the weak will be disintegrated and they will lose their combat effectiveness. But the question is, how does the will allow the tailed beast to fly? Is there a connection between the two? This can only show that Senior Han Guang's BBBG will has become unbelievably strong. Shisui explained. Seemingly feeling that this explanation is not perfect, he added, this will is so powerful that it can interfere with reality. Hearing Shisui's explanation, Namikaze Minato still couldn't believe it. Can a person's will really be so strong? Okay, Uchiha Fugaku took over, continued. Minato, think about it, Three Tails was manipulated by other people just now. Isn't it the best evidence? Reminded by Fugaku, Namikaze Minato suddenly realized. Yeah, who the hell controls Three Tails? Not even Shisui's illusion can get in there. I have to ask the Fugaku Patriarch. Han Guang said quietly. Could it be Uchiha Madara? Fugaku tried to ask. It must be the old guy. Obito looked resentful, then said. Madara controls Three Tails and intends to wipe us out. If Han Guang didn't block the tailed beast bomb, we would all suffer. As Uchiha, it seems that Madara doesn't care about your lives. Han Guang echoed. Being surrounded by Obito and Han Guang, Fugaku's face changed constantly. The other Uchiha also gritted their teeth. My grandpa once said, Madara is a disgrace to the family. Shisui thought of what his grandpa said. He's not from my Uchiha. Fugaku said with a final word, and fired Madara. As Obito said, if Madara still remembers Uchiha, how can he manipulate Three Tails to press on them? This is clearly aimed at destroying Uchiha. Catch up. Suddenly, NVC pointed to the ground. I saw dozens of Rin fleeing frantically in the woods. They looked up in horror, apparently seeing three tails chasing after them. The number is wrong, it seems that they scattered and fled. What are you waiting for? Get rid of them first. Jump down. Hundreds of Uchiha ninjas leapt from the head of Three Tails and rushed into the Lord of the Woods. Guang did not participate, but sat on top of Three Tails and communicated with Three Tails. I'm imposing two characteristics on you now. Do you feel anything unusual? I just feel like I can fly. Three Tails responded. Then do you want to have a third characteristic? Can you? Three Tails was overjoyed. Of course, as long as you can bear it. Then I want to grow bigger. Three Tails Jifu blurted out. Bigger. Guang was dumbfounded. You are so big, you want to change the sky. Are you sure? Guang asked again. Yes, I want to grow bigger. Three Tails said firmly. Okay, I'll do it for you. After finishing speaking, Guang condensed his will and imprinted, becoming bigger, on Three Tails' body. Buzz. At this moment, the will in Guang's mind trembled for a while, and nearly half of it was directly consumed. Vori. Feeling the sudden loss of his will, Guang was stunned. As this willpower consumption so much? You know, he now has more than 40,000 spiritual attributes. This TM just fell in half. I feel it, I really feel it. At this moment, Three Tails is extremely excited. This human being has really done it, can really make himself bigger. Boom. When it fell to the ground, Three Tails let out a roar of excitement. Immediately afterwards, its body swelled suddenly. Originally, the size of Three Tails Jifu was already giant. But now, its body is expanding rapidly, and it has become more than several times bigger. How is this going? Seeing this scene, the people around were all dumbfounded. They looked up, but they couldn't see clearly the top of Three Tails Jifu's head. Is this too exaggerated? Three Tails is still getting bigger. Its claws are coming. Get out of the way. Everyone avoided. Call. What did Guang do? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but think of Guang. Guang had a strange expression on his face. What they saw most intuitively was a claw of Three Tails, which swelled like a hill. Now, this moment, Three Tails Jifu's Qingtian body shrank extremely rapidly, like a deflated ball. Because, the mutation of Three Tails is too weird, except for Guang, no one else can do this kind of thing. Three Tails Jifu's consciousness trembled violently, and he asked Guang Yuanao for help. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. I can't stop. Human, save me. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. With a speechless expression on his face, Guang put the fourth characteristic into Three Tails' body. I really can't stop. Small. He recognized it, Three Tails stroking the voice, not excited, but frightened. Humanity. Three Tails was still getting bigger, and let out an ear-splitting roar. Chapter 164 Disable Third Generation. Let him go through sick leave. Please customize. The battle on the Mist Ninja battlefield ended quickly. Return journey. The huge iron gate was flying in the air, and it was full of people. They are puzzled, because Guang didn't take Three Tails away, but released it back into the sea. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth, but finally did not speak. He couldn't figure out the student's intentions, but Namikaze Minato knew very well that since Guang let Three Tails go, he must have a purpose. Evening. The group returned to the village. Wait a minute, why do I feel like something is missing in the village? Obito looked suspicious. It's true that something is missing. The Hokage rock is gone. Namikaze Minato looked at the back mountain and muttered to himself. The back mountain fell. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't believe it. They just left for a day, why did the back mountain collapse? It's not just that the mountains are dumping. The buildings near the back hill were also damaged a lot, even the Hokage building was in ruins. It looks like something went wrong. Guang touched his chin and walked towards the back hill. He remembered that he enlightened Haoshin, and it stands to reason that he shouldn't be dumped. Across the block, many people are rebuilding houses, even the Hokage building is being built. Ignoring these people, Guang walked to the back mountain. Rustle. As soon as I arrived at the back mountain, many trees moved one after another. Guang touched the trunk of a tree and began to understand the whole story. After a while, he couldn't help but laugh. So it turned out that Zhaoshu rescued Might Guy and was chased by the Seven Wonin. So it asked Haoshin for help. Trees can communicate with rocks, and I have overlooked this. Thinking of this, let the light walk to the fallen stone wall. Touching towards the stone wall, there was approval in his eyes. You are very good, know how to protect trees. For that alone, you deserve more features. Buzz. Guang's will surged, and he blessed Haoshin with a third characteristic. Walk. Clatter. Suddenly, the stone wall shook, bringing up a large amount of gravel. Immediately afterwards, countless broken stones began to condense, turning into two huge stone legs. Boom. There was a violent vibration, and Haoshin stood up like this. Standing at the top of the mountain, Guang stopped delivering chakra. At the same time, the Hokage building, which had just been half built, was shaken again, and it didn't last for a second before collapsing again. Worry. How did Haoshin stand up? When many people saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of shock. After the mountain collapsed, they could understand. After all, it has collapsed twice before, and people can understand that the internal structure is unstable due to wind and sun. But now, the back mountain unexpectedly grew huge stone legs, standing up alive. This is simply unbelievable. You can sit down. Han Guang communicated with Haoshan, and his will was transmitted. Immediately afterwards, he disappeared in place with a whoosh sound. The village is fried. Everyone was talking about this weird scene. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led the team and went to the back mountain to investigate the situation. In the yard, the jujube tree is very quiet, with branches scattered to shield the owner from the sun. Han Guang sat on a wooden chair with a huge cash box in front of him. So much money, how should I spend it? With a sad face on his face, he suddenly felt that the money was useless. After all, it is enough to have this yard by yourself, and it does not need to be too spacious. Swish. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato appeared instantly. As soon as he came, he saw hundreds of millions of large banknotes in the cash box. You're rich now. Namikaze Minato smiled. Then, he asked, did you do the back mountain? I just straightened the back mountain. Han Guang shrugged. I knew you did it. Namikaze Minato was not surprised. He has seen Han Guang control three tails to fly. It is not difficult for Haoshan to stand up. I came to you to buy the ability to fly. Namikaze Minato explained his purpose, and took out a silver ticket from his pocket. Others will definitely have to pay, but you don't have to, teacher. Han Guang refused. Next, Han Guang tailored three characteristics for Namikaze Minato. Float, fly, and go super fast. After testing these three characteristics, Namikaze Minato is extremely satisfied. You are truly amazing. Floating down from midair, Namikaze Minato couldn't help admiring. No wonder, he saw a lot of ninjas chipping in. Needless to say, those people want to buy the ability to fly. Are you all right? Han Guang stretched, ready to go to bed. Ask for flowers. Yes. Namikaze Minato's complexion suddenly became serious. He continued. Han Guang, I just received news that the third generation may have to deal with you. Really? Han Guang was overjoyed. This made Namikaze Minato look weird. Han Guang's reaction, is it normal? Teacher, tell me quickly, how is he going to deal with me? Han Guang urged. He sent people to contact the various families, probably to drive you out of the village. However, the patriarchs of each family have bought your flying ability, and no one has responded to the main generation. Namikaze Minato Kaido, no more. Han Guang was suspicious. Also, the third generation secretly sent several clansmen to leave the village, and their whereabouts are unknown. Hearing this, Sha Guang was disappointed. What did he think the third generation could do? As a result, TM made such a little noise. Teacher, get ready, I'm going. Namikaze Minato was puzzled. Yes, whether it's strength, means, or strategic vision, I can't compare to this student. The more he thought about it, the more Namikaze Minato felt that he was not worthy of the position of fourth Hokage. That is to disable the third generation, and then let it abdicate by means of illness. When I do Hokage, the most I can do is defend the village. But if Han Guang is allowed to do Hokage, he may be able to dominate the ninja world. Until he left Han Guang's yard, Namikaze Minato was very upset. Along the way, Namikaze Minato thought about this question. Let me succeed fourth Hokage, do I have the ability? How could he never have imagined that his student would actually plan to take down third generation tomorrow? Regardless of age, he thinks Han Guang is the most suitable candidate for Hokage. And he doesn't even know how famous he is in the village now. To be honest, when Namikaze Minato heard Han Guang say this way of abdicating, he was a little hard to accept. With an idea in mind, he decided to take the whole family for the student. Threatening to abdicate is fine, but what does it mean to call third generation? To end the long war in the ninja world, only Han Guang can do it. Fourth Hokage, and the method is more direct. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly ticket inches. What am I going to prepare? Chapter 165. Han Guang attends the meeting, everyone's scalps are numb. Please customize. Evening. Han Guang was called away by Mr. Minato. Teacher, I'm still waiting for Sengfan, where are you taking me? Han Guang looked suspicious. Take you somewhere. Namikaze Minato didn't say much. The secret room of the Nara clan. When Han Guang walked into the secret room, he was quite shocked. Nara, Akamaiki, Yamanaka, Aburame, Hyuga, Uchiha, Horse. Scanning the people present, Han Guang found that almost all the patriarchs of the various clans were present. Is this a rebellion meeting? Han Guang asked in surprise. Don't talk nonsense. Namikaze Minato quickly covered Han Guang's mouth. He was really convinced by this student, he dared to say anything without any scruples. The faces of the others froze, not knowing how to describe Han Guang. Okay, I brought the person. Let's start next. Namikaze Minato hurriedly entered the main. 697. Question for fear that Han Guang would say something inappropriate again. After Minato's voice fell, Nara Shikahisa came out. He cleared his throat and began to speak. Everyone. Third Hokage has repeatedly compromised with foreign enemies, disregarding the interests of the village and the lives of ninjas of all races. We cannot allow him to continue in power. Even if we win the war, with the character of third Hokage, we will still compromise with the outside world. So, what is the significance of our struggle? What is the significance of our people's sacrifice? If this continues, the enemy's desire for aggression will not stop, but will increase again and again. We want to force the third Hokage to abdicate. Choose a Hokage who truly cares for all ethnic groups and for the village. Listening to Naruto's speech, Han Guang had to admit that what the other party said made sense. Sarutobi Hiruzen's external compromise will not only break the hearts of all ethnic groups, but will also encourage other ninja villages to have a stronger desire for aggression. I have said what should be said. Now is the time for everyone to take turns to speak. Looking around at the crowd, Nara said the rules. Everyone here can run for 4th Hokage. However, you have to tell your own advantages, and what will you bring to the village after succeeding Hokage. Lu Ju's meaning is very clear. To become a 4th Hokage, one must bring enough benefits to the village. If not, how is it different from 3rd Hokage? Although, this is only an internal selection where all ethnic groups gather together. But this is basically the final choice after the showdown with 3rd generation. Han Guang didn't come out, but folded his arms and looked at the others. Hyuga Hiyashi came out first. He cleared his throat, ready to start his campaign manifesto. Wait a moment, Han Guang stopped it. Hyuga Hiyashi was taken aback, not knowing what Han Guang meant. Others also looked over one after another, waiting for Han Guang's explanation. I think Patriarch Hiyashi, you can go back to the queue. Han Guang looked serious. Hyuga Hiyashi, Lousy hasn't spoken yet, so you let me queue up. Han Guang, what are you doing, kid? Han Guang, do you have a problem with me? Hiyashi asked with a frown. Chief Hiyashi, friendship belongs to friendship. But you are really not suitable to run for Hokage. Han Guang shook his head. Why? Hiyashi felt dissatisfied. He didn't even allow himself to say in the election manifesto, Han Guang is obviously messing with himself. You first equalize your family's main family and branch house, and then choose. Han Guang's words were astonishing. Hyuga Hiyashi was speechless. Others nodded one after another. It's true that your own family is not equal. If you become Hokage, wouldn't we all become inferior? Uchiha Fugaku echoed. That makes sense. The others agreed. That's all. Hyuga Hiyashi wrote a full-page speech, and was forced to leave without reading a single word. I even treated you to dinner. Standing beside Han Guang, Hiyashi whispered. I'll invite you later. Han Guang said indifferently. He has hundreds of millions of dollars to spend now, isn't it just a little rain for a dinner? Not to mention Hiyashi alone, but the entire Hyuga family, he didn't even frown. Field. With the defeat of the Hiyashi Patriarch, a second contender entered the field. Uchiha Fugaku stepped out of the queue. He cleared his throat and picked up the speech in his hand. Wait a moment, Han Guang spoke again. Uchiha Fugaku's hand trembled, and the speech fell to the floor. You. Looking at Han Guang, Uchiha Fugaku looked ugly. Han Guang, do you have another opinion? Namikaze Minato asked while covering his forehead. Of course, Han Guang nodded. Then he said, Clan leader Uchiha. The Hokage we selected must have vigor in hockey. Can you understand? Uchiha Fugaku froze. He picked up the speech paper on the ground and returned to the queue without saying a word. Others were puzzled. What's the reason for Han Guang? Why didn't the Uchiha Patriarch not be elected? But Naruto seemed to understand and agreed with Han Guang's words. Indeed, Hokage, you can't let a eunuch do it. There are too many uncertainties here. Uchiha Fugaku walked to Han Guang's side, his tone low. Han Guang, I treated you to drinks several times. I invite you later. Han Guang shrugged. With the failure of the second candidate, everyone looks at me and I look at you. Finally, the head of the pommel horse came out. He has no speech. Clearing his throat, the head of the pommel horse first glanced at Han Guang. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the other party didn't respond. Wait a moment. Han Guang made another 4.1 sound again. Just tell me, why can't I choose? The head of the pommel horse asked with an ugly face. Clan head of the pommel horse, Hokage is a very tiring job. Practice more gymnastics, and you can choose next time. Han Guang said softly. Following Han Guang's words fell. Others agreed. As Han Guang said, the physique of the pommel horse clan is too poor. If this makes the head of the pommel horse a Hokage, it is estimated that the lumbar disc will protrude soon. After all, Hokage was supposed to be in the Hokage building on business, not in the hospital. 3 candidates in a row were all sent back by Han Guang. This caused the field to fall into silence for a while, because no one came out. Chapter 166 Recommend Han Guang. Han Guang, it seems my reputation is not loud enough. Please customize. Secret room. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to stand out. The main reason is that Han Guang is too TM to pick faults. The first 3 people didn't even speak, so he left the stage. In terms of strength, Han Guang alone can destroy thousands of rock shinobi elite troops. There is no doubt about its strength. As for eloquence, I have just experienced it. So this led to a collective silence. In the end, Naruto stood up. He cleared his throat, then stared at Han Guang without taking his eyes off him. What do you see me doing? You're talking. Han Guang urged. Cough cough. Naruto coughed and started the campaign speech. If I get elected. Wait a moment. Han Guang stopped it. A group of people snickered one after another. Don't say it. I won't choose. Lu Ju simply retreated to the queue. He could guess the reason why Han Guang wanted to hate him. It was nothing more than his lack of strength. You do have self-knowledge. Han Guang rubbed his chin and muttered. Then he continued. Who else? Looking around at the crowd, Han Guang asked. As a result, no one stood up anymore. Teacher, after cleaning up everyone, it's your turn to play. Han Guang smiled and arched the teacher. Okay, it's time for me to say it. Namikaze Minato was also not polite, and stepped out of the queue. He cleared his throat. In the arena, everyone looked at Han Guang in unison. They waited for Han Guang to beat Namikaze Minato. To the surprise of the group, Namikaze Minato had already started to speak, but Han Guang didn't speak. I was going to run for 4th Hokage. But the Lord, I've been thinking about it for a long time. Namikaze Minato's 15 tone is full of emotion. If I am elected as 4th Hokage, the crisis of the 4 great ninja villages raiding Konoha will still happen again. Because, my ability is not enough for Konoha village to deter the 4 great ninja villages. Hearing this, others already understood what Namikaze Minato meant. As expected, Namikaze Minato looked at Han Guang. So, I recommend my disciple Han Guang. You may not understand Han Guang's true strength. But I do. He is fully capable of deterring the 4 great ninja villages. After Namikaze Minato said this, Han Guang was stunned. Teacher Minato recommended me. Wait a moment. Han Guang made a sound. Then said, Mr. Minato, even if I am elected as Hokage, I will only sleep in the office. It's okay. We will select a Hokage assistant to assist you with official duties. Namikaze Minato gave a solution. Then I'm only 12 years old. Han Guang said again, age is not a problem. Even I am ashamed of your schemes. Nara Lujiu said, hey, be careful what you say, I'm smart. Han Guang defended. Okay, do you have any questions? Namikaze Minato asked. It's gone. Han Guang couldn't think of any other questions. Okay, now that you have no questions, then you have to talk about what you can bring to the village if you are elected as 4th Hokage. Nara Lujiu raised the most critical question. Han Guang thought for a while, and wished a lot. Well, first of all, each family can purchase flying capabilities at an ultra-low price. Han Guang said the first benefit. Super low price. How low? Lu Ju asked. 100,000 taels per person. Han Guang gave a jumping price. Everyone was dumbfounded. This price is really too low. They are too low to believe it. If I knew this earlier, I would have bought it a few days later. Me too. I bought it twice at Han Guang for 74 million taels. I only bought it once. In the future, it will be once 100,000 taels. The price dive is too big. Listening to everyone's discussion, Han Guang cleared his throat. He continued. The price of 100,000 taels is limited to members of your various ethnic groups. I hope you understand this point. They understand very well. Here, there are great benefits to all ethnic groups. Not to mention anything else, this ultra-low price alone can rapidly expand the number of people of all ethnic groups. It seems that our families are about to usher in an era of many children and grandchildren. Nara Lujiu said with emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Uchiha Fugaku's face was not right. After all, everyone else has many children and grandchildren, and only Fugaku has only one son. After everyone calmed down, Han Guang mentioned the second benefit. My purpose as a Hokage is different from everyone else's. What's the difference? Namikaze Minato asked just in time. It's very simple. That is, only I, Konoha, can bully others, and I can't let others bully. Han Guang solemnly said. For example, Lu Ju was curious. Han Guang thought for a while, and made an analogy with Sand Shinobi. Take Sand Shinobi, we had a little friction with Sand Shinobi. So what to do? Han Guang looked around the crowd and continued. If I were Hokage, I would definitely capture Kazekage and make him kneel on the ground. Well, everyone is suspicious. A little friction on the border, and Feng Ying was captured. You boasted too much. Seeing that these people didn't believe it, Han Guang opened his mouth quietly. You may not know, when I was negotiating with Tsuchikage before, I hung Tsuchikage up first, and then I started negotiating. What? Everyone who listened was stupid. Han Guang hanging up Tsuchikage to negotiate. Will Tsuchikage agree? Did Tsuchikage not resist? Nara asked with staring eyes. He resisted and defeated my wood clone. A group of people admired all 5 bodies. Although Han Guang is suspected of bragging, there is a high probability that this matter cannot be wrong. After all, Han Guang's ability is too weird. You say he is strong in physical skills, he masters wood style, you say he is strong in wood style, and he restrains wood style. Now, he can also give others the ability to fly. Moreover, there have been rumors of trees running in the village recently. They feel that there is a high probability that Han Guang made it. It also seems logical to have wood style and let the trees run. Han Guang, you are also responsible for the anomaly in the back mountain, right? Nara asked. I just enlightened Haoshin to make it come alive. Han Guang said casually. No wonder. Everyone suddenly realized. Now, they have discovered a new ability of Han Guang. Give life to rocks. This ability is simply pervert. Nara Lujiu commented. It's really pervert. It would be terrible if we add a few more mountains. The head of the pommel horse echoed. And Han Guang can control 3 tails. Namikaze Minato confided. This time, Han Guang added a lot of points in the eyes of everyone. The meeting has come to an end here. The last thing we want to discuss is 3rd Hokage. Nara said the last topic. Once the 3rd Hokage is forced to abdicate, what will happen to the 3rd generation? This question fell on Han Guang. Han Guang, we know that you are young and energetic, but you have to know that the 3rd generation is the 3rd generation after all. If you kill him, it will have a great impact on you. Hearing Lu Ju's suggestion, Han Guang nodded. He made a promise. I will definitely not kill him. After all, the third generation is powerful, and there are many tasks in the village waiting for him to do. Made. Feng Shui turns. Han Guang finally had to wait until this day. You asked the third generation to do the task after he abdicated. Nara was dumbfounded. Of course, not only the third generation, but the entire Sarutobi clan must move. Shangguang assured, patted his chest. Everyone looked at each other. They figured it out. Han Guang was holding grudges against the third generation, and they had been asking him to do the missions. That's the end of this meeting. Nara Shikahisa made the final statement. Tomorrow at noon, we ask the third generation to abdicate. The next day, early morning, rarely, Han Guang woke up at home. The first thing he did when he woke up, he glanced at the properties panel as usual. Name: Han Guang. Age: 12 years old. Power: 7328 immortal level. Physique: 9216 immortal level. Agility: 742 super cage level. Spirit: 40960 immortal immunity. Chakra volume: 58,246. Skills: none. Ninjutsu: planetary devastation level 6 paths quality evolution. Ability: wood style god level control characteristic. Loyalty ultimate perception 100,000 meters. Comprehensive strength evaluation. Genin. Doubled to ninjutsu. How come this is a sub 6 paths class? Han Guang was speechless for a while. Walking into the yard, he wanted to water the tree. It turned out that both trees were gone. This shit must have gone to the back mountain. After making some complaints, he left the yard, ready to go to Happy Soup to have a meal. You get used to this thing after a while. Han Guang hasn't cooked since Sengfan, and the pots at home are all rusted. When he came to the street, Han Guang looked suspicious. He saw a lot of people hanging decorations on both sides of the street in 507, who seemed to be welcoming them. Could this be Lu Ju's handwriting? Prepared for me. Touching his chin, he thought it should be so. After all, he was about to rise to the highest level of the village soon, so he definitely wanted to celebrate. Happy Soup bath. Han Guang came on time for the meal. Only, today's Kushina and others seemed to be a little cautious about themselves. Han Guang, seat. After setting the stool, Kushina wiped the dust off it. Han Guang, here are your chopsticks. Hyuga Suzune handed over the chopsticks with a low eyebrow. Your meal. Minako pushed the meal away. Hey, I'm not used to you guys like this. Han Guang was speechless. He continued. Although I will soon become the fourth Hokage, please don't be restrained, just treat it as the old me. The three women were stunned. Han Guang is going to be the fourth Hokage. How can this be? Han Guang, you haven't woken up yet. Kushina looked suspicious. You must still be dreaming. Lingyan echoed. Are you going to be a Hokage? Minako didn't quite believe it either. You don't know. Han Guang was dumbfounded. He asked, since you don't know, why are you so reserved? Cautious. Kushina clutched her forehead. It seems that you really don't know. Is there something else? Han Guang asked suspiciously. This morning, the Hokage office issued a notice. The shadow of the four great ninja village will arrive in the village soon. We let you eat quickly, and you should protect third Hokage. Hearing this news, Han Guang wanted to laugh. He didn't need to think about it. He knew that this must be an invitation from third generation, and all four shadows were invited. But the question is, how is this possible? You know, Konoha is under siege now. The shadows of the four major ninja villages dare to come to Konoha. Aren't they afraid of being wiped out by their own group? Onoki can come, Han Guang can understand, but how did the other three shadows come? It seems that my reputation is not loud enough. Chapter 167 When Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicates in progress. Han Guang is here, please customize. 10 miles away from Konoha village. 4th Cage Luo Sha led 2 guards towards Konoha village. Master Cage, shall we just enter Konoha like this? Will it be dangerous? Baki asked worriedly. After all, San Shinobi and Konoha are still hostile. The shadow of my own village goes to Konoha village, isn't this a self-inflicted trap? It's okay, Sarutobi Hiruzen won't be so unwise. Luo Sha waved his hand, not caring. The reason why he came to Konoha to negotiate was because Sarutobi Hiruzen made an offer that he couldn't refuse. Moreover, now that the San Shinobi troops have retreated to the country of the river, it can be regarded as giving Konoha enough face. In this situation, Luo Sha didn't feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen would deal with him. We still have to be vigilant. Yi Kang reminded. I know. Baki nodded. At this time, footsteps sounded ahead, and several Sarutobi people appeared. Are you 4th Cage? It's me. Luo Sha nodded. He scanned a few people and recognized the family crests on their clothes, which was the symbol of the Sarutobi clan. Master Hokage ordered us to come and meet him. Lead the way, northwest direction. Onogi headed towards Konoha village with 2 guards. Master Tsuchikage, is Sarutobi Hiruzen plotting? The guards were a little worried. Konoha's Han Guang wiped out their rock shinobi's elite army. At this juncture, Hokage came up with another negotiation, which had to worry the new guards. What Tuhei was worried about was that he might die in battle just after joining the Shadow Guard. Tachia, we came to Konoha village, not for Hokage. Onoki revealed. Isn't it Hokage? Could it be Han Guang? Tuhei was surprised. You are a new member of the Shadow Guard, and some things are unclear. Anyway, Master Tsuchikage is safe this time. Another guard said. That's right, we came here for other purposes. Onoki smiled. To be honest, Onoki is not worried about his own safety. Because, he has reached an alliance with Han Guang. And he has assembled tens of thousands of troops, and he is moving towards the back of Cloud Shinobi's A. His purpose of coming this time is to finalize the distribution of benefits after the war with Han Guang. As for the conditions offered by Hokage, Onoki didn't believe a word of it. Thump, thump, thump. At this time, footsteps sounded ahead, and several Sarutobi people appeared in front of them. Master Tsuchikage, Master Hokage ordered us to come and respond. Lead the way, Onoki gestured, northeast direction. Third Raikage is also close to Konoha village. Father, aren't you worried? I asked. Oh, worried about? Raikage turned his head. What if this is Hokage's conspiracy? He tricked you to Konoha and besieged you. Haha. Raikage laughed. It seems that you don't know Sarutobi Hiruzen well. Raikage explained. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who always trades benefits for peace. This person doesn't have the guts. Speaking of this, Raikage smiled even wider. He continued. Furthermore, he offered very generous conditions. As long as this negotiation is completed, we will get huge benefits if we endure it. After hearing his father's explanation, I was still a little worried. What if Konoha's Han Guang makes trouble? Troubleshooting. That brat isn't Hokage. How did he make trouble? The movie was full of confidence. The reason why he dared to come to Konoha village, in fact, has another confidence. That is, Cloud Shinobi did not raid the border of Fire Nation on a large scale, and the main force is still in Tang Nation. This is enough to give Konoha face. Someone is here. Suddenly, Killer Bee's expression changed. As his voice fell, several figures appeared not far away, running towards here. Master Raikage, Master Hokage ordered us to come and respond. Sarutobi Pill said, lead the way. Raikage waved his hand. East direction. Fourth Mizukage ran through the forest with his guards. Master Mizukage, we just lost in the battlefield. Is it really okay to come to Konoha now? Ching asked with a sad face. The steady and cautious Ao met Fourth Mizukage after being defeated in the battlefield. Naturally, he became Mizukage's bodyguard. I can't stop coming. Kang Ya replied. Why? Ching was puzzled. Because all the other shadows will come. If I don't come, what do you think people in the village will think of me? This. Hearing Mizukage-sama's words, Ao couldn't refute. Indeed, the shadows of other ninja villages have all come to Konoha village. If Mizukage-sama doesn't come, there will be turmoil in the village again. Don't even dare to go to a meeting. Be a JB Mizukage. Not for a while. The four shadows gathered together and walked towards Konoha village hand in hand. Onogi glanced over Raikage and Kazekage first, and then his eyes fell on Fourth Mizukage. Third Raikage looked at Onoki and then at Fourth Mizukage. Hey, Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are really a good pair, and the selected shadows are all short and small. Raikage didn't shy away from it, and hurt the two shadows face to face. Shortness means smart. It's not like you Cloud Shinobi, choose a muscular guy with no brains at all. Onoki directly yelled back, but Mizukage didn't speak. They Rin and Rock Shinobi are mortal enemies, and the relationship with Cloud Shinobi is also not good. Therefore, Fourth Mizukage chose silence. Seeing this scene, Landscape Shadow shook his head. How did Mist Ninja choose such a Mizukage? Yes, what did you say? Kang Ya narrowed his eyes, glaring at Kazekage Rasa. What, do you want me to repeat it again? Luo Sha folded her arms across her chest without any fear. Such a small Mizukage, like a kid, he didn't take it to heart at all. Seeing Mizukage being humiliated, Ao jumped out. You still have the face to say that our Kirin, your San Shinobi's third Kazekage is lost, have you found it? Ching sneered. You. Luo Sha's complexion changed drastically, as if he had eaten a fly. This matter is San Shinobi's sore spot, unexpectedly being poked out by Mizukage's guards. Master Feng Ying, please allow me to challenge him one-on-one. Yi Kang stood up and stared at Ching. Okay, come on. Ching showed no sign of weakness. How dare a woman challenge her one-on-one? Lousy blows up your chest. The situation in the field changed suddenly, and it seemed that a battle was about to break out. It just so happens that you haven't entered Konoha village yet, so you can settle it here. Raikage snarled and stepped aside. Hurry up, we need to negotiate later. Onoki also flew to the tree, urging him. Sudden, Onoki was stunned. Others also turned their heads and looked at Onoki. I saw that the tree jumped up with a pop, and the branches swayed. Onoki staggered and was thrown off by the branch. Whoosh, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the roots of the trees scratched the ground violently, and Sa Yazi ran away. Worry, Onoki was stunned. This pair, the long legs ran away. Ying's eyes widened. What the hell is this? A product of wood style. Kazekage was also dumbfounded. The disappearance of the 7 people is because of this. Mizukage thought of more. After running through the weird trees, the few were not in the mood to fight among themselves. Sarutobi Pill came over and continued to lead the way. Imp of the Sarutobi clan. What happened to that tree just now? Raikage asked. It was made by Han Guang. Sarutobi Pill answered truthfully. Han Guang. Hearing this name, the 4 shadows frowned. His wood style can already manipulate trees. Doesn't that mean that he already knows we're coming? Han Guang is a tough brat. Several people had different expressions, and their fear of Han Guang deepened. Konoha village. There were lights and festoons on both sides of the street, and many villagers stood by the street, curiously watching the arrival of the 4 shadows. Under the guidance of the Sarutobi Pill, everyone went straight all the way to the Hokage building. Hokage conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded to several people. Everyone, the fact that you can come to Konoha shows that you still trust me. Today, I will sign a peace agreement and contribute to the complete end of this war. As he spoke, he took out several documents and handed them to the other four. I have always believed that to create peace, we need to work together. So I, Konoha, first let go of our interests and show our sincerity. Field. Fungying Luasha carefully read the content of the agreement, and his face was overjoyed. The content of this agreement is more detailed than the previous letter from Hokage. The efforts of his Sand Shinobi army were finally not in vain. Raided the border several times, in exchange for huge benefits. Raikage scanned the content, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and picked up the pen. His Cloud Shinobi army hasn't moved yet, so he has gained a lot of benefits. Hokage is really generous. Mizukage had the feeling of being hit by Lady Luck. They were clearly defeated by Mist Ninja, but why did Konoha village pay huge compensation? This made Mizukage overjoyed. The only one who looked weird was Tsuchikage Onoki. After reading the content of the agreement, he was not in a hurry to sign it, but was waiting for something. Han Guang, why do you still show up? If you don't come again, I will be tricked to death by you. Before coming to Konoha, Onoki had already dispatched tens of thousands of troops to surround Cloud Shinobi. But now, Hokage's compensation agreement made Rock Shinobi's backtracking meaningless. Even, his previous alliance with Han Guang was equivalent to being abolished. The secret room of the Nara clan. When Han Guang came late, he saw that all the patriarchs of the various clans had arrived. Han Guang, you are not in a hurry. Nara Lujiu complained, not remembering well. What's the rush? Han Guang looked calm. Not in a hurry. The negotiations of the Five Shadows have started. Lujiu's head was full of black lines. So, Han Guang asked back, do you know that once the third generation gives away huge benefits, it is equivalent to winning over the 4 great ninja villages? At that time, he has gained the support of other ninja villages. Lujiu said the key point. Indeed, the others nodded. You know, if the third generation surrenders its interests, then the 4 great ninja villages will definitely protect the third generation. Otherwise, if the third generation steps down, their interests will definitely be ruined. That's why Nara Lujiu is so anxious. Negotiating with the 5 cages. Supporting third generation. Han Guang looked disdainful. He looked around at the crowd, and said slowly, only the weak seek support. In my opinion, it doesn't make any sense at all. Then what are your plans? Namikaze Minato asked. Of course I'm going to the conference room to listen. Han Guang said casually. What would you do if third generation gave up its benefits? Minato asked again. The benefits that the third generation gave up, what does the fourth generation have to do with me? Han Guang said calmly. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato did not continue to ask. He already understood the meaning of Han Guang. Others got it too. As long as Han Guang takes over, the agreement signed by the third generation will definitely be abolished. Pushing open the door of the secret room, Han Guang walked out first. Namikaze Minato and his group also followed Han Guang towards the Hokage building. On the street, the appearance of Han Guang and his group attracted the attention of many people. Really, their identities are too conspicuous. The patriarchs of various clans gathered together with Namikaze Minato and Han Guang. With such a group of people heading towards the Hokage building, there must be something big going on. Hey, Kakashi, look. Obito arched Kakashi, motioning. The patriarchs of the various clans. Why is Han Guang here? Still at the forefront, Kakashi looked bewildered. He and Obito came to the street to watch the 4 shadows. Because they came late, the 4 shadows didn't see it. Instead, they saw Han Guang leading the heads of various clans towards the Hokage building. Instinctively, Kakashi felt that something was going to happen. My eyelids are jumping. With Han Guang leading the team, something big will happen. Obito said bluntly. Yeah, with him here, it's no wonder that nothing happened. Kakashi deeply agreed. The two looked at each other and followed quietly. The entrance of the Hokage building. 2 Sarutobi men stood guard and blocked the entrance to the building. This is the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen. During the 5-cage negotiations, no one is allowed to enter. Now, the 2 Sarutobi were trembling. Because the patriarchs of various clans were surrounding the 2 of them, staring at them. Master Hokage has orders, anyone. Go away. Han Guang slapped the past, and slapped the Sarutobi tribe's head off with a bang. Seeing this scene, another Sarutobi tribe turned pale with shock. This is the Hokage building, how dare Han Guang kill someone face to face? What are you? Do you want me to crush you to death? Han Guang glanced at the other party with his nostrils upturned. Thump, thump, thump. The ninja turned and ran into the Hokage building, apparently to report. Let's go. Ignoring the ninja, Han Guang stepped into the building. Namikaze Minato and his group followed and walked in. It was Hyuga Hiyashi, who kicked the headless body aside before entering the building. Hokage conference room. The 3 shadows had already signed the agreement, and they all looked at Tsuchikage Onoki. Tsuchikage, are you asleep? Why don't you sign? Raikage urged. Tsuchikage, doesn't this agreement satisfy you? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, frowning. We have all signed, and you are the only one missing. Fungying also urged. Looks like Tsuchikage has a big appetite, isn't that all satisfying? Mizukage of Lee's sneered. After everyone said this, Yinyamu's expression changed. Suddenly, His expression changed, and he looked towards the door of the conference room. Thump, thump, thump. A rush of footsteps came from the corridor, and after a few breaths, 10 Sarutobi tribesmen pushed the door and ran in. Didn't you see that they are negotiating? Sarutobi Hiruzen was dissatisfied and yelled. He has repeatedly ordered that during the negotiation period, no one can enter here. Fire! Lord Hokage, it's Han Guang. He broke in with the chiefs of all clans, and killed one of our clansmen. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed drastically, and his tone suddenly raised. Yesterday Han Guang threatened himself that he would rebel today, so eager to get Namikaze Minato up. After the shock, he suddenly smiled. Unfortunately, want to overthrow me now? It's too late, because once he steps down, the interests of other ninja villages will not be guaranteed. The only one that isn't ugly is Tsuchikage Onogi. Yes, Tsuchikage, you should understand who we want to support. Cage also echoed. He looked around at the shadows, and sure enough, he saw the ugly faces of these people. He waited for a long time, and finally waited for this moment. This is not the footsteps of one person, but many people. Boom, boom, boom. Hee, let's talk about it after you have settled Han Guang. Onoki sneered. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that under the bundle of huge interests, it is absolutely impossible for the other filmmakers to sit idly by. Heavy footsteps sounded in the corridor. To support Hokage, otherwise the benefits are likely to be wasted. Sigh, I knew that this agreement could not be signed. Onogi looked relaxed and sarcastically. Konoha village seems to be in civil unrest. I definitely support third generation. Mizukage also surrounded. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. It's obvious what they mean. Tsuchikage, this agreement is related to our huge interests. Reikage reminded. Find a way to save your own life first. Han Guang is coming soon. How many of you still want benefits? Chapter 168 Han Guang's threat negotiation. Sarutobi Hiruzen kneels. Please customize. Footsteps outside the meeting room approached. It sounds like it's not one person's footsteps, but many people's. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and gestured to the clansmen at the door. The clansmen had no choice but to bite the bullet and block the door. Stop. 5 shadows are negotiating inside, no one can enter. Get out of here. Han Guang slapped him. Puff. The head flew up and landed on the table in the conference room. Han Guang walked in. Hey, are you all here? I'll go find you one by one. Sweeping across the crowd, Han Guang sneered. Han Guang, do you know what you're doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists and scolded in a low voice. Of course I know, but it's you. I'm afraid you don't know what you're doing. Han Guang shook his head and picked up the agreement on the table. At this time, Namikaze Minato and his group also came in one after another. Tread. Uchiha Fugaku walked up to Mizukage and looked down at him. Didn't you see that 4th Hokage is still standing? Why don't you get out of the way? Huh, Yagura looked confused. 4th Hokage, which the FK are you talking about? No. Han Guang waved his hand and threw the agreement on the ground. With a regretful expression on his face, he walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Hokage, you actually betrayed the interests of the village. Han Guang, are you going to rebel? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Han Guang, and said in a deep voice. Rebel. Han Guang smiled and grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen by the collar. I can crush you to death with my hand, yet you say I'm rebellious. Whoosh, boom. With a flick of his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen was thrown directly into the corner and hit the wall. Now, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Third Reikage glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then at Han Guang. Finally, he turned his head to look at Feng Ying. Similarly, Cage also looked at Reikage. Mizukage was stared at by Uchiha Fugaku, so he didn't have time to make eye contact with other shadows. Only Tsuchikage, arms folded, a gesture of watching a play. After glancing at the shadows, Han Guang sat on Hokage's seat and knocked on the table. You 4 shadows, turn your FG heads around. After being called out by him, the 4 filmmakers looked over. Namikaze Minato is a group of people with black lines all over their heads. Sure enough, Han Guang's style is the same as before. The group of people were speechless, but also inexplicably excited. At this moment, Han Guang cleared his throat. I now announce that 3rd Hokage has abdicated. I, Han Guang, am the 4th Hokage of Konoha village. Following Han Guang's voice fell. 4th Cage hesitated for a moment, and stood up. Han Guang, you said that the 3rd Hokage will be abolished. Do you think our 4 great ninja villages are heir? Huh. Han Guang looked at Feng Ying with a surprised face. UBD, I thought Reikage was going to jump out, didn't expect it to be you. What did you say? Cage narrowed his eyes. Reikage also wanted to refute, but before he could speak, Han Guang appeared in front of Cage as if teleported. Puff. Blast out with a punch. Cage's head exploded directly. He didn't have time to perform any ninjutsu. Because, the distance is too close. Han Guang is only 1 meter away from Cage. At this distance, Han Guang's speed completely surpassed Feng Ying's reaction speed. Not to mention that Feng Ying didn't react, the others didn't react. What they saw was that Feng Ying's head exploded suddenly, and Han Guang's figure just sat back to his original position, and merged with the afterimage. You killed Feng Ying. Ying turned pale with shock. Originally, he also wanted to stand up, but Feng Ying died too soon, right? In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 corpse left in Feng Ying. This negotiation seems to be out of order. Mizukage stood up and was about to leave. Pity. Uchiha Fugaku blocked in front of Mizukage, and there was a group of people behind. Clan Chief Fugaku, don't stop him, let him go if he wants to go. Han Guang gestured with his hand. Are you really going to let him go? Uchiha Fugaku wondered. Certainly. Han Guang nodded. Then, he changed the subject. Tomorrow we send troops to Kurigakure to bulldoze their Mist Shinobi Mountains. As soon as Mizukage took a step, he slowed down again. He sat back in his chair and said nothing. Still, Mizukage glanced at Raikage. Seen by Mizukage, Yomi turned his head away and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the corner. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. Han Guang, if you kill Feng Ying without authorization, it will bring a huge crisis to the village. Third generation, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as trash. Han Guang sighed. His eyes fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his spiritual will surged out, pressing on him. Kneel down and shut up. Plop. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt on the ground, opened his mouth continuously, but couldn't make a sound. Seeing this scene, Lei's pupils shrank sharply. A word to suppress third Hokage. What the hell kind of ability is this TM? Spiritual will, he is spiritual will. Mizukage was shocked, looking at Han Guang with horror. Before, he had heard from Xing that Three Tails was controlled by Konoha. Now it seems that it must have been manipulated by Han Guang. Such a terrifying spiritual will, even the third Hokage was suppressed. I knew it would be like this. You still want to fight for profit? It's okay now, Tsuchikage Onogi sneered. He is very fortunate that he is on the side of justice. Boom boom boom. Han Guang knocked on the table again. The three shadows hurriedly turned their heads and looked over. Han Guang was very satisfied with the self-consciousness of the three of them, so he cleared his throat. Sand Shinobi provoked the war without authorization. As Kazekage, Luo Sand has an unshirkable responsibility. This person doesn't want to repent, and is trying to meddle in my Konoha's internal affairs. According to you guys, how should I deal with Feng Ying? Han Guang told Feng Ying's crime and asked the opinions of the three. All three shadows were dumbfounded. Didn't you FG kill Kazekage? You still ask us, does it make sense? The group of Namikaze Minato almost burst out laughing. Thankfully, this is a serious occasion. Tsuchikage, you speak first. Han Guang gestured. Being called by Han Guang, Onogi thought for a moment. I think Kazekage is the chief culprit in this war, and everyone must punish him. Onoki said sternly. Tsuchikage, you. Raikage and Mizukage looked at Onoki in disbelief with confused faces. Tsuchikage took the wrong medicine. Even if you were threatened by Han Guang, you can't lick like that, right? What about your dignity as a shadow? Tsuchikage, what you said really touched my heart. Han Guang praised. Then, he looked at Raikage. Raikage, what about you? Quote. Raikage was momentarily at a loss for words. Ah, it seems that you are Feng Ying's accomplice. Han Guang sighed and stood up slowly. Wait a moment. Raikage was startled and spoke hastily. He could already guess what Han Guang was going to do next, and he was definitely going to FK himself. If he dies, the large army in Yuno's country will definitely be liquidated by Konoha. So, he can't die yet. Oh, you have a last word. Han Guang sneered. I thought about it. Kazekage is indeed a heinous crime. If he, Sand Shinobi, hadn't provoked the war, how could it have developed to this point? The movie blurted out. Hearing Raikage's speech, Han Guang nodded and sat back in his seat. Finally, he looked at Mizukage. Before Han Guang could ask, Mizukage spoke. I feel so too. You speak. Stand up. Han Guang interrupted loudly. He stared at Mizukage's head with a grim look. ZK. Hey, Han Guang, he is standing. Uchiha Fugaku reminded. What? Han Guang looked surprised. Mizukage standing. Why can I only see the opponent's head? Ahem, he is indeed standing. Onoki also reminded. Onoki felt that he was being implicated. Mizukage's height made me have to help explain it. If there is another meeting in the future, I will definitely float, and I will never sit still. Onoki swore secretly. After Mizukage finished speaking, he shut himself off. After discussing Feng Ying's crimes, Han Guang looked towards the door. Obito, warm. Obito outside the door responded and rushed in hastily. Han Guang stretched out his hand. Obito handed over a kunai. There was no verbal exchange of any kind. The two can reach a mutual understanding. Come on, it's time for the long-lost Justice League again. Saying that, Han Guang threw kunai on the table. The three shadows had question marks on their faces. The three of you, surround kunai and hit Kazukage's corpse a few times. Obito explained. People look at each other. This is the Justice League. Isn't this just pulling them into the water? In the end, it was Onoki who made the head start. He picked up kunai and poked Kazukage's body. Then, Onogi threw kunai to Raikage. Raikage also pokes, and finally Mizukage. This scene, seeing that Namikaze Minato and a group of people looked strange. Hey, Minato, how do I feel that this is not the first time Han Guang has done this? Naradir arched Namikaze Minato, whispered. It should, isn't it? Namikaze Minato's face was complicated. Of course he could see that, under the leadership of Han Guang, Class 9 must have done this kind of thing many times. It's definitely not the first time for him. Didn't you see that he didn't have to communicate with Obito? Yamanaka echoed. Ahem, Obito, you go out first. Uchiha Fugaku said. Oh, Obito picked up the head on the table, trotted all the way, and went back to the door to be on duty. After stabbing Kazukage's body, he entered the next topic. He picked up the agreement on the table, and picked up the pen. Russell changed a few words of the agreement a little, and only then clicked with satisfaction. Okay, let's take a look at this agreement. Throwing the agreement out, Han Guang signaled the 3 moviegoers to watch. The 3 hurriedly checked the content of the agreement. Content, unchanged. Nothing has changed. But the problem is, the compensation party has changed. Originally, the compensation party was Konoha. But now, it has turned into the 4 great ninja villages. This time, the faces of the 3 of them turned green. Uchiha Fugaku poked his head out to look at the contents, dumbfounded. Namikaze Minato also glanced at the content of the agreement with surprise on his face. Field. The atmosphere fell into silence. After a while, Mizukage spoke first. Han Guang. Call me 4th Hokage. Han Guang corrected. 4th Hokage, we won and are willing to pay compensation, but I hope you can return the 3 tails to us. Yagura made a condition. I allow you to say it again. Han Guang said lightly with a smile on his face. Yagura panicked, subconsciously glanced at Kazukage's body. He was sure that if he said it again, he would definitely follow Feng Ying's footsteps. Sure enough, even in negotiations, strength is paramount, Yagura sighed. Then said, we were and are willing to compensate. Hearing Mizukage's words, Reikage's mood fell to the bottom. Han Guang can capture 3 tails, which means that there is a high probability that other tail beasts can also be captured by Han Guang. Reikage's last trace of confidence is gone. Our Cloud Shinobi is also willing to compensate. Reikage spoke with difficulty. Reikage, it's just the first step for you Cloud Shinobi to compensate as Konoha. Han Guang said lightly. What? Reikage frowned, anger welling up in his heart. Wu Ninja only paid compensation once, why did he come to himself, and there was a second step? Next, Han Guang said the object of the second step of compensation. You Cloud Shinobi have invaded the country of Yuno for so long, causing all the hot spring business in the country of Yuno to die. Do you think it is appropriate? This, Reikage understood. Han Guang is making a name for Tang Nation. But the problem is, the matter of the country of soup, I will give you Konoha's fart. It seems that you are not willing to pay compensation. Sighing again, Han Guang stood up. I pay. Reikage's face was extremely ugly, and he agreed. He figured it out, Han Guang was clearly threatening him. If you don't agree with me, you have to FK yourself. You made the right choice. Han Guang smiled and praised. Then he said, I'll ask the Tang Dynasty daimyo to calculate the loss and send the bill to your Cloud Shinobi village. After talking with Reikage, Han Guang looked at Tenkage Onoki. Tsuchikage, do you have something to say to me? Han Guang spoke slowly, his tone neither salty nor weak. He is waiting for Tsuchikage to speak. If the other party does not implement the action, then Rock Shinobi will also have to compensate Konoha village. Onaji's expression straightened, and he lowered his voice. Before I came to negotiate, I had assembled tens of thousands of ninjas. It is estimated that I have already circled behind the Cloud Shinobi army. Oh, Han Guang looked surprised. What? Reikage stood up with a crash, furious. Which one of the people present is not a powerful person? Even though Tsuchikage lowered his voice, they could hear clearly in their old clothes. Naturally Reikage could hear it too. Onoki, you actually attacked. Reikage's fists rubbed together with a creak sound. Sneak attack. No, no, no. We Rock Shinobi and Konoha are allies and we will definitely attack you. Onogi looked serious. He then continued, we're not only going to fight you Cloud Shinobi, we're going to fight Sand Shinobi. Pity. Feng Ying is dead, so he can't hear these words anymore. Negotiations are over. As soon as it was over, Third Reikage rushed to the reception room and left in a hurry with his son and Killer Bee. If he goes back now, he will definitely not be able to catch up. Onoki looked out of the window with a sneer on his face. You're smart. Han Guang glanced at Onoki and stood up. Tread. He walked up to the kneeling Sarutobi Hiruzen and knelt down. Third generation, you are a smart person. You should know very well what I will do if you play tricks. After leaving this sentence, Han Guang patted the other person's face. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen's left face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mr. Minato, send third generation back. Good. Namikaze Minato nodded and helped third generation. With this help, Minato was surprised to find that the third generation could stand up. However, at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked disappointed and said nothing. Correct. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the door, there was a sudden sound. Third generation, come to the office to report tomorrow. I have many tasks waiting for you. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Han Guang is going to counterattack Sand Shinobi. There it is. Obito ran in. The Hiyashi Patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku left with the agreement. Good. Poof. Okay. Send the news to all border troops. Let them all gather at the border of the river country. Exist. Return Kazukage's body to those 2 Sand Shinobi. Exist. Sarutobi Hiruzen's legs gave way and he fell to the ground. After all, Kazukage is dead, and it is the best time to counterattack Sand Shinobi. The Fugaku Patriarch, you go and post this agreement outside the building. Hearing this order, the others understood. Obito shouted towards the door. Chapter 169. The negotiation is over. 4th Hokage Han Guang, please customize. Northeast of Konoha village. The speed of 3rd Reikage is extremely fast, heading towards Tang country. Killer Bee and I followed closely. Father, what's the result of the negotiation? Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Wen expressed his doubts. As soon as the negotiation was over, the father took the two of them to start the speed rush mode, which made realize that something went wrong. Rock Shinobi has circled behind our main force. Raikage said Kaido briefly. What? And Killer Bee were shocked when they heard the news. But immediately, the two were confused. No, Rock Shinobi seems to be an ally with us. Killer Bee scratched his head with a dazed expression. Logically speaking, shouldn't Rock Shinobi fight Konoha? How did they sneak attack Cloud Shinobi? It must be Tsuchikage secretly allied with Konoha. I was very angry. Damn Rock Shinobi, so FG unreliable. At this moment, Third Raikage sighed. It's not really Rock Shinobi's fault. After all, we are the invaders. By now, he has figured it out. In this war, their 4 great ninja villages are all invaders. In this case, Rock Shinobi fought back, and he had nothing to say. Apparently, Rock Shinobi knew Han Guang's true strength, so they formed an alliance secretly. Now, what worries Raikage most is whether Tsuchikage and Han Guang will join the battle. Once these two arrived on the battlefield, their Cloud Shinobi army would definitely suffer a devastating blow. That's why I was in such a hurry to go back. Hey, bye, listen. I'm in charge, and you must bring the big troops back to the village. Raikage urged with a serious tone. Wait a minute, father. The two of us can join the war too. I was anxious. Yes, my lord. At worst, I'll use Tailed Beast mode. Killer Bee is also full of fighting spirit. No, Raikage's tone was flat and he directly refused. Then, he looked at Killer Bee, the sun was shining heavily. Bye, you have to remember that Han Guang can capture tail beasts. Once you join the battle, 8 tails will definitely be captured by him. After speaking, Raikage turned to look at his son again. The village will depend on you from now on. You have to do your best to bring the troops back to the village. This is the foundation of our Cloud Shinobi. Speaking of this, Raikage gave a last word of advice. Remember, Konoha has Han Guang. We Cloud Shinobi don't make enemies with Konoha. But, Killer Bee still wanted to persuade, but was interrupted by listen to my father's arrangement. Has understood his father's will. This battle, they Cloud Shinobi lost. They have no reason to blame Konoha and Rock Shinobi. Because, their Cloud Shinobi is the aggression party. The most important thing now is to preserve the vitality of the nose to the maximum extent. East of Konoha village, Mizukage Yagura and Ao are on their way quickly. Master Mizukage, what's the result? Ching asked. Our Mist Ninja was defeated and we need to compensate Konoha village. Yagura told the truth. Ching was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that when he came, Mizukage had revealed that it was Konoha who compensated Mistnin. How did this become Wu Ninja's compensation for Konoha? The Hokage of Konoha village was overthrown, Han Guang came to power, and the compensation agreement was changed. Yagura told a shocking secret. Third Hokage stepped down. Wait a minute, let Guang take over. He looked confused. If he remembers correctly, Han Guang should only be 12 years old, right? At such a young age, he became the 4th Hokage. Although Han Guang's strength is very strong, isn't Hokage going back to Konoha village ageless? Master Mizukage, if the people in the village know about this compensation, there may be some turmoil. Ching reminded. However, Yagura didn't care. Hey, we Mist Ninja are pretty good. After all, we are compensation for defeat. Yagura suddenly laughed, thinking of Michu and Sand Shinobi. The Cloud Shinobi army was ambushed by Rock Shinobi, so they knew without thinking that they must have suffered heavy losses. Even Rock Shinobi, who secretly allied with Konoha, would suffer a lot of losses after attacking Cloud Shinobi. As for Sand Shinobi, it's even more tragic. Even Kazekage is dead. In such a comparison, Yagura feels that the loss of Mist Ninja is the smallest. When he said these things, Ching's face was extremely exciting. How do I feel that the loss of our Ziren is much smaller than that of the other 3 ninja villages? Muttered to himself. Yeah, are you still worried that the village will be in turmoil? Yagura said with a smile. If you explain things clearly, I think the people in the village will understand. Ching has no objections. But then, he thought of another question. What about the 7 people? They bypassed the battlefield and raided Konoha village. But now there is no news at all. Keep the change, please. Yagura shook his head. In his opinion, there is a high probability that the 7 people were wiped out by the regiment. Yagura holds the summoning scroll. As long as the 7 ninja swords are still there, he can train the next 7. Northwest of Konoha village, Onoki took 2 guards and flew slowly towards the country of grass. Compared with Raikage and Mizukage, Onoki left Konoha later. Because, he negotiated a big event with Han Guang. That is the siege of Sand Shinobi. You know, there are also part of Rock Shinobi's troops in the frontline troops of Sand Shinobi. And what Rock Shinobi has to do is to fight back and cooperate with Konoha to beat Sand Shinobi. Of course, Onoki couldn't just pay. His decision moved Han Guang. So Han Guang gave Onoki 10 flight places at a very low price. Tuai, how does it feel to fly? It's amazing. Tuhei said excitedly. Blackwood, what about you? I feel like I can handle it proficiently. Hee, very good. After we go back, we will pick 8 more people and send them to Konoha. Onoki was in a good mood. He has already inquired that Han Guang charges 37 million taels per person for this kind of flying ability. On the other hand, Onoki made an exception and counted a quota for Han Guang at an ultra-low price of 1 million taels per person. In this way, he saved hundreds of millions. Moreover, Han Guang also personally revealed that this ability will not be sold to other ninja villages. Not only that, as an ally of Konoha, Rock Shinobi not only does not need to compensate Konoha, but also received a personal guarantee from Han Guang. That is, any attack on Rock Shinobi will be regarded as an attack on Konoha. This is what Han Guang himself said. Onoki doesn't believe in third generation, but he does believe in Han Guang. After all, there is no need for the other party to lie to themselves. Yes, suddenly, Onogi thought of something. You fly to the country of Tang immediately, go to inform the big troops, and accept it as soon as you see it. Yes, Kuroki nodded, turned around and flew towards Tang country. West of Konoha village, Baki and Hakura were the last to leave Konoha village. Baki is carrying a headless corpse and is in a state of despair. Yi Kang looked at the content of the compensation agreement, frowning. After we go back, how can hundreds of generations of heaven and man explain it? Shiji sighed. Master Feng Ying was fine when he came, but he hung up after the negotiation. The two guards had no way of inquiring about the inside story. The only thing they know is that they, Sand Shinobi, will pay huge compensation to Konoha. Everyone is dead, how can I explain? Yi Kang shook his head. He continued. Compared to Feng Ying's death, this agreement is not quite right. Isn't it just a compensation agreement? Baki said listlessly. No, pay attention to the compensation party. Baki looked intently. Then, he found that the compensation party had been crossed out and the word Sunagaker had been added to it. Is this what you changed? Of course not. Then this was changed by Konoha. Yi Kang was speechless for a while. He had already guessed the original compensation party of this agreement. This agreement should have been originally made by Konoha to compensate us. But Konoha repented, so Lord Kazekage was killed, and the agreement was changed. Hearing Yi Kang's words, Baki clenched his fists. Damn third Hokage, did I say that Konoha has a conspiracy? Kazekage-sama still doesn't believe it. Konoha village, Hokage conference room. Han Guang declined the succession Hokage ceremony proposed by Mr. Minato. Teacher, the succession ceremony can be postponed. The most important thing now is the ninja force. As his words fell, Namikaze Minato could only agree. The patriarchs of other clans also nodded. In their view, Han Guang's words showed that the other party took care of the overall situation. Among the Sand Shinobi troops, there is a part of Rock Shinobi troops, and Rock Shinobi will cooperate with us to besiege Sand Shinobi. Patriarchs, in this battle, I have only one requirement, and that is to be fast. We want to attack as quickly as possible. Next, Han Guang started to order. Ninjas of all races gather in the square. I will condense a clone and act together with you. Finally, who can find a giant iron plate? Field. Uchiha Fugaku stood up. I have a defensive summoning technique that can summon a door. Is this possible? Could it be Rashomon? Namikaze Minato looked strange. Clan Chief Fugaku, go to the square and summon me to have a look. Han Guang motioned. The plaza outside the Hokage building. People came to the square. Uchiha Fugaku stepped out of the queue and put some distance away from the crowd. Then, he bit his finger. Rashomon. Under the burst of drinking, his hand slammed on the ground. Bang. Immediately, the ground shook, and a huge blue door broke through the ground. This is Rashomon. This is First Hokage's defensive summoning technique, which has a terrifying defensive ability. Namikaze Minato said with emotion. It is said that First Hokage used Rashomon to block Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb. Naru Lugiu was fascinated. Why did Chief Uchiha learn the technique of First Hokage? Hyuga Hiyashi was a little puzzled. Is this door okay? It should be enough to stand people of all races. Uchiha Fugaku clapped his hands. Han Guang nodded and walked in front of Rashomon. He stretched out a finger, and the strength condensed. Then, the finger poked on Rashomon. The power of terror is transmitted. Next moment, I saw that Rashomon fell slowly and fell towards the ground. Everyone. Bang. Rashomon fell to the ground, shaking violently. Dust was flying and filled the surroundings. Now, everyone was silent. Ask for flowers. I have engraved flying on the Rashomon. The patriarchs of all clans, don't be dumbfounded, and gather the clansmen. Han Guang made a sound and gestured. A group of people came back to their senses one after another. They ran away with their respective families. Only Namikaze Minato stood still. After all, he had no family. Han Guang, how did you cultivate your strength? Namikaze Minato asked. Really, Xiaoguang Luang is too exaggerated. It's pervert to poke the Rashomon with a finger. No wonder, Han Guang said before that one finger can kill the third generation. Isn't this sentence bragging? Teacher, my strength is actually very weak. Han Guang said truthfully. Namikaze Minato. Sure enough, the student's answer was unexpected. Fortunately, First Hokage is not in the same era as you. Namikaze Minato was filled with emotion. That is, Han Guang was born in this era. If this were changed decades ago, Konoha's first Hokage would not be Senju Hashirama, but Han Guang. Teacher, what you said is too exaggerated. Han Guang smiled. Really? Namikaze Minato looked suspicious. When did Han Guang become so humble? Yes, First Hokage, how can you compare with me? Han Guang said bluntly. I knew it. Namikaze Minato had black lines all over his head. By the way, teacher, when you come back, I will serve as Hokage's assistant. Han Guang said. Me. Namikaze Minato was quite surprised. He knew what Han Guang meant by assistant Hokage. There is a high probability that it is to help with official duties. That's the deal. Han Guang waved his hand and made a final decision. Ninjas of all races began to gather in the square. Not for a while. 0, 0. The clansmen of all ethnic groups have all assembled. Sweeping through the dense crowd, Han Guang was surprised to find that Uchiha's people were the most. Everyone, you should know my identity. Now, all board the Rashomon. Han Guang's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Snapped. He put his palms together to form a wood-style avatar. I'm going. The clone twisted its neck and jumped onto the Rashomon. I'll wait for your return in victory. Han Guang opened his mouth slowly, and gestured to the Fugaku Patriarch. Rashomon shook and floated into the air. Then, fly towards the west. Warm. Watching Rashomon disappear into the sky, Han Guang was suddenly stunned. He looked around and found that there was no ninja around. Thump, thump, thump. Running to Hokage's office, Han Guang's face drooped. Careless. Everyone is gone. How am I going to deal with business today? Walking to the desk, Han Guang sat on a chair. He picked up a document and looked at its contents. Sarutobi Asuma resists arrest. Asuma bought the bouquet from the florist without paying. The flower shop owner reports to the security team. Uchiha arrests Asuma, and there is a conflict on the street. Eventually, one Uchiha was wounded and Asuma fled back to the Sarutobi family settlement. Guard. After reading this document, he touched his chin. Obviously, this report was submitted by the Ministry of Security, and it should have been submitted to the third generation. However, the third generation stepped down, and now it is Han Guang who handles it. Come on. Whoosh. An Anbu appears. Han Guang looked at each other, and his eyes fell on Anbu's silver hair. Kakashi, you've been hiding next door for a long time. I'm not hiding, I'm waiting for your call. Kakashi returned and took off his mask. There is an important task for you now. With that said, Han Guang rolled up the document and threw it over. This is, see for yourself. Kakashi scanned the above content and understood. You want me to catch Asuma? That's right. As the son of the third generation, his behavior is very bad. Han Guang settled the tone. What happens after you catch it? Kakashi asked. Hand him over to the security department. Let them deal with it seriously. Well, Kakashi hesitated. Difficult. Han Guang looked surprised. Han Guang touched his chin. Sarutobi Hiruzen is sitting in the gazebo. Then, Kakashi was dumbfounded. He picked up a pen, wrote a scroll, and threw it away. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly ticket 3. After all, Asuma is hiding in the Sarutobi family residence. The Sarutobi clan is the most numerous in the village. That's it. Why? This reason is not enough. Han Guang smiled. Hiruzen, a new generation replaces the old one. Now that you have retired, don't think about it. Sarutobi family resident. One thing, if only I go, I'm afraid it will be difficult to catch Asuma. Kakashi said truthfully. Kakashi is still hesitant about such a trivial matter. At the same time, on the opposite side, Kaharu and Mito Danzai tried hard to persuade each other. Kakashi nodded hastily, and fled away with the scroll. Kakashi opened the scroll and scanned the contents. Enough. This. Chapter 170 Regretful Sarutobi Hiruzen. Han Guang destroys Sand Shinobi. Please customize. Inside the gazebo, you detain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura convincing Hiruzen. Hiruzen, now that you're retired, enjoy your life with peace of mind. Yeah Hiruzen, having Han Guang in power in the village is not necessarily a bad thing. Persuaded by the two advisors, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and frowned. Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't surprised if someone else persuaded him, but it happened to be these two people. You took Han Guang's favor. How is that possible? Kaharu and Homura shook their heads in unison. Then it's not like your character. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. Oh, you. Mitokado Homura sighed. He looked around and lowered his voice. We have secretly investigated Han Guang, and his growth rate is simply unprecedented. Of course I know, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. I mean, there must be a big secret in Han Guang. Mitokado Homura's voice was small. Nonsense. Even if you think about it with your A, you know that there is a secret in him. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed. 12 years old, overwhelming all the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages, with such abnormal strength, do you still need to investigate? But the question is, who can hold back Han Guang now? It is almost impossible to peep into his secret. Do you know that I was almost able to strangle him once? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was quite cold, and his intestines were green with regret. But he's still alive. Homura and Kaharu were speechless. Almost strangled. There's a fart for this. It's all my fault for being too kind. If I had let Anbu kill him, it wouldn't have developed into what it is today. Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with hatred. Speaking of this, he slapped the stone table with a slap. Boom. The corner of the stone table was smashed by him. Thinking about it now, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't wait to give his original self a few big mouths. Once, he personally wrote Han Guang into the textbook. Afterwards, Han Guang returned. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to let Han Guang die in the mission, leaving an inspirational deed, 653. But after mission, this Xiaowei was in a daze. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also gradually extinguished this idea, and changed to win over. Who would have imagined? Pulling and pulling, this BD pushed himself down. Hiruzen, don't worry about it anymore, you're doing pretty well now. Kaharu warned. Yeah, think about what happened to Danzo. Mitokado Homura echoed. Hearing the name, Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Indeed, although Danzo didn't die, he ended up much worse than himself. He ran away alone and took refuge in the elderly Uchiha Madara. By the way, Hiruzen, you'd better have a good relationship with Han Guang in the future. Do you know that the patriarchs of all tribes have the ability to fly? Mitokado Homura reminded. Seeing that Hiruzen was unmoved, he continued. Think about it, other families have ninjas that can fly, but does your Sarutobi family have one? I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his face still ugly. A flying ability can widen the gap between different races. The simplest example, the opponent can fly and dodge at will in the air. This alone makes him invincible. Okay, we've said what we have to say, so let's take our leave first. Homura and Kaharu stood up, ready to leave. Whizzing. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak, he saw the two jump up and fly away. Damn it. Slapping the stone table again, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help cursing again. Thump, thump, thump. At this time, Sarutobi Pill ran over. Patriarch, secret message. After receiving the secret letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen unfolded it. Danzo again. Seeing the familiar handwriting, he quickly scanned it. Hiruzen, you did a great job. I heard that you have contacted the shadows of the 4 great ninja villages and are about to conduct peace negotiations. I know your character, you must have other purposes. To deal with Han Guang, right? Be sure to kill him. I believe you can. If Han Guang is killed, I will go back to the village and continue to leave you. This is really not a place for people. If you fail, then simply come to Madara. I can sense that Madara's days are numbered. Madara seems to be using me as an experiment recently. Hiruzen, I might die. By the way, I still have some money in the root secret room. You send someone to the Tibetan bathe pool in the country of Tang. Your best friend Danzo. After reading the secret letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen crumpled it up and reduced it to ashes. This letter came too late. I have stepped down, and the secret letter came. What's the use of this? Who? Suddenly, Sarutobi Pill looked up and scolded because of the sound. Thump. A figure of Anbu jumped down from the tree. Silver hair, mask. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew it without thinking. It was Kakashi. Kakashi, what do you do? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. 3rd generation. According to reliable information, we suspect that Asuma is suspected of collaborating with the enemy. Kakashi's voice was cold. What? Asuma collaborating with the enemy? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly rose. What are you kidding? Asuma seldom even comes out of the village, so how could he cooperate with the enemy? Kakashi, you said that Asuma cooperated with the enemy, what is the evidence? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and asked in a deep voice. Evidence? We don't have it. Kakashi shook his head. How dare you speak nonsense without evidence? Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded. But we have witnesses. Kakashi speaks amazingly. Then, he waved to the distance. Step on, step on. A fog ninja came from a distance. Are you, Mizukage's guard? Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the person coming. If he remembers correctly, this person is called Ching, and he is the guard of 4th Mizukage. 3rd generation, would you like to let this mist ninja talk about it? Kakashi's tone was still cold. No. Waving his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded. He knew very well that this must be Han Guang's conspiracy. Once you let Ching speak out, then this matter will be troublesome. In this way, it will be difficult for his son to stand up. Not to mention, there is still room for maneuver. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed regret. It's a pity, Asuma has already gone to the Fire Country's daimyo mansion and served as the daimyo's guard. I see, Kakashi nodded, then said. Then I will take my leave. Leaving the Sarutobi family residence, Kakashi and Ao went to a corner where no one was there. Thank you, White Zetsu. You're welcome. Ao's figure squirmed and turned into White Zetsu. Then, he escaped into the ground and disappeared. Now, we can wait outside the village to arrest people. Kakashi muttered to himself. He really admired Han Guang's brain. Because of this plan, it was Han Guang who wrote it on the scroll. According to the speculation in the scroll, next, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely let Asuma leave the village. In this way, the Anbu and Uchiha guards can camp outside the village and secretly arrest Asuma. God does not know, ghosts do not know. Next, it's time to contact the Uchiha security department. Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, Sarutobi family resident, Sarutobi Hiruzen found his son Asuma. BD, you're still picking flowers in the garden. Seeing Asuma picking flowers, Sarutobi was so angry that he was cut. He stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Snapped. Asuma, who was picking flowers with her butt pouted, staggered and fell into the flower bed. Worm, why are you hitting me? Climbing up from the flower bed, Asuma looked dissatisfied. But when he saw his father, Asuma, stopped. You slap me, why is your face swollen? Get out, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. Then, he looked at the tribe on one side. Yiwen, immediately escort Asuma from the back mountain to leave the village, and let him go to the Daiming mansion. Yes, Zhang. Sarutobi Pill nods. Wait a minute, I didn't say I'm going to Daimyofu, I'm going after Kurenai Yuhi. Asuma yelled. He picks flowers just to pursue redness. I haven't caught up yet, how can I go to Daiming mansion? You trash, you can't even catch up with a woman, you have the face to say it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was short of breath. Pill, what are you still doing? Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's coercion, Asuma was forced to leave the family residence. Hong, you wait for me, I will definitely come back and continue to pursue you. Making up her mind, Asuma followed the pill to the back mountain. To be honest, Asuma was a little confused. What kind of broken road did the pill take? How did you take yourself out of the village from the back mountain? Hokage office. Han Guang was speechless. Yu Hahong turned around, quite surprised. Okay, Han Guang, how dare you sit in Lord Hokage's seat? I am 4th Hokage, Han Guang explained. Do you think I will believe it? Hong asked in disbelief. Then, she urged. Get out of here quickly, or you will be punished. Han Guang shook his head and continued to correct the document. Are you crazy? How dare you approve Lord Hokage's document? Hong hurriedly shouted, grabbing the document. Han Guang looked up at the other party. Asked. Hong, what have you been doing lately? Of course I'm practicing illusion. Hong was quite proud. Cultivated in closed doors. Han Guang asked. That's right, only in a quiet environment can I concentrate and successfully practice illusion. No wonder. Han Guang couldn't help but laugh. This girl seems to have been in seclusion for too long, and the information is quite blocked. Swish. Suddenly, an Anbu appeared. Silver hair, masked. Master Hokage, Asuma has been caught. Kakashi reported, glanced at Kurani Yuhi who was standing beside Han Guang. Well, did it go well? Han Guang asked. It went well, but in order to prevent the news from leaking, we also arrested the Sarutobi pill that escorted him. Okay, back off. Yes. 21. Kakashi disappeared instantly. Field. Shi Hahong opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at Han Guang. She ignored the news that Asuma was caught. Are you really a Hokage? Red is unbelievable. It has only been more than half a month since I practiced illusion. How did Han Guang become Hokage? It's an illusion. This must be an illusion. Hong shook her head vigorously. At this time, she suddenly felt her body crooked, being hugged into Han Guang's arms. Hong turned pale with shock. Actually, it's very simple to test whether it's an illusion. Han Guang smiled. Why? How to test? So, saying that, Han Guang stretched his hand into Hong's bosom. Feel the temperature on my palm. Han Guang looked serious. At this time, Hong was completely dumbfounded. Han Guang, touching his own chest. Also let yourself feel it. Her face turned red, Shua, and became exactly like her name. Get your hands away quickly. Hong struggled hard. Okay. Han Guang withdrew his hand. But the problem is, now Hong is still sitting on Han Guang's lap. What? Sitting down and not wanting to leave? Han Guang said with a smile. No way. Hong hurriedly got up, lowered her head and ran out. No one bothered. Han Guang stretched himself. Sit here for an afternoon and review 2 documents. Han Guang, you have worked so hard. After praising himself, Han Guang condensed a wood-style avatar to sit in charge, while the main body was ready to leave. Wait a minute. The avatar looked at the documents on the table with a confused face. Han Guang turned his head. You should be very clear, I hate class the most. The clone protested. Then sit here until the evening. Han Guang waved his hand. Walking out of the Hokage building, he came directly to the back mountain. Standing by the stream, Han Guang stopped under a tree. Russell, Jujube tree trotted all the way over, quite happy. You are happy, running around every day. Han Guang shook his head and put his hands on the tree. He closed his eyes and communicated for a moment, his face brought a smile. The flight is really fast, the Avatar has already started a war with Sand Shinobi. The border of the country of rivers. Konoha's counterattack began. Before the Sand Shinobi army could even react, they encountered an internal sneak attack from the Alliance Rock Shinobi. Master Chio, Rock Shinobi suddenly attacked us. A Sand Shinobi ran into the headquarters and reported anxiously. What? Chio was taken aback. Did Rock Shinobi take the wrong medicine? Counterattack immediately. Eliminate this Rock Shinobi. Chio ordered in a straightforward tone. No matter what the reason is, since this Rock Shinobi has betrayed, it must be eliminated. Bang. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded. Thump, thump, thump. Another subordinate ran in, looking anxious. Master Chio, the Sleepy Leaf ninjas have begun to attack the border. I see. Chio suddenly realized. No need to think about it, she also knows that Rock Shinobi is in an alliance with Konoha. This is a very dangerous signal. Luo Sha went to Konoha to negotiate. How did Konoha and Rock Shinobi negotiate an alliance? Damn it. Chio cursed and thought about countermeasures. After a while, she gave the order. Order the troops to retreat and retreat towards the Kingdom of Wind. Boom. As soon as the order was finished, the roof of the headquarters exploded. Countless detonating symbols fell from the sky, clattering like rain. 2.3. Looking up and seeing this scene, Chio's face turned green. What she saw was not only detonating symbols all over the sky, but also a giant iron gate floating across the sky. The next moment, Tashiro's pupils suddenly shrank. I saw a figure jumping down from the high-altitude iron gate and falling straight towards here. Let's go. Instinctively, she realized the great crisis. Puppet stand in stealth. Under the puppet secret technique, Chio got into an empty shell puppet and went directly to the ground. Boom. Han Guang's avatar fell to the ground, smashing a big hole in the ground. Sweeping across the battlefield, he stroked his chin. Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi are stuck together. In the battlefield, Rock Shinobi has been fighting with Sand Shinobi, and it is inseparable. Cloud Shinobi is retreating secretly, whoever stops in front will fight. Konoha's ninjas are still some distance away from these three parties. In this case, Han Guang made the right decision. He clasped his hands, and chakra gathered quickly. A black ball was formed between the hands, and it kept getting bigger. Click, click, Namikaze Minato in midair shuddered and hurriedly urged. Whoosh, the black ball slowly lifted into the air. Because, the Sand Shinobi battlefield collapsed. Go, get out of here. This move once wiped out thousands of elite troops of Rock Shinobi. Almost instantly, the ground cracked and shook violently. The three ninjas in the battlefield all took off into the air and floated towards the black ball. He has seen Han Guang's move. Han Guang shouted in a deep voice. Numerous earth and rocks are pulled by gravity and go towards the air. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. All of a sudden, a terrifying eruption broke out. Planetary devastation. People all flew into the sky. At the same time, Konoha's counterattack force started running back as soon as they crossed the border. 5. Chapter 171 Han Guang's Plan. 7th Woman. Danzo's Determination. Please customize. Konoha Haushin. Han Guang let go of the hand resting on the tree. It seems that the idea of wood clone is somewhat different from that of the main body. Knowing what the avatar was doing, Han Guang couldn't help but laugh. If you insist on describing wood clone, it is a slight lack of IQ. Of course, it doesn't hurt too much. It's nothing more than killing some rock shinobi. Sudden, Han Guang's expression changed. With a random grab with his palm, he caught a stone that fell from the sky. Looking up to the top of the mountain, Han Guang was speechless. Haushin, your way of greeting is very unique. Shaking his head, he walked towards Anbu. Anbu Base Hall. Han Guang holds the pen, writes and draws on the paper. White Zetsu stood aside, observing seriously. After a while, the character portrait is drawn. White Zetsu, now I give you a special task. Han Guang looked at White Zetsu with a solemn tone. Master Han Guang, White Zetsu is always at your service. Han Guang was taken aback. He looked suspicious and asked, where did you learn this sentence? My doppelganger girlfriend, that's what she said. White Zetsu explained, with a quick compliment me expression on his face. Han Guang, you, a guy who doesn't even have AP, can still get a girlfriend. According to Han Guang's judgment, this girlfriend of White Zetsu's is most likely dark and purple. To be on the safe side, he said a word. What's your girlfriend's name? It's not my girlfriend, it's my alter ego's girlfriend. White Zetsu corrected. Then, White Zetsu spit out the origin of this woman. Her name is Mu Zi. She used to go out to work in the service industry. She just returned to the village recently. The ninja who pretended to be my clone is a childhood sweetheart. That's it. Han Guang nodded. It turned out to be a shore, which is no wonder. Next, Han Guang explained the content of this mission. Remember the man in the portrait? I remember. White Zetsu nodded vigorously. Next, your body will continue to use Luli's identity to defect to the village. Han Guang said surprisingly. White Zetsu was dumbfounded. I am loyal to Master Han Guang, how could I defect? Pretend to defect, can you understand? Han Guang reminded. I see. White Zetsu suddenly realized. After you defected, don't reveal your real body, and keep Luli's appearance. Then, you hide in the Kingdom of Rain. Speaking of this, Han 15 Guang pointed to the portrait. When you meet the person in the portrait, contact me through the avatar. After assigning the task, Han Guang poured his own will into White Zetsu. There are two characteristics contained in the will, which are ground escape and illusion resistance. Afterwards, Han Guang helped White Zetsu infuse several spores, allowing White Zetsu to replenish chakra at any time. Master Han Guang, then I defected. White Zetsu applied. Go, ZZ. White Zetsu went underground and disappeared without a trace. In the hall, Han Guang grabbed the portrait on the table with a smile on his lips. Nagato, don't blame me. I won't kill you, I just cut out your eyeballs. Mumbling to himself, Han Guang squeezed the portrait into molecules. He let White Zetsu defect. The purpose is to find Nagato. Because Han Guang knew that Uchiha Madara had already secretly transplanted Rinnegan to Nagato. I'd like to see, what expression will you have when I pull out Nagato's Rinnegan? In Han Guang's eyes, Uchiha Madara is full of flaws. Before, he was obsessed with tasks and had no time to deal with Madara. And now, Light has a lot of time. Thump. At this time, Kakashi returned to the Anbu base and saw Han Guang standing in the lobby. Warm, aren't you sleeping in the office? Kakashi looked suspicious. Sleep. Han Guang has black lines all over his head. That's my wood clone. No wonder. Kakashi suddenly realized. No wonder Han Guang in the office is sleeping on the table, he is a lazy clone. You came just in time. Han Guang just wanted to go to Kakashi when he came back. Is there something wrong? Kakashi's face straightened. Assemble the 9th squad immediately and hunt down Luli symbolically. Han Guang gave the order. Kakashi was lost in thought. He knew Luli's true identity, so he was understanding the meaning of Han Guang's words. Symbolic pursuit, which step should be done? Kakashi asked. Just show it off. Good. Kakashi left in an instant. Han Guang also walked out of the Anbu base and glanced at the dim sky. It's dinner time again. Happy soup bath. When Han Guang walked into the store, he saw a strange scene. Kushina, Minako, Hyuga Suzune, Mrs. Makoto, Rin, Anko, Azuki Yuyan, and Yuhi Kurenai. 8 women sat at the dinner table, Among them, there is still a vacant position. Han Guang. Lin was surprised. Master Hokage. Enko corrected. I think he should be called a well-digger. Azuki Shion muttered. Fortunately, the voice of Azuki Shion's words was so low that no one noticed. Our Hokage-sama is here and has been waiting for you for a long time. Kushina waved with a smile. Are you waiting for me? Han Guang sat down with a look of surprise. Is this a women's conference? Why are there so many women? You must be very hungry after working all day. Minako handed over a bowl of rice with a soft tone. Your chopsticks. Hyuga Suzune handed over a pair of chopsticks. Drink water before eating. Mrs. Makoto picked up a glass of water. Han Guang opened his mouth, but no words came out. Mrs. Makoto had already brought the water to her mouth. Grunt. After taking a sip of water, he took the bowl and chopsticks. These dishes are delicious, I'll help you pick them up. Lin's eyes were quick, and she picked up the dishes and put them into Han Guang's bowl. This sweet meatball is also very good, I made it. Enko picked up a bunch of meatballs and put them into Han Guang's bowl as well. I also made a dish. Azuki Shion directly picked up the plate, and pulled the inside of it into Han Guang's bowl. Baji. There were so many dishes that they fell on the floor. Han Guang took a deep breath and put the bowl down. He looked around and cleared his throat. I still like you in the past. Keep your original nature, okay. Han Guang said seriously. TCH, I knew he didn't like this. Enko pouted. But you are already the fourth Hokage. Lin whispered. It seems that he hasn't changed, it's still the same yellow light as before. Mao Yuxian breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, Shi Hahong echoed, feeling a bit stuck. Han Guang had a hard time eating this meal. He wisely kept silent and began to pick up the food, and the few girls around him have already started chatting. Do you remember? Back in the ninja school, Han Guang's shuriken and kunai couldn't hit the target. Of course I know, this is the way of the whole school. His theory classes were even worse. Three-body technique, he doesn't even know it now. Who would have thought that he could become Hokage Nuin? Listening to the discussion of these girls, Han Guang turned a deaf ear and continued to eat. But Kushina and the others listened with gusto. Snapped. Putting the bowls and chopsticks on the table, Han Guang was full. Your mouth is full of oil. At this time, Shi Hahong took out a handkerchief and wiped Han Guang's mouth. Warm. Her actions attracted the attention of all women. Are you familiar with Han Guang? Why do you wipe his mouth? Han Guang looked around and saw that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Ahem, Mei Naizi, I have something to tell you. Han Guang broke the stiff atmosphere. What's the matter? Minako smiled. Estimate the loss of Tang Country during this period and report it to me. Reikage has promised to compensate you Tang Country. Ah, Minako covered her mouth and exclaimed. She never imagined that Guang would ask Yunhu for compensation for herself. So happy. Mei Naizi's heart fluttered, but she couldn't show it too much. In fact, there are too many women here. Minako, you don't have to worry about it now. Kushina looked envious. She knew that Minako was having an affair with Han Guang, but the facts proved that Minako's original choice was correct. By the way, Han Guang, when will your succession ceremony be held? There is also the Hokage Rock, which should also be engraved. Kushina reminded. The ceremony should be kept simple. For Hokage Rock, just let someone notify you tomorrow. Han Guang said casually. He didn't have any pursuit of the ceremony, it was too troublesome. As long as you sit in a Hokage seat, other people will naturally know. After dinner, Yu Hihong bid farewell. Han Guang, I'm leaving first. Hong whispered. Shall I see you off? Han Guang asked Kaido politely. Okay. Hong said happily. I'll see her off. Enko stood in front of Han Guang with a vigilant look. Want to seduce Han Guang? Where did you come from? Saying that, Enko pulled up Kurenai Yuhi and walked towards the outside of the store. Several other women nodded, appreciating Enko's approach. It was already the limit of their patience that Yu Hahong came to eat, and they wanted to seduce Han Guang again. Is it your turn? After Shi Hahong left, Han Guang was surprised to find that the senior doctor had prepared a separate room for himself. Tonight, you will sleep in this room alone. Kushina laughed. Okay. Han Guang has no objection. It wasn't until he lay down on the bed that he realized something was wrong. Turning on the perception, Han Guang swept across the crowd. There are so many of them, these two rooms. With a suspicious look on his face, Han Guang felt very strange. It is not surprising if two women sleep in one room. But the problem is, now there are 4 women squeezed together, and in the other room there are 3 women squeezed together. Han Guang really wants to ask, isn't it hot when you are so crowded? With his perception turned off, he didn't bother to think about it. After all, it is difficult to guess a woman's mind. In a dark room, Han Guang closed his eyes and fell asleep. Suddenly, he felt himself hugged by softness. There is no need to guess, Han Guang also knows that there is a high probability that it is Minako. After a heavy blow, Minako left. Han Guang continued to sleep with his eyes closed. After a while, he opened it. At this moment, he found himself hugged by softness again. Who is this again? Han Guang was stunned. Dealing another heavy blow to the opponent, Han Guang repelled the enemy. This time, instead of sleeping, he waited to meet the next enemy. As expected, a third enemy appeared. After a stalemate battle, Han Guang repelled the enemy again. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Fighting until midnight, Han Guang finally repelled all the enemies. In the dark room, Huang Guang fell into deep thought. Why 7? Shouldn't it be 6? He couldn't figure it out. Could it be that someone came twice? Han Guang made a guess. It's not impossible. After all, the technique of digging wells by oneself is superb, and it is normal to have repeat customers. Early the next morning, waking up from the bed, Han Guang glanced at the properties panel as usual. Name: Han Guang. Age: 12 years old. Power: 7328 immortal level. Physique: 18,432 secondary 6 paths level. Agility: 742 super cage level. Spirit: 40,960 times 6 paths immunity. Amount of chakra: 67,462. Skills: none. Ninjutsu: planetary devastation level 6 paths quality evolution. Ability: wood style god level control characteristic, loyalty ultimate perception 100,000 meters. Comprehensive strength evaluation, genin. It's the physique attribute that doubles today. Muttering to himself, Han Guang is in a good mood. Walking into the hall, Han Guang found that Senior Kushina seemed to be in a good mood. With a suspicious look on his face, Han Guang pulled Kushina aside. Senior Kushina, didn't you last night? Han Guang tried to ask a little. What are you talking about? Kushina looked innocent. Han Guang looked at the other party carefully and found nothing unusual. It's okay, no problem. Kushina left angrily. Han Guang touched his chin and narrowed his eyes. He swears that next time, he will definitely activate his perception all the way. 110 When the time comes, it will be clear who is who. In a barren cave, Danzo squatted in the corner, silent. Uchiha Madara stood in front of the operating table with an ugly face. Danzo, if you don't accept the transplant, you won't be able to become stronger. Madara's tone was old and majestic. The probability of surviving is too low, I don't accept it. Danzo shook his head and continued to squat in the corner. What are you kidding? Transplant White Zetsu's arm, then transplant Sharingan. As a result, Madara gave a 20% success rate. Who would dare to do this? If it is Orochimaru instead, Danzo thinks he can give it a try. But the old Uchiha Madara even shakes his hands from time to time. In this case, Madara didn't perform the operation himself. This is not a joke, what is it? Danzo, don't force me to use illusion. Uchiha Madara threatened with a cold voice. Illusion, you can try it. Danzo turned his head and confronted him. As the former root leader, Danzo has long hidden the spell to break the illusion. It's just that he wasn't used when he was attacked by Madara hypnosis. He wants to use this spell at a critical moment. Now, Danzo feels the time has come to use it. Just then, Black Zetsu popped up from the ground. Master Madara, the latest information on Konoha village. Oh, Madara picked up the scroll and scanned it quickly. After reading the content, Madara's face was full of solemnity. This Han Guang has a big secret in him. With emotion, he was full of strong curiosity about the secret of Dian Guang becoming stronger. At the age of 12, you can actually suppress 5 cages. This kind of talent is far inferior to Hashirama and me. Unfortunately, I didn't notice this kid in advance. Shaking his head, Uchiha Madara was extremely regretful. If I could have noticed Han Guang earlier and captured him to study, I would definitely be able to break through the great secret. But now, Han Guang's strength has grown to an extremely strong level, unless he returns to his peak state, otherwise. Cannot deal with Han Guang. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara threw the scroll to Danzo. Check it out for yourself. After reading it, you can decide whether you want to be transplanted or not. ZZ. Then, Danzo's face became dull. Come on, transplant quickly. Han Guang, that's his gold medal undercover. How could this guy grow to this point? Master Madara, just received news that a wood-style clone of Han Guang has wiped out the Sand Shinobi army. He dethroned Hiruzen, became 4th Hokage, Vori, and killed Feng Ying. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Click. What makes Danzo even more confused is that Han Guang's growth rate is 2FG fast, right? At this moment, Danzo made up his mind. At this time, a white Zetsu also emerged from the ground. The scroll in Danzo's hand dropped to the ground. Grabbing the scroll, Danzo hurried to the contents. Everyone in Danzo was dumbfounded, and couldn't help bursting into swearing. Forcing the 4 great ninja villages to compensate Konoha. A wood-style clone. Take down the Sand Shinobi army. Chapter 172 Danzo Transplant. Han Guang is also taking the Chunin exam. Please customize. Danzo made up his mind. If he didn't perform the transplant, he probably would never be able to catch up with Han Guang's strength. Only transplantation, there is hope. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, walked to the operating table and lay down. Very well, you made the right decision. Uchiha Madara was satisfied. As he spoke, he picked up the surgical tools and cut open Danzo's clothes. Thorn. The clothes were slashed, and Danzo's stomach was also cut. The blood flowed horizontally, pouring out in a poo-ba-ba poo-ba. Your uncle Woji. Danzo was shocked and couldn't help cursing. He saw that Madara's hand shook again, and as a result, the stroke of the FK was deep. Watch your words. Uchiha Madara's face darkened. I noticed you're numb. Danzo cursed, turned over and jumped off the operating table. He hurriedly covered the wound, and performed healing jutsu to treat it. Such a small wound, can't you bear it? Uchiha Madara's tone was low and majestic. You call this a small wound? The arm you agreed to transplant, you slashed all over my stomach. Danzo pointed at the wound and let Madara watch. His eyes fell on Madara's hand, and he noticed that the other's hand shook again. Cure your trembling hand first, and then help me with the transplant. With a speechless expression on his face, Danzo squatted in the corner again, treating himself. He figured it out, if Madara was really skilled in medicine, how could he not even cure his trembling hands? Seeing Danzo being so timid, Uchiha Madara shook his head. No wonder, you can't be a Hokage. A timid piece of shit. Hey, you were defeated by first Hokage, fake death and hid until now. Do you still have the face to call me cowardly? Danzo slapped directly. In terms of timidity, I am far inferior to Madara. The most direct example. I am not afraid of Han Guang at all, but Uchiha Madara is. When Danzo exposed the scar, Madara laughed out of breath. He sat back in his chair and sighed secretly. Sure enough, Danzo is a tough guy. If I knew this, I should have continued as a Uchiha clan. In Madara's view, Danzo's thinking is too mature. Once this kind of person gains great power, he will definitely betray himself. Betrayal, that's not too much of an issue. Because he has the means to counter it. The biggest problem at the moment is how to get Danzo to accept the transplant willingly. After thinking for a moment, Madara stood up again. Danzo, you know Obito, right? Huh, of course I know. Danzo responded. Obito accepted my transplant when he was on the verge of death. Uchiha Madara said quietly. Thump. Hearing this, Danzo stood up. Obito is on the verge of death. The transplantation can be successful, there is no reason for him to fail. And Danzo knows very well that Obito has mastered wood style. He didn't think Madara was lying to him, 90% of the time it was true. Stop shaking your hands. After urging Madara, Danzo lay on the operating table again. Madara began the operation. This time, Madara's hands still trembled from time to time, but it was not a big problem. In the end, the operation was a success. Both Danzo's arms were replaced with those of White Zetsu, and the right eye was transplanted into the Sharingan. After the surgery, Uchiha Madara sat back in the chair. Danzo, you have to remember. Your arms represent wood style, and your right eye is Sharingan. Use the Sharingan to suppress the arms to maintain balance. Next, the cells in your arms will slowly fuse into your body. After a year, they will fuse almost completely, and you can fully master wood style. Hearing Uchiha Madara's warning, Danzo opened his left eye. He thought of a crucial question. I'm curious, why Obito can master wood style in a very short time? Because he is of the Uchiha clan. Madara gave the answer. That's it. Danzo was stunned. If you want to blame yourself for not being of the Uchiha family. Otherwise, how could I be inferior to that trash Obito? Why do I feel tight in my chest? Danzo asked again. Maybe the air in the cave is not circulating. Madara said casually. After speaking, Madara left here. On the operating table, Danzo felt the subtle changes in his body, with a smile on his face. He could feel a slight tingling. According to Danzo's judgment, this is the expression of wood style cells converging. Han Guang, when I fully integrate, I will appear in front of you and crush your head. Uchiha Madara trying to use me. Am I not using him? It's really old and dim. Feeling very happy, Danzo has already begun to enjoy the blueprint of the future in his mind. Danzo doesn't know, this transplant has planted a huge hidden danger for himself. Because, Han Guang can not only control White Zetsu, but also control White Zetsu cells. And Madara only knows the first point, but not the second point. Konoha village. Today is an important day, because the frontline troops returned to the village one after another. Konoha village, which was originally a little deserted, suddenly became lively. Han Guang sat in Hokage's office, frowning at the pile of documents in front of him. He clearly remembered that the documents on the desk yesterday were not that thick. Why did they double in thickness overnight? Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps sounded in the hallway, followed by a knock on the office door. Enter. Han Guang picked up a document and pretended to look at it, then said casually. Lord Hokage, the carver has fallen. Han Guang put down the file and stood up. Well, you don't need to stand up. The sculptor reminded him. Huh. Han Guang was taken aback. I'm just measuring your face, not your height. Oh, that's how it is. Han Guang sat back and picked up the file again. The engraving work was completed, and I inadvertently glanced at the document in Hokage-sama's hand. Then, he was dumbfounded. When he saw the file in Han Guang's hand, he didn't open it at all, and there wasn't even a word on it. Well, did you forget to open the file? The engraver kindly reminded. Oh, if I opened it, wouldn't you peek at it? Han Guang glanced at the other party. Well, the sculptor was speechless. He hastily said goodbye and left. After a while, someone came again. This time, it was a woman. Master Hokage, I'm here to help you measure your figure and make Hokage clothes. You have to stand up. Fine. Han Guang stood up. After tinkering for a long time, the seamstress Shanshan left. Finally, when the third person came to the office, Han Guang's eyes lit up. Lord Hokage, just call me by name. Han Guang stood up and walked in front of Teacher Minato. Teacher, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Warm. Namikaze Minato looked surprised. I now officially appoint you as Assistant Hokage. Your task is to deal with the documents on the table. Pointing at the pile of documents, Han Guang spoke seriously. I have something to ask for you. Namikaze Minato laughed dumbfounded. What's up? I met Kakashi just now, and he asked me to pass on this information to you. Information. Han Guang took the scroll and scanned the content on it. Hey, third Raikage is dead. With that said, Han Guang handed the scroll to Mr. Minato. This information was sent by Rock Shinobi, which stated that the third Raikage held back tens of thousands of ninjas in Rock Shinobi, but they were attacked by the Three Tails who suddenly appeared. In the end, Raikage was killed by the tailed beast Bong, and Rock Shinobi suffered a heavy loss. How did Three Tails appear in Tango Country? You didn't do it, did you? Namikaze Minato looked suspicious. Not me. Han Guang shook his head. To be honest, Han Guang also felt very strange. He didn't control Three Tails, but Three Tails ran from the Mist Ninja battlefield to the land of Tang, and he didn't take the blame for it. After thinking for a moment, Han Guang couldn't help but laugh. What did you think of? Namikaze Minato asked. I might have guessed Three Tails' intentions. Han Guang smiled and shook his head, then said, before, I used my will to imbue Three Tails with 4 characteristics. I am afraid that Three Tails appeared in the country of soup, and there is a high probability that they will go to 8 Tails to fight alone. Namikaze Minato was speechless. Dare to love in the end, the reason is still on Han Guang. Okay, these documents are up to you, teacher. Han Guang waved his hands, ready to run away. Result. Before he walked out of the office door, he was blocked by 2 people. Those who come are Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. We came just in time. The 2 smiled and closed the office door. Is there something wrong? Han Guang asked. Look at this document. It was drafted a long time ago, but it has not been implemented. Shueyu Gatekeeper handed over the document. Han Guang took the file and passed it to Namikaze Minato. 2 consultants. Mr. Minato is now Hokage's assistant. Just ask him if you have anything to do. Han Guang directly blamed him. This matter is very important, and it can only be decided by Hokage himself. Kaharu reminded him when he turned to bed. Very important. Han Guang opened the file and scanned the contents. Chunin exam. That's right. This matter is imminent. Mitokado Homura Kaido. Hokage, you probably don't know that this time when the frontline troops return to the village, there are still a lot of genin inside. Uchiha Kaharu reminded. After listening to the speeches of the 2 consultants, Han Guang touched his chin. Indeed, when the frontline troops return to the village, they will definitely need rewards and promotions. Genin went to the battlefield to fight, and when he returned to the village, he was still genin. This is indeed a bit unreasonable. Then what do I need to do? Han Guang asked. It's very simple, you just need to send someone to notify the other ninja villages and set a date for the Chunin exam. The process is ready-made in our village. Advisors responded one after another. Fine. After dismissing the 2 advisors, Han Guang finally felt relieved. He glanced at Mr. Minato, who was busy correcting the documents, and nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, Han Guang slipped away. On the street, people come and go, and it is very lively. Han Guang bought a few strings of meatballs and wandered the street at a leisurely pace. This is the life I want. Feeling very happy in his heart, Han Guang is in a good mood. He worked hard for so long, and finally he didn't have to do the task anymore. Wait, mission. How did I forget about Sarutobi Hiruzen? Suddenly, Han Guang thought of 3rd generation. I don't have to do the task myself, so it's the 3rd generation's turn to do it. Thinking of this, he walked towards the Sarutobi family. Hello, Master Hokage. Along the way, the voice rang out. Han Guang turned his head to look and found that it was Ibiki Morino. It's you, Shaoshi. Han Guang greeted. Han Guang, I didn't expect you to become a Hokage. Ibiki Morino said with emotion. Shaoshi, you work hard too, and I will arrange a suitable position for you. Han Guang patted the other party's shoulder and encouraged him. What about me? Ebisu also came over with a look of anticipation. You, let's practice first. Han Guang shook his head. Correct. Suddenly, Han Guang thought of something. Cultivate hard these days, the Chunin exam is coming. Chunin exam. Both of them were taken aback. Aren't you 2 still genin? This is a good opportunity to be promoted to Chunin. Han Guang said with a smile. Then will you participate? Ebisu asked. Me, I'm Hokage. Why should I participate? Han Guang was puzzled, but if I remember correctly, you seem to be genin too. Ibiki Morino whispered. After bidding farewell to the 2, Han Guang continued to walk towards the Sarutobi family. Go to the corner of the street. Tread. 2 figures flashed out. Plop, plop. Han Guang looked dazed and saw Might Guy and Might Dai kneeling on the ground. Master Hokage, thank you for saving Guy. Might Dai expressed his gratitude with a sincere tone. Get up quickly. Han Guang helped the 2 of them up. Han Guang, I went to your house to look for you, but you weren't there. I went to Hokage's office yesterday afternoon and saw you sleeping. I didn't dare to disturb you. Guy made a sound, and said the reason for coming so late to thank. No thanks. We are friends. Han Guang Kaido. Then, he joked. Did you forget? We are companions in the small circle at the end of the crane. Hearing Han Guang's words, Might Dai cried excitedly. Guy, did you hear that? This is the best proof. As long as we work hard, the tail of the crane can also become a Hokage. Father, I understand. Guy clenched his fists and spoke firmly. Seeing such a scene of deep love between father and son, Han Guang was quite emotional. By the way, Senior Dai, get ready, the Chunin exam is coming soon. Han Guang reminded. Can I participate too? Might Dai was taken aback. Of course, I can specially approve you to be on Guy's team. Han Guang said with a smile. Thank you so much. Dai looked excited and was about to kneel down again. Thanks to Han Guang's sharp eyesight and quick hands, Reba helped the other craftsmen. Then are you going to participate? Suddenly, Guy asked. Me. Han Guang touched his chin. This is the second time someone has asked himself this question. Although I have become 4th Hokage, in the eyes of many people, I still carry the label of Genin. Thinking of this, Han Guang made a decision. I became Zhao as also Genin, and I will definitely participate. Han Guang asked. Might Dai and his son were dumbfounded. Dai glanced at his son with anger in his eyes. Why are you asking this question? Well now, Hokage is also taking the Chunin exam. If he participates, will the others still be able to pass the general level? Sarutobi family resident, Han Guang walked in with strides. At this moment, he had an extra mission book in his hand. This is what he just asked Anbu to bring. Walking into the residence, Han Guang immediately saw Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in the gazebo. Almost at the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked over. 4th generation, 3rd generation, you are so brave. Han Guang sneered, went to the gazebo and sat down. What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. I asked you to go to the office to report today. Not only did you not go, you also asked me to come to you in person. Tell me, are you audacious? Han Guang glanced at the other party with a rather cold tone. I'm 3rd generation, you won't really ask me to do the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen was rather dissatisfied. He is retired, and Han Guang came to the door with a mission book, which is too much. You don't have to do the task. Then Asuma may not live until tomorrow. Han Guang said quietly, turned around and left. Wait a minute, Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled hastily. What, is there something else? Han Guang turned his head and smiled. Han Guang, I admit that I can't beat you. I will do the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Then, he continued. Asuma and Pill have been caught by you, right? Do you have evidence? Han Guang asked back. I will do the task, just let Asuma go. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone softened. By now, he knew he had been tricked. Sarutobi didn't return the pills to his family, so he knew that there was a high probability that Asuma would be caught too. This must be what Han Guang sent Anbu to do. Because apart from Han Guang, the others are not so insidious at all. 3rd generation, as long as you do the mission, I guarantee that Asuma will not die. Chapter 173. Let the 3rd generation do the task. Toad Sage's eerie prophecy. Please customize. Inside the gazebo, Han Guang slowly flipped through the mission book. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. He was sure that Han Guang must be looking for a difficult task. Because this book is the general book in Hokage's office. In this book, the highest task is S rank. Pity, Sarutobi Hiruzen was wrong. Han Guang flipped through it for a long time, and turned the mission book to the first page. Finally, he sighed. 3rd generation, I suddenly remembered that I was attacked by dozens of ninjas. What kind of mission was that? Han Guang suddenly asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly taken aback. He didn't know what Han Guang meant by this. However, he still thought for a moment. Then he said, it should be the time when we escorted the Tang Dynasty daimyo. Oh, it seems that you remember it clearly. Han Guang suddenly realized. He looked at 3rd generation, his tone full of emotion. You should also escort the Tang Dynasty daimyo once. I escort. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. If he judged correctly, this should only be a C-level task. Han Guang would be so kind. Of course, after the escort is complete, you can inquire about the whereabouts of Three Tails by the way. Han Guang continued. 3 Tails. That's right. 3 Tails appeared in the Tang Dynasty and killed 3rd Raikage with the Tailed Beast Bomb. After you escort the Tang Dynasty daimyo to the daimyo prefecture, go investigate the whereabouts of the main tail. Are there any questions? Hearing this mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Han Guang was not that kind. 3 Tails appeared in Tang country, isn't this already whereabouts? Han Guang didn't allow himself to inquire. This is clearly to let myself go to 3 Tails. Something must have happened to 3 Tails, and they were able to kill Raikage. Then I can stand it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank to the bottom. What, you don't want to? Han Guang's tone became cold. I'll go. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, unable to refuse. Very good, you must come back alive, I still have a lot of tasks waiting for you. Han Guang patted 3rd generation on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. After finishing speaking, he continued. Get ready and go to the entrance of the village to wait for orders. Han Guang turned and left. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists and stared at Han Guang's back. Correct. Suddenly, Han Guang turned his head. This scared Sarutobi Hiruzen into a shiver. Anything else? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked puzzled. Don't stare at me behind my back. Han Guang smiled. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled. Han Guang has eyes behind his back. How did he see it? 3rd generation, if you don't have the strength, I will hold your tail. What do you think? I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head. Leaving Sarutobi's 213 family resident, Han Guang came to the Anbu base in the back mountain. Walking into the base hall, he was speechless. I saw that there were only a few clones of White Zetsu processing information in the hall, and there was no one in the 9th class. This is too bleak. Looks like it's time to expand Anbu. Han Guang is very clear that the reason why there is no one in Anbu now, in the final analysis, is on himself. After all, he wiped out all of Anbu's ninjas and replaced them with white Zetsu. And the 3 girls in Class 9 have been in the happy soup bath for a long time, and they have forgotten Anbu's identity. All that's left is Kakashi, Yin, and Daiwang. Among these 3 people, Kakashi is more dedicated, and the other 2 are also bastards. Leaving the Anbu base, Han Guang went all the way and walked into the happy soup bath. Master Hokage is here. Kushina came over with a smile. Minako also followed. Minako, have you finished the statistics of the losses of the Tang dynasty? Han Guang asked. His eyes fell on the paper in the opponent's hand. Already counted. Minako handed over the paper. Han Guang glanced at the numbers above, frowning slightly. Only 100 million taels of loss. It's about that number. Too little. Han Guang shook his head and took the pen from Minako's hand. Then, he added a 0 at the end. Minako was stunned. Kushina was dumbfounded. Mrs. Makoto was taken aback too. Isn't this too exaggerated? Minako covered her mouth and exclaimed. No, it's not an exaggeration at all. The 100 million taels is for material damage, and the remaining 900 million taels is for spiritual damage. Han Guang said clearly. Then, he turned his head and looked down the hallway. Anko, Anko, who had just walked to the corridor, looked over. Get ready, I will escort Minako back to the land of soup later. Ah, is it just me? Anko looked surprised. You were responsible for personal protection of Minako. I will also send 3rd generation to escort along the way. Hearing that the 3rd generation would also provide escorts, the women were all dumbfounded. Isn't the 3rd generation abdicating? Han Guang actually asked others to do tasks. Han Guang, you asked 3rd generation to escort Minako. Kushina wanted to confirm again. Is there a problem? Han Guang shrugged. Let the previous Hokage do the task. Han Guang, you have created a precedent. Makoto joked. Is this too exaggerated? Minako asked. It is estimated that the 3rd generation is already waiting at the entrance of the village. Let's get ready. Han Guang urged. Then, he followed Minako into the room. As soon as she entered the room, Minako hugged her. BGAD. Thank you, Han Guang. We don't need to see each other. Han Guang patted the other person's shoulder and comforted him. Immediately, he pressed on Minako's shoulder. An obscure will mixed with chakra was injected into Minako's body. I feel something extra in my body. Minako felt something strange. Remember, if you encounter a crisis, unseal the seal in your body. Han Guang urged. What is this seal? Minako was curious. My one technique. The name is planetary devastation. Han Guang Kaido. Then, he poured 2 more characteristics into Minako's body. There is another thing. Minako felt the second strangeness. This is a kind of flying ability. After you unlock the first seal, you must immediately unlock the second seal, and then fly away quickly. Remember, you must fly farther away. I remember. Minako nodded vigorously. At the door of the store, watching Minako and Anko leave, Han Guang took the compensation slip and was going to Hokage's office. Not far away, Kakashi appeared instantly. Is there something wrong? When Shisui interrogated Asuma, something happened. Kakashi's tone was serious. Oh, Han Guang touched his chin, guessing that the matter must be serious. Otherwise, Shisui wouldn't let Kakashi come to him. Go and see. Ministry of Security. When Han Guang came to the cell of the security department, he was surprised to find that Asuma was yelling. Uchiha Shisui, how dare you use an illusion on me? You are finished. You Uchiha clan are all finished. If you have the guts, keep me locked up, don't let me go out. As long as I can go out, you will definitely regret it. Hearing Asuma's words, Han Guang laughed. Pushing open the cell door, Han Guang walked in. Master Hokage. Shisui stood up from the chair with a respectful expression. You used illusion on me again. Asuma ignored Han Guang, but glared at Shisui. Han Guang is Hokage at the end of the crane. Then who was his father? What a flawed illusion. Han Guang glanced at Asuma, then turned to look at Shisui. What happened? Han Guang asked. He once insulted 2 young girls, beat them to death afterwards, and got rid of them in secret. Zheng Shui said truthfully. Then, he said, before he went to the flower shop to buy flowers, it was to commemorate the 2 girls. Hearing Shisui's words, Han Guang narrowed his eyes. I've already bought flowers to commemorate the 2 of them, what else do you want from me? Asuma shouted angrily. Hearing this excuse, Han Guang was extremely surprised. According to Asuma's way of thinking, after the murder, pay homage and it's over. If this is the case, wouldn't it be reasonable to kill the Sarutobi clan and buy a bunch of flowers afterwards to pay homage to them? It seems that a person of noble birth has a different way of thinking. Speaking of which, Asuma was actually in the same class as Han Guang. It's just that Asuma has always been a bad boy in school and has a noble status. There is no intersection with Han Guang's crane tail circle at all. Therefore, Han Guang is not very familiar with Asuma. Insult the girl, beat her to death and bury her. For this kind of crime, Han Guang has no reason to let the other party continue to live. Not only Asuma will die, but the Sarutobi clan will also pay a heavy price. Only in this way can this family recognize the reality. Walking to the prison, Han Guang glanced at Asuma. Look at you, believe it or not, I'll pick out your eyeballs. Asuma was still angry, and cursed directly. Vori, Shisui and Kakashi people are stupid. They really admire Asuma, how dare they scold Han Guang. Asuma is finished. This is the unifying thought of the 2. All along, it was Han Guang who scolded people, and no one dared to scold Han Guang. Field. Han Guang didn't seem to be angry, but stretched out Zanzuo. He grasped the iron pillar of the prison with his hand, and gently broke it. Creak, creak, the thick iron pillar was bent. Han Guang walked in. You. Asuma looked shocked. I broke it off for a long time, but the iron pillar didn't move at all. Why did Han Guang break off at the end of the crane? Han Guang must have practiced martial arts. Thinking of this, Asuma turned to ask for help. He lowered his voice. Han Guang, rescue me, I will tell my father and reward you. Award. With a sneer on his face, Han Guang grabbed Asuma's neck. Asuma, you really don't know what's going on outside the window, you only know about killing girls. For a person like you, living is such a waste. UFG, let go of me, you're looking for death. Asuma blushed and shouted angrily. Go and reunite with your eldest brother. Han Guang said lightly. What, you? Asuma's face suddenly changed. Click. A crisp sound sounded, and Asuma's neck was directly crushed. There was still a terrified expression on his face, and he could not rest in peace. Kakashi, exist. Let the security department announce Asuma's crimes to the whole village. Han Guang gave the order. Then, he lowered himself to the ground. Zizi, a clone of White Zetsu appears. Master Han Guang, dispose of the corpse, then transform into Asuma, stay here. Inside, yes, the White Zetsu clone wrapped the corpse and began to decompose. In just a few moments, the body disappeared without a trace, and the White Zetsu clone transformed into Asuma's appearance. What a magical transformation technique! Uchiha Shisui exclaimed. At this moment, Shisui turned on Sharingan, but he didn't see any difference in this transformation technique. What is this transformation technique? Protect this Asuma, it will be of great use to me. Han Guang exhorted. Okay, I will definitely protect him. Shui nodded. He had already guessed Han Guang's plan. First, spread the crime of Asuma, causing the anger of the whole village. The murderer, Asuma, was not punished as he deserved. In this way, the prestige of the Sarutobi clan will drop like diving. After that, Han Guang will be able to deal with the Sarutobi clan openly and above board. No wonder the patriarch said that Han Guang's insidiousness is invincible. Shisui admired him all over the place. If he hadn't seen Asuma dead with his own eyes, Zheng Shui would definitely believe that Asuma was still alive. He has never heard of such a weird way of replacing the dead with the living. I go first. Before leaving, Han Guang glanced at the mountains. Shisui straightened his face. He understood that the fourth generation was warning him. Hokage office. When Han Guang came to the office, he was surprised to find that the files on the desk were reduced by 1/3. As expected of a yellow flash, the work efficiency is high. Han Guang secretly sighed. Walking to the table, he put the compensation slip on it. Huh, you're here. Namikaze Minato looked up. Just pretend I haven't been here before. Han Guang waved his hand, turned his head and left. Only, as soon as he reached the door, a figure broke in. Boom. Han Guang collided with each other. Han Guang didn't move at all, and the other party flew upside down and hit the wall in the corridor. Ouch, you brat. Jiraiya yelled in pain, and looked up at Han Guang at the door. I'm sorry, I didn't kill you, did I? Han Guang expressed regret. You. Jiraiya stood up with a big bump on her head. He carefully looked at the brat, eyes away. You were Minato's disciple, called Han Guang. Wood-style Han Guang, right. Ms. Jiraiya. At this time, Namikaze Minato came out. Han Guang is now the fourth Hokage. Minato introduced. What? Him? A brat? Jiraiya looked confused. Is the threshold for Hokage in the village so low now? Can a kid be a Hokage? Can third generation agree? In the office, Namikaze Minato briefly talked about Han Guang's record. Then, Jiraiya fell silent. This kid is simply not human. Isn't this strength too exaggerated? By the way, Jiraiya-sensei. Did you just come back? Namikaze Minato asked. Something's going to happen in the village, otherwise I wouldn't be back. Jiraiya sighed with a heavy tone. Oh, Han Guang looked surprised. If you have yourself in the village, what big things can happen? No way. With Han Guang in the village, who would dare to attack the village? Namikaze Minato also laughed dumbfounded. With Han Guang's combat power, even if the 4 major ninja villages are all in, he feels that Han Guang can handle it. It's nothing more than using a few more black Rasengans. No, it's not like that. Jiraiya shook her head, then said, I went to Mount Myoboku, and Toad Sage told me a prophecy. What prophecy? Minato and Han Guang asked in unison. Toad Sage said it dreamed that Konoha village was under siege like never before. In the end, more than half of the village was destroyed and many people died. Speaking of this, Jiraiya paused and looked at Namikaze Minato. And, Minato, you're dead too. Field. Namikaze Minato frowned. Han Guang rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Finally, Minato asked a question. Where is Han Guang? There is no Han Guang in the dream. I don't know. Probably without him. Jiraiya shook her head. Namikaze Minato was almost certain that Han Guang should not have been in the village at that time. But then, he had doubts again. Even if Han Guang is not in the village, how dare the other ninja villages? Are they not afraid of being retaliated by Han Guang? Namikaze Minato couldn't understand this point. Wrong. Han Guang suddenly spoke. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato looked over together. What did you think of? Namikaze Minato asked. Han Guang sorted out his thoughts and expressed his guess. If it's just that I'm not in the village, give other ninja villages 10,000 courage and they wouldn't dare to besiege Konoha. Han Guang said lightly. Then what do you mean? Namikaze Minato's face changed slightly. I'm afraid, I'm not just not in the village. It's more likely that I'm missing. Han Guang speculated. Missing, yes. Moreover, it should have been missing for a long time. It was finally determined to be dead. Chapter 174. Han Guang's terrifying backhand. Use dragon veins to travel through future plans. Please customize. Inside Hokage's office, Namikaze Minato looked puzzled. Han Guang speculates that he will disappear. What is this speculation based on? Jiraiya was equally puzzled. How could this kid be missing with such a strong strength? How did you disappear? You are Hokage now, just stay in the village. Namikaze Minato couldn't understand Han Guang's brain circuit. Yeah, logically speaking, with your strength, how could you be in the hospital? Jiraiya also echoed, because there is only one possibility. Han Guang's calm Kaido. According to Han Guang's speculation, if Toad Sage's prediction is correct, there is only one possibility. That is, my age has doubled. For Han Guang, doubling his age is just a time to sleep. But for others, it is more than 10 years, time. For such a long time, it is enough for other rural areas to determine their own hospitals. In this way, it is reasonable for other ninja villages to besiege Konoha. I need to think it over. Leaving this sentence behind, Han Guang left. Back mountain. By the creek, Han Guang leaned against the jujube tree with a pensive look on his face. The first method is that I will destroy the 4 great ninja villages now, but what about after that? After that, I will have the reputation of shocking the entire ninja world. If I'm still alive, there will be peace in the ninja world. But once my age doubles, Konoha village will become the public enemy of the ninja world. At that time, when I woke up, Konoha village might be gone. This is not unfounded for Han Guang, because First Hokage is the best example. You know, First Hokage treats other ninja villages very kindly, but what happens after he passes away? Even if I kill all the ninjas except Konoha, will there really be peace? Han Guang secretly shook his head. He is very clear that human desires are endless. Even if you destroy all ninja villages by yourself, once you disappear, Konoha village will definitely be in chaos. The struggle for power is unavoidable. There is even a high probability that it will split. Rather than disintegrate within the village, Han Guang prefers to let Konoha meet the enemy. Therefore, Han Guang gave up this idea. He turned to think in another direction. If I know the day when my age doubles, and my specific attributes at that time, maybe I can find the secret. Han Guang muttered to himself. He judged that the doubling of age may have something to do with the 4-dimensional attribute reaching a certain critical point. Or, pure luck. Thinking of this, he scanned the properties panel. Name: Han Guang. Age: 12 years old. Power: 7328 immortal level. Physique: 18,432 secondary 6 paths level. Agility: 742 super cage level. Spirit: 40,960 times 6 paths immunity. Amount of chakra: 67,462. Skills: none. Ninjutsu: planetary devastation level 6 paths quality evolution. Ability: wood style god level control characteristic. Loyalty ultimate perception 100,000 meters. Comprehensive strength evaluation, Genin. After browsing the property panel carefully, Han Guang analyzed it. Theoretically, each row on the attribute panel may be doubled, because this is a daily doubling system. But from the beginning to now, the amount and age of chakra have not doubled. I'm lucky. Whoosh. At this time, Namikaze Minato appeared. He was not in the mood to deal with official business, but came to the back mountain to find Han Guang. Han Guang, don't be in a hurry. Think about it carefully. Is there anything that can make you disappear? Namikaze Minato sat aside, with a calm voice. Teacher, you have to think about it too. Why did you die in battle with the Flying Thunder God technique? Han Guang laughed at Kaido. Namikaze Minato was speechless. In fact, he could guess the reason for his death in battle. The high probability is to protect the village. Otherwise, Namikaze Minato is confident he can escape. In the entire ninja world, he felt that no one could kill him except Han Guang. Teacher, do you know Lulin? Suddenly, Han Guang asked. Of course I know, I did a mission to Lulin before. Namikaze Minato responded. Oh, what mission? Han Guang was taken aback. I helped Queen Lulin seal part of the dragon veins. Part of it, yes. Namikaze Minato nodded. Then he said. There is a minister in Lulin, named Lucian. He has developed a method to use the power of dragon veins. However, because this method is too rough, it cannot withstand the full power of the dragon's veins. So, Queen Lulin asked me to seal part of the dragon veins. Speaking of this, Namikaze Minato was quite emotional. You may not know that Lulin's prosperity is due to the existence of dragon veins. Hearing Teacher Minato's narration, Han Guang touched his chin. He stood up and made up his mind. Teacher, go get 10 seal scrolls. Good. Namikaze Minato left in an instant. After a while, he appeared with 10 seal scrolls. Spreading out the scroll, Han Guang clapped his hands on it. The majestic will and chakra poured into it, making the sealing scroll tremble continuously. After a few breaths, Han Guang let go of his hand. A tree imprint was left on the scroll. In this scroll, my wood style is sealed. Han Guang rolled up the scroll and reminded. How powerful? Namikaze Minato asked. It can almost cover the whole village. Han Guang Kaido. Then, he continued to speak. I have poured my will into this technique, and it won't hurt anyone in Konoha. Hearing Han Guang's words, Namikaze Minato was extremely shocked. A wood style that can cover an entire village. Also instilled the will to protect Konoha. Han Guang, I didn't expect your wood style to be so strong. Namikaze Minato felt sincerely. Teacher, I'm afraid you misunderstood. Han Guang shook his head. Warm. Namikaze Minato was taken aback. It's just a simple wood style that I sealed. Han Guang looked serious. You call this simple? Namikaze Minato was speechless. This technique is called Birth of the Tree Boundary. When needed, you have to cast it in the center of the village, and it can grow a large number of trees. These trees will attack the enemy autonomously. Han Guang explained. Birth of the Tree World. So it's this technique. Namikaze Minato nodded, indicating that he understood. Putting the scroll away, Namikaze Minato watched as Han Guang sealed the second spell. Snapped. Slapping both hands on the sealing scroll, Han Guang's will surged out again. Then, the chakra in his body poured madly towards the scroll. Such a huge amount of chakra. What kind of technique is Han Guang sealing? Namikaze Minato was shocked. He can feel that the amount of chakra output by Han Guang has far exceeded his own amount of chakra. This makes Namikaze Minato feel a little inferior. No need to think about it, this technique is even more terrifying than the first one. After a while, the seal is over. An imprint of a Senju Buddha is left on the scroll. After winding up the scroll, Han Guang handed it to Namikaze Minato. What kind of art is this? Namikaze Minato asked. Well, true several thousand hands. Han Guang asked. Then, he continued. If the village encounters a strong enemy, you can use it again, teacher. There is still my will in it, don't worry about it, it will attack automatically. Namikaze Minato nodded. He really admired this student. Seal a ninjutsu and turn it into an automatic attack. Next, Han Guang sealed 7 identical spells in a row. This made Namikaze Minato's eyelids twitch wildly. Because, he recognized the mark on the scroll. Sir, you must know it too. This is the advanced version of Rasengan you taught me. I named it Planetary Devastation. Handed over the 7 scrolls, Han Guang explained. These 7 scrolls are too terrifying. Namikaze Minato muttered to himself, taking it carefully for fear of breaking it. The first wood style is for defending the village. The second wood style is for powerful enemies. As for the 7 scrolls, when you use them, teacher, you should stay away from the village. Han Guang exhorted. I understand. Namikaze Minato nodded. He has personally seen the terrifying power of this technique twice. That terrifying attraction is still fresh in his memory. Opening the last scroll, Han Guang poured a lot of will, as well as the remaining chakra. Now, his chakra is straight to the bottom. Taking a long breath, he let go of his hands. An imprint of a figure was left on the scroll. This is. Seeing this mark, Namikaze Minato guessed the spell. Wood-style clone. He tried to ask. That's right. Han Guang nodded and handed the scroll to the teacher. Teacher, this wood-style avatar is almost half of my strength. What about you? Are you leaving? Namikaze Minato stared at Han Guang with a serious tone. I won't leave today, I'm going to Lulin tomorrow. Han Guang said the destination. Namikaze Minato froze. He thought for a moment, with horror on his face. Are you planning to use the power of the dragon veins to travel to the future? Teacher, how do you know? Han Guang looked puzzled. According to what Mr. Minato said just now, the current Lulin and Lushan have not shown their feet. How did Mr. Minato know that dragon veins can travel through time and space? Because I overheard a sentence from Lushan when I went to Lulin last time. Namikaze Minato explained. What words? Han Guang asked. He said, Namikaze Minato is an idiot for not sealing all the dragon veins. Hearing this sentence, Han Guang couldn't help but laugh. When I heard this, I hadn't sealed the dragon vein yet. Namikaze Minato continued. So you judge that Lushan is from the future? Han Guang asked back. At that time, I was just guessing. I wasn't sure that person was from the future until you said you were going to Lulin. After hearing the teacher's analysis, Han Guang had to admit that teacher Minato's wisdom has not improved. However, Han Guang, Namikaze Minato's face was serious. If you go to the future, will you change history? Changing history. Han Guang shook his head. Then he said, Teacher, if an abnormality occurs in the upstream of a river, then the downstream will definitely be affected. But if an abnormality occurs in the downstream, do you think the upstream will feel it? Ask for flowers. Yes. Namikaze Minato suddenly realized. What Han Guang wants to travel is the future. Even if the future is changed, it will not conflict with the present. Then your purpose of traveling to the future. Wind Minato asked. Find the reason for my disappearance. Han Guang said truthfully. I see. Namikaze Minato nodded. He knew that the idea of letting the light be bold. But it worked. Because in the future, there will definitely be records about Han Guang's disappearance. I'll go with you tomorrow. Namikaze Minato had a decision. Are you going to the future too? Han Guang was surprised. No, I can break the seal and send you to the future. Speaking of this, Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. Continued. And we can agree on a time, when I stimulate the dragon vein again, I can bring you back from the future. This is fine. Han Guang nodded. The specific agreed time will be decided after we capture Anlu Mountain. Han Guang added. No problem. Having finalized the matter, Han Guang summoned the White Zetsu avatar. ZZ. The White Zetsu clone emerged from the ground. Master Han Guang, send a message to your main body, just say that I will be away for a while soon. Okay. White Zetsu went underground and disappeared without a trace. Namikaze Minato on the side looked suspicious. What is your purpose for letting the fake Ruri defect? Namikaze Minato couldn't help asking curiously. Minato knew about the defection of fake Luli. It's just that he doesn't know Han Guang's intentions. Uchiha Madara. Han Guang didn't hide. Oh, you want White Zetsu to go back to Uchiha Madara? Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it. Han Guang's idea is really incomprehensible. 0. Of course not. I asked him to use Luli's identity to infiltrate Madara's subordinate organization. I see. Namikaze Minato understood. He guessed that the routine that Han Guang will use should be exactly the same as that of Anbu. First send White Zetsu to mix in, and then Han Guang makes a move to make that organization his own. Is there anything else you want to explain? Namikaze Minato asked again. Teacher, how do I feel that you've been keeping my secrets? Han Guang had a strange look on his face. Seeing that he was misunderstood by the students, Namikaze Minato hurriedly explained. Actually, I want to help you. It's just that I can't help you now. Although I can't help you in terms of strength, I still have a brain. Maybe I can give you new ideas. Hearing Teacher Minato's words, Han Guang smiled and shook his head. It's fine if you want it. We master and apprentice don't talk about that. I'm very pleased to have an apprentice like you, Minato said with emotion. This moment, Han Guang was stunned. Apprentice, Ms. Minato, go get Senior Jiraiya. Han Guang urged. Okay, I'll go right away. Namikaze Minato looked serious, knowing that Han Guang had something important to do. With the instant body technique cast, Namikaze Minato disappeared in place. At this moment, Han Guang's eyes narrowed. Lulin, I can wait until the day after tomorrow. When Jiraiya returns to the village, can I find out about Nagato's whereabouts? What the teacher said just now made Han Guang think of Zillai's other 3 apprentices. This means that you can find Nagato without White Zetsu. When he finds Nagato, Han Guang will immediately gouge out his eyes. Of course, as the shadow of a village, Han Guang is still generous. He will replace Nagato with normal eyes. In this way, after Uchiha Madara dies, what is used to revive? After a while, Teacher Minato is back. To Han Guang's surprise, there was no sign of Jiraiya. I went one step late. Teacher Jiraiya was reversely summoned by the trapped mountain. Namikaze Minato looked disappointed. That's it, it's all right. Han Guang didn't care. In this case, then go to Lulin tomorrow. Having made an appointment with Mr. Minato tomorrow morning, Han Guang left the back mountain. Back in the yard, he lay directly on the wooden chair and began to sleep. Until the evening, sitting up from the wooden chair, Han Guang stretched. Chakra is recovering quickly. Feeling the chakra inside him, he was ready to leave some more behind. Snapped. Putting your hands together, wood style starts. Oddly enough, no trees broke through the ground in the yard. Now, a tree trunk quickly spread underground, heading towards the happy soup bath. Perceived, Han Guang saw Azuki Yuyan, Lin, Hyuga Suzune and Mrs. Makoto. Happy soup bath. Azuki Shion squatted on the left side of the massage table and Lin squatted on the right. The two watched Lingyan's massage technique intently. On one side, Mrs. Makoto arranged the essential oils and observed them. Sudden, Hyuga Suzune's expression changed when she rolled her eyes. Before she could make a move, poof, 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 poof. 4 branches came out directly from the floor. The branches trembled and bound the 4 of them together. Next moment, the 4 disappeared into the massage room. Warm. Why didn't you press it? Kushina twisted her body, quite dissatisfied. Chapter 175 Conspiracy. Han Guang. Why are you taking off my pants? Please customize. After being separated from his disciple Han Guang, Namikaze Minato returned home. These 10 scrolls are of great importance, so they must be carefully preserved. Namikaze Minato knew very well that these 10 scrolls represented all of Han Guang's combat power. Once they are all untied, they are powerful enough to destroy the village several times. So, it is important to store it carefully. After thinking for a while, he had an idea. Training ground number 9. Walking under the familiar tree, Namikaze Minato dug an extremely deep hole. Then, he put the scroll in. Toad concealment barrier technique. Imprints were formed on both hands, and a transparent barrier appeared, covering the pit. Accompanied by a strange fluctuation, the pothole disappeared without a trace. This is a hidden enchantment unique to Mount Myoboku, which cannot be detected by even the senses. In this way, the only people who can open this pothole are Teacher Jiraiya and me. Muttering to himself, Namikaze Minato put another Flying Thunder God Kunai into it. After finishing these, he turned and left. 943, walked out of the training ground, and Namikaze Minato was taken aback suddenly. This feeling, he felt a strong tugging sensation. Reverse summoning. Having identified the source, Namikaze Minato let go of his guard. Boom. His figure disappeared in place. Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya stood in front of him, watching Namikaze Minato being summoned by Gamabunta. Ms. Jiraiya, Minato, Toad Sage wants to see you. Ji Liu's tone was quite anxious. Good. Seeing the teacher's expression, Namikaze Minato did not hesitate and followed the teacher towards the cave. In a spacious cave, Namikaze Minato walked into the cave and saw a huge toad. This toad was smoking a cigarette with a huge pipe in its mouth. A smoke ring spewed out, and Toad Sage looked at the area. Toad Sage, you are Namikaze Minato. Toad Sage's tone was full of emotion. It's me. I don't know why you came here for me, Namikaze Minato said with a straight face. Toad Sage thought for a moment and looked at Jiraiya. What else are you doing here? Get out, Worm. Jiraiya was taken aback. Are you just a microphone? Are there any secrets that you can't hear? Seeing Toad Sage's dissatisfied expression, Jiraiya could only turn around and leave. Here, only Toad Sage and Namikaze Minato remain in the cave. Minato, there is something I want to ask you, and you have to answer truthfully. Toad Sage's tone was rare and dignified. Excuse me, Namikaze Minato nodded. How many scrolls do you have in your hand? Toad Sage asked quietly. At this moment, Namikaze Minato paused. Toad Sage, what does this mean? Real, is it referring to the scroll that Han Guang gave himself? I don't know what you mean. Namikaze Minato looked puzzled. Ahem, it's the kind of sealing scroll that can release wood style. Toad Sage reminded. Wait a minute, how did you know? Namikaze Minato looked puzzled. The wood style scroll, that was given to him by Han Guang in the afternoon, how would Toad Sage know? Facing Namikaze Minato's question, Toad Sage blew a smoke ring. Just now, I had another dream. I dreamed that you used the wood style scroll. Toad Sage explained. Is it related to the previous dream? Namikaze Minato asked. Yeah, Toad Sage has no negations. Then he said, the wood style scroll in your hand is very important. So I want to ask, how many wood style scrolls do you have in your hand? 2, Namikaze Minato said truthfully. Only 2, Toad Sage murmured, seemingly relieved. It was smoking the pipe again, as if thinking. After a while, Toad Sage has a suggestion. Minato, these 2 wood style scrolls are very important. I suggest you hide these 2 scrolls in the summoning beast. This, to be honest, Namikaze Minato didn't understand Toad Sage's suggestion. Hiding in the body of the summoning beast is nothing more than hiding in the body of a toad. But he has already hidden in the number 9 training ground with a concealment barrier, and no one can find it there. Moreover, once the village is in crisis, he can use the Flying Thunder God technique to directly reach the tree. So, why do I have to complicate the steps? I don't think it's necessary. Namikaze Minato shook his head. You're so arrogant. Toad Sage sighed. Then he said, I helped you Konoha predict the future, but you don't believe me. No, I just have plans. Namikaze Minato explained. Okay, you go. Toad Sage lost interest in talking. Then I take my leave. Watching the back of Namikaze Minato leaving, Toad Sage's huge frog eyes narrowed. After a while, Jiraiya walked in. Jiraiya, Toad Sage, go back to Konoha and find the 2 wood-style scrolls hidden by Namikaze Minato. Toad Sage instructed. Wood-style scroll. Jiraiya looked confused. Since Minato hid it, why did Toad Sage just ask Minato directly? Why do you have to find it yourself? Those 2 scrolls are very important. You must find them and give them to me. Toad Sage's tone was serious. Good. Jiraiya nodded. There is no need to look for such a simple thing. Just ask Minato yourself. After all, Minato is his own disciple. Konoha Haushin. The 4 women stood in front of Han Guang with bewildered expressions. I thought I was attacked, but you did it. Mrs. Makoto rolled her eyes. But, how did we come to Haushin? Azuki Shion was puzzled. Yeah, I just remember being bound by tree branches, and then appearing here out of thin air. Could it be time and space ninjutsu? Lin was also puzzled. What about you? Han Guang looked at Hyuga Suzune and asked with a smile. I know, Ringtone whispered. Tell me. Han Guang motioned. Your wood style was just to touch us, and then you sent us here with your spiritual will. Lingyan looked at Han Guang and made a judgment. You are nice. Hyuga Ringtone. Han Guang praised it. As the other party said, just now, Han Guang used his spiritual will to move the 4 of them to the back mountain. However, there must be a prerequisite for this. That is to connect to 4 people with chakra. I still don't understand. Did you learn time and space ninjutsu? Lin asked. No. Han Guang shook his head. He simply explained it a little more straightforwardly. The 3 of you are waiting here. Mrs. Makoto, come with me. With a serious expression on his face, Hikaru gestured. Afterwards, my spirit returned, and you naturally followed suit. Warm. Han Guang looked down at Mrs. Makoto with black lines all over her head. I use the wood style to connect you, and the spiritual will envelops you along the wood style. At this moment, all 4 of you are wrapped in my spiritual will. After the 4 chattered, Han Guang got to the point. Although a few people were puzzled, seeing Han Guang's serious expression, they consciously didn't ask. This is not something ordinary ninjas can have, Mrs. Makoto said with a smile. It turns out that spiritual will can still be used in this way. Me neither. Lin also echoed. Why are you taking off my pants? But Han Guang has it. Lingyan muttered. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Han Guang brought Mrs. Makoto to a cave. I'm so envious, but I don't have the spiritual will. Azuki Shion was envious and regretful. In the dark sky, after listening to Han Guang's explanation, the 4.3 people suddenly realized. As soon as she walked in, Mrs. Makoto couldn't wait. Chapter 176 The backhand placed on a woman, Han Guang's strength test. Please customize. Han Guang was speechless. I have business to do, but as soon as Mrs. Makoto came up, she took off her pants. Isn't that right? Isn't that why you asked me to come here? Mrs. Makoto wondered. Mrs. Makoto, you have to respect yourself. Han Guang tugged at his pants with a serious face. Then, he put his palm on Mrs. Makoto's shoulder. Close your eyes and feel with your heart. Han Guang reminded. Your hand is in the wrong place. Mrs. Makoto also reminded. Mrs. Makoto, be serious. Han Guang was almost broken by Mrs. Makoto. HMPH, when you dug the well, you called me Shaokin, but now that the new generation is replacing the old one, you call me Mrs. Makoto. Mrs. Makoto complained. It's crazy. It seems that you can't do it if you don't get it done. Han Guang bullied him. Next, he became a professional well digger. Ah, you are serious. Mrs. Makoto exclaimed, and arranged a soundproof barrier by the way. This kind of enchantment was originally a standard configuration in the Happy Soup bathroom, but it was used here by Mrs. Makoto. In ancient times, there was a legend of Zhao Zilong in Chengshan who entered 7 times and exited 7 times. Today there is a well digger named Han Guang digging deep wells. Finally, Han Guang dug the well. Close your eyes and feel it. Han Guang reminded 16 again. His will mixed with chakra, poured into Mrs. Makoto's body. I feel it, Mrs. Makoto exclaimed. Feel what? I'm pregnant with your child. Go away. When Mrs. Makoto walked out of the cave, she burst into tears. Heartbroken. Pull up your pants and scold yourself. Call Lin in. Han Guang urged. Understood. Mrs. Makoto twisted her waist and responded. Not for a while. Lin walked in. Han Guang, you haven't protected me for a long time. As soon as she came in, Lin rushed forward. Han Guang glanced at the other party, feeling a little confused. Never mind. As usual, after some deep digging, Han Guang helped Lin get rid of Riemann Yan. Remember, when you encounter a crisis, you are unsealing the seal in your body. Yeah, I remember. Lin nodded vigorously, and limped out. As soon as Lin left, Mao Yuxian rushed in. Han Guang, look, at this moment, Azuki Xian was wearing that pink camisole and turned around in a circle. Wait a minute, that wasn't the one you were wearing just now. Han Guang looked confused. That's right, I was wearing a coat just now. Azuki Xian said proudly. In this case, if Han Guang didn't dig a bit, he wouldn't be a man. After some deep digging, Han Guang imbued Yu Xian with a technique as usual. Remember, encounter. I know. Before Han Guang finished speaking, Azuki Xian nodded. What do you know? Han Guang asked suspiciously. You sealed a technique in my body, and I will unseal it in case of danger. Azuki Xian looked proud. Okay, go and call the bell in. The last one to come in was Hyuga Suzune. That, Lingyan hesitated a little, not knowing how to speak. Needless to say, Han Guang waved his hands and hugged Lingyan. To be honest, among the 4 women, Guang has the most feeling for Suzuki. Because, Hyuga's ringtone is not much different from the Hinata in Han Guang's memory, both in terms of figure and appearance. Therefore, he dug the well this time with extra seriousness. Afterwards, Han Guang helped Lingyan also seal a technique. Having dealt with these 4 women, Han Guang finally heaved a sigh of relief. He sat in the cave and thought for a while, and felt that there was nothing wrong. After all, there are already many backers left by him. With these, the village should be able to protect itself. In this way, I can safely travel to the future to find the day when I double my age. As long as I find a specific time point, there's a way to avoid doubling the age. While muttering to himself, Han Guang's eyes lit up. Nothing to say all night. The next day, turning over from the bed, Han Guang glanced at the attribute panel. Name: Han Guang. Age: 12 years old. Power: 14,656 second 6 paths level. Physique: 18432 second 6 paths level. Agility: 742 super cage level. Spirit: 40,960 times 6 paths immunity. Amount of chakra: 74,790. Skills: none. Ninjutsu: planetary devastation level 6 paths quality evolution. Ability: wood style god level control characteristic. Loyalty ultimate perception 100,000 meters. Comprehensive strength evaluation. Genin. Oh, it's the power attribute that doubles today. Mumbling to himself, Han Guang clenched his fists. Puff. The air on the palm suddenly made a squeeze sound. Huh, this power. With surprise on his face, he disappeared into the yard in a flash. Back mountain. Han Guang walked to the foot of the mountain. His hands were pressed against the stone wall. Now, I'll test my best. Don't worry, I won't hit you. After speaking a few words to the stone wall, Han Guang's strength burst out suddenly. Drink. The terrifying power was transmitted to the stone wall, and Han Guang shouted loudly. Click, click, cracks appeared, and the stone wall was overwhelmed. Next moment, with a boom sound, the entire back mountain was pushed by Han Guang for a distance of 1 meter. Clatter. The gravel on the top of the mountain began to roll down, which is the protest of the back mountain. Okay, the test is over. Han Guang let go of his hands and dodged a few pieces of gravel. With a flash of his footsteps, he left here. On the way, Han Guang stroked his chin in thought. It seems that my strength is still not strong enough. I can only push the back hill. Of course, Han Guang knew very well that this was just his still power zone. If the speed increase is added, the power will increase dozens of times. Even hundreds of times. There is a huge difference in destructive power between hitting a person slowly with a fist and hitting a person quickly. Going forward on the street, Guang came to teacher Minato's residence. Slowly opened the door, Guang walked in. Where are people? He searched around the house, but he didn't see Minato Tushi either. Did Minato-sensei go to Hokage's office? Confused, Guang turned on perception. Then, he frowned. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, there is no shadow of Mr. Minato. Obviously we made an appointment, we went to Lulin together today, why is teacher Minato missing? Confused, let the light come to the back again. Putting his hand on a tree, he opened the communication. Help me find Namikaze Minato. His chakra, you should be impressed. Dashu. Dear Lord Guang, for I will immediately notify the tribe to look for it. You have a lot of people. Dashu. It's not too much, only more than 300 billion. You are too humble. Dashu. We are all your loyal subordinates. We found it. Oh, where is it? Dashu. It's 3,700 miles away from here, and he's on his way. He flew into the sky. Quote. Guang was stunned. It's just one night, Mr. Minato has gone abroad. Could he also be gone by Mount Myoboku's reverse summoning? Guang could only think of this guess. Otherwise, there is no explanation at all. It's a bit far, but since Minato-sensei has started flying, the speed won't be too slow. Guang knew very well that Namikaze Minato's flying speed far surpassed others. Because, Guang used his will to engrave the super speed characteristic of the opponent. If Minato-sensei flies at full speed, I can fly back that day. But the next moment, Guang was stunned. In his perception, Mr. Minato appeared in the number 9 training field. As this, directly using the Flying Thunder God technique, Guang couldn't help being amazed. A Flying Thunder God returned after a distance of more than 3,000 miles. Now, Namikaze Minato slumped under the tree. In order to hurry, he consumed a large part of chakra, and then returned to the village with Flying Thunder God technique. Mr. Jiraiya, it's not that I don't take you, it's that I can't take you. Feeling sorry for Mr. Jiraiya, who was more than 3,000 miles away, Namikaze Minato stood up. He is going to Lulin with Guang today. This is a big deal, don't let it go. Chapter 177, Guang's amazing insight. Namikaze Minato's support, please customize. Konoha village mouth. Guang waited for 10 minutes. Namikaze Minato appeared instantly, with a wry smile on his face. I thought you had already explained it. Confess what? Guang looked innocent. While you're leaving, someone has to work temporarily, right? Namikaze Minato shook his head. Then he said, fortunately, I just found Fugaku and asked him to deal with it temporarily. Teacher, I'm at ease if you handle the matter. Guang shrugged. The two lifted off one after another and left the village. Hokage office. Uchiha Fugaku sat on the chair, feeling like he was dreaming. He never expected that Guang would entrust Namikaze Minato to find him to handle the road. What am I capable of? With a sigh, he picked up the document on the table and entered the role in a second. At the same time, Jiraiya, more than 3,000 miles away, is rushing crazily. He already knew the location of the scroll from Minato. The most important thing now is to get to Konoha village. This task is too easy, the only difficulty is to hurry. Noon. In the land of the wind. After flying in the air all morning, Namikaze Minato couldn't stand it anymore. After all, he used up quite a bit of chakra to cast the Flying Thunder God technique before. Tread. Falling to the ground, Namikaze Minato leaned against a tree. Teacher, it seems that you still need to practice hard. Guang also fell down and made a joke. Namikaze Minato was quite embarrassed when his disciple said this. So he explained. I rushed back from Mount Myoboku and used the Flying Thunder God technique a few times, which consumed a lot. Oh, you were also summoned to Mount Myoboku. Guang smiled. Yeah, I was summoned by Toad Sage, and it asked me some strange things. Namikaze Minato didn't hide. He continued. You gave me 10 scrolls yesterday afternoon, and Toad Sage actually found out. Hearing this news, Guang showed doubts. Give the scroll to Teacher Minato by yourself, without the presence of a third person. How does Toad Sage know? You also think it's weird, don't you? Namikaze Minato rarely saw Guang's expression. How did Toad Sage know? Guang asked. It said it dreamed in a dream. It also said the wood-style scroll. Namikaze Minato Kaido. Guang rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes. Teacher, please explain the process carefully. Next, Namikaze Minato recounted the entire conversation he had with Toad Sage. Guang, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. Toad Sage asks wood-style scroll. Missing yourself. Konoha under siege. At this moment, Guang's brain was spinning rapidly. After a while, there was a smile on his face. I see. Guang understood. He knew about Toad Sage's calculations. Looks like you guessed something again. Namikaze Minato saw the disciple's expression, and knew that the disciple had the answer. That's right, I guessed something. Guang said calmly. Tell me, Namikaze Minato urged. Teacher, do you still remember the prophecy Senior Jiraiya said yesterday? Of course I remember. Now I'm starting to doubt the authenticity of that prophecy. Guang said quietly. Namikaze Minato was taken aback. Then asked. Don't you believe in Toad Sage's prophecies? I believed it before, but I don't believe it now. Guang shook his head. Guang really didn't believe Toad Sage anymore. Because, he thought of a long time ago. This Hamamaru, who has lived for thousands of years, had fooled Yuya and Yumura into sealing his mother thousands of years ago. So Han Guang was thinking, what is the motivation for Hamawan to do this? There is only one answer. Planet energy. The sacred tree planted by Otsutsuki Kagaya has been absorbing the energy of the planet, so Hamamaru has been instructed by the will of the planet. Thought of this. So, Han Guang put himself into this method, and he was surprised to find that it was very suitable. Compared with Kagaya-ji, Han Guang's growth is more terrifying. It won't take long for him to grow to the point where he can explode with one punch. As a result, the will of the planet instructed again, and Toad Sage began to target himself. This is the most reasonable reason that Han Guang thought of. Based on this principle, he saw through at a glance Toad Sage's purpose of talking to Mr. Minato. It's nothing more than getting the backhand left by oneself so that it can be used against oneself. Even, going to the Dragon Vein to travel to the future by himself is probably in Toad Sage's calculations. Having figured this out, Han Guang turned to look at Teacher Minato. Teacher, does anyone else know where you hide the scroll? Ms. Jiraiya asked me, only he knows. Namikaze Minato Kaido. As expected, Han Guang smiled. Wait a minute Han Guang, what on earth did you think of? Namikaze Minato looked confused. He couldn't figure out the student's mind, not even once. We're going back now, Han Guang said surprisingly. It's almost Lulin, return. Namikaze Minato was even more confused. Talk as you walk, Han Guang said, catalyzing a spore. The spore swelled rapidly and climbed onto Namikaze Minato's waist with a thud. Namikaze Minato looked at White Zetsu's pose, with black lines all over his head. On the way back, Namikaze Minato couldn't help asking again. Han Guang, you just asked about the scroll, could it be that the scroll will be lost? That's right, it's impossible. Namikaze Minato shook his head. The place where the scroll is hidden has been set up by Mount Myoboku's exclusive hidden enchantment, not to mention perception, even the supercilious eyes can't find it. Teacher, let's make a bet. Han Guang became interested. What bet? Namikaze Minato wondered. I bet Jiraiya will take the scroll and bring it back to Mount Myoboku. Han Guang laughed. How is this possible? Namikaze Minato looked shocked. If Jiraiya-sensei really took the scroll to Mount Myoboku, then there is a big problem with this matter. Why do you think Toad Sage asked you to put the scroll in the summoning beast? Han Guang asked a question. This, Namikaze Minato couldn't answer. If it was changed to before, he would think that Toad Sage was for insurance. But now, Namikaze Minato sensed something was wrong. If Jiraiya-sensei really took the scroll and took it to Mount Myoboku, then this matter must not be easy. Namikaze Minato's tone was serious. How difficult is it? Han Guang kept smiling. Mount Myoboku, these scrolls may be used against you. Namikaze Minato guessed boldly. Teacher, you are very smart. Han Guang nodded. Was I stupid before? Namikaze Minato rolled his eyes. He was already very smart, but because this student's wisdom was too monstrous, it covered up his own brilliance. Han Guang, why did Mount Myoboku attack you? Namikaze Minato, was puzzled again. Maybe, it's because I'm too strong. Han Guang shrugged. Hearing this answer, Namikaze Minato thought for a long time. It seems that this is the only possibility. Because Han Guang never had any conflict with Mount Myoboku. Teacher, if I were against Mount Myoboku, which side would you be on? Han Guang asked a little. Of course it's your side. Namikaze Minato blurted out without thinking. His tone was firm. Continued, you are the fourth Hokage of the village now. I will hit whoever targets you. Speaking of which, Namikaze Minato added another sentence. It's not just me. The whole village will support your skin. Hearing what Teacher Minato said, Han Guang was quite moved. That's the benefit of having a good teacher. Are there still bad teachers? Namikaze Minato was surprised. Of course there is. For example, your teacher, and your teacher's teacher. Chapter 178. Han Guang visits Mount Myoboku. Suddenly Toad Sage. Please customize. Training ground number 9. Panting heavily, Jiraiya came under a tree. According to Minato, it should be this tree. Looking at the trees in front of him, Jiraiya lowered his head and squatted down. His hands made imprints and cast them under the tree. Concealment enchantment. Solution. Strange fluctuations appeared, echoing with another barrier. In a blink, there was a wave sound of bubbles breaking. At this moment, an extremely deep pothole appeared under the tree. Sure enough, it's here. With a look of joy on his face, Jiraiya reached out and took out the scroll. Isn't it right? Taking out 10 scrolls in a row, Jiraiya was a little surprised. Because according to Toad Sage's instructions, Minato only has 2 scrolls, why did one pop up all of a sudden? Forget it, take it all away. Stuffing all 10 scrolls into his bosom, Jiraiya was ready to take them all away. There must be those 2 scrolls in here, as for the others, let Toad Sage identify them later. Thinking of this, Jiraiya made another seal. Summoning imprints formed on his hands, and he slapped the ground violently. Summoning technique. Boom. A summoned ninja was summoned out. Jiraiya, what do you want from me? Ninja, who was not 750 days tall, raised his head and asked. You send a message back to Mount Myoboku, saying that I found the scroll and can perform reverse summoning. Okay. Ninja nods, and disappears without a trace. After a while, Jiraiya's expression changed. He looked up at the distant sky, his eyes widened. Minato flew back so soon. And Han Guang, didn't the two of them go to Lulin? Jiraiya looked confused. Before, he asked his disciple Minato, and learned from the other party that Guang was going to Lulan to do a big event. This big thing is done so fast. At this time, a sense of space pulling appeared. Jiraiya's face was complicated, and the figure disappeared in place. I think Minato shouldn't blame me. After all, I'm also for the village. This is Jiraiya's last thought before disappearing. Whizzing. After a while, Guang and Namikaze Minato fell to the training ground. However, at this time, Namikaze Minato looked ugly. It's really Jiraiya-sensei who stole it. While in the air, he saw teacher Jiraiya. I saw the other party being reversed summoning away by Mount Myoboku. This made Namikaze Minato's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. Guang, I failed you. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Namikaze Minato looked ashamed, and his intestines were green with regret. It never occurred to him that he believed in teacher Jiraiya, but he was wrong. It's okay, teacher. Guang looked normal. Why are you all right? Those scrolls have sealed all your strength. Namikaze Minato's tone was extremely melancholy. In Minato's view, if Mount Myoboku got those 10 scrolls, he would have another Guang. This is absolutely fatal. Sensei, should you know the location of Mount Myoboku? Hikari asked suddenly. No, Namikaze Minato nodded. You take me to Mount Myoboku, can't I just get the scroll back? Guang smiled. Okay, Namikaze Minato agrees with Guang's suggestion. After all, those scrolls belong to Guang. However, if we are on our way now, we may not arrive until tomorrow. Namikaze Minato reminded. Don't hurry. Guang shook his head. Then said, Teacher, as long as you let Mount Myoboku reverse summoning you, I will have a way to follow. Oh, you have mastered space-time ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato looked shocked. No, it's just an exercise of the spirit. Spiritual use. Can the spirit still have the characteristics of time and space ninjutsu? Namikaze Minato is incomprehensible. Next, like Jiraiya, he summoned the messenger ninja. Is there something wrong with you master and apprentice? I just went back and summoned me again. Ninja was a little angry. Please, let Mount Myoboku reverse summon me back. Namikaze Minato was a little embarrassed. HMPH. Got it BGCE. Renenwa reluctantly agreed. As soon as the Renenwa disappeared, Guang's spiritual will enveloped himself in teacher Minato. How do I feel that we are combined? Suddenly, Namikaze Minato wondered. Teacher, don't use the word fit indiscriminately. Guang shook his head. But I really feel that way. Is this the mental exercise you just said? Namikaze Minato speculated. That's right. Suddenly, a space-pulling force appeared. Namikaze Minato looked at Guang and nodded. Okay. Boom. Smoke rises. The two disappeared in place at the same time. Mount Myoboku. Inside the huge cave, Jiraiya walked in. Toad Sage opened his eyes, which were originally closed. Click. It took a puff from its pipe and looked at Jiraiya. Toad Sage, the scroll has been found. Saying that, Jiraiya took out 10 scrolls and placed them in front of Toad Sage. Why 10? Toad Sage was stunned. Minato hid 10 scrolls, and there must be those 2 wood-style scrolls. Jiraiya explained. Field. Toad Sage studied the scroll carefully. Jiraiya was also observing the marks on the scroll. This should be the wood-style scroll. Pointing to a scroll engraved with trees, Jiraiya spoke. Well, it should be this one. Toad Sage rolled his eyes and rolled his tongue violently. Whoosh. The wood-style scroll was swallowed by it. The second one should be this one. Wait a minute, the sign. No way. Jiraiya exclaimed sharply. Behold, there is a Senju Buddha image engraved on the second scroll. For this logo, Jiraiya has heard. This is the best wood style of first Hokage. But the question is, how could this technique be sealed in the scroll? Was it hidden by Minato? That's right. At this moment, Toad Sage said quietly. Its tongue rolled towards the scroll again and swallowed it into its body. Toad Sage, where did this scroll come from? Jiraiya couldn't help asking. You should ask your disciple, not me. Toad Sage didn't answer. Then, its huge frog eyes looked at the other scrolls. Jiraiya, this scroll with the black ball engraved on it, do you know what ninjutsu is? Toad Sage asked. Jiraiya watched carefully, thinking for a moment. Probably Minato's A-rank ninjutsu or Sengon. He guessed. Impossible. Toad Sage shook his head. Then he said. It can be put together with wood style. How can it be possible to only seal A-level ninjutsu? Denied by Toad Sage, Jiraiya continued to think. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Is it possible that the sealed beast is the tailed beast bomb? Chapter 179 Guang. Teacher, just leave it to me here. Please customize. Toad Sage and Jiraiya stared at the scrolls in front of them. You said, the seal inside is the tailed beast bomb. Toad Sage asked. Should be. Jiraiya responded. He pointed to several other scrolls, and continued. These 7 scrolls are all sealed with tailed beast bomb, which should be extracted from 9 tails. In response to Jiraiya's answer, Toad Sage nodded. Its tongue rolled out again, swallowing 7 scrolls into its body. Here, only the last seal scroll is left. This sealed one should be the clone of wood style. Jiraiya judged. It should be. Toad Sage agrees. It pouted its and threw the scroll under the seat. Warm. Don't you need this scroll? Jiraiya wondered. He guessed that there is a high probability that the seal in this scroll is Guang's wood-style avatar. How did you get thrown under your seat by Toad Sage? This scroll is the clone of the tumor, it cannot be used. Toad Sage said quietly. Wait a minute, cancer. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Toad Sage, what does this mean? Are you talking about Han Guang? Puff. Exhaling a puff of smoke ring, Toad Sage releases Shikai. Han Guang from Konoha village is a cancer in the ninja world. Our goal is to eliminate him. This. Jiraiya was shocked. Didn't Toad Sage predict the future of the village before? How did this turn into eradicating Han Guang again? Han Guang, that is the 4th Hokage of the village. Toad Sage, did you make a mistake? Jiraiya looked ugly. That's right. In order to save the ninja world, Lei must die. Toad Sage said quietly. How could he be a cancerous tumor? He is the 4th Hokage. He was puzzled. Jiraiya, there are some things you don't understand. Toad Sage shook his head. No, you have to make it clear. Did you let me steal the scroll to deal with the 4th Hokage light? Jiraiya asked. Yes. Toad Sage didn't deny it. Jiraiya looked disappointed. He knew that he had been cheated. These 10 scrolls should be left to the village by Han Guang. In the end, he was stolen by himself. Jiraiya, if there is no ninja world, do you think it is impossible for Konoha village to exist? Toad Sage said earnestly. What do you mean? I dreamed that the cancerous tumor Han Guang would destroy the ninja world. Toad Sage said surprisingly. What? Jiraiya froze. Will Han Guang destroy the ninja world? He is Hokage, how could he destroy his consciousness? But, Jiraiya is well aware that Toad Sage's prophecy cannot be wrong. Is this true? Jiraiya said solemnly, wanting to confirm again. Indeed, Toad Sage responded. Then, it continued. In the near future, the cancer Han Guang will destroy the ninja world, and all living things will become extinct. Hearing Toad Sage's words, Jiraiya's heart sank to the bottom. To be honest, he didn't know Han Guang well. All I know is that Han Guang is Minato's disciple, and his strength is extremely terrifying. So here comes the problem. How could a 12-year-old boy be so strong? Is he really the cancer that Toad Sage said? Jiraiya kind of believed it. Because Han Guang's strength is very abnormal, beyond common sense. As Toad Sage said, if Han Guang is allowed to grow up, no one will be able to stop him from destroying the ninja world. So, get rid of it early. It's just that, I'm afraid Minato will be very sad. Jiraiya sighed. But for the peace of the ninja world, Minato will understand me, right? Thinking of this, Jiraiya's heart not disappeared. I did nothing wrong. Because, Han Guang blinded everyone. Correct. At this time, Jiraiya thought of one thing. Before I was summoned, I saw Han Guang return to the village. Toad Sage was taken aback. You sure? Yes, I saw him back with Minato. That's it. Toad Sage was lost in thought. This is not right. According to his dream, Han Guang should use the dragon veins to travel to Shui. Why didn't he go? Jiraiya, I have an important task for you now. Toad Sage's tone became serious. What task? Jiraiya's face straightened. You go back to Konoha village and bring that Han Guang to Mount Myoboku. Toad Sage's frog eyes were shining. You mean, lure Han Guang here, and then eradicate him? Jiraiya understood. After all, there are many ninjas in Konoha village now. If Han Guang stays in the village, it will be difficult for Mount Myoboku to attack. That's right. Toad Sage exhaled a smoke ring, Kaido. It narrowed its frog eyes and murmured, just let the cancerous Han Guang walk into Mount Myoboku, and he'll die. Now, Han Guang and Namikaze Minato stand on Mount Myoboku, looking up at a giant toad. Namikaze Minato, you actually brought a stranger in. Gamma Bunta asked loudly. Outsiders who want to enter Mount Myoboku need the consent of Mount Myoboku. But now, Namikaze Minato actually brought outsiders in without authorization. Wentai, he is no stranger. He is my disciple Han Guang, 4th Hokage of Sleepy Leaf. Namikaze Minato explained. What? Hearing Han Guang's name, Toad Bunta's voice suddenly rose. Tumor Han Guang, you actually brought him in. Ask for flowers. Am I a cancer? Han Guang touched his chin. Bunta, what are you talking about? Namikaze Minato's face darkened. Han Guang is his disciple, and he succeeded the 4th Hokage again. Mrs. Wen actually said that Han Guang is a cancer. What a joke. Namikaze Minato, leave him immediately. We, Mount Myoboku, are about to start besieging this cancer. Gamma Bunta warned. Facing the big toad's words, Han Guang ignored them. Instead, he turned to look at Minato-sensei. Teacher, how is my guess? Han Guang said with a smile. You guessed it. Mount Myoboku is going to deal with you. Namikaze Minato said solemnly. Then, his tone became harsh. Mount Myoboku is going to deal with the 4th Hokage of our village, then, the enemy of our entire village. Speaking of this, Namikaze Minato turned to look at his disciple Han Guang. Han Guang, you once blew up the Cloud Shinobi supply station to deter the entire Cloud Shinobi army. 0. You have wiped out thousands of elite Rock Shinobi troops. One of your clones wiped out the Sand Shinobi army. During the negotiation, you won enough benefits for the village. You were the 4th Hokage of the village. You were called a cancerous tumor. Hee. Namikaze Minato smiled. Han Guang also smiled. It seems that you are going to die along with this cancer. What a pity. Hamo Wentai shook his head. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, 3 giant toads jumped over and surrounded Han Guang, master and apprentice, in the center. It really is the cancerous tumor Han Guang that Toad Sage said. He took out kunai and activated the spell above. Minato, leave Han Guang now, Jiraiya shouted. Han Guang put his hand on Namikaze Minato's shoulder. Han Guang is the enemy. Jiraiya said, Mr. Jiraiya, you have disappointed me so much. Namikaze Minato shook his head. Teacher, just leave it to me. Han Guang said lightly. Suddenly, a figure jumped up and appeared beside Fusaku and his wife. Snapped. Fukasaku stood on top of Toad's head and looked at the figure on the ground. No, in my opinion, you are the enemy. Namikaze Minato's tone became cold. Jiraiya. Fukasaku glanced at the other party, then turned his head and continued to stare at the figure on the ground. Then said, you disregarded Hokage's safety and helped the enemy. You persuade your disciples, otherwise, our Mount Myoboku will not show mercy. Shima said, whoosh, be careful, Toad Sage once said, that kid's strength is terrifying. Shima reminded, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, ask for a monthly ticket, leave a message in the comments, there will be 6 lucky draws. Sudden, Jiraiya nodded, her eyes fell on Namikaze Minato. Chapter 180 What? Han Guang was beaten. The whole village of Konoha is dispatched. Please customize. Hokage office. Uchiha Fugaku finished correcting a document and stretched his stiff arms. Finally, I have lived up to Han Guang's trust. Looking at the bottomless documents on the table, Fugaku was quite emotional. Today, Uchiha Fugaku is full of gratitude to Han Guang. Being able to entrust such a heavy burden to himself is enough to show Han Guang's trust in the Uchiha clan. With such a Hokage here, why not? Boom. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and Uzumaki Kushina broke in. Nguyen, why are you the Fugaku patriarch? Where is Han Guang? Kushina's tone was anxious. Han Guang and Minato have left the village. Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Something has happened, Kushina said anxiously, and took out kunai. What's the big deal? Fugaku was taken aback. He looked at kunai and knew it was Minato's flying thunder god kunai. Just now Minato activated this kunai art, which means that Minato and Han Guang have encountered a great crisis. What? 27. Uchiha Fugaku was startled, and stood up from the chair with a crash. Han Guang and Minato in crisis. Are you sure? He asked hastily. Sure. Kushina nodded. Kakashi. At this moment, Fugaku threatened the neighbor next door. Whoosh. Kakashi appeared instantly. Do you know where Han Guang and Minato went? Not sure. Kakashi shook his head. Suddenly, he stared blankly, thinking of White Zetsu. I'll ask White Zetsu. Go. Fugaku urged. Soon, the White Zetsu clone appeared. Come with Kakashi. White Zetsu. Han Guang is in crisis. Do you know his location? No. The White Zetsu clone responded. He does know the location of Master Han Guang, because the other party has his own spores on him. Well, Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Kakashi again, his tone unprecedentedly solemn. Kakashi, I, as a temporary Hokage, order all the ninjas in the village to gather at the square immediately. Hurry up, I'll go to inform right away. Kakashi nodded and disappeared instantly. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a moment, then looked at Kushina again. Kushina, you go to the Nara clan and ask Shikaku to come to the office immediately. Good. Kushina left in a hurry. I will definitely go to save Han Guang and Minato this time. I can only let Lu Ju take care of business temporarily. Fugaku muttered to himself. In Uchiha Fugaku's opinion, let the light must be saved. Because only Han Guang gave Uchiha sufficient trust. Therefore, nothing should happen to Han Guang. Uchiha family residence. The 4th Hokage is in crisis. Temporary Hokage Fugaku orders, the Uchiha clan gather at the plaza immediately. As Kakashi's voice sounded, a Uchiha tribe appeared. Whizzing. Whoosh. The 4th Hokage is in crisis. Isn't that Han Guang? Shisui looked serious, realizing that something big had happened. Worry. Han Guang is under siege. Obito also rushed out. Unbelievable. Then, he said anxiously. Then what are you waiting for? Go to the square. Saying that, Obito took the lead and ran towards the village square. Han Guang, what did you do? It seems that I have to save you. While running wildly, Obito kept complaining. The Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiashi frowned when he heard the news of Han Guang's crisis. You can't die, you haven't realized your flying ability yet, and, besides, Lingyun is having an affair with you. You're going to die, aren't I? The Hyuga clan. Mumbling to himself, Hyuga Hiashi hastily summoned the tribe. Leave one from the Zong family. All the others follow me to the square to gather. Families received the news and mobilized one after another. Not only are the various races gathering, but many ninjas returning from the front line have also received orders. As a result, news of the siege of Han Guang and Minato began to spread rapidly. The 4th Hokage is under siege. What? The 4th generation was seriously injured by the enemy. The 4th generation is seriously injured, and there are many enemies. FK. Don't we have too many Konoha shinobi? Assemble, assemble. Accompanied by the loud discussions, a crowd of people had already gathered in the square. The number of people has already been broken. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku appeared in the plaza. Everyone. As Fugaku's piercing and sharp voice sounded, the noise in the square gradually subsided. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku cleared his throat. Just received the news that the 4th Hokage Han Guang of our village has encountered a crisis. The record of the 4th generation, I think you are already very clear. This rescue of the 4th generation will be an extremely dangerous mission. Just said this. There was a burst of discussion among the crowd. It must have been done by the Sarutobi clan. Shouted a ninja. The son of the 3rd generation committed many crimes and was imprisoned by the 4th generation in the security department. It must be the third generation joining forces with outsiders to attack the fourth generation. Someone shouted, "Worry, it's really possible," many ninjas suddenly realized, because the time when the fourth generation encountered a crisis was too coincidental. Yesterday, the fourth generation let the police department announce Asuma's crimes, and today the fourth generation was attacked. If it wasn't for third Hokage, who else could it be? Quiet, Uchiha Fugaku shouted again. Everyone calm down. Our most important thing now is to rescue fourth Hokage. We'll talk about other things later. Fugaku shouted. Tread. At this time, Uchiha Obito stepped forward. Patriarch, hurry up and lead away. If you keep talking, Han Guang won't be able to hold on anymore. Yeah, save Han Guang. Rescue the fourth generation and drive out the enemies. Prodded by everyone, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. He bit his finger and slammed his hands to the ground. Everyone back. Seeing this scene, Obito shouted hastily. Whizzing. Whoosh. In fact, without his reminding, the nearby ninjas have already jumped away. Rashomon. Boom. A giant portal emerges from the ground. Then, the portal trembled and floated to the ground. Many ninjas jumped up one after another. White Zetsu, you point the way. Let's rescue Han Guang. Good. The portal lifts off, filled with Konoha shinobi. After a while, the portal accelerated and galloped away in the air. Han Guang, you have to hold on. This time, I will finally save you. Obito clenched his fists and muttered to himself. What kind of crisis did Han Guang encounter? Even Mr. Minato can't escape with him. Kakashi took off his mask and looked solemnly. I believe in the captain. He will definitely be able to withstand it. Yamato said suddenly. As a result, Kakashi and Obito had no one to blame him. In the team of girls on one side, a few girls were worried. Han Guang 2.0, we will rescue you soon, you must be fine. Lin was worried. Han Guang, I'm still waiting to show you my new clothes. Azuki Shion was also worried. Don't worry too much, trust him, Lingyan comforted. Although she said so, Hyuga Suzune was also worried in her heart. Mega Portal Front End. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hiashi stand together. At the same time, there are several patriarchs of various ethnic groups. What kind of crisis do you think will cause Han Guang and Minato to send out a distress signal? Fugaku said solemnly. Probably poison, Hyuga Hiashi guessed. Apart from being poisoned, he couldn't think of anyone else who could stop Han Guang. Mount Myoboku. With a calm expression, Han Guang stood in front of teacher Minato. Come on, let me have a look at the strength of you frogs. Chapter 181 Han Guang. You guys are really watching the sky from the bottom of a well. Toad Sage is here, please customize. Mount Myoboku. Han Guang stood in front of Namikaze Minato, arms crossed. He raised his head and glanced at the toad in front of him, and made a faint sound. Come on, let me see your strength. The voice just fell. Fukasaku spoke up. Wentai, receive. Gamabunta responded and pulled out a huge short sword. The reason why this knife is called short sword is for Gamabunta. But for human beings, it is no different from a huge sword that can lift the sky. As the giant short sword was swung out, the terrifying strength was mixed with wind current, making the air whistling. As soon as the blade fell down, it slashed towards Han Guang. Whoosh! Namikaze Minato dodges instantly, out of the range of the attack. He originally thought that Han Guang would also dodge. What Namikaze Minato never expected was, Han Guang didn't even move. No, he moved, but only raised his arms. Han Guang, avoid it! Namikaze Minato exclaimed, rushing towards Han Guang quickly. Pity, he took a step slower. Now, the tip of the knife had already hit the top of Han Guang's head. A violent wind swept over, followed by the blade and crashed down. Click, the crisp sound resounded throughout the audience. Namikaze Minato's galloping footsteps stopped suddenly, and his eyeballs almost popped out. This is impossible, Toad Wen 19-2 screamed. Is this still a ninja? Is this a monster? Fukasaku and his wife were also taken aback. What is he? Taijutsu. Jiraiya's eyelids twitched. Now, Han Guang's insignificant fist was maintaining a raised posture, and the huge short sword was smashed by his punch. Boom. The broken blade drew a graceful arc in the air and fell in the distance. My short sword can split even boulders, how can he be a ninja? Toad Bunta looked at the only remaining handle of the knife and was shocked. Physical arts are so strong. Then use ninjutsu, Fukasaku reminded. It can only be this way. Toad Wentai lost the handle of the knife, and the frog hand formed a seal. Water style. Iron cannon jade. Puff. A huge water ball spewed out from Wentai's mouth, impacting towards Han Guang on the ground. Teacher, take care of yourself. Han Guang turned his head to look at Namikaze Minato, and said with a smile. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the water polo arrived and hit the ground. Namikaze Minato evaded again and hurriedly looked for Han Guang's figure. Result. Han Guang was still standing there, as if he hadn't moved at all. No, just now he moved at a high speed, avoided the iron gun jade, and then returned to the same place. Jiraiya reminded with pupils shrinking sharply. I saw it, Toad Wentai responded. Although Han Guang's evasion speed was very fast, he was still spotted. His speed is too fast, ninjutsu can't hit him at all. Then use illusion. Fukasaku made a decision. Their Mount Myoboku illusion is very powerful, and it is a sound type illusion. Once you are recruited, you will definitely die. Damn it. Fukasaku looked at Shima. Here we come. Shima jumped over and stood with Fukasaku. Harass him, we are preparing illusion. Fukasaku shouted. Boom. Several giant toads jumped up one after another and smashed down towards Han Guang on the ground. I thought you guys at Mount Myoboku had some tricks, but that's all it took. Han Guang's face was full of disappointment, and he looked up at the few toads that fell down. Then, he said quietly, you can go to die. Snapped. Putting his palms together, Han Guang cast wood style. Wood style. 4 wood winding technique. Puff puff, puff, puff. 4 huge trees broke through the ground and swept towards the air. Almost instantly, 4 toads are entangled in a tree. As soon as it got entangled, the tree began to split and turned into a large number of branches, spreading towards the toad. How is this possible? We are supported by several trees. Toad Wentai exclaimed. In the past, when he fell from the sky, he could punch a big hole in the ground. But now, he can't fall down. What kind of tree is this? Why can't you break free? Hamojian struggled hard, but couldn't break free at all. This kid's wood style is terrible. Ha Toma gave up struggling. Master Fukasaku, if you are not ready, we will be strangled to death. Toad Zhang said loudly. Immediately, Fukasaku was also in a hurry. To perform the sound illusion, it must match the pitch of the child's mother. But I tried it just now, and my mother coughed. I'll drag it on. Jiraiya rushed out, imprinting his hands. Fire style, fire bomb. A huge flame spewed out from Jiraiya's mouth and swept towards Han Guang. Han Guang turned his head and narrowed his eyes. His body didn't move, and was instantly submerged in the flames. Han Guang. Namikaze Minato's complexion changed drastically. He knew that Guogong should be fine. But teacher Jiraiya's actions broke his heart. Ms. Jiraiya, you forced me. At this moment, Namikaze Minato's face darkened, and he rushed towards Jiraiya at a high speed. Jiraiya paused. He found that Namikaze Minato was as fast as the body flicker technique. Because, the opponent is too fast. One breath, Namikaze Minato rushed to Jiraiya's side. Rasengan appeared from Minato's palm, and without hesitation, he pressed on Jiraiya's body. Boom, smoke appears and Jiraiya's figure disappears. You think you can hide? Namikaze Minato yelled angrily, throwing the kunai in his hand to the left. Immediately afterwards, his figure flashed, and another Rasengan exploded. Whoosh, Jiraiya backed away quickly, blood spurting from her shoulder. Okay, Minato, how dare you hit the teacher? Teacher Jiraiya, you shouldn't have shot Han Guang. Did you know that you were attacking 4th Hokage? Namikaze Minato snapped. Sudden, puff puff puff, puff. 4 strange sounds came from midair. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato looked together. In the air, the sky was full of blood and water, and a large amount of flesh and blood fell down. He actually killed 4 big toads. Jiraiya exclaimed. Those are the 4 big toads of 973 Mount Myoboku. Han Guang actually killed them. Frog. At this moment, the voice illusion of the Shinbo couple finally started. The sound of frogs suddenly sounded. The target was Han Guang, who had just walked out of the sea of flames, unscathed. The strange thing is, facing the sound of frogs, Han Guang didn't seem to fall into the illusion at all, but walked towards the Fukasaku couple step by step. Fukasaku's frog eyes widened and his voice raised. Shima also increased the sound of the frogs. But Han Guang was still unaffected. Immediately, he looked at Jiraiya. Wait a minute, you can't kill them. Jiraiya yelled hastily. As expected of a frog, you really look at the sky from a well. Han Guang shook his head. Click, click, is this the sound illusion? Father, it doesn't work. Run. Zima stopped his frog croaking and shouted. You brat, we admit that you are strong, let us down quickly. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded. Yeah, Han Guang appeared in front of the 2 toads as if teleporting. Don't worry, you're going to accompany them soon. I see. Fukasaku grabbed Shima and was about to run away. Han Guang directly crushed the 2 toads. His tone was quite disappointed, and he stretched out his hands suddenly, catching 2 toads. Whoosh, that's right, we are immortals. I actually think that your cancer is going to die soon. Toad Sage blew out a smoke ring, and his voice resounded throughout the audience. Toad Sage jumped and landed next to Jiraiya. Chapter 182 Mount Myoboku was destroyed. Jiraiya was buried with him. Please customize. Toad Sage appears. It jumped behind Jiraiya, and its claws touched Jiraiya's wound. Suddenly, a bright green light flashed across the Japanese stalks. The wound on Jiraiya's shoulder healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiraiya, use this spell to revive Fukasaku and Shima. With a spell out of his mouth, Toad Sage spoke. Okay. Jiraiya nodded, and flashed out with a spell. But the next moment, Jiraiya was dumbfounded. He was clearly holding the spell, but in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Han Guang. Turning to look at Han Guang, Jiraiya glared. I saw that Han Guang was stuffing the charm into his arms at this time. How do you use this kind of good thing? Han Guang asked quietly. Han Guang, be careful. Your scroll should be on Toad Sage. Namikaze Minato approached and reminded in a low voice. Yes, scroll. Han Guang patted his forehead and looked at Toad Sage. Give me back my scroll. Han Guang smiled. I'll give it back to you when you die. Toad Sage blew out a smoke ring, followed by a scroll. Seeing this scroll, Namikaze Minato's expression became strange. It's the scroll of the birth of the tree realm, he reminded. Han Guang looked indifferent. He glanced at Toad Sage. If you don't do it again, I will do it. The voice just fell. Toad Sage moved. Since you have come to your door, I will eradicate your cancer. Saying that, Toad Sage unfolded the scroll and lifted the seal on it. Defeat you with your wood style. I want to see, how do you block? Toad Sage's tone was confident. Field, the wood style scroll burst open. For a moment, the terrifying chakra drilled into the ground and spread towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. Puff puff puff, puff. The densely packed trees broke through the ground and swayed wildly. Toad Sage exhaled a smoke ring and watched the scene quietly. Guang also folded his arms across his chest, showing no signs of moving. Namikaze Minato looked strange and stood still. But Jiraiya, he saw the posture of both sides, the sun face area. Instinctively, Jiraiya felt that something was wrong and quietly made a mark. Whoosh! At this moment, Jiraiya felt a tightness on his feet, and a tree emerged from the ground, trapping his feet. This, degree, shocked, Jiraiya was bound into a dumpling by the trees before she could break free. Toad Sage was taken aback. It glanced at Jiraiya, then hurriedly looked into the distance. I see. Hundreds of toads were hung up by the trees, and there were even huge toads among them. Click. Seeing this scene, Toad Sage's pipe fell to the ground. How is this going? Why does wood style only attack our Mount Myoboku, but not Guang and Namikaze Minato? At this moment, Toad Sage was full of question marks. The other side, Guang opened his eyes. He saw an extremely huge toad, which was entangled by several trees and hung upside down under the branches. That should be the big toad Suyin. Namikaze Minato guessed. Oh, no wonder it's so big. Guang suddenly realized. It doesn't matter how big it is, your wood style is constantly absorbing its chakra. And it can't move. Namikaze Minato shook his head. Damn Toad Sage, actually slaughtered his own kind. Guang also shook his head and sighed. Hearing Guang's words, Toad Sage's face turned green. Sudden, it figured out why. Careless. By this time, if it does not understand the reason, it will be an idiot. It's your ability. You have the ability to restrain wood style. Toad Sage's tone was full of remorse. It actually forgot that Guang can restrain wood style. It has known this information for a long time. Hey, all of your people are going to die, you don't know. Guang looked surprised. Namikaze Minato almost laughed. Field. Toad Sage took a deep breath. It's only careless once, the second time, you will definitely die. Toad Sage's tone was filled with strong anger, and he spat out a scroll again. This is. Seeing the black ball mark on the scroll, the expressions of Guang and Namikaze Minato changed in unison. What, are you scared? How did you catch this tailed beast bomb at such a short distance? Toad Sage is confident, because, it saw Guang's complexion change. Guang, I'll run away first, you must dodge. Namikaze Minato said solemnly, and disappeared with a whoosh. This idiot Toad Sage, this is not a tailed beast bomb at all, but a planetary devastation of the sealed Guang. Namikaze Minato believes that Guang can avoid it, because this is Guang's technique. Field. Guang touched his chin. To Toad Sage. I bet you dare not open the scroll. You want to beg for mercy in this way. Toad Sage's tone was mocking. Then, it continued. Unfortunately, I don't accept your beg for mercy. You must die. Thorn. The scroll was opened by Toad Sage. Strange fluctuations appear. A black ball floated out from the scroll. Toad Sage froze. Why is this black ball so small? Also, it doesn't look like a tailed beast bomb, does it? Wait a moment, why does this black ball look a little familiar? Hey, good luck to you. Guang dropped this sentence, and the figure disappeared with a whoosh sound. The black ball slowly lifted into the air. Sudden, a terrifying gravitational force erupted. Vori, this is the planetary devastation. At this moment, Toad Sage finally remembered what it was. 1,000 years ago, it has witnessed Hagoromo and Hamura using this technique to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thousands of years have passed, how did this grass come out again? What's even more tragic is that this TM was opened by himself, and the planetary devastation was placed on Mount Myoboku. It's over. Toad Sage felt a terrible gravitational pull on him. It tried to break free, but couldn't get rid of it at all. Click, click, the earth collapsed, pulled by gravity, and headed towards the sky. Toad Sage also flew into the air, and the frog's eyes were full of sadness. No, I still have a chance. Suddenly, it thought that it still had a whole card. Opening his mouth, a scroll engraved with a Senju Buddha image appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Toad Sage opened the scroll and released the spell. At this moment, the terrifying chakra condensed in the air. A giant Senju Buddha statue is slowly taking shape. Quick, send me down quickly. Toad Sage was impatient. Snapped. The Senju Buddha pinched Toad Sage and threw it towards the core of the black ball in the air. Toad Sage. Voryu sir. Far away. Seeing this scene, Guang shook his head. Toad Sage's combat IQ was really pitifully low. Pity. Guang smiled. Wait a minute Guang, my disciple is your teacher. Jiraiya played an emotional card. You are so loyal to Mount Myoboku, it would be a shame for your loyalty not to be buried with Toad Sage. Guang, this damn guy, is only 12 years old, and he's thinking about Tsunade Lee. Then, with a flick of his hand, Jiraiya was thrown into the sky. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, a lottery in the comment area. Watching Jiraiya flying towards the core of planetary devastation, Guang spoke softly. What are you doing? Jiraiya's heart sank suddenly. With a word of emotion, his Guang's good figure flashed out, and a figure was caught from the ground. He stared at Jiraiya, and moved closer to Jiraiya's ear. By the way, you have another disciple, right? Conan, you, Nagato. Han Guang said surprisingly. This is your last words. Han Guang looked calm. You actually found me. Jiraiya looked shocked. What do you think? I heard you like Tsunade. After you die, I will take over for you. Han Guang was unmoved. Hearing these words, Jiraiya's face changed drastically. Chapter 183 Han Guang's wonderful definition. Get Tsunade back. Please customize. Over Mount Myoboku, the huge earth ball is suspended. At this time, Mount Myoboku had been reduced to ruins, and only a few fringes survived. Han Guang found Namikaze Minato, who had taken refuge, with regret on his face. Sensei, I failed to save Senior Jiraiya. You have done your best. Namikaze Minato comforted. Just now, he vaguely saw Han Guang holding Jiraiya, but Jiraiya was still sucked away by the calendar. Repay grievances with virtue. Namikaze Minato was very grateful for this disciple's move. He knew very well that Han Guang's attempt to save Jiraiya just now must have taken into account his own feelings. He received this friendship. Senior Jiraiya sacrificed his life and made great contributions to the destruction of Mount Myoboku. Han Guang said with emotion. Are you serious? Namikaze Minato looked confused. Does Han Guang have such a big heart? Obviously Teacher Jiraiya stole the scroll and gave it to Toad Sage. How did this become successful in Han Guang's mouth? Teacher, you have to know, if Senior Jiraiya didn't steal the scroll, would Mount Myoboku be destroyed? Han Guang said seriously. It seems to be true. Namikaze Minato thought for a while, but couldn't refute it. Indeed so. The downfall of Mount Myoboku is because Toad Sage used scrolls. And this scroll was provided by Jiraiya. Since Senior Jiraiya is dead, I think he should have a good reputation. Han Guang made a suggestion. Hearing this sentence, Namikaze Minato felt sincerely. My student has changed. It is no longer the previous impulsive character, but more tolerant and kind. Han Guang, you are too kind. Namikaze Minato patted his disciple on the shoulder. As Hokage, I still have to consider some things in 710. Han Guang smiled. Then, he continued. By the way, teacher, send someone to bring Senior Tsunade back, as well as Orochimaru. After all, the three of them are Sannin together. Senior Jiraiya died in battle, let them come back to pay homage. Namikaze Minato looked weird. Get Tsunade back, he can understand. But get Orochimaru back, are you serious? You think Orochimaru will come back? Namikaze Minato laughed. Always give it a try. Han Guang was outspoken. And, it's not just Orochimaru. I'm planning to send Danzo back too. Stop. Namikaze Minato couldn't take it anymore. Han Guang, you are Hokage now, Orochimaru and Danzo will not come back. Moreover, they have committed so many crimes that even if they come back, they will be killed. Namikaze Minato reminded. Oh, Han Guang looked regretful and sighed. Forget it then, just ask Tsunade-senpai to come back. Okay, Namikaze Minato nodded. Having finalized the matter, the two searched for a moment at the ruins of Mount Myoboku. As a result, nothing was obtained. It's a pity, those 7 scrolls were destroyed. Namikaze Minato felt a great pity. There are no scrolls in the ruins, which means that the remaining 7 scrolls must still be on Toad Sage. But the problem is, Toad Sage was sealed by planetary devastation. It doesn't matter, it's ruined. Han Guang didn't care. His strength will become stronger every day, and it won't take long for those BJFH scrolls to be eliminated. It doesn't hurt to destroy it. Leaving Mount Myoboku, Namikaze Minato and Han Guang sit on the hillside. It's getting dark, let's have a rest tonight. Namikaze Minato proposed. Okay, Han Guang also has no objection. Nothing to say all night. Early morning, it was just dawn. Namikaze Minato noticed something strange. Han Guang, the situation is limited. Han stood up naked and rubbed his eyes. Look at the sky, Namikaze Minato said, pointing to the sky in the distance. Isn't that Rashomon? Looking up to the sky, Han Guang recognized the door. If he remembers correctly, this door should be from Uchiha Fugaku summoning. The giant Rashomon approached, and the figure above could already be seen. Wait a minute, why did they come? Han Guang looked suspicious. He saw a dense crowd of human heads, and it was obvious that the village had come to support them. But the problem is, he didn't send a signal, did he? I sent the signal, Namikaze Minato replied. Then, he continued. Before we were surrounded by 4 big toads, I activated Kushina's kunai technique. That's it. Han Guang nodded. While waiting, he glanced at the property panel. Spirit. 81,920, 6 paths level immunity. Spiritual immunity to 6 paths. Han Guang was pleasantly surprised to see his mental attributes doubled. If it was changed to the past, he would feel that the spiritual attribute is not very useful. But it turns out that spiritual attributes are extremely useful. The most direct feeling is that the spiritual will in my mind has increased a lot. The application of spiritual will is extremely wide. The Rashomon that is about to fall was infused by Han Guang with his spiritual will. There are also things that enable ninjas to have the ability to fly, attune rocks and trees, and control tailed beasts. All of these are inseparable from spiritual will. Boom. Rashomon landed 1,000 meters away. Han Guang. Uchiha Obito rushed over with a startled look on his face. Obito, why are you so happy? Han Guang joked. I see you're fine, so I'm glad. Obito responded, coming up and punching Han Guang. Of course, Obito wasn't stupid and didn't try too hard. Is there any remnants or something? I'll take care of it. Obito asked, full of fighting spirit. Next time. Han Guang shook his head. Oh, I knew it. Odai sighed. He came all the way from Konoha to support Han Guang, and ended up supporting a lonely man. At this time, other people also ran over. Master Hokage. 4th generation is all right, great. I knew, how could something happen to the strength of the 4th generation? It seems to be unharmed. A group of ninjas talked one after another. Uchiha Fugaku came over, looking ashamed. Han Guang, this is my private order, which is a waste of the village's combat power. Clan Chief Fugaku, you did a great job. Han Guang patted the other party's shoulder with a smile on his face. Then, he continued, the fact that you can bring someone to rescue us overnight is enough to prove that you value your companions. Speaking of this, Han Guang looked around the crowd, and his eyes fell on Kakashi. In my opinion, a ninja who values his companions can be called a real ninja. Han Guang. Kakashi was moved in his heart. Next, Han Guang was surrounded, and several patriarchs began to question. Who dared to attack you? Let Konoha destroy his entire clan. Hyuga Hiyashi asked with an angry tone. Mount Myoboku. Han Guang responded briefly. Oh, Mount Myoboku, one of the 3 holy places. Hiyashi was taken aback, feeling that the Yali mountain is huge. He still knows a little about Mount Myoboku. The toad on Mount Myoboku is too big, even if his whole family goes up together, they might not be able to withstand it. Wait a minute, this mountain, isn't it Mount Myoboku? Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. Yes, Han Guang nodded. Obito, Shisui, be on alert now, Fugaku ordered. He wisely didn't order anyone else. Because Uchiha Fugaku knows very well that he is just a temporary Hokage, and now that Han Guang is here, he has to adjust his position. Seeing how nervous the Fugaku patriarch was, Han Guang smiled. Relax, Mount Myoboku has been destroyed. Han Guang briefly explained the incident at Mount Myoboku. After hearing this, the people around were all dumbfounded. I'm a dignified 3rd generation, and I was spat on by the guard at the gate. As soon as he entered the village, he was stunned. 4th generation, you are very considerate. Fugaku nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen completed the mission and returned to the village. Take a break. Successfully brought the forbidden technique scroll into Mount Myoboku. Of course. At the same time, Han Guang also proposed to send someone to find Tsunade after returning to the village. No one objected to his suggestion. Master Jiraiya also contributed a lot. Konoha village. Because according to the 4th Hokage's description, the reason why Mount Myoboku was destroyed was that they destroyed themselves. So I proposed that we hold a memorial ceremony next. Not only to commemorate the comrades who died in the front line, but also to commemorate the senior Juban Jiraiya. Han Guang made a suggestion. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his back to the two, he still heard it. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, a lottery can be drawn in the comment area. 2 guards spat behind his back. The troops began to return. Bah. Chapter 184 Han Guang, 3rd generation, I am learning from you. Please customize. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored the spitting behavior of the 2 guards. Because he knows very well that if things go wrong, there must be demons. Along the way, he walked towards the Hokage building. Why is the village so deserted? Along the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered something strange again. He clearly remembered that Han Guang withdrew all the ninja troops from the front line. What about those people? Passing by the security department, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly paused. I see. On the bulletin board outside the security department, there is actually a portrait of Asuma posted. There are a few lines of words below. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and scanned the contents above. What Asuma did was exposed. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. No wonder the guards at the entrance of the village disrespected him. It turned out that this TM was done by Han Guang. He never believed that it was done by the security department, it could only be an order from Han Guang. The security department is nothing more than a pawn of the opponent. Walking into the security department, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not stopped. All the way across the hall, there are only a few Uchiha ninjas here and there. Master 3rd generation, Uchiha Itachi walked over with a naive expression on his face. It's Itachi, where's Asuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Itachi's head and asked. He's in jail, replied Itachi. Take me to see. Okay. Inside the prison, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in. He glanced at Asuma lying in the cell, turned and left. Nguyen, Master 3rd generation, are you leaving now? Itachi looked puzzled. Take a look and leave. Back on duty, Itachi picked up the pen. Senior Shisui said that anyone who visits Asuma must write it down. Talking to himself, Itachi bowed his head and recorded. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and looked at Nara behind the power table. Why are you sitting here? 3rd generation, I'm just acting temporarily. Nara said with a smile. What about Han Guang? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. He has something to go out, he should be back soon. Luju Kaido. What about the ninjas in the village? Hiruzen asked again, leaving the village to perform a mission. Thump. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and left the office. At this time, Nara Lujiu squinted his eyes, and a playful look flashed across his face. When Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the family, he finally learned the true whereabouts of the village ninja. Patriarch, most of the ninjas in the village have gone to rescue the 4th generation. Sarutobi Simu reported. Has Han Guang encountered a crisis? Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed. The whole village can be rescued, which is enough to show that Han Guang has encountered a real life and death crisis. Hey, although I don't know who did it, I still hope that you don't come back. He wished Han Guang would die outside. In this way, he can return to Hokage's position again. After all, when it comes to handling official business, I have a wealth of experience. Patriarch, there's one more thing, Sarutobi 4 wanted to say but was right. Explain. All other families in the village have sent people, only our family has not sent people. No problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. As long as Han Guang doesn't come back, it's not a problem at all. Even if those rescued also suffer heavy losses, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will be the biggest winner. Also, many ninjas are secretly talking about our family. Simu said another thing. About our family. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Yes, they said that Asuma of our family killed people and was protected by you. The voice of the 4 arts is very small. Hee. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Only a few days after he abdicated, Han Guang began to manipulate public opinion. This kind of trick, he can see through it at a glance. Never mind, we're going to stop now. Just said this. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly stopped. He looked up to the sky, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. He came back. He didn't die outside. Hokage office. Han Guang sat down on the long-lost chair. Lu Ju made an explanation and left in a hurry. Nara Lujiu was very afraid of Han Guang. Because he knew that this 4th Hokage was too small-minded. Lu Ju was really capable, I wanted to praise him, but he ran so fast. Han Guang shook his head. Next, he called Kakashi. Kakashi, I now appoint you as the captain of Anbu. You can expand Anbu yourself. Okay, Kakashi nodded. Also, send someone to find Tsunade. It's up to you to decide who to send. Ask for flowers 0. Then I'll do it. Kakashi left in an instant. As soon as he left, Sarutobi Hiruzen came. Han Guang, I have already done the task according to your request, why do you still deal with my Sarutobi clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his dissatisfaction as soon as he entered the door. Let's not talk about other things, let's talk about the mission first. Han Guang waved his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a scroll and placed it on the table. Swish. Opening the scroll, Han Guang glanced at the content on it. Next, he threw the scroll at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. You, what are you? You trash. Is this also called task completion? Han Guang's voice was cold. Continued. I asked you to investigate the whereabouts of 3 Tails after escorting the daimyo, but you didn't find it. 0. Called trash by Han Guang, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart. I really didn't find out, 3 Tails should not be in Tang country anymore. He explained. Then you won't go to other places to investigate. You can't find the whereabouts of 3 Tails. What the hell are you coming back for? Han Guang cursed again. Are you embarrassing me on purpose? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sank. On the chair. Han Guang, even if I get rid of the Senju family, what does it have to do with you? Do you need to target my family like this? You pass on the position to me, and I will definitely learn from you. He understood. Han Guang compared the Sarutobi clan to the previous Senju clan. I understand completely. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't bear it anymore. Then he said, Second Hokage passed on the position to you. But you made the Senju clan almost wiped out. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. 3rd generation, I'm learning from you, Han Guang said quietly. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly ticket 9. He is trying to cripple his family. Han Guang touched his chin and looked at the other person with an idiotic look. Following Han Guang's words fell. Han Guang, I don't think I have offended you. It's fine if you let me do the task, but why do you still target my family? Sarutobi Hiruzen, people are stupid. It seems that your memory is not very good, let me remind you. Han Guang sneered. When Han Guang said this, it was clear that he was making things difficult for himself. Chapter 185. Pushed to a dead end by Han Guang. Please customize. Inside Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked a soul-deep question. Even if he killed the Senju clan, does it have anything to do with Han Guang? Han Guang has no contact with the Senju clan at all. 3rd generation, it really doesn't matter to me if it's changed to before. Han Guang said lightly. Having said that, he shook his head. But now I'm the 4th Hokage. That's what I have to do with it. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless when Han Guang said this. Although he knew that Han Guang was just looking for an excuse, the problem was that this excuse made him completely unable to refute. As Han Guang said, now the opponent is the 4th generation. Then the reason for the decline of the Senju clan became the best reason for Han Guang to attack the Sarutobi clan. So, you must deal with my family. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally asked. 880, is right. Han Guang smiled. There is no room for détente. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed. Of course not. Han Guang spread his hands. Then, he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold smile. I want you to see with your own eyes how your family is gone. After all, that's how you treated your teacher's family back then. This moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to summon the ape demon and stabbed Han Guang to death with a golden cudgel. But he knew that in this way, he must be the one who died. You will regret this. Leaving this sentence behind, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and left. Boom. As soon as he walked to the door of the office was suddenly closed. Did I let you go? Han Guang narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. You want to kill me here? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. No. How could I slaughter the previous Hokage? Unless, special circumstances. Han Guang shook his head. He took out a blank scroll, picked up the pen again, and waved at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since you didn't complete the mission last time, the bounty will be deducted. Come on, I'll help you arrange the next map. Vori. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt disgusted. Lousy just came back from a mission, UFG want me to do it again. What worries him even more is, what will happen to his family after the mission returns. With Han Guang's means, it is absolutely impossible to make his family stable. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen had other plans in his mind. Just this mission. Han Guang put down his pen and finished writing the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the content, his eyelids twitching wildly. You send my Sarutobi clan to attack Cloud Shinobi village. What, is there a problem? Han Guang glanced at the other party. According to the mission report submitted by Sarutobi Hiruzen just now, the Emperor's baths in Yuno country were all destroyed when Cloud Shinobi evacuated. This is something Han Guang cannot tolerate. Therefore, he wants the Sarutobi clan to go to Cloud Shinobi village to seek justice. Han Guang, you are blatantly asking my family to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. Call me fourth Hokage. Han Guang knocked on the table and corrected. Okay, fourth generation. If you do this, you won't be afraid of other families' worries. I asked your family to fight Cloud Shinobi village, what are other families worried about? Han Guang looked puzzled. Then, he waved his hands impatiently. Without further delay, you Sarutobi clan are ready to go, let's go today. Okay, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a deep voice, showing no expression. Then, he turned and left. On the chair, Han Guang clicked his nails and smiled. I don't believe it, so you won't betray. It is too easy for Han Guang to deal with the Sarutobi clan. He believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely lead his people to rebel against the village. If they don't betray the village, the Sarutobi clan will definitely be defeated by Cloud Shinobi village. If that's the case, Han Guang doesn't mind letting the remaining members of this clan go. Then take advantage of the trend to destroy Cloud Shinobi village. However, he believed, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely betray the village with his family. Exit the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became extremely gloomy. He is very clear. Han Guang has already torn his face, blatantly dealing with his own family. Send your family to attack Cloud Shinobi village. This is not a mission, it is simply to use the hands of Cloud Shinobi to destroy his own family. Afterwards, this insidious and despicable villain will definitely destroy Cloud Shinobi village under the banner of avenging the Sarutobi clan. In this way, Han Guang's reputation will overwhelm the whole village. And what about his own family? It has become a consumable for the opponent to gain reputation. You're only 12 years old. Why are you so insidious? With a deeper understanding of Han Guang's insidiousness, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried back to the family. Patriarch, secret letter. Sarutobi Simu came up and handed over a secret letter. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly took the secret letter. Hiruzen, I've heard about it. Han Guang, that scumbag became the fourth Hokage and kicked you down. Oh, you were too stupid to fire him sooner. But you don't have to worry, I have already completed the transplant, and my strength has greatly increased. Wood style, just mediocre. Come on, come to Uchiha Madara. His time is really running out. We join hands again, make a comeback. Create greater glories. Money, I haven't received it yet. Did you forget about it? Remember, the Tibetan bathing pool in Yuno country, I'll wait there for you to approach. Your best friend Danzo. After reading the secret letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen crumpled it up and reduced it to ashes. He looked at Simu and issued a mobilization order for the whole family. Inform all the clansmen immediately. Take all the bank notes, and go to the family square to assemble. Sarutobi was stunned. Simu ran away in a hurry, because he had notified the tribe. After thinking for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head secretly. Can't save Asuma, but his son is still locked up in the security department. He can understand the assembly, but why only bring the bank notes? Shouldn't he bring the detonating talisman kunai or something? What are you still doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen urged anxiously. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and walked towards the family plaza. He is not an idiot. Han Guang was so persecuted that Sarutobi Hiruzen could only defect with his family. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the gazebo, frowning and thinking about 2.0. Danzo, I'll be looking for you soon. It was not difficult for the clansmen to evacuate the village. I can only wrong Asuma first. He can use this mission as a cover. He has no way out. The reason why Han Guang locked Asuma in the security department was probably waiting for him to rescue him. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. There's a lucky draw in the comment area, 100,000 VIP points. Once you go, you will be counted. Chapter 186 Han Guang's insidiousness is invincible. Please customize. Sarutobi family residence square. Thousands of ninjas gathered in the square. These are all members of the Sarutobi clan. Walking to the square, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around the crowd and cleared his throat. Our family has received an extremely secret mission. Now, all of you, bring your belongings and keep them close to you. As soon as it got dark, our whole family set off. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the clansmen looked at each other. They don't quite get it. What task, but also to bring property? How does it feel like running? Patriarch, do you have to bring your belongings? A clansman said. That's right, and you have to bring them all. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Then, he waved his hand. Get ready now, it's getting dark. Many clansmen left one after another, packed up their belongings and lost them. Evening. It was getting dark. The second floor of the security department. Han Guang sat at the window, accompanied by the patriarchs of various clans. Come on, let's drink. Hokage has tea. Uchiha Fugaku raised his glass and gestured. As a result, the patriarchs of all ethnic groups did not move. They glanced at Chief Fugaku, looking strange. 19. Should you start talking about this? Where did you put the Hokage? Being stared at by everyone, Uchiha Fugaku slapped his forehead suddenly, screaming inwardly. Before he hosted Han Guang, he raised his glass by himself, so he forgot this. Field. Han Guang glanced at the expressions of several people and laughed dumbfoundedly. You are too sensitive. He shook his head and picked up his teacup. Then, he gestured to Fugaku. Master Fugaku, the friendship between us will not be bound by these rules. Thank you. Uchiha Fugaku had a grateful face. Not only did he get Han Guang's understanding, he even got Han Guang's support. Han Guang looked at the others again, and continued, it's off-duty time, don't treat me as a Hokage. Next, the atmosphere is much more relaxed. By the way, do you have any suggestions on the time of the morning ceremony? Han Guang asked casually, isn't it up to you to decide? Fugaku looked puzzled. This kind of thing must be decided by Hokage. Why did Han Guang ask their opinions? I have no experience in dealing with this kind of thing. You are all seniors, so I must listen to your suggestions. Han Guang said humbly, there should be light rain tomorrow. I think tomorrow will be fine. Aburame Patriarch made a suggestion. Oh, can you tell it will rain tomorrow? Han Guang was quite surprised. He must have known it through bugs, Fugaku explained. That's right. Chief Aburame nodded. Okay, let's hold it tomorrow. Han Guang also has no comment. It is good to hold a morning ceremony on a rainy day. The atmosphere is full, sudden. Han Guang looked out the window with a smile on his lips. It's third generation. He's leaving the village with his clan. Uchiha Fugaku paused, realizing something was wrong. How did he bring so many clansmen? Hyuga Hiyashi was also puzzled. Because I arranged a task for him. Han Guang said lightly. Others looked at fourth Hokage Han Guang one after another. Being watched by everyone, Han Guang cleared his throat with a serious tone. Everyone, I don't hide it either. Third generation nearly wiped out the Senju clan, and forced senior Tsukumo to commit suicide. He allowed his disciple Orochimaru to carry out illegal experiments, causing countless deaths and injuries of all races. Externally, he signed a treaty to sell the village, but internally, he excluded dissidents. Speaking of this, Han Guang pointed to the Sarutobi people on the street. Look, there are so many ninjas in the Sarutobi clan, have you ever seen their shadows on the battlefield? As a Hokage, I don't contribute anything to the village. But I raised my family to this extent. Do you think the Sarutobi family should die? Snapped. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku dropped the wine glass to the ground. The fourth generation is right. His tone was quite excited. He fully agrees with Han Guang's words. Now, as long as Han Guang gives an order, Uchiha Fugaku will definitely lead the clan to kill the Sarutobi clan. The Sarutobi clan really deserve to die. Nara Shirju echoed. Then, he reminded, but the fourth generation. To eradicate the cancer of the Sarutobi clan, we need a reason. Reason. Han Guang smiled. The reason, I have already found it. As he spoke, he placed a scroll on the table. Everyone hastily opened it to watch. Then, they were all dumbfounded. This, send the Sarutobi clan to attack Cloud Shinobi village. This move is really ruthless. How can this be called ruthless? Didn't the third generation send the Senju clan to the battlefield? Yes, the fourth generation is using the tricks of the third generation to deal with the third generation. After the discussion, everyone agreed with Han Guang's move. To deal with bad guys, we must use the tricks of bad guys. Wait a minute, if this happens, the Sarutobi clan will probably defect halfway. Suddenly, Nara Lugiu said the biggest problem. Will Sarutobi Hiruzen raise his clan to attack Cloud Shinobi village? Certainly not possible. Then, the other party has only one way, the whole clan defected. This is exactly what Lugiu was worried about. I can send people from my clan to watch them. Hyuga Hiyashi spoke. No need. Han Guang shook his head. Surveillance. Han Guang has better surveillance channels. Fourth generation, don't be careless. Once the Sarutobi clan defect along the way, it will be troublesome. Lu Ju reminded again. Lu Ju, you only want 630 to be here. Han Guang shook his head. Nara was taken aback for a long time. He understood what Han Guang meant. Han Guang, is this fishing? Are you trying to fish Danzo out? Lu Ju asked. Danzo is not worth mentioning. What I want to catch is Madara. Han Guang said lightly. Everyone suddenly realized. No wonder. Han Guang was not in a hurry to attack the Sarutobi clan. It turned out that this clan was just a bait. What if the Sarutobi clan don't seek refuge with Madara? Lu Ju asked again. Han Guang glanced at the other party, expressing concern about Lu Ju's IQ. Let me ask you, if Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't take refuge in Madara, who else can he take refuge in? Han Guang asked back. This, Nara Shiju was lost in thought. He thought for a long time, but he really didn't think of other answers. Really, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no ninja village to turn to. The major ninja villages must be very clear, whoever accepts the Sarutobi clan will be beaten by Han Guang. Haha, fourth generation, surely you wish other ninja villages could take in the Sarutobi clan. Hyuga Hiyashi laughed. In this way, we have a reason to fight other ninja villages. Uchiha Fugaku added, I am convinced of the wisdom of the fourth generation. Nara Lujiu looked ashamed. Being complimented by everyone, Han Guang waved his hand. I am still very young, and I still need to learn from my predecessors. Chapter 187 million rupees. Makoto's skirt fell off. Please customize. Under the night, thousands of Sarutobi people walked through the forest. They all hurried on their way in silence, as if they realized something. Finally, one of the clansmen couldn't bear it anymore. Patriarch, are we really going to perform a classified mission? Tread. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped in his tracks when he heard the clansman's question. He looked at Simu and gave an order. Simu, take someone to investigate around and see if you are being followed. Yes, Sarutobi Yatsuki took several clansmen and dispersed. Not for a while, Simu returned to the queue and reported that there was no sign of being followed. That's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen heaved a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he looked around at the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. Now, I want to tell you that the fourth generation is going to destroy our Sarutobi clan. What? How dare he? Is fourth Hokage crazy? So we're not performing a classified mission, but running away. A group of clansmen fried the pot. The fourth Hokage wants to wipe out their family. No wonder the Patriarch asked everyone to bring their belongings, which would be defection at all. But Patriarch, our family is still in the family residence. Simu's tone is a bit anxious. Not only he is anxious, but others are also anxious. The Patriarch only took those capable people out of the village, but there were still old and weak women and children in the family resident. Facing the eyes of the clansmen, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. I also want to take them away, but have you ever thought that once we take the old, weak, women and children with us, can we still leave the village? This, everyone knows the reason given by the Patriarch. Indeed so. The elite of their family has already attracted attention. If you bring the old and weak, women and children with you, any fool will know that they will run away. Don't worry, everyone, fourth generation still has a bottom line and won't embarrass them. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted. Pity, his persuasion was useless, and the group of people were still depressed. Patriarch, why does the fourth generation deal with our family? Is it just because of a Suma backquote? A clansman said suddenly. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. It must be because the Patriarch has purged the second generation's family, so the fourth generation will also purify our family. Someone jumped out. Huh, who said that? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank, and he scanned the crowd of people. How could such words come from the people of his own family? A group of people looked at each other with different expressions. Although they don't know which clansman said it, but it makes sense. If the Patriarch doesn't set this precedent, the fourth generation probably won't do the same. Yoki, check the identity of the tribe immediately. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. He seriously suspected that Han Guang had sent people to infiltrate his own people. If this is the case, then the trouble will be big. After more than an hour, the identities of thousands of people have all been checked. What makes Sarutobi Hiruzen hard to understand is that the identities of these tribesmen are all okay. Then who said that sentence just now? Go ahead. A little uneasy in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered to continue on his way. He couldn't stay here for too long, he had to get away from the village as soon as possible. Only, this time on the road, a group of clansmen were all preoccupied. They didn't know where the Patriarch was going to take everyone. After defecting to Konoha, where should they end up? Finally, some clansmen couldn't bear it anymore. Patriarch, where are we going? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to look at this clansman, sizing him up carefully. He seriously suspected that this clansman was a traitor. But the problem is that he has no evidence, let alone interrogate him face to face. Because of this, it will cause panic and dissatisfaction among the clansmen. After thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a vague answer. Let's go to Tang Country first. Soup Country. A group of clansmen all looked suspicious. If they remember correctly, the Patriarch once promulgated the 5 major ninja village treaties, which clearly stipulated that large ninja troops could not enter neutral countries. Other ninja villages have violated it, so I can't violate it. Seeing the doubts of the people of this tribe, Sarutobi Hiruzen made it clear. He is not a Hokage anymore, and his family is also being targeted by Han Guang, so he still cares about the treaty. Patriarch, is our family going to join the Tang Dynasty daimyo? Asked Yatsuki. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He doesn't intend to tell his clansmen about this kind of thing at the moment, and he will only reveal it to a few trusted clansmen when he arrives at the Tibetan bathing pool in the country of Tang. Konoha village. The banquet on the second floor of the security department is over. The patriarchs of various clans left one after another, leaving only Han Guang and Uchiha Fugaku. Not surprisingly, Chief Fugaku was drunk again. Of course, Han Guang is not interested in sending him off. He stood up and left the security department. As soon as he walked out of the security department, Han Guang stopped in his footsteps. He turned his head to look at the shadow of a tree, a playful look flashed across his face. Mrs. Makoto, what are you doing hiding behind a tree at this late hour? Han Guang's voice sounded slowly, startling Makoto behind the tree. Keep your voice down. Mrs. Makoto bared her head and whispered. What are you doing? Han Guang looked surprised. This is outside the gate of the security department. As the wife of the Fugaku clan chief, how can Mrs. Chin be sneaky? I'm waiting for you. Mrs. Makoto blushed. Wait for me. Han Guang touched his chin. Stepping to the back of the tree, he hit the opponent. At this time, Mrs. Makoto was wearing a purple camisole and a purple dress with slits to the waist. Wearing this outfit, no wonder he had to hide behind a tree. Is Fugaku drunk? Mrs. Makoto asked. That's right. Han Guang nodded. Then I'm going to try your massage technique. Han Guang stood at the door and touched his chin. You'll find out soon. Mrs. Makoto was mysterious. Massage table, essential oils, RMB. After a while, Han Guang lay down on the massage table, indicating that it was time to start. Then, she pointed to the massage table. Yes, Mrs. Makoto smiled. Of it then you come with me. Holding Han Guang's arm, Mrs. Makoto walked towards the depths of the alley. So, you turned this room into a massage room. In the room, dim purple lights bloomed. The two walked into an empty room. Asked for flowers, asked for evaluation tickets, asked for monthly tickets. Mrs. Makoto's skirt fell off. Let's start. Where are you taking me? Han Guang was curious. Just finished. I prepared this specially for you. Only for you. Chapter 188 Strange. Namikaze Minato turned into a toad. Please customize. Early morning. Han Guang was awakened by the sound of pattering rain outside. Sitting up from the small massage table, he glanced at Mrs. Makoto to the side. The massage technique is not very good, but there are quite a lot of tricks. 11. Secretly sighed, Han Guang did not wake up the other party and left alone. Out to the street, he glanced at the property panel. Physique. 36,864, 6 paths level. Physical attribute doubled to 6 paths level. With a look of surprise on his face, Han Guang felt the changes in his body. In the body, there is an extra vitality. Is this Yang done? Muttering to himself, he stopped at the entrance of the flower shop. Pots of fresh potted plants are placed in front of the store, full of green under the drizzle. Crouching down, Han Guang stretched out his palm and touched a potted plant. A trace of Yongdun energy overflowed and was transmitted to this potted plant. Next moment, a strange scene appeared. I see. The leaves of this plant began to drop, and within a few breaths, new leaves grew. So this is Han Guang suddenly realized, turned and left. Morning. Many ninjas rushed towards the Comfort Monument. Because today is the day to commemorate the death of frontline ninjas. As the fourth Hokage, Han Guang stood in the front row, taking the lead in bowing to the many mourning monuments. All buried here are heroes, even if only a genin died in battle, he is still a hero of the village. After the funeral, everyone left one after another. Han Guang glanced at the departing crowd, frowning slightly. Kakashi. Kakashi flashed out. Where's Mr. Minato? Nguyen, is he not here? Kakashi looked suspicious. Because of the large number of people, Kakashi really didn't notice whether Mr. Minato came or not. Go and find it. Han Guang faintly felt that something was wrong. He hasn't seen Mr. Minato since last night. At first, Han Guang thought it was Mr. Minato taking a rest. But this morning, there was still no sign of the other party. With perception turned on, Han Guang scanned Namikaze Minato's residence. As a result, there was only a messy house and no one. At the same time, Uzumaki Kushina also found the problem. Why didn't Minato come? With this doubt, after the ceremony, she went straight to Namikaze Minato's residence. His door was broken. When he walked to the door, Kai looked startled. She saw that the door of Namikaze Minato's room was rotting, as if it had been vandalized vigorously. Rushing into the house in a hurry, she searched the house. As a result, there was no one. There was only a mess all over the house, and a few pieces of torn clothes. Problem occurs. Soon, Han Guang walked into Teacher Minato's room and looked it over carefully. Han Guang, look at this room, there must have been a fight. Kushina pointed at the messy room and said, Senior Kushina, don't worry, Han Guang comforted. He walked around the house, went outside again, and looked at the broken door. At this time, Han Guang turned his head and asked a question. Senior Kushina, has the kunai in your hand been activated? No. Kushina shook her head. That's it. Han Guang touched his chin. Flying Thunder God kunai is not activated, which means that Mr. Minato did not send out a distress signal. Moreover, Han Guang judged that the house was not a mess left by the fight. Most likely, it was caused by Minato-sensei alone. The reason is simple, because ninjas are fighting, the destructive power can never be limited to the house. So, what is Minato-sensei doing? Destroy the house first, then the hospital. After thinking for a while, Han Guang Cabe also had no idea. Han Guang, don't you have any clues? Kushina asked. Don't worry, I'll go to the entrance of the village to take a look. Han Guang responded, and settled down towards the entrance of the village. Under the tree outside the village entrance. Putting his hand on the tree, Han Guang began to communicate with the tree. Did Namikaze Minato leave the village? Dashu. No, you sure? Dashu. Wait a minute, let me ask my clansmen. After a while, Dashu responded again. Namikaze Minato did not leave the village. It seems that Teacher Minato is still in the village. Han Guang muttered to himself. Impossible, if he is in the village, why can't he be found? Kushina was puzzled. Regarding Kushina's doubts, Han Guang guessed the reason. Hidden enchantment. Only with a special concealment barrier can it be possible to hide from one's own perception. Senior Kushina, where does Master Minato often practice? Han Guang asked. Well, he used to practice at the training ground. Kushina Kaido. Training course. Han Guang was thoughtful, then said. Take me to see. Training ground number 9. Looking at the empty training ground, Han Guang was speechless. He used to practice here, Kushina explained. Han Guang nodded and walked around the training ground. Finally, he stopped under a tree. This tree used to be where Mr. Minato hid the scrolls. Squatting down, Han Guang clasped his hands together. Snapped. Wood style activates. A thick tree broke through the ground, and there was a toad curled up on the branch. Nguyen, how could there be a toad hiding under the tree? Kushina looked confused. Finally, Toad spoke, and it was the voice of Namikaze Minato. Field, Mr. Minato, I know it's you. You should be able to talk, right? Han Guang spoke again. This frightened Kushina and hid behind Han Guang. Han Guang squinted his eyes, and his eyes fell on Toad's yellow hair. The pus-filled toad lowered its head, turned around and burrowed into the tree hole again. Teacher Minato, why did you become like this? Han Guang said slowly, his tone quite puzzled. Whoosh. Seeing this scene, a look of sadness flashed across Toad's frog eyes. However, the yellow hair on the top of Toad's head seems to be exactly the same as Minato's hair. I have no face to see you. The branch swayed, pulling the toad out of place again. The branches loosened, and the toad jumped down. Kushina, people are stupid, sighed. She stared at the pus-covered toad. It was hard to imagine that this was Minato. Toad stood where he was and didn't move any further. Its frog eyes flashed a complex color, and looked at Kushina. Chapter 189 Namikaze Minato. Han Guang, you have to take care of Kushina. Please customize. Under the tree, Han Guang pulled Kushina to sit on the side. No way, he doesn't pull. Kushina, it's time to run. Next, Namikaze Minato talks about how he became a toad. It's all my fault for being too greedy. Regret flashed across his frog eyes. Continues. Before we went to Mount Myoboku, I secretly absorbed some natural energy. At that time, I easily grasped this natural energy. So I think, I can also absorb more natural energy. As Namikaze Minato narrated, Han Guang understood. Back in Mount Myoboku, Sensei Minato avoided the planetary devastation. At that time, I am afraid that Namikaze Minato took the opportunity to absorb a trace of natural energy. After returning to the village, the teacher's confidence increased greatly and he began to absorb natural energy in the village. As a result, it turned into a toad. Teacher, you should be lucky that you only turned into a toad, not a stone. Han Guang reminded. You also know. Namikaze Minato's frog eyes flashed surprise. Then, he continued. I encountered this situation last night, and in desperation, I can only choose to evolve in the direction of the toad. So you spread the natural energy all over your body and avoided turning into stone? Han Guang asked back. That's right. Namikaze Minato nodded, but his actions looked a little scary. After all, a toad covered in pus was nodding there. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't feel right. Kushina tries to adapt herself to Minato's appearance. But no matter how she adapts, she just needs to look at Minato and feel like throwing up. Field. Han Guang looked at Teacher Minato carefully, and then he put his hand on the other person. After a while, Han Guang shook his head. Teacher, the natural energy in your body has transformed your body into a toad, and I can't do anything about it. Originally, Han Guang wanted to try to suck out the natural energy zone in Mr. Minato's body. But the problem is that the natural energy has already completed the transformation, and all of them have disappeared. It is also because of this that Namikaze Minato can survive. I actually already guessed that I can't recover from this state. Namikaze Minato sighed. The reason why he hid in the hidden enchantment under the tree was because he didn't want others to see him like this. I really didn't expect that there would be such a big risk in absorbing natural energy. Namikaze Minato muttered to himself, full of regret. If you had informed me last night, you would not have become like this. Han Guang shook his head. It's useless, let me inform you, there is nothing you can do. No, before the natural energy in your body is transformed, I can help you suck out the natural energy. Han Guang Kaido. Impossible, you never absorbed. Before Namikaze Minato finished speaking, the frog's eyes widened. He saw that Han Guang at this time had actually absorbed natural energy. 2 lines of black eye shadow appeared on Han Guang's eyes, and then he slowly opened his eyes. You saw it too. I successfully absorbed natural energy. True Light shrugged. You are a genius, Namikaze Minato said with sincere emotion. He regrets it. Regret not notifying this student sooner, but it is too late now. The atmosphere in the field fell into silence. In the end, it was Namikaze Minato who broke the mood. Han Guang, I want to go to Mount Myoboku. Namikaze Minato spoke. He looked at Kushina behind Han Guang and made up his mind. After I leave, you have to take care of Kushina for me. Hearing Minato's request, Kushina tightened Han Guang's arm. Compared to Kushina's reaction, Han Guang thought for a moment. Teacher, if you want to return to the human form, it's not impossible. Ah, is there another way? Namikaze Minato's frog eyes showed hope. There are two ways. Han Guang Kaido, just tell me, Namikaze Minato urged. The first method is that I will take a part of your organization that has not been assimilated and cultivate it. Then, I will infuse your spirit into this body. That way, as your body grows, your spirit will completely merge with your body. Hearing this method, Namikaze Minato thought for a moment. He understood what Han Guang meant. Han Guang can transfer spiritual will, which he has already experienced. Zero looking for flowers. The only problem is that I have to grow from a baby. What about Kushina? Thinking of this, he asked about the second way. What about the second method? The second method is to kill you. Then use impure world reincarnation to summon you in human form. After that, I found the owner of Rinnegan and asked him to resurrect you. Following Han Guang's voice fell. The arena fell silent. Namikaze Minato's frog eyes widened. Uzumaki Kushina covered his mouth and exclaimed. Wait a minute Han Guang. Your second method, I can understand the former, but you said Rinnegan. Namikaze Minato asked. That's right. In this world, there are Rinnegans. Han Guang nodded. Zero. Just now Ninetales said, you are lying. Kushina whispered. Han Guang looked surprised and turned to look at Kushina. I lied. Yes, Ninetales said, in the current ninja world, it is impossible for a human to have a Rinnegan. Kushina relayed. You tell Ninetales to shut up, or I'll crush it to death. Han Guang said calmly. Well, Kushina covered her mouth. She sank into the seal in her body, and found that Ninetales had already started to pretend to be asleep. Field. Namikaze Minato thought for a long time. He agrees with Kushina's words. Even Ninetales said that if there is no Rinnegan in the ninja world, it is basically impossible to have one. In this way, the second method is definitely not acceptable. Thinking of this, he made a decision. Han Guang, I decided to use the first method. Namikaze Minato's tone was firm. Then, he continued. Han Guang, Kushina will be taken care of by you. Minato. Kushina's expression was complicated. Kushina, don't be sad, we will meet again in more than 10 years. Namikaze Minato looked at Kushina with affectionate eyes. Well, vomit. Kushina felt a burst of nausea, twisted his head to the side hastily. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato sighed. Sure enough, my current appearance is flawed. Chapter 190 Han Guang's Yang Escape Cultivation Technique. Please customize. Konoha Hospital. Because of the arrival of 4th Hokage Han Guang, an operating room was vacated in the hospital. That's strange, how did 4th Hokage bring a toad into the operating room? I don't know about Nguyen, maybe it's an experiment. Kushina is guarding the door, and we can't see what's going on inside. In the corridor, several doctors discussed in low voices. According to common sense, the operating room is for patients. But the 4th generation brought a toad in. This has to make people curious. In the operating room, Han Guang took the scissors and compared the pressure on the toad. Han Guang, why don't you do it? Namikaze Minato was a little anxious. He saw Han Guang gesturing for a long time, but he didn't make a move. It put a lot of pressure on him. Teacher, I'm looking for the part, 390, that has not been assimilated. Han Guang explained. He can't help it either. From the beginning to the end, Han Guang was stunned to find a place that had not been assimilated. In other words, Namikaze Minato's whole body was assimilated into a toad, not even a dead Kakuzu. Thorn. Finally, Han Guang cut off a fig leaf from Toad's body. Then, he froze. Warm. Teacher, where's your little ding-ding? I don't know either. Namikaze Minato sighed. His frog eyes were full of disappointment and shyness. His body was transformed into this by natural energy, and he was helpless, so he found a piece of cloth to cover it. In the end, Han Guang found out his flaws. It's not easy to handle now. Han Guang put down the scissors and muttered to himself. According to his thinking, it is necessary to find a piece of the original human body tissue of Teacher Minato, so that he can use Yongdun to give birth. But the problem is, Mr. Minato's whole body is missing any human tissue. After thinking for a moment, Han Guang just gave up looking for it from the outside. Teacher, next, I will cut open your stomach and take a look at the tissues in your body. Han Guang said. Bring it on. Namikaze Minato was lying on the operating table with his belly exposed and his feet in the air. Han Guang started. Slicing open the toad's belly, he scanned the internal structure inside. No play. Shaking his head, Yongdun chakra appeared in his palm, smoothing the wound. I'm amazed at your medical ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato rolled over and praised. Teacher, you still have the heart to praise me. Huang Guang sighed. I've accepted the reality. Namikaze Minato smiled. His frog mouth grinned, looking rather ferocious. Han Guang, do you know? After I recognized your strength, I have been trying to find a way to sleep. I don't want to be left behind too much by you. Sitting on the ground, Namikaze Minato uttered his heart in a rare way. Unfortunately, I was too impatient. It led to this. Hearing what Teacher Minato said, Han Guang also sat down. Teacher, actually, there is another way. Han Guang said slowly. Oh, Namikaze Minato's frog eyes lit up again. I can help you create a white Zetsu body, and then integrate your spirit into it. Han Guang said the way. No, Namikaze Minato shook his head. His tone was quite stubborn, and he continued. In this way, it will not be my own body. Speaking of which, Namikaze Minato spit out a scroll from his mouth. He opened the scroll, revealing the summoning contract on it. Han Guang, in the morning, I slightly changed the summoning contract. You only need to print your name, and a summoning contract will be established between the two of us. Quote. This. Han Guang was stunned. He understood what Teacher Minato meant. Sensei is obviously planning to go to Mount Myoboku, or even become his own summoning beast. With complex eyes, Han Guang looked at the toad in front of him. Sudden, his expression paused. Teacher, don't move. Han Guang made a sound and reached out to touch the top of Toad's head. Here, there is a pinch of hair. Pulling out this bunch of hairs, Han Guang's eyes flashed a bright light. This is my hair. Namikaze Minato wondered. Yes, teacher, your whole body has been turned into a frog. Fortunately, you still have yellow hair. Han Guang was pleasantly surprised. But, what's the use of this lock of hair? Namikaze Minato was puzzled. According to his deduction, to cultivate life, at the very least, flesh and blood tissue is needed. Teacher, you underestimate me. 0 inches. Han Guang's tone was confident. I see. Yongdun chakra was condensed in the palm of Han Guang, wrapping the lock of hair. Then, his spiritual will drilled into the body of the toad, and extracted a trace of Namikaze Minato's spirit. Field. Namikaze Minato's frog eyes fixed on Han Guang's palm. He saw that the hairs moved suddenly. At the same time, Namikaze Minato's heart also trembled, feeling that he had a strange connection with that tuft of hair. The hair began to wither, and a tiny embryo the size of a fingernail condensed out. This feeling, this is me. This is me. Namikaze Minato was extremely excited. He can fully feel that the embryo is himself. Hearing the teacher's excited words, Han Guang nodded. This is indeed you. However, it takes a period of time to grow into a baby. Han Guang explained. I understand. Namikaze Minato nodded vigorously. It takes 10 months to conceive, not to mention the cultivation of embryos. Namikaze Minato was in no hurry. Because, he has hope. Taking a glass container, Han Guang placed the embryo inside. I have wrapped the embryo with Yongdun chakra. In this way, the growth speed of the embryo can be accelerated by 10 times. However, it still takes a month for Tuan to become a baby. Han Guang further explained in 3.8. Enough. Namikaze Minato was overjoyed. 10 times faster growth. Doesn't this mean that I only need to wait for more than a year to become an adult? Teacher, there's one more thing. Han Guang said the most critical point. When the embryo becomes a baby, all your mental power must be transferred to the baby. Good. This point, Namikaze Minato can understand. This is equivalent to reviving his body once. It's just an adult thinking. Country of soup, hidden bath. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped inside. Why are you? Seeing the person in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Chapter 191, League of Losers. React Wacky Kushina, please customize. Sarutobi Hiruzen never dreamed that it would be Orochimaru who came out of the hidden bath. Teacher, it seems that you have made the same choice as me. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, and his tone was quite emotional. Orochimaru, how come you were at Danzo's contact point? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. I also want to join Madara, but it has not been approved. I can only wait here. Orochimaru Kaido. Hearing the words of this traitor student, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Once upon a time, he was disappointed by the rebel village of Orochimaru. But now, he is on the same path. Teacher, you must have underestimated Han Guang and got kicked out, right? Orochimaru said quietly. You know, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't believe it. From Orochimaru's words, it is not difficult to hear that this disciple also suffered from Han Guang's hands. You guys are being careless. Orochimaru shook his head. Then, he started packing his things. Are you leaving? Yes, teacher, you came here, which means that this place should be exposed, and I have to change my position. Big Shezi said bluntly. No, nobody knows this is the contact point except me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was confident. Unfortunately, Orochimaru is still packing up. I have checked the surroundings along the way, and no one is following me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said again. Sigh, sensei, you are too confident. Orochimaru sighed. Then, he reminded. As long as there are trees, they will definitely be detected by Han Guang. What, trees? Sarutobi Hiruzen froze. Immediately, his complexion changed drastically. You mean, Han Guang can detect other people's location through trees? That's right, Vori. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Because his whole family traveled through the woods, and he even made them stop in the woods more than 10 miles away. Doesn't this mean that I am under Han Guang's surveillance the whole time? Then where are we going next? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked anxiously at Orochimaru. In terms of hiding, Sarutobi Hiruzen most believed in Orochimaru. Because this disciple's ability to hide and seek is first rate. Land of Thunder, Orochimaru said bluntly. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked suspicious. Kingdom of Thunder. The mission Han Guang arranged for his family was to crusade against Cloud Shinobi Village. Does Orochimaru even know this? What are you doing in the Land of Thunder? He tried to ask. Of course it's Danzo and Madara. Orochimaru responded, packing up his things. I'll go with you. Also, I brought thousands of elite members of the family. Sarutobi Hiruzen said surprisingly. Orochimaru looked surprised. He thought that the teacher defected alone, and dared to run away with his family. Thousands of elite members of the Sarutobi clan. This amount should be able to play some role. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Teacher, my suggestion is that you arrange these people to the Kingdom of the Moon, Orochiji made a suggestion. And then, Sarutobi Hiruzen motioned to continue. Then, the two of us will seek refuge with Uchiha Madara, and when the time comes, we will unite with Danzo to take the lead. Orochimaru licked his lips and said quietly. So, okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Teacher, you've been kicked out of the village, so don't be so hypocritical. Orochimaru saw through the teacher's true face at a glance. That's the only way to go. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He believed that his mentor in Danzo, together with thousands of clansmen, would be able to handle the aged Uchiha Madara no matter what. Avoid the trees. Before going out, Orochimaru reminded again. Konoha Hospital. A toad hopped away from the hospital window with a glass vessel in its arms. Han Guang was quite speechless. If there is a door, why do you jump through the window, teacher? Walking out of the operating room, Han Guang saw Senior Kushina standing outside the door, and suddenly realized. Minato is gone, Kushina asked, looking at the window. Well, teacher, he should have gone to the back mountain. Han Guang Kaido. Back mountain, isn't it Mount Myoboku? Kushina's tone seemed a bit disappointed. Senior Kushina, why do I feel that you are disappointed? Han Guang was suspicious. In his opinion, it should be a good thing that Minato-sensei doesn't go to Mount Myoboku. Why is Senior Kushina so disappointed? No, Kushina shook her head vigorously. Then, her expression darkened. Han Guang, Minato has become like this, what should I do in the future? Don't worry, Senior Kushina. If you have anything, you can find me. Han Guang comforted me. Okay. Kushina nodded with a look of emotion. Immediately, he stepped away. Looking at the back of Kushina leaving, Han Guang touched his chin. He always felt that Senior Kushina's reaction was not right. Could it be that you were intimidated by Minato-sensei's appearance? It seems that there is only one possibility. After all, it is reasonable for women to be afraid of toads covered in pustules. But Han Guang didn't care too much. Because it only takes more than a year, and Mr. Minato will turn 777 back into a human again. After leaving the hospital, Han Guang came to Kashan. As soon as he reached the back mountain, he saw Mr. Minato in the creek. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, transformed into a toad, is squatting in the stream, seemingly thinking about frogs. Without disturbing the teacher, Han Guang walked under a tree and began to scout Sarutobi Hiruzen's location. After a while, he withdrew his palm, and a playful look flashed in his eyes. Snake chakra, it turns out to be Orochimaru. I didn't expect that their master and apprentice would get together. Muttering to himself, Han Guang felt that the world is really wonderful. Sarutobi Hiruzen met Orochimaru in the Land of Soup, and then, the two went in the direction of the Land of Thunder. Han Guang guessed that there is a high probability that the master and apprentice are going to seek refuge with Uchiha Madara. For the behavior of these two people, Han Guang is very satisfied. When the bait is released, there is no need to worry about it. The bait will swim towards the fish by itself. All Han Guang has to do is wait. When Sarutobi Hiruzen master and apprentice find Uchiha Madara, it's time to close the net. Have you found the whereabouts of Orochimaru? Suddenly, Namikaze Minato jumped over, with a questioning look in his frog eyes. That's right, Orochimaru has merged with third generation. Han Guang smiled. Chapter 192 The Creation of Namikaze Minato. Madara. Danzo, keep digging. Please customize. Under the tree, after Namikaze Minato inquired, he proposed to follow up on this matter. I happen to be a toad now, so I can go and monitor Orochimaru and the others. Minato suggested. No teacher. Han Guang declined. I can really do it. Although my appearance has changed, my strength has not regressed, but has become much stronger. Namikaze Minato explained. Then, he motioned for Han Guang to watch. Walking in front of a huge rock, Namikaze Minato's frog hand made a distance. Boom! The boulder burst suddenly. As for Namikaze Minato's frog hand, there was no injury at all. It seems that natural energy has transformed your body into a sharp weapon. Han Guang was amazed. Yeah, my physical skills have skyrocketed. If I combine it with Flying Thunder God technique, I'm stronger than before. Namikaze Minato Kaido. And, more than that, look at where I am now. Whoosh. Saying that, Namikaze Minato disappeared without a trace. Han Guang turned his head to look at the stream with a strange expression on his face. In the creek, the frog body of Namikaze Minato blends perfectly with the blue stone. This stealth technique, Han Guang was amazed, because, Minato-sensei hid his perception. In Han Guang's perception, Namikaze Minato is completely a part of the stone. If it weren't for his special means, he really wouldn't be able to find the other party. Teacher, that rock is very dangerous. Han Guang reminded with a smile. However, Namikaze Minato remained unmoved. Hence, Han Guang waved at the blue stone. Bululu. The blue stone trembled and suddenly rolled out of the stream. Now, Namikaze Minato could only jump down and looked at Han Guang with a weird face. You can manipulate stones. No, that piece of blue stone happened to be enlightened by me. Han Guang explained. Okay, I'm just here to show the concealment. Teacher, your concealment technique is very strong. Han Guang sincerely praised it. This technique of turning oneself into a stone must be the credit of natural energy. Thanks to the fact that Mr. Minato's whole body has been transformed by natural energy, he can easily integrate into nature. How? Han Guang. With my ability, monitoring Orochimaru and third generation is the best. Namikaze Minato requested to play again. He doesn't really want to stay in the village now, because his appearance is too ugly. In the village, he can also chat with his disciple Han Guang for a while. As for other people, Minato doesn't want to get in touch. Han Guang thought for a moment. Reluctantly agreed. But teacher, I need to set up a trap teacher for you. What spell? Namikaze Minato asked. Immune to illusion. Han Guang blurted out. A majestic spiritual will fill the air and poured into Namikaze Minato's body. Han Guang didn't let go, and sealed the second technique inside. After all, Mr. Minato's mission is very dangerous this time, and some necessary self-protection methods are needed. I feel that another technique has been sealed in my body. Namikaze Minato said in surprise. This is the second wood style. Han Guang explained. True several thousand hands. Namikaze Minato asked back. Right. Han Guang nodded. Then he said. Actually, the full name of this technique is called Dingshangwufo, true several thousand hands. I know the name. Namikaze Minato nodded. Nguyen, teacher, how do you know? Han Guang pretended to be surprised. Kushina once said, in the Battle of the Valley of the End, first Hokage used this technique to defeat Uchiha Madara's nine-tailed Susa. And on Mount Myoboku, Toad Sage also unlocked the scroll of this spell before he died. You were there. After being told by Namikaze Minato, Han Guang nodded in satisfaction. It turns out, teacher, your brain is fine. You can perform this task. You. Namikaze Minato was speechless. Before leaving, Namikaze Minato took out the summoning scroll again. Han Guang, write down your name. Once I find something, I will reverse engineer summoning you. All right. Han Guang nodded and branded his name on the scroll. Afterwards, the scroll was swallowed by Namikaze Minato. My embryo will be taken care of by you. Leaping up the tree, Namikaze Minato gave a last word. After finishing speaking, his figure disappeared into the tree body and disappeared without a trace. This ability is completely invisible. Han Guang was quite emotional. If I hadn't enlightened Haoshin myself, I really wouldn't have discovered how teacher Minato left. Under Han Guang's double perception, Namikaze Minato turned himself into a part of the tree and walked away from the ground. This ability looks very similar to White Zetsu, but Han Guang knew that this was much more advanced than White Zetsu's technique. Because, what Mr. Minato uses is the force of nature, which can avoid all means of perception. Within the territory of the Land of Thunder, Mountain Cemetery, Danzo stood in the bare cemetery, staring at the air in front of him, dazed. Danzo, why are you willing to come out? Madara appeared behind her with an extremely old voice. I see. Before you, I cultivated Obito. As a result, Obito planted a sapling. Madara's tone was rather regretful. I don't know what. Danzo wondered. Danzo got it. A sapling. Exposed. Danzo was quite surprised. It seems you don't know yet. Uchiha Madara shook her head. He saw the dry ground all around him, and he couldn't remember it. Danzo, is it time to rest? Then go back to the cave and continue digging. Madara urged. Danzo originally wanted to go out and look at the trees and reminisce about the days in Konoha village. He knew that Han Guang had the ability to restrain wood style. Then, if we analyze it further, it is not difficult to understand that Han Guang can use trees to detect intelligence. I just came out to get some air. Danzo said calmly. Oh, how do you know? Danzo didn't understand 3. Han Guang can use the trees to detect intelligence. Madara said slowly. The results of it. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, a lottery draw in the comment area at 8 o'clock tonight, leave a message to participate in tens of millions of VIP points. Then, he turned his head to look at Madara. I'm curious, why did you choose such a place where nothing shit happens? It's fine if there are no trees, not even a blade of grass. Even I don't know about this kind of thing, how could Madara know? That's right, with just a sapling, Han Guang tracked from Konoha village to the border. Chapter 193 Han Guang's pants fell off again. The League of Losers is about to converge. Please customize. Konoha village. After leaving the mountain, Han Guang first took the glassware home, and then returned to Hokage's office. As a result, he found that the documents on the table were piled up again. It's only been a morning's work, where did you get such a document? With a suspicious look on his face, Han Guang picked up a document. Scanning the content above, he touched his chin. Shio from San Shinobi village, you're almost at the village. Mumbling to himself, he picked up the second document. The above content was sent by Mizukage from Kurigakure. The third document is a shadow letter from Iwagakure. The fourth, no doubt from Cloud Shinobi village's new Raikage. I see. Han Guang understood. These people came here for compensation on the one hand, and another purpose was to bring people to take the Chunin exam. Not just the 4 great ninja villages. He flipped through the documents below, and they were all sent by some small ninja villages. These ninja villages are also on their way to Konoha. These ninja villages are really fast. My Konoha village genins aren't ready yet. Thinking of this, Han Guang opened his mouth. Kakashi, swish, and Anbu appeared instantly. Han Guang looked at the other party and found that this person was not Kakashi. Where's Kakashi? Captain Kakashi is recruiting Anbu. Enko responded coldly. Oh, that's it. Han Guang nodded. He walked up to this Anbu and hugged him. Don't talk, let me guess who you are. Saying that, Han Guang put his hand into the opponent's arms. You are Anko. Han Guang guessed. You pervert. Anko's tone softened. She collapsed into Han Guang's arms, letting Han Guang's hands touch them around. Finally, Anko couldn't bear it anymore and knelt down on the ground. This is Hokage's office, pay attention to the impact. Han Guang looked serious. As soon as the warning was over, his pants were ripped off. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the corridor. Anko disappeared instantly, leaving Han Guang in place. When Kushina walked into the office, she saw Han Guang pulling up his pants. What are you? Kushina looked strange. Oh, it's too hot, I'll take off my pants to cool off. Han Guang looked serious. Then, he asked, Senior Kushina, what's the matter? I'll give you the money for the bathhouse. As he said, Kushina took out a thick KBC bag from his arms. This is the profit of the bath last month. Oh, Han Guang took the bag, but did not open it. He looked at Kushina, and returned the bag to the other party. Warm. Why did you stuff it to me again? Kushina was puzzled. Senior Kushina, just take it as my wages for hiring you. Han Guang said with a smile. To be honest, he has no interest in money now. What's more, Han Guang still has hundreds of millions of taels in his house, and he has no place to spend them. Since becoming a Hokage, Han Guang has never spent money on meals. It doesn't take so much money to hire me. Kushina hastily refused, and handed over the tape again. No, you're worth the price. Han Guang smiled and pushed back. Then, how about this, I invite you to dinner tonight. Kushina tried to invite. Senior Kushina, don't I often go to Sengfan? Han Guang joked. No, I'll treat you to barbecue. Fine. Han Guang did not refuse. Then it's a deal. 8 o'clock tonight. Kushina gave a warning, and left with a bounce. Oh, Han Guang sighed and shook his head. Senior Kushina didn't ask Minato-sensei a word. Han Guang finally understood the meaning of the phrase that women are fickle. Minato-sensei just turned into a toad, and Kushina-senpai just ignored him. A woman's heart, I really can't figure it out. With emotion, Han Guang summoned Anko. As soon as Anko appeared, he immediately knelt down again. Wait a moment. Han Guang held up his trousers with a nervous expression on his face. Are you still shy? Anko pouted. You stand up first, I have business to do. Han Guang looked serious. He was convinced. Anko is a girl who can't just wipe it off and ignore the occasion. Go and inform the teachers of the various genin teams right away. Tell them that the Chunin selection exam is about to be held. Let them step up and train their students. Oh, Anko nodded, but she didn't move. You should go. Han Guang looked confused. Then you want to watch the moon with me at night. Anko looked aggrieved. Okay, hurry up. Han Guang nodded and urged. It's a deal. Anko smiled happily, put on the mask and ran away. Under the scorching sun, Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen infiltrate into the land of thunder. At the foot of a barren mountain, a snake stopped behind a rock and opened its mouth. Zizi, Zizi. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen crawled out one after another. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed continuously, and spit out the sticky stuff along the way. Orochimaru, do two people drill a snake? There is no way, teacher. If you are asked to drill one alone, you will not be able to control it. Orochimaru spread his hands. Although it was a little crowded just now, it has sneaked in safely after all. Your uncle, do you want to build a village in a cave? What's next? Where do we find Danzo and Uchiha Madara? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, thinking that this method seems to be feasible. Can't find it. Then what are we sneaking in for? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. You're crazy. It was agreed to only dig a few caves, but the caves to be dug are bigger than Konoha's square. What if it wasn't Uchiha Madara and Danzo who found us, but Cloud Shinobi? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. At the same time, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, a lottery draw in the comment area at 8 o'clock tonight. Just leave a message to participate, a total of 30,000 VIP points. It's easy. Then kill Cloud Shinobi and blame Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru was confident. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen just complained. Danzo ran out of the cave, dripping with sweat. A mountain cemetery hundreds of miles away. We can't find Madara and Danzo, but we can let them find us. Orochi said calmly, but new problems emerged. He had already tried to find traces of Madara. Unfortunately, the only certainty is that Madara has entered the territory of the Land of Thunder. Can't find it. Orochimaru shook his head, wiping the sweat off his face. Danzo cursed into the air. The exact location, Orochimaru has no clue. Chapter 194 Super Long Distance Wood Style Clone. Please customize. Afternoon. Han Guang wandered over to the security department. Lord Hokage, seeing Han Guang approaching, Shui on duty hurriedly got up to greet him. Where's your patriarch? Han Guang looked at the hall and asked casually. The patriarch is guiding the family's genin practice. Shisui responded. Oh, looks like I'm preparing for the Chunin exam. Han Guang was stunned. Yes, take me to see. The two left the security department and came to the Uchiha family residence. Walking to the edge of the residence square, Han Guang saw a pretentious figure. On the square, Obito crossed his arms and looked around the clansmen proudly. Everyone is genin, why are you so weak? My dignified Uchiha clan is a wealthy family in the village. If you take the Chunin exam with your strength, wouldn't you want to face my Uchiha clan? Obito opened his mouth lightly and taught several clansmen. Several clansmen were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, and lowered their heads to listen. I used to be the tail of the crane. My grades are worse than yours. But after my unremitting efforts, my current strength is completely comparable to 4th Hokage. Obito's voice resounded throughout the audience, raising his voice to the level of Han Guang. Ahem, Shisui coughed. Obito glanced disapprovingly at Shisui. Then, he froze. He saw Han Guang standing beside Shisui. And Han Guang was also crossing his arms, staring at himself with a half smile. I was just bragging, why did I bring Han Guang here? Obito looked depressed. The patriarch, Hokage is looking for you. He yelled, and ran away with a whoosh. 4th generation, why are you here? Uchiha Fugaku came over and exchanged pleasantries. Clan Chief Fugaku, the documents in the office will trouble you again. Han Guang explained the purpose of his visit. He came to Fugaku mainly to let the other party handle official business. After all, I am not very good at this aspect. Wait a minute, where's Minato? Fugaku looked puzzled. If he remembers correctly, Namikaze Minato is Hokage's assistant. Ms. Minato is going to perform a very important task. Han Guang said in a deep voice. Oh, need support, I can ask Obito and Shisui to help. Fugaku hurried. Shisui on the side straightened his face and waited for the order. No need, this task is extremely difficult. Han Guang shook his head. Master Hokage, I'm not afraid. Shisui said. How about your invisibility? Han Guang asked with a smile. Shisui was speechless. Cultivate hard. Han Guang patted Shisui on the shoulder. Then, he urged the Fugaku Patriarch. Fugaku Patriarch, today's official duties depend on you. I'll go right away. Fugaku nodded. Leaving the Uchiha family, before Han Guang took a few steps, he was stopped by 2 people. 2 consultants, what do you want? 4th generation, your succession ceremony hasn't been held yet. Turning to Kaharu, he said. Yeah, and your Hokage outfit is ready, you need to try it on. Mitokado Homura echoed. That's all. Han Guang couldn't help but laugh. He thought that the 2 advisors had something important to do, but it turned out to be for the succession ceremony. We have a suggestion. Utatane Kaharu said. Speak. Han Guang signaled. The chiefs of other ninja villages will soon be bringing ninjas to take the Chunin exam, and we feel that once they all arrive, we can hold a succession ceremony. I have to say that the advice of the 2 consultants is very good. Then let's do that. Han Guang nodded. After sending away the 2 consultants, Han Guang was stopped again after he hadn't walked a few steps. To be exact, the White Zetsu clone. Master Han Guang, there is news from the ontology that he has been recruited by an organization called Shao. Oh, Han Guang looked happy. He urged. Keep talking. Ontology said that he met a ninja who invited him to join the Akatsuki organization. Now he lives in a cave in the Land of Rain. And then, Han Guang asked. Then, Ontology also said that he has not seen the person in the portrait for the time being. Hearing the news, Han Guang touched his chin. Go to contact the Ontology now and see if the other party is inconvenient to communicate with me. Han Guang gave the order. 0 looking for flowers. Yes. White Zetsu nodded and fled towards the outside of the village. Han Guang also wandered out of the village entrance and came under a tree. After a while, White Zetsu's clone made contact with the main body. Han Guang placed his palm on White Zetsu's avatar. The spiritual will enters it. Master Han Guang. White Zetsu's voice sounded. White Zetsu, tell me about the cave. Han Guang responded. There are 36 ninjas in the cave, but I found that there seems to be no leader of this organization among them. Oh, Han Guang narrowed his eyes. He has a decision. White Zetsu, stand where you are and wait for me. After speaking, Han Guang's spirit exited the body of White Zetsu clone. Snapped. He pressed his palm against the tree, and chakra began to rush in frantically. The chakra in the tree trunk spreads through the roots, and spreads towards the Kingdom of Rain at an extremely fast speed. 1/10, 3/10, west. Having consumed half of his own chakra, Han Guang finally stopped. At the same time, whoosh, Master Han Guang, your ability is simply. Under the gaze of White Zetsu, a wood-style clone slowly emerged from the ground. In a hidden cave, step, Han Guang twisted his neck and muttered to himself. Lu Li didn't speak, but stepped back to welcome Han Guang. Half of chakra barely condensed into a wood-style avatar. Stop flattering. Lead the way. Han Guang glanced at White Zetsu and circled around. Pity. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. White Zetsu, transformed into Lu Li, walked into the cave, followed by Han Guang. A ninja flashed from the depths of the cave, thousands of miles away in the territory of the Land of Rain. Give you a chance. Tell the whereabouts of your leader. Han Guang walked up to the ninja with a smile on his face. The clone kept wriggling, and soon turned into the appearance of Han Guang. Huajiliuli, why did you bring a stranger to our meeting point? The ninja shouted with a full face of vigilance. Chapter 195 The Nagato Trio heading to Konoha village. Please customize. Following Han Guang's voice fell. A ninja appeared one after another in the cave. Sudden, a ninja's complexion changed drastically. You are Han Guang from Konoha. Han Guang followed the sound and his eyes fell on this person. You know me. Han Guang smiled. I've seen a piece of information with your portrait on it. Hirakawa Kiji's tone was full of fear. Tell me, what kind of information is it? Han Guang was very interested. You invaded the land of Earth and wiped out thousands of elite troops of Cloud Shinobi alone. Hirakawa Kiji had just finished speaking. Everyone else was taken aback. This brat wiped out thousands of elites from Cloud Shinobi. Are you FG kidding? Your news is too late. Han Guang shook his head and gestured to White Zetsu. White Zetsu stood up and cleared his throat. Listen up, Master Han Guang, 827, is already the 4th Hokage of Konoha village. What, Hokage? He's a brat, it's Hokage. How can this be? Fire Glass, are you lying? A group of people were all dumbfounded, unbelievable. What she said should be true. Hirakawa Kiji spoke with difficulty. Then, he continued. I heard Yahiko-sama say yesterday that the Leaf Village has a new Hokage. It's very young. After a while, Han Guang sat in front of the stone table. Ninjas squatting around in a circle. Hokage-sama, our leader Yahiko-sama has gone to Rain Shinobi Village with Nagato and Konan. Hirakawa Kiji-kun said, when will they come back? Han Guang asked. I don't know the exact time. I only know that they were summoned by Master Hanzo. Oh, hearing the news, Han Guang touched his chin. Hanzo summoned Yahiko 3. Without Danzo now, Hanzo probably won't make a move, right? Wrong. Suddenly, Han Guang frowned. According to his analysis, Yahiko must die. Because, it is not Hanzo who wants Yahiko to die, but Uchiha Madara. Nagato can activate Rinnegan's abilities only if Yahiko dies. So, even if Hanzo doesn't do it, Uchiha Madara will design it for him to do it. Thinking of this, Han Guang turned to look at Hirakawa Kiji. Do you know where Hanzo met them? I don't know about this. Master Yahiko just said that Hanzo summoned them to talk about the situation in the country of rain. Hirakawa Kiji Kaido, that's it. Han Guang nodded and stood up. He walked out of the cave. Master Hokage, are you waiting? No. Han Guang, who was behind his back, waved his hand. Then said, if your leader comes back, remember to tell him to find me in Konoha village. Leave the cave. Han Guang walked under a tree. According to the information provided by Hirakawa Kiji, the 3 of Yahiko left only yesterday. Therefore, it is not too difficult for Han Guang to find these 3 people. Putting his palm on the tree, he began to communicate with the tree. After a while, Han Guang jumped up and flew in the direction of Rain Shinobi village. The rain falls on the mountains. The earth is devastated. Dozens of corpses were scattered on the ground. Konan supported Nagato, who was weak, and walked up to Yahiko. Hoo-hoo. Feeling someone coming, Yan's breathing became rapid. With the last of his strength, he opened his eyes. Konan, Nagato, stop talking, you stop talking. Konan cried, Yahiko. Nagato called out Yahiko's name weakly. He is very regretful. Even though the strange power of Rinnegan was used, Hanzo still ran away. What makes Nagato even more sad is that Yahiko is about to die, but he can't do anything about it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have believed Hanzo's. Yahiko muttered, eyes gradually losing focus. Yahiko, don't sleep. Shaoxing cried into tears. Yahiko, I'm sorry. Nagato knelt on the ground. No, I'm sorry for you, I'm too naive. Yahiko's voice gradually became weaker. His breathing tended to calm down, and his chest stopped rising and falling. He is out of breath. Boom. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Han Guang swept across the battlefield, and his eyes fell on the 3 of Nagato. You, are you? Konan looked hastily, the expression in his eyes was full of shock. Konoha's 4th Hokage. Nagato also raised his head with a calm tone. Tread. Han Guang walked up to him and looked down at Yahiko with closed eyes. How long has he been dead? Han Guang asked. Konan was taken aback. Just died. Nagato said hastily. Hearing this sentence, Han Guang put his hands on Yahiko's chest. Yongdun chakra gushes out, to pour toward Yahiko's body. Boom. Suddenly, a heartbeat sounded suddenly. Konan's eyes widened. Nagato's face froze. They heard it. Yahiko's heart just jumped. Boom, boom, boom. Then, Yahiko's heart beat continuously. Han Guang let out a long breath. At this moment, Yahiko slowly opened his eyes. Aren't I dead? He blurted out as soon as he woke up. It was Konoha's 4th Hokage who saved you. Konan cried with joy and hurriedly explained. 4th Hokage, Han Guang. Yahiko looked at Han Guang and recognized the person in front of him. You can actually bring people back from the dead. Nagato couldn't believe it, his tone was full of doubts. Cut the bullshit, I'm running out of chakra, my wood-style clone. Han Guang waved his hand, not in a good mood. He knew very well that Yahiko hadn't really died just now, but that her bodily functions had just stopped. If the time is longer, the other party's soul will go to the Pure Land, and there is nothing he can do. Even so, Wei Dai and Guang consumed nearly 90% of chakra. As he spoke, he condensed the last 10% of chakra at 4.4 and poured it into Nagato's legs. Wood-style Han Guang, this kind of strong man came to Uluashan to rescue the 3 of them. Shall we go to Konoha village to find him? Konan asked. ! At this time, Han Guang's figure disappeared and turned into a piece of wood. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Almost put down the siege of the 4 great ninja villages by one person. Yongdun chakra diffused, and the long legs recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Guang looked at Nagato and gestured. The 3 of Nagato looked at each other. The 3 guessed that this was most likely related to teacher Jiraiya. Then let's go together. Nagato stood up and echoed. Go, must go. Yahiko nodded. I'll fix your leg now. Remember, You three go to Konoha village to find me as soon as possible. Don't force my main body to come and find you in person. Although, this is just a wood-style clone. The three of them know a lot about Han Guang. Field. Chapter 196 Kushina's Choice. Minato's Pursuit. Madara's Plan. Please customize. Konoha village mouth. With the return of wood-style clone's spiritual will, Han Guang, who was leaning on the tree trunk, slowly opened his eyes. It seems that the current Nagato's Rinnegan's grasp is not ideal. Jumping off the tree trunk, he learns what happened to the wood-style doppelganger. Originally, according to the idea of the wood-style avatar, it was intended to directly deduct Nagato's Rinnegan. But when the avatar arrived at Uluwashin, it was discovered that Nagato did not have the ability to revive Yahiko. Therefore, judging by himself, the current Nagato has not yet mastered the Rinne Tensai technique. On this point, Han Guang agrees. Because it takes time to develop the Rinnegan's abilities. If Nagato has mastered the Rinne Tensai technique now, then Madara will not hide, but will use Nagato to resurrect herself. Muttering to himself, Han Guang walked towards the village. Now, Han Guang can perceive the positions of Yahiko and Nagato in real time. The reason is that these two people have their own Yongdun chakra in their bodies. In his perception, Nagato and the others are heading towards Konoha village. When they get to the village, I'll give Nagato an eye replacement. After making up his mind, Guang looked relaxed. It was getting dark. Walking around the village for 23 times, Han Guang received a wave of praise from the masses. This made him firm in the future line. It seems that it is still necessary to go to the grassroots frequently. Wiping the lipstick marks on his face, Han Guang was very satisfied with this time. 8 o'clock, Han Guang walked into the barbecue restaurant as promised. Here, Kushina in the box beckoned. Just the two of us. Walking into the box, Han Guang looked suspicious. He thought there would be other people, but it turned out that there was only Senior Kushina. No one else was there, Kushina explained. Oh, no way, Han Guang didn't believe it. Really, Makoto is in the family, so he didn't go to the happy bath. Suzune also asked for leave. Lin also went on a mission. You arranged it. Yeah, Han Guang touched his chin. Did you ask Lin to do the task? Didn't you tell her to go to Senior Tsunade? Kushina asked in surprise. Oh, this matter. Han Guang was stunned. The matter of finding Tsunade, he was originally assigned to Kakashi. But Kakashi is starting to recruit Anbu, so he sent Lin. Next, Han Guang and Kushina started chatting while eating. To be exact, Han Guang was listening, and Kushina was talking to himself. Han Guang, I will be alone from now on. Minato became like that, what should I do in the future? As you said, you will take care of me. While eating the barbecue, Kushina drank several glasses of wine by the way. She also talked more and more. Our Uzumaki family is gone, and here, I have no relatives. Han Guang, can you understand me? You can understand, because you are alone. With drunken eyes, Kushina grabbed Han Guang's hand. You promised your teacher that you would take care of me, right? Yeah, Han Guang nodded. Then, he frowned and said, Senior Kushina, you are drunk. No, I'm not drunk. Holding Han Guang's hand firmly, Kushina shook her head vigorously. After a while, Han Guang was speechless. He stood up and carried the drunk Kushina on his back. Walking out of the barbecue shop, Han Guang carried Kushina on his back and walked towards the happy soup bath. Entering the store, he pushed open the door. Then, Han Guang found that Kushina was hugging him tightly, and he couldn't shake it off for a long time. Are you an octopus? Feeling helpless, Han Guang could only lie on the bed temporarily. Into the night, Han Guang fell into a deep sleep. At this time, Kushina opened his eyes. I'm looking for someone to rely on. Han Guang, you are the best thing to rely on. Mumbling to himself, Kushina made up his mind. She took off her clothes one by one. He hugged the sleeping Han Guang. Within the territory of the Land of Thunder, under the moonlight, a toad came out of the ground. He looked around and began to bow his head in thought. The people of the Sarutobi clan settled in the Land of the Moon, while the third generation and Orochimaru entered the Land of Thunder. According to Han Guang, they came to join Uchiha Madara. Can they find Madara? Toad thought for a moment, a little puzzled. This toad is Namikaze Minato. He tracked it all the way here, but he couldn't figure out how Orochimaru and the third generation would seek refuge with Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato's frog eyes paused. His body changed for a while, turning into a stone. I saw several green snakes crawling from a distance and scattered away. I see. Orochimaru is using snakes to find Madara. With a dazed look on his face, Namikaze Minato escaped into the ground and started heading in the opposite direction. He doesn't need to follow those green snakes, he just needs to look in the opposite direction to find the location of Orochimaru and third generation. As long as I monitor the two of them, there will be gains. Namikaze Minato had an idea. At the same time, a mountain cemetery dozens of miles away. Danzo stood outside the cave, looking up at the moon in the night sky. Uchiha Madara also came out of the cave, also looking up at the moon. You don't go back to the cave to sleep, and you still have time to look at the moon. 860 Danzo glanced at Madara and whispered. Hee. Madara smiled, but did not answer. Sudden, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground. What's going on? Madara asked. Madara's expression changed, and she turned and walked towards the cave. At that time, I will be resurrected in full bloom. Mission accomplished. Yahiko is dead, Nagato is stimulated, and Geto statue is summoned with Rinnegan. Black Zetsu responded. For Nagato's performance, he was really surprised. A person from the Uzumaki family can really inspire Rinnegan's ability. As long as Nagato continues to develop Rinnegan's ability, Madara believes that the other party will master the Rinne Tensai technique sooner or later. Very good. Uchiha Madara was overjoyed. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. ZZ. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Madara's face. This means that my future resurrection plan has succeeded 90%. When the time comes, I will crush that brat Han Guang to death with my own hands. Then I will study the secrets in him. You did a good job. Madara nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Master Madara, in order to prevent being discovered by Nagato, we evacuated there in time. Black Zetsu continued. I'm getting old, I still listen to your advice, go back to sleep. Madara said quietly, with a late tone. Inside the cave. Chapter 197 Han Guang, I was insulted by Kushina. The countdown to the defeat of the League of Losers. Please customize. Early morning, Han Guang woke up. When he opened his eyes, he froze. At this time, Han Guang found that he was picking up a beautiful woman with big breasts. Although the other party turned his back to him, that long red hair deeply betrayed the other party's identity. Vori. Everyone in Han Guang was dumbfounded. What did I do last night? Trying to recall what happened last night in his mind, Han Guang was surprised to find that he didn't seem to move. So, it was Kushina Senpai who moved it. Taking advantage of others. Absolutely taking advantage of others. Kushina insulted herself while she was asleep. With a look of anger on his face, Han Guang ran away in a hurry. It was so sudden that he needed to be alone. Walking to Teacher Minato's residence, Han Guang walked in. Oh, I really didn't move. Sighing, let Guang pick up a photo. In the photo, Teacher Minato is smiling brightly, and Kushina is also smiling brightly. Looking at the two people in the photo, Han Guang was in a daze. He was thinking, myself, is it wrong? Han Guang swears that he has absolutely no unreasonable thoughts about Senior Kushina. However, Kushina has thoughts about herself. I just carried the other party back out of a caring attitude. Who would have thought? In the middle of the night, I was insulted by Kushina. Who does this lead me to reason with? Oh, sighing again, Han Guang dismissed the matter, not thinking about it for now. He glanced at the attribute panel, and his eyes lit up. Agility. 1482, Immortal level. Seeing the doubled agility attribute, Han Guang's mood suddenly improved. It's been so long, and agility has finally come up. Feeling better, he walked out of the room. Whoosh. In a flash, Han Guang's speed soared to ultimate. Less than 2 breaths, he appeared in his yard. Sure enough, this is the speed I should have backquote. Satisfied with his own speed, Han Guang secretly complacent. The speed has doubled, which means that his physical strength has increased a lot. With the blessing of speed, the destructive power of Han Guang's punch is more than 10 times stronger than yesterday. If I didn't make a mistake in my calculation, my current punch can completely break down a hill. Also, I can slap Sarutobi Hiruzen to death just by speed alone. That's right, the current Han Guang doesn't need to use wood style at all, he only needs to rely on speed and strength, and he is already the pinnacle of the ninja world. The reason is that his speed has doubled. Today is a happy day. It seems that the Fugaku Patriarch will be troubled again. Han Guang walked towards the Uchiha family with strides. When Uchiha Fugaku learned that he would continue to deal with official duties today, he simply took up his post. Someone took over, and Han Guang wandered around Uchiha's station. Obito. Finding Obito on the training ground, Han Guang motioned for him. Han Guang, you are looking for me. Obito trotted over. Go find Shisui. Today I give you an important task. Han Guang said, I'll go right away. Obito was overjoyed and ran away like the wind. Not for a while, Uchiha Shisui has arrived. It seems that in response to this task, when Shisui came, he was full of ninja. Obito, look at Shisui, you know how to do the task, and the ninja tools are all ready. How about you? Han Guang glanced at Obito. I'm going to call him, I haven't had time to prepare yet. Obito pouted. He could tell that Han Guang was just putting on Hokage's airs. Master Hokage, what is the mission? Shisui asked. Go pick someone up. Han Guang responded with a smile. Next, Han Guang said the specific task. You are going to the land of rain. Along the way, there will be White Zetsu clone leading the way. The mission of the 2 of you is to bring the 3 of you back. Which 3 people? Shisui asked. White Zetsu. Han Guang didn't answer, but looked towards the ground. The White Zetsu clone emerged from the ground. White Zetsu will lead you to find those 3 people. Remember, whoever dares to block the way, kill him. Han Guang said in a serious tone. Relax. Obito patted his chest. Then he said, how should I say, I am also the 2nd strongest person in Konoha village, this kind of escort mission is not difficult. We still have to be careful. Shisui warned. From Shisui's point of view, Han Guang asked the 2 of them pick up the man, so this task must not be easy. After explaining the task, Sha Guang sent a few people off. With Shisui and Obito escorting the 3 of Nagato, safety should be no problem. Next, it's time to wait for Uchiha Madara. Quote, Han Guang rubbed his chin with a smile on his face. He believes that Orochimaru and the 3rd generation will find Uchiha Madara. At that time, Mr. Minato, who was in charge of monitoring, could wipe out the loser alliance by himself as long as he used reverse summoning. Oh, it's not difficult at all. With emotion, Guang started to go deep into the chicken lair again. The country of thunder, mountain cemetery, Uchiha Madara and Danzo stand outside the cave. The two fell silent as they stared at a small snake that appeared in the cemetery. Danzo, do you want to give me an explanation? Madara broke the silence and spoke quietly. I have nothing to explain. Danzo shook his head. Oh, how did this snake come here? Did it get lost? Madara's eyes were not friendly. Although Madara has left the country of grass, he can still obtain information about the ninja world by virtue of Black Zetsu. This method of relying on snakes to detect intelligence male Zhao is undoubtedly Orochimaru. Orochimaru, on the other hand, has a very close relationship with Danzo. Uchiha Madara is well aware of this. Facing Madara's questioning, Danzo did not respond, but walked up to the little snake and took out a scroll from his arms. Zizi. The little snake opened its mouth and seemed to swallow the scroll. Next moment, the little snake got into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Danzo, do you think I'm blind? You pass on information so brazenly, it looks like you're going to betray me. Madara's tone sank. Orochimaru is coming to join you. Danzo turned his head and said surprisingly. Oh, Madara froze. Now, he is short of manpower. That's not such a bad thing, if it's true, as Danzo says. The only problem is to control the big snake. Chapter 198 Minato got into Madara's team. Madara, I'll take you to see 100,000 White Zetsu. Please customize. In a desolate cave, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru hid in the cave to escape the scorching sun. Orochimaru, how many snakes have you released? No news yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little impatient. His clansmen are still in the kingdom of the moon. If they spend too long here, there may be some turmoil among the clansmen. Teacher, you are too impatient. Orochimaru replied casually, leaning against the stone wall by himself. How can it be so simple to find the trace of Madara? Let alone a day, even if you search for a year, you may not find it. Orochimaru's main focus is self-disclosure. As long as his snake is discovered by Danzo, then Danzo will definitely contact him. Zizi. Suddenly, a little snake came out of the ground. Seeing the bulging snake, Orochimaru's expression changed, and he hurriedly grabbed it. Then, he took out a scroll from the snake's mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen also came over and watched together. This is Danzo's handwriting. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the words on the scroll at a glance. Mountain Cemetery. There are only 4 words on the scroll. Just 4 words made the two of them overjoyed. It turned out to be in the mountain cemetery. 453 yuan. Hiruzen suddenly realized. Sensei, do you know the location? Orochimaru asked. Of course I do. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Then, he told a story about the past. The mountain cemetery. Here is a place of death that was eroded by the former patriarch of the Aburame clan by using the secret technique of poisonous insects. Oh, the land of the dead? Orochimaru asked with a straight face. That's right. Many ninjas were poisoned to death there, and even the surrounding vegetation was all withered and no grass grew. That's why it's called the mountain cemetery. Hearing this old story, Orochimaru suddenly realized. No wonder, Madara would choose such a place. Ganching is a place where not a single blade of grass grows. Then let's go. Orochimaru stood up. Well, join Danzo as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen also walked out of the cave. Under the scorching sun, the two headed towards the mountain cemetery. Along the way, walking to a flat place, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped suddenly. Sensei, why did you stop? Orochimaru turned his head and asked. Don't you think it's strange? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, with a hint of vigilance in his tone. What's strange? Orochimaru was puzzled. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed around and gestured. Look around, it's extremely flat and there's nothing. But, there's a stone in front of it. Hearing the teacher's question, Yin Snake-Handled shook his head. Teacher, did you lose your brain after being beaten by Guang? What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Orochimaru with a bad tone. Can't you see it? It's really a rock. As he said that, Orochimaru threw out a kunai casually, and hit the stone with a ding sound. See, it's just an ordinary stone. It's my overthinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The two continued on their way. The figure gradually faded away. Click. At this time, the stone cracked, revealing a figure of a toad. As expected of the third generation, the vigilance is good. Toad muttered to himself, and it turned out to be Namikaze Minato. He looked at the backs of the two men and guessed that they probably found Madara's location. Zizi. Bifeng Minato's frog body squirmed for a while, escaped into the ground, hung behind and began to monitor. Been tracking all morning. When Namikaze Minato emerged from the ground, he saw Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen walk into a cemetery. That is, suddenly, his frog eyes narrowed. Danzo. He saw Danzo and welcomed Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen into a cave. This is where they are hiding, but why haven't I seen it? Namikaze Minato murmured. What are you? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Waved CDBI when Minato turned sharply and saw a black shadow. The toad at Mount Myoboku. Black Zetsu was taken aback. From the back just now, he only thought it was a creature, but now he looked at it, it was clearly a toad. Didn't Mount Myoboku be destroyed by the fourth Hokage? Black Zetsu looked puzzled. He hated Mount Myoboku, so when he learned that Han Guang had destroyed Mount Myoboku, Black Zetsu secretly celebrated. But now, why is there a toad appearing here? There is no barren land here even with vegetation and water. What is the toad doing here? Just when Namikaze Minato was about to speak, Black Zetsu suddenly said another sentence. I see, are you the surviving toad from Mount Myoboku? Yes, Namikaze Minato was right about wrong, and responded. Sure enough, you followed the two of them, and you want to avenge fourth Hokage. Black Zetsu asked. That's right, Namikaze Minato nodded. Very well, we need this kind of talent here. Even if they are not human beings, as long as they have the same goals, we welcome them. To be honest, Namikaze Minato felt it was too easy to sneak in here. He just echoed a few words, and was led into the cave by Black Zetsu. No wonder you can't beat my students. It's because of your lack of vigilance. Namikaze Minato wanted to laugh. Inside the large cave, as the surviving toad of Mount Myoboku, Namikaze Minato was successfully absorbed into Madara's organization. Field. Danzo stood to one side with his arms folded. In the center stand Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato in toad form. Tread. White Zetsu meeting Han Guang is closer than seeing his own father. Since he couldn't see through it, he simply didn't want to. Namikaze Minato decided to reverse summoning Han Guang. At Uchiha Madara's words, Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo together. What is Uchiha Madara's plan? Does he want to turn Danzo's face against them? Or is it a combination of grace and power? Namikaze Minato was a little confused about Madara's intentions. I used to dominate the ninja world, taking refuge in me will definitely make you stronger. You guys are great. Speaking of which, Madara looked to Danzo. Only, they noticed that Danzo's face was gloomy and uncertain. His eyes swept across the audience, but he didn't stay on toad for too long. When he sees the White Zetsu army, he thinks he can summon Han Guang in reverse. Even Namikaze Minato, who was in toad form, saw Danzo's expression. Come on, I'll show you my White Zetsu army. Suddenly, Madara said such a sentence. Look at Shimura Danzo, who used to be a homeless dog, but now, he has the power of wood style. He can even use the Sharingan's King of Power. After all, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Namikaze Minato's frog hand paused and decided to wait. There was a sound of footsteps, and the old figure of Uchiha Madara came from a distance. Chapter 199 Minato Reverse Engineering Summoning Han Guang. Madara's voice is hoarse. Please customize. Inside the cave, Uchiha Madara leads the way at the front. Danzo is walking with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Finally, Namikaze Minato in the form of a toad walks lonely at the end. Be careful, Madara may have a conspiracy. Danzo whispered, reminded. In fact, without his reminder, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru have already raised their vigilance. 100,000 White Zetsu. They just took refuge, and Madara took them to visit the 100,000 White Zetsu. There is clearly a problem here. Compared to the three of them, Namikaze Minato is much calmer. Who cares what conspiracy Uchiha Madara has? As long as Minato sees 100,000 White Zetsu, he will reverse summoning Han Guang. In the cave, several people continued to walk down. Not for a while, Uchiha Madara walked through a stone gate. Several people drilled in one after another. Then, they were shocked by the scene before them. In the huge underground space, at a glance, there are densely packed, all of which are the White Zetsu that Madara said. This is White Zetsu. This number is too exaggerated. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. No wonder Uchiha Madara has been hiding, so he was secretly creating an army of White Zetsu. Orochimaru wondered. Let me dig a hole to store White Zetsu. Danzo muttered to himself. Seeing the reaction of these three people, a sneer flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. He spread his hands, his tone old and helpless. This is the power I leave to you. After my death, these White Zetsu army will all be yours. What? The three of Danzo exclaimed in unison, unbelievable. They thought Uchiha Madara was up to something, but it turned out to be sending the White Zetsu army to them. Uchiha Madara, how could you be so kind? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with disbelief. Indeed, there must be conditions for you to offer such a big benefit. Orochimaru echoed. Tell me. Danzo crossed his arms. Today, the three of Danzo seemed to be a small group. From the moment Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, Danzo cut Madara out of the league. The three of them are the real interest group. As for Madara, just a dying loser. Facing the inquiries from the three, Uchiha Madara sat on the spot and gestured. Several people sat on the ground one after another. Even Namikaze Minato in toad form squatted on the ground, looking harmless to humans and animals. What I'm going to say now is my ultimate plan. Now I don't have much time, so I can only entrust it to you. Madara's tone seemed to be emotional, but also seemed helpless. Looking around a few people, he loves to tell the plan. This world can be reshaped. As soon as she opened her mouth, Madara spoke amazingly. The three of Danzo hurriedly listened carefully, for fear of missing a minister. Namikaze Minato also widened his frog eyes, listening to this shocking secret. Madara continued. As long as the nine-tailed beasts are gathered and sealed in the ghetto statue, then the God of Order will be resurrected. God of Order. Danzo mused over the name, not having the slightest impression. Never heard of it. Orochimaru also shook his head. I've never heard of that name either. Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed. Your levels are too low, of course you don't know. Uchiha Madara shook his head. Then, he continued. As long as the God of Order is resurrected, the wish tree will appear. At that time, no matter who makes a wish on the wish tree, it will be granted. Field. The three of Danzo looked at each other. They are not idiots. How could anyone believe such a ridiculous fairy tale? Uchiha Madara, it's hard for us to believe you if you don't show some evidence, Danzo said softly. His opinions also represent those of Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Evidence. Uchiha Madara muttered to himself and pointed to another stone gate. Behind that stone gate is the body of the God of Order. As he spoke, the stone door slowly opened. Several people looked into the stone gate, and their pupils shrank one after another. What is that? Such a big body, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. Is this the body of the God of Order? Danzo whispered to himself. It's a strange thing. However, it seems that this body is not complete. Orochimaru made a judgment. Namikaze Minato also saw that huge body. However, his thinking is quite different from others. With such a large body, can Guang enlighten it? Namikaze Minato thought. The stone door slowly closed. Uchiha Madara spoke again. The body of the God of Order is indeed incomplete. Because it lacks the nine-tailed beasts. Asking for flowers. Wait a minute, Orochimaru interrupted suddenly. His eyes were shining brightly, and he asked, could it be that the nine-tailed beasts in the ninja world were split from this body? You're smart, Orochimaru. Uchiha Madara gave a rare compliment. Wrong. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. If that's the case, why didn't first Hokage leave a record? Hey, this kind of thing happened thousands of years ago, how could Hashirama know? Madara sneered and shook her head. Then how do you know? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked back. In Uchiha's shrine, there is a 1,000-year-old stele that records this incident. Madara responded. Then, he continued. However, only those who have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan can see the secret above. Field. The three of Danzo are discussing. In the end, the three agreed to accept Uchiha Madara's gift and continued to implement the next plan. So, we're going to catch the tailed beast next. That's right. Madara nodded. He threw out a few scrolls at random. You must master these sealing techniques as soon as possible. Once you capture the tailed beast, you must seal it into the body of the God of Order. And, I will recommend you to join an organization. There are people with the same ideals as you. The three of Danzo nodded and put the scroll away. So, how can these white Zetsu be controlled? Finally, Yin Snake asked the most critical question. I know. Namikaze Minato in Toad form spoke. Several people looked at Toad together. This voice, why is it so familiar? Danzo looked suspicious. It feels familiar to me too. Orochimaru felt the same way. Is that you, Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to ask. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly changed. Namikaze Minato, are you Namikaze Minato? Bingo. Toad nodded. His tone was Namikaze Minato. Then, his frog hand quickly formed a mudra. Quick, stop him. Madara's voice was so anxious that it was hoarse. Chapter 200 Come out, my disciple. Love from Kushina. Please customize. Inside the cave, Namikaze Minato bears the summoning sigil. Quick, stop him. Uchiha Madara yelled. His throat was about to burst into smoke. He didn't need to think about it. Namikaze Minato must be reverse summoning Guang. Once Guang appeared, the trouble would be big. Earth style. Earth flowing river. Almost instantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly and displayed Wangdun ninjutsu. Bark. Then the wind Minato's frog hand slammed to the ground. As a result, he found himself photographing a flowing mudslide. The mudslide hit violently, knocking Minato's frog back. Shulker snake hand. Before Minato could stabilize his figure, several green snakes with venomous fangs rushed over from Orochimaru's sleeve. Click. Lion Majesty bit Namikaze Minato, but broke his fangs. Wood style. Wood bondage. Danzo clasped his hands. 460, and several pieces of wood broke through the ground, binding Namikaze Minato tightly. Namikaze Minato in toad form broke free for a moment, but did not break free. Nearly. You succeeded, Uchiha Madara said softly, eyes shining brightly. Then, he motioned to the three of Danzo. Kill him. Let me do it. Orochimaru licked his lips, and a bottle of snake venom appeared in his hand. This is the venom that corrodes the giant snake king. A single drop can melt even stones. Staring at Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru spoke hoarsely. Don't worry, I will keep your toad legs for research. Step on, step on. Walking up to the immobile Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru pulled out the stopper. He pointed the mouth of the bottle at Toad's head, and the thunder liquid spilled out. Zizi. Sudden. Orochimaru froze. The other three were also shocked. I saw that Namikaze Minato, who was originally trapped by wood style, turned into mud in an instant and disappeared. Is it an earth clone? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't believe it. Then, he shook his head. No, he doesn't know earth style at all. He doesn't have the attribute of earth style, how can he play very well? Danzo couldn't believe it. This is not an earth avatar. Orochimaru said quietly, his figure retreating. Not really. At this moment, Namikaze Minato's voice sounded from the other side of the cave. You have mastered natural energy. Uchiha Madara frowned and turned to look at Namikaze Minato. You also know about natural energy. Namikaze Minato's frog eyes showed surprise. But immediately, he suddenly realized. It is not surprising that Madara knows natural energy, because the other party is a ninja who often fights against First Hokage. Namikaze Minato, trust me, I cannot kill you. Uchiha Madara made a condition. Pity. For his words, a sneer flashed in Namikaze Minato's frog eyes. Then, his frog hand bears the seal of summoning again. When Guang comes, you can say this to him. Saying that, Namikaze Minato slapped the ground with his frog hand. Summoning technique. Come out, my great disciple. Konoha village. Originally, after going deep into the chicken lair, Guang was in a good mood. But what he never expected was that Senior Kushina actually started blocking himself. Guang strolled to Hokage's office, and Kushina followed to Hokage's office. Guang went home, and Kushina followed him home. Guang was sitting by the stream in the back mountain. Kushina came over with 2 fishing rods and even gave Guang a rod. Helpless, Guang simply went to the Hyuga clan and found Linguo. Result, Kushina sat between the two. In the end, Guang Kushina pulled the front to the rear mountain king of the woods. Senior Kushina, let's make it clear in person if there is any misunderstanding. Guang looked serious. Then sit down. Kushina nodded her head. Guang sat on the stone, waiting for the other party to speak. Kushina stared at Guang, and bit her lip. Senior Kushina, are you talking? Guang looked confused. Then let me tell you a story. Kushina thought for a while. Kaido. Good. Next, Kushina began to tell the story. Once upon a time, there was a woman who fell in love with a boy's bathing place. So, she found an excuse and tricked the boy's bathing place over. The boy is very stupid. He thought he was hiring that woman, but that woman wanted to take the bathing place as her own. Hear this. Guang couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, that woman is Senior Kushina, and that silly boy is himself. Kushina continued. Actually, at the beginning, women didn't have any special affection for boys, but a woman's lover often tells her that that boy is a genius. Gradually, the woman became curious about that boy. One day, she heard many guests talking about that boy. They said that that boy alone destroyed thousands of Rock Shinobi's elite troops. Speaking of this, Kushina's tone paused. She glanced at Guang and found that he was listening attentively. So, Kushina continued to tell. More and more guests are talking about that boy, and some guests even ask me if you have a girlfriend. At this time, Kushina is no longer concealed, but reveals her identity. I didn't answer, because I found out about you and Minako. But you big pervert, it's not enough to have Mei Naizi, and you actually slept all my best girlfriends. Speaking of this, Kushina's tone was tinged with anger. She continued. Once, I heard Minako and Makoto talking about you. They were talking about that shameful pose. And, it's still yours. Hearing this, Guang raised his head and felt that the sky was very nice. It's fine if it's just the two of them. But I suddenly discovered that the ring tone is not right. Even Lin and Anko, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Now that Minato has turned into a toad, the guilt in my heart disappeared immediately. Kushina said softly, as if the whole person felt relaxed. Warm, where's the person? Out of curiosity, I secretly changed rooms with Bell 3.7 and put you to sleep. Guang looked dull. Everyone around me is talking about you, only me, excluded. That night, the big-breasted beauty I picked up turned out to be Kushina. As she spoke, shyness appeared on her face. Is this the comparison of women? He finally understood. Kushina froze. At that moment I understood. It turned out that after sleeping, I would really like a. Even after the 7th woman, the same as Kushina. Guang, do you know that we have slept 3 times already? Suddenly, Guang who was sitting on the rock changed his expression. Boom. Now, Chapter 201 The League of Losers is destroyed. 100,000 white Zetsu goes to Guang. Please customize. Smoke rises. A figure appeared in front of Namikaze Minato. It's over. Seeing the boy who was summoned in reverse, Uchiha Madara's face was extremely ugly. Oh shit. As soon as Guang appeared, his eyes immediately fell on Uchiha Madara, his tone full of surprise. Guang, we can talk. Madara said hastily. I don't negotiate with dead people. Guang shook his head. He stepped forward and appeared on Madara's face like a teleportation. The product of the old era. Damn, it is going to die. Guang opened his mouth lightly, and pinched Madara's neck with his palm like lightning. If I'm in my prime, I can kill you easily. Madara's face turned red as she spat out these words. Uchiha Madara knows very well that the current self is no match for Guang by any means, even illusions are useless. So, he couldn't stop Guang at all. You stole my lines. Guang's tone turned cold. Click. With a little force on his palm, he directly pinched Madara's neck. This time, Guang did not throw away Madara's body, but carried it in his hands. Then, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3rd generation, I asked you to crusade against Cloud Shinobi Village, but you actually came to join Uchiha Madara. I'm very disappointed. Guang shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, the hairs all over his body exploded. Guang looked at Orochimaru again, and said indifferently, Orochimaru, I remember you said that the next time you meet me, you will let me see your terrifying strength. Come on, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Stretching out his finger, Guang gestured to Orochimaru, ready to witness the terrifying strength of the other party. However, Orochimaru didn't move, and stared at Guang solemnly. Seeing that neither of them made a move, Guang glanced at Danzo again. Master Danzo, you left the village without saying a word. How did you end up in such a place where no shit? I'm still waiting for you to assign me an undercover mission. Hearing Han Guang's sarcastic words, Danzo gritted his teeth. Han Guang, UFG court death. Under the anger, Danzo couldn't help but shot. Wood style, 4-pillar prison technique. Under the burst of drinking, Danzo's hands began to clasp together. Next moment, something weird happened. Danzo was horrified to find that his hands were just a little short, but they couldn't get together. How is this going? Danzo, people are stupid. He called out Wood Style's name, but he couldn't put his hands together. What, Master Danzo, is ninjutsu all about tricks? Han Guang shook his head. Danzo is so stupid. Namikaze Minato almost laughed. Han Guang can control White Zetsu, and even control White Zetsu cells. In this case, Danzo's arms were replaced by White Zetsu's arms. This is no longer simply letting Han Guang restrain Wood Style, it's a combo technique to lead people, double being restrained by Han Xing. How did this happen? What did you do to me? Danzo was about to go crazy, his face extremely terrified. He found that not only could he not perform Wood Style, he could not even move his body. He couldn't move his body, he couldn't even run. Field. Han Guang didn't make a move. He glanced at the three of them, and the spiritual will rushed out of his mind. The terrifying spiritual will pressed down on the three of them, like a giant mountain range, pushing them to their knees on the ground one after another. Plop, plop, plop. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was lying on the ground, and his head was pressed into the soil. Orochimaru leaned on the ground with both hands, and with a click, his arm broke. Danzo was kneeling on the ground, his knees were almost crushed. With your strength, you can't even look at me. Han Guang sighed. Han Guang, they conspired just now to capture the nine-tailed beasts. Namikaze Minato reminded a little. Oh, Han Guang looked surprised. In this case, we can't let you die so easily. Walking in front of the three of them, Han Guang's palm moved. 3 branches emerged from the palm, binding the 3 of Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly. Then, the 3 wills were poured into the 3 physical causes by him. The characteristic of the will is bondage. In this way, these 3 people were not only tied up physically, but also tied up mentally by Han Guang. To put it bluntly, the 3 of them lost control of their bodies. After finishing the 3 traitors, Han Guang carried Madara's body and walked to the edge of the pit. Look, this is 100,000 White Zetsu made by Madara. Namikaze Minato gestured. It's not made by him. Han Guang denied this claim. Then, the chakra in his body poured into the ground and connected to the 100,000 White Zetsu. This moment, 100,000 White Zetsu revived. As soon as he was resurrected, the dense White Zetsu all looked at Han Guang. Immediately, these White Zetsu broke out with a shocking cry. The sound was uniform, shaking the cave trembling endlessly. This is really a spectacular scene. Namikaze Minato on the side couldn't help but marvel. Although he knew that Han Guang could control White Zetsu, it was the first time Namikaze Minato had seen so many White Zetsu calling out Han Guang's name in unison. Sweeping through the White Zetsu army, Han Guang issued the first order of 830. Now, you start from the underground and rush to the underground of Konoha village to gather. Yes, the White Zetsu army responded in unison, fleeing into the ground one after another. After a while, teacher, have you forgotten? Before I killed Madara, he ran away again. Han Guang explained. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. You mean, he has the means to be resurrected? Namikaze Minato asked in surprise. He said, I can give it a try. Bang. Han Guang smiled and nodded. This one. Han Guang, why are you still carrying Madara's body? At this moment, Namikaze Minato looked at the body in Han Guang's hand, quite puzzled. By the way, there's another cave. Suddenly, Minato thought of another stone gate. You're so smart. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but praise. The stone door slowly rises, revealing the massive Gedo statue within. Han Guang touched his chin. Then, he looked down at Madara's body. That's right. He walked to the stone gate and pressed the switch. Look, can you control this thing? Namikaze Minato looked expectant. 100,000 White Zetsu disappeared into the cave. I will temporarily bring Madara's body with me. I really want to see how many times he can be resurrected. Chapter 202 The Tragic End of Uchiha Madara. The Trembling Orochimaru Trio. Please customize. Han Guang steps towards the Gedo statue. Namikaze Minato followed and said what Madara said just now. Han Guang, just now I heard from Uchiha Madara that this Gedo statue is the body of the God of Order. As long as it is fused with 9-tailed beasts, it will grow a wish tree. Is this what Uchiha Madara said? Han Guang looked surprised. That's right, and he also said that anyone can make a wish on the wish tree. Namikaze Minato continued. Teacher, don't you believe me? Han Guang said with a smile. A little bit. Namikaze Minato's frog hand scratched his head. Seeing that even Teacher Minato was bewitched, Han Guang stopped in his tracks. He cleared his throat. Teacher, this is not the body of the God of Order at all. Moreover, it is not the wish tree. You know. Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it. Of course I know. Han Guang smiled. Then, he continued. This is the body of 10 tails. Fuse 9-tailed beasts together, and 10 tails will be born. 10 tails. Namikaze Minato asked. That's right. I'll tell you slowly when I get back to the village. After waving his hands, Guang walked up to Gedo statue. He put his palm on it, and his spiritual will surged out. Infused with terrifying spiritual will, Geto statue was branded with Han Guang's will. At this moment, Han Guang established a connection with Geto statue. I see, Geto statue's chakra is running out. Sensing the state of the Geto statue, let the light know the state of the body. Teacher, let's go back. After gesturing to Teacher Minato, Han Guang began to inject chakra into the Geto statue. At the same time, a branch swept Sarutobi Hiruzen free and sent it to Geto statue's head. Namikaze Minato also jumped up, looking curious. It's time to move, Han Guang reminded. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Geto statue immediately came to life. The mountain cemetery collapsed. A huge figure jumped out of the cemetery and landed on the ground. Then, Geto statue jumped up and flew into the sky. How can this thing fly? Namikaze Minato was confused. I imbued him with flight characteristics, Han Guang explained. I see. Namikaze Minato nodded, but immediately, he thought of a problem. By the way, how do you arrange the 100,000 white Zetsu? And this Geto statue, where do you want to put it? This thing is too big. If Han Guang takes it back to the village, there may not be a place to put it. Moreover, those 100,000 and 100,000 can't stay underground all the time, can they? Teacher, it's very simple. Just put him on the back mountain. Han Guang said casually. What about the 100,000 white Zetsu? Namikaze Minato asked. Well, I will strengthen them and incorporate them into the ninja army. Han Guang thought for a while and had an idea. Namikaze Minato. 0. Oh, Namikaze Minato really couldn't figure out what this student was thinking. That's 100,000 white Zetsu, are you a ninja army? The gigantic figure of Geto statue roared through the air. Passing through the kingdom of the moon, Namikaze Minato spoke again. By the way, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan are staying in the kingdom of the moon. It's a small matter. After returning to the village, let the various ethnic groups attack and let them exercise. Han Guang didn't care. In this regard, Namikaze Minato also has no objection. Within the territory of the kingdom of the moon, 4th Raikage and Killer Bee on their way to Konoha village. Sudden, Killer Bee sensed something and looked up to the sky. What's that? Killer Bee was confused. Such a huge figure, is it a summoning beast? I also frowned. A bad premonition rose in the hearts of the two of them. Because, this thing seems to have flown out from the territory of the Land of Thunder. Could this thing also go to Konoha? Killer Bee doubted. Very likely. I nodded. Can fly. I immediately thought of Han Guang. Because, Han Guang can give things the ability to fly. High in the air, Han Guang didn't deliberately observe the situation on the ground. He and Minato-sensei are looking at Madara's body. It's moving, it's moving. Namikaze Minato looked surprised, pointing at Uchiha Madara's body. I saw that Uchiha Madara, who was originally dead, moved her fingers and then opened her eyes. He's blind in his right eye. Namikaze Minato noticed the problem. As soon as he was resurrected, Uchiha Madara was stunned. What the hell is this place? In the sky, especially, he saw Han Guang staring at him. Madara, in order to prevent your corpse from being exposed to the wilderness, I brought it with me. It's really surprising, Han Guang said quietly. As he spoke, his palm stretched out to Madara's neck. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Uchiha Madara spoke hastily with an ugly face. Click. Unfortunately, Han Guang didn't give him a chance and directly pinched Madara's neck. So, dead again. Namikaze Minato laughed dumbfounded. What else? Let him tell the story again. Han Guang shrugged. He should be a kind of pupil technique. At the cost of losing Sharingan, revive himself. Namikaze Minato judged. Almost. Han Guang nodded. In this way, he only has one chance to be resurrected. Namikaze Minato continued. His gaze fell on Madara's left eye. Just now, Madara was revived and lost her right eye. This means that the next time Madara revives, the left eye will be gone. Namikaze Minato just finished speaking. Uchiha Madara's body suddenly went into a trance. It seems that his body has changed its position. Then, Madara's fingers moved. He's alive again. Namikaze Minato reminded. Without Teacher Minato reminding, Han Guang's palm has pinched Madara's neck precisely. Now, Uchiha Madara, who was blind, yelled hastily. Wait a minute Han Guang, Mr. Worry. Kacha. Before Madara could finish speaking, Han Guang pinched Madara to death again. You scold me when you know you're going to die. How ridiculous. Han Guang shook his head and glanced at the 3 Orochimaru on one side. Orochimaru shivered. Danzo's face was ashen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart hit rock bottom. Chapter 203 Minato's Second Spring. Han Guang is buried. Fugaku Revenge. Please customize. Konoha Village. Hokage Office. Uchiha Fugaku is carefully reviewing the documents. During the period, he put several important documents aside, waiting for Han Guang's final printing. Thanks to Han Guang's trust, so Uchiha Fugaku did his duty. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the corridor, and an intelligence ninja ran in. Master Fugaku, hurry up, go out and have a look. Oh, seeing the other party's anxious expression, Uchiha Fugaku stood up and appeared on the roof of the Hokage building in a flash. What it is? Looking up, his face was full of solemnity. I see. In the distant sky, there are giant monsters flying towards the village. Although the distance is still very far away, it can still be seen that the monster is extremely huge. Go call Hiashi, Uchiha Fugaku ordered. Yes. After a while, Hyuga Hiyashi jumped to the top of the building and rolled his eyes. That is, with blank eyes, Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't help but laugh. He closed his eyes and patted Fugaku on the shoulder. Don't worry, the fourth generation is back. After finishing speaking, Hiyashi walked away. Han Guang has returned to the village. However, the way he came back was quite unique. 490. Boom. There was a vibrating sound from the mountain behind Konoha, and then it returned to calm. Many ninjas came to greet them. Third generation, Danzo, Orochimaru. Seeing Han Guang holding a few figures with a branch, everyone was stunned. It turns out that the fourth generation is going to catch the Renren. The Fugaku Patriarch. Han Guang stepped out of the back mountain and looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Put these 3 traitors who betrayed the village into the security department. Later, I will hold a public trial. Han Guang signaled. Leave it to me. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. His eyes flicked to Orochimaru, to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and finally, to Danzo. It made Danzo shudder. Don't worry, the security department will treat you well. Uchiha Fugaku led the 3 of them, his tone seemed a bit sharp. As Chief Fugaku took the 3 traitors away, Han Guang also retired the others. By the creek in the back mountain, Han Guang looked at Teacher Minato who was soaking in the stream, and shook his head helplessly. Teacher, don't you want to go back to the village to have a look? No, Namikaze CDBA. Minato's tone was crisp. Then, he continued. Han Guang, with my appearance, no one will recognize me. It's good for me to stay in the back mountain. Then I'll bring you some food. Han Guang said. No, I think electronics and fish and water are delicious. Han Guang. Han Guang understood. Natural energy not only changed Mr. Minato's body, but even changed his taste. Sudden, Namikaze Minato's frog eyes moved, and he jumped more than 10 meters away with a swish. Han Guang turned his head to look. Then, everyone else was dumbfounded. I saw that Mr. Minato was squatting behind another toad, lowering his head and smelling the toad's butt. Vori. Seeing this scene, Han Guang's head was full of black lines. My imagination is still not rich enough. Behind the trees by the creek, Kushina was dumbfounded. She heard that Han Guang was back, so she hurried from Happy Tangyu to the back mountain. When she came to the creek, Kushina saw a very disgusting scene. She was sure that toad must be Namikaze Minato. But the problem is, at this time, Namikaze Minato is actually smelling the eye of another toad. He also opened his mouth. It's disgusting. Goosebumps all over. Kushina was disgusted. She couldn't stand it anymore and ran away in a hurry. Oh, Han Guang shook his head and sighed secretly. Quack, quack, quack. In the stream, 2 toads communicated. Han Guang didn't bother, and left in a flash. He guessed that there is a high probability that Mr. Minato has found true love. For this, Han Guang can only wish. Returned home with Madara's body. Han Guang dug a hole and buried the body in the yard. There are accidents in everything. I want to see what accidents can happen. Stepping on the soil, Sha Guang muttered to himself. He knew very well that although Uchiha Madara was crushed to death this time, another important person was missing. That is, Black Zetsu. Since Han Guang appeared in the cave, his senses have not found Black Zetsu. In order to prevent the body from being stolen by Black Zetsu, Han Guang deliberately buried the body in the yard. In this way, no matter who steals the corpse, he must first ask himself whether he agrees with it. Police prison. Sarutobi Hiruzen was kicked into the cell. When it was Orochimaru's turn, Uchiha Fugaku signaled to Aikirin. This guy used our family's ninjas for experiments. Come on, cut off his arm. Uchiha Fugaku ordered to the tribe. Yes, Patriarch. The clansman pulled out the short sword from his waist with joy on his face. Wait a minute, I'm just a scientist. It's Danzo who kidnapped you Uchiha people. Orochimaru said hastily. Cut. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand, but ignored Orochimaru. Poof, poof. With 2 sounds in succession, Orochimaru's arms fell together. Blood sprayed out, splashing blood on Danzo's face behind him. Fugaku kicked out and kicked Orochimaru into the cell. Ho ho. Being kicked to the ground, Orochimaru's eyes were extremely cold, and he humped. Help me up. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Inji whispered. I can't move, how can I help you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. Apart from being able to talk, he can't even move his fingers, so how to support him? With his mouth, prison door. Danzo felt that he was going to be a tragedy. Because he saw Uchiha Fugaku took the short sword from the clansman and was gesturing towards himself. Fugaku, you killed my roots, and then killed me again. Our grievances should be over, right? Danzo whispered. No no no. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. He looked down at Danzo's crotch, and stretched out the short sword in his hand. There's one more grievance, which is not over. Vori, wait a minute. Danzo was shocked, his face turned green. Chapter 204 Minato leaves the village. Conan takes information. An unknown enemy is coming. Please customize. Back mountain. In the creek. Watching Han Guang leave the back mountain, Namikaze Minato in the toad form jumped onto the shore. Croak. Another toad followed, but was kicked away by Namikaze Minato. It seems that Han Guang has been tricked. While muttering to himself, Namikaze Minato's frog eyes showed a complex look. He didn't want to cause trouble for this disciple. In order not to worry Han Guang too much, Namikaze Minato came up with this method. I could feel that Han Guang was worried about me. He was worried that I wouldn't be able to take the blow. In fact, Just now he has discovered Kushina arrival. Namikaze Minato was clear about Kushina's reaction. But he still made the move of kissing the toad, in order to liberate the government and doctors. No woman would like a toad. Instead of being sad and helpless, it is better to give up early. Namikaze Minato would rather this person be Han Guang than anyone else close to Kushina. Because, only Han Guang can protect Lin. After leaving the back mountain, Namikaze Minato jumped towards Han Guang's yard. Namikaze Minato froze as he jumped onto the wall. I saw that Han Guang in the courtyard was carefully flipping through a book. Squinting his frog eyes, Namikaze Minato saw clearly the contents above. Han Guang, you don't have to do this. Deeply moved, Namikaze Minato sighed to himself. He saw it. When he saw the content of the book, it was impressively about toads. Minato knows very well that Han Guang is very resistant to reading, but now, the other party is engrossed and immersed in the book. And this is all for myself. Quietly leaving the wall, Namikaze Minato escaped underground and left the village. Han Guang was worried about himself, so he had to share some for this disciple. In the land of rain. Thanks to the ability to fly, Obito and Shisui rushed to the land of rain with great speed. And, the two received Nagato 3. I know you, Uchiha Belt King. You should be Shisui, right? Yahiko recognized the two and called out their names. Am I so famous? Obito looked surprised, but he was quite proud. Uchiha Obito, who disappeared suddenly from Konoha, returned suddenly one day, not only opened 3 Tomo Sharingan, but also mastered wood style. Konan spoke slowly, telling Obito's information. Shisui, not only is the body flicker technique weird, but also the strongest phantom ninja of the Uchiha clan. Nagato revealed Shisui's information. Shui was not surprised that his intelligence was known. We are under the order of 4th Hokage to escort you to Konoha. Shisui explained the purpose of coming. Hearing these words, the three of Yahiko looked at each other. The 4th Hokage valued them so much. How could they send 2 strong men from Uchiha? Then I'll trouble you. Nagato responded politely. Don't worry, with the 2 of us here, we will kill anyone who dares to block the way. Obito looked confident. This allowed the 3 of Yahiko to understand Obito's character at once. A group of people hit the road. This Uchiha Obito should be stronger than his brain. Yahiko analyzed in a low voice. I agree. Konan and Nagato nodded. As for Uchiha Shisui, it should be selling calendars and opening wisdom. I agree. In a few words, the 3 of Shang grasped the difference between Daiwang and Shisui. The journey is boring. So, Konan was pushed out and started communicating with Obito. After all, she is a girl and has a natural advantage in chatting. Obito, I remember, you were classmates with 4th Hokage, right? Konan asked innocently. Huh, right. Obito nodded. I also know that you were the tail of the crane back then. Konan said again. Nguyen, you know all this. Obito scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Then, he added. Actually, the real crane tail is Han Guang, and I'm just the second to last. Hearing Obito's words, Konan covered his mouth and snorted. Then you two were so powerful. From the beginning of the crane, you have grown into a strong ninja in a short period of time. Of course, Obito said smugly. Shisui on one side frowned and didn't speak. Yahiko and Nagato listened attentively and did not disturb their conversation. The exchange between Obito and Konan continues. I heard that Huang Guang of 4th Hokage first practiced body art. Konan asked curiously, asking for flowers. That's right, Han Guang should have started practicing Teishu in school. It's just that he was very lazy in school. I guess, he was too tired from practicing secretly, that's why he was so lazy in school. Quote, for Konan's question, Obito not only answered, but even dissected it. Hearing this, the 3 of Konan nodded in admiration. Then how did he get his wood style? Konan continued to ask. Fusion. Obito blurted out. After finishing speaking, he found Konan was puzzled, so he explained. You don't know, do you? The fusion of water and earth attributes will give birth to wood style. But I read from the newspaper that Han Guang doesn't seem to know ninjutsu. Konan's big watery eyes were still puzzled. He can't do ninjutsu. He's just too lazy to learn. Obito curled his lips. Too lazy to learn. Don't even learn the 3-body technique. Konan doubted. Of course, after mastering the wood style, he directly learned the wood style clone. His physical technique is faster than the body flicker technique. Do you think he still needs to learn the main body technique? Obito explained. So this is all. Konan suddenly realized. Yahiko and Nagato also nodded secretly. They finally know. Tread. Yeah, he is younger than me, but he has already become a 4th Hokage, and his strength is even more powerful. Yahiko also echoed. Suddenly, Konan changed the subject. A figure stepped out from the light beam. From the very beginning, they aimed for high-level skills. Correct. It turns out that when Han Guang was in the ninja school, his vision far surpassed other ninjas. Asked. Then how did you learn wood style? Space shakes. His hard work and talent are strong. Nagato commented. A huge Susanoo appeared, wrapped around the figure and flew to the sky. 4th Hokage is really amazing. Konan's tone was full of admiration. Then, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly ticket outlets. First step, take Rinnegan back. The figure muttered to himself. The light beam shot straight into the sky. Lulin. Chapter 205 The Weird Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato to the rescue. Please customize. As a girl, Konan's method of obtaining information is not very clever. But the other party was Obito, she just asked casually, and Obito revealed everything. Han Guang actually helped me integrate my wood style. Obito scratched his head with a look of embarrassment. Ah, can this help diffuse? Konan covered his mouth and exclaimed. Yahiko and Nagato were also taken aback. Can Han Guang help others integrate wood style? This is definitely a shocking secret. Ahem. Shisui coughed at the right time, reminding Obito. What's wrong, Shisui, have you committed your old problem again? Obito glanced at Shisui with dissatisfaction. He didn't lie, he coughed for something. Moreover, I only said that Han Guang helped integrate wood style, and did not disclose specific details. Because of Shisui's abnormal reaction, Konan didn't press further. The group continued on the 430 road. It wasn't until several people quietly distanced themselves from Shisui that Konan continued to ask. Obito, do you also have earth and water chakra? Konan asked curiously. Of course I don't. Obito shook his head. I see. Konan nodded. Yahiko and Nagato suddenly realized. They get it. It is not difficult to guess from Obito's words that Han Guang can transplant the wood style ability to other people. Moreover, this person does not need the two attributes of water and soil at all. This is definitely a terrifying ability. But at present, it seems that Han Guang did not help other people to transplant, but only helped Obito to transplant. Maybe, the transplant of wood style has something to do with Sharingan. Yahiko whispered. Possibly. Nagato nodded. Whoosh. Shisui in the distance came back in an instant. Be careful, someone is approaching. Shisui's tone was extremely serious. Are there any enemies? Obito straightened his face and looked around hastily. Be careful, Yahiko reminded and took out the kunai. Several people were on alert. Tread. At this time, a figure stepped out from the forest. Black robes, scarlet Sharingan, and long, loose hair. Are you, Uchiha Madara? When I saw someone coming, I recognized it at a glance. But what puzzled him was, why is Uchiha Madara not in an old age at this time? Huh, you know me, are you also Uchiha? Uchiha Madara glanced at Obito, slightly surprised. He saw this kid manifest 3 Tomo Sharingan, and even, another Shaozi also possessed Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, a character from the same period as first Hokage. The three of Konan couldn't believe it. How can such a long-standing character still be alive? Still so young, didn't he die long ago? Yahiko murmured. This man is strong. Nagato's face was serious. At this moment, Nagato's eyes turned into Rinnegan's state. Oh, Rinnegan, sure enough, it's on you. Uchiha Madara's tone was relaxed. Wait, don't you recognize me? Obito stepped out, staring at Uchiha and asking. No you, are you qualified to let me know? Madara sneered, her face full of disdain. Then, his eyes fell on Nagato again. I came this time to take back Rinnegan. Of course, if you meet me, you brats will have to die. Madara said lightly. Next moment, his palm pointed at Nagato with a distant grasp. Careful, Yahiko reminded. Nagato's face was full of vigilance, and his hands formed marks. Click, there was a crisp sound, and Nagato was stunned. He looked at the crooked hands in disbelief, and horror flashed in his eyes. There's nothing at all. Why are his hands broken? Obito looked confused. Under Sharingan's observation, Obito didn't see any objects coming, but Nagato's hands were strangely broken. Wood style. Double wood winding technique. Obito played wood style, and the branch broke through the ground, rolling Nagato up. Pity, Nagato who was rolled up, the eyes have been invented. His eyes were gouged out. No one can understand this weird situation. Uchiha Madara just stretched out his hand in the void, and Nagato encountered an inexplicable attack. This is simply impossible to guard against. Illusion. Fixation. At this moment, Shisui's eyes exploded with powerful pupil power, showing illusion. Oh, illusion. Uchiha Madara shook her head and broke free almost instantly. Unfortunately, your illusion is of no use to me. Speaking of which, the pair of Rinnegans appeared out of nowhere from Madara's palm. With a smile on his face, he pressed Rinnegan into his eyes. Finally, I got my eyes back. There was a trail of blood in the eye sockets. Madara's tone was extremely excited. His eyes opened again, already transformed into Rinnegan. Paper escape. Paper shuriken technique. Fire style. Fire dragon flame bomb. Wood style. Great forest technique. Shuriken. Shadow clone technique. As soon as she opened her eyes, Madara saw a dense attack coming. Childish attack. With a look of disdain, he stretched out his palm again. Shenluo Tianzhang. A terrifying repulsion erupted, and all the incoming attacks were bounced away. Repulsion expands. The surrounding ground was completely destroyed, and along with it, Obito and the others were also impacted by the repulsive force and flew out backwards. Go, go, Nagato urged, with bloodline flowing in his eyes. Although he was blind, Nagato sensed Rinnegan's terrifying power. This is much stronger than when he mastered Rinnegan himself. Puff. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood and got up from the ground. Master Wo-ri, what kind of ghost ability is this? Obito cursed and felt that Uchiha Madara was too abnormal. Obito, let's take them back from the air 5.1. Shisui also got up and said hastily. But before he could catch Yahiko, he found that he couldn't move his body. I see. Obito nodded. Good. To deal with these little devils, he can easily crush them to death. Uchiha Madara spoke contemptuously and spoke lightly. Just when Madara was about to crush the 5 little devils to death. Me too. Shisui looked ugly. The 5 people in the field all floated into the air strangely. Not only has the other party become younger, but he doesn't even know himself anymore. What's more frightening is, why is Uchiha Madara's strength so terrifying? His expression changed suddenly. At this moment, a figure of a toad appeared behind Madara. The frog held a blue Rasengan in its hand, and pressed down hard on Uchiha Madara's back. Bunch of trash. Waste of my time. Rasengan. We can't move either. Konan also yelled anxiously. What's going on? I seem to be captured by an invisible man. Obito yelled. It was simply incomprehensible to him. Chapter 206 Namikaze Minato. My disciple sealed a spell in me. Please customize. Namikaze Minato appeared and managed to surprise behind Uchiha Madara. Only, just when Rasengan pressed on Madara's back, a strange scene appeared. I saw that Rasengan, who was supposed to hit Madara, was absorbed by an inexplicable suction force. Namikaze Minato's frog eyes were unbelievable, and the figure jumped up. His tongue sticks out instantly, rolling Obito and the others together. Thump. Landing on a tree, Namikaze Minato loosened a few blocks. Are you, Teacher Minato? Obito tried to ask. He clearly remembered that only Sensei Minato would use Rasengan. Even though there is only a toad in front of him, Obito vaguely feels that this is Teacher Minato. It's me. Namikaze Minato responded. Ah, Senior Minato, why did you become a toad? Shisui beside him was puzzled. It's too late to explain, let me tell you what's going on. Namikaze Minato Quizu said. He was sure, Uchiha Madara was killed by Han Guang. Moreover, he killed more than once. So what's going on with the 24 Madaras now? Teacher, this Madara is very strange. He doesn't even know me. Moreover, he also deducted Nagato's Rinnegan. The king hurriedly said these points. That's it. Namikaze Minato looked stunned. At this moment, he thought a lot. Rinnegan. Ninja World really has Rinnegan. Han Guang didn't lie to himself. But now, these eyes are in Madara's eyes. In other words, Uchiha Madara came for Rinnegan. Namikaze muttered. Yes, he said he was reclaiming the Rinnegan. Obito responded. Senior Minato, be careful of the invisible man. We were caught by the invisible man just now. Obito reminded again. Invisible man. Namikaze Minato's frog eyes revealed a dignified look. His frog hands made weird marks, and his eyes were fixed on Uchiha Madara in the distance. Field. Uchiha Madara is also looking at the toad. I originally thought that you were the toad from Mount Myoboku. Now it doesn't look like that. So you are Namikaze Minato. Madara's tone was tinged with surprise and worry. Uchiha Madara, not only did you not recognize Obito, you didn't even recognize me. Namikaze Minato's tone seemed to be questioning. Oh, you are not qualified for me to remember. Madara shook her head with a contemptuous tone. Then, his palm stretched out again. Since you are here, let's die together. Universal pull. A strong suction suddenly appeared, and the direction was Namikaze Minato. Thump. At this moment, Namikaze Minato staggered and flew towards Madara. Wood style. 4-wood winding technique. Obito shouted loudly. 4 logs emerged from the ground and entangled Teacher Minato in midair. Then, the wood swung and pulled Namikaze Minato back. Back. As soon as he was back on the tree, Namikaze Minato yelled. Several people jumped back one after another. Boom. Pity. Namikaze Minato was caught by an inexplicable force in order to break the back. Not good. Mr. Minato was caught by an invisible man. Dashi was shocked. I'm coming. Konan made mudras with his hands, and countless papers flew out of his hands, heading towards Namikaze Minato. Among them, more than half are detonators. At the same time, a kunai was thrown by Namikaze Minato. Next moment, the figure of Namikaze Minato disappeared suddenly. Konan's paper detonating talisman also exploded. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion sounded, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. Your combat awareness is very good. Namikaze Minato praised. Yellow flash, I know your flying thunder god technique, so I made a match. Konan Kaido. After speaking, she hastily continued to stare at Madara, instead of looking at Toad. In fact, the Toad was full of pustules, which made her a little sick. Very good cooperation. Uchiha Madara in the distance nodded. Then, impatience flashed in his eyes. That's the end of the cat and mouse game. Now, you can go to hell. The contempt in the eyes is unmistakable, and the powerful chakra radiates from Uchiha Madara's body. At this moment, azure blue Susanoo appeared on his body surface, and it was rapidly expanding. This is. Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank sharply. Susanoo. It is recorded in the family that only Mangekyo Sharingan can open Susanoo. Obito looked shocked. It's indeed Susanoo. And, it's even more exaggerated than what's recorded. Shisui muttered to himself, his mood sinking to the bottom. Isn't this too big? Yahiko looked dumbfounded. It's just a hill. Konan was so scared that he almost knelt down. His chakra is very strong, we have to go quickly. Nagato closed his eyes and urged. Too big. Madara's Susanoo is just too big. The most direct expression is that the soles of Susan's feet at this time are comparable to the Hokage building. How to fight this TM? I send you off with the flying thunder god technique. On the tree, Namikaze Minato's tone was unprecedentedly dignified. His hands had been loosened, and Namikaze Minato's frog face was covered with black lines. He entered sage mode. Teacher, let's go together. Obito Kaido. No, I want to stay and kill him. Namikaze Minato said firmly. As he spoke, the chakra in his body gushed out violently. Obito, you have to remember. When you see Han Guang, Tell him that 980 must destroy the dragon veins. Staring at Obito, Namikaze Minato solemnly ordered, Teacher, heaven sent technique. Namikaze Minato drank heavily, and most of the chakra in the body was consumed. Whoosh. Next moment, all 5 of Obito disappeared in place. It's useless for you to send them away. After I kill you, I will flatten the leaves. In Susanoo, Uchiha Madara said contemptuously. With Rinnegan, he's already in his prime. Let me ask, in the ninja world, who else can stop me? Uchiha Madara, I know, you must have come here by using the dragon's veins. Looking up at the huge Susan, Namikaze Minato said amazingly. There was sarcasm in his frog eyes, and he continued, you should be very clear that I can summon Han Guang in reverse. So, when you caught me with the invisible man just now, you branded me a contract seal. This proves that you are still afraid of Han Guang. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Madara's expression changed. Namikaze Minato, you know too much. So, you must die. Madara's tone became cold. I die. Haha. Namikaze Minato smiled. There was no fear in his frog eyes. Uchiha Madara, my disciple once sealed a la in my body. Looks like it's time to use it. 6. Chapter 207 Han Guang. I will travel to the past, crush Izuna to death, stab your mother to death, and abolish your father. In the yard, Han Guang looked up at the dim sky and put down the book in his hand. It's been so long since I've read the book. Muttering to himself, he leaned back on the chair and thought about it. It took Han Guang half a day to finish reading the books about toads. He also made a judgment on Mr. Minato's liking for frogs. That is, fake. Although Mr. Minato's body has been transformed into a toad, his mind has not changed. I've argued this point several times. In other words, he is still a human mind. But why did the teacher make such a move? Touching his chin, Han Guang was thinking about the teacher's motives. He couldn't believe that the teacher didn't notice Kushina's coming. So, and for what? Could it be to fulfill me? It seems that there is only one possibility. Just thought of this. Han Guang's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at the ground of the yard, his eyes narrowed. Tread. With a flash of his figure, Han Guang appeared a few meters away, and immediately, he kicked the ground of the yard out of a big hole. This is, seeing Madara's body turn into ashes, Han Guang squatted down and got up carefully. The ninja's corpse will rot, but it is impossible to rot so quickly. Even, the whole body disappeared, leaving only a puddle of ashes. Could it be that Madara was resurrected by other means? What other means does he have for resurrection? With a puzzled look on his face, he reached out to grab the ashes. As a result, as soon as it was touched, the ashes shattered. The ashes are completely out of reach, more like they have been annihilated in essence. What is this? The only thing Han Guang can think of is killing the ashes together. But that seems completely out of the question. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, several hurried footsteps came from outside the yard, and then, Dai Wang jumped in from the wall. Han Guang, it's over. Speak well. Han Guang was speechless. Madara is resurrected, Uchiha class is resurrected. Obito's voice was extremely urgent. Oh, Han Guang looked surprised and signaled Obito to continue. Shisui and I escorted Nagato Yahiko and Konan, and met Uchiha Madara on the way back. Nagato's Rinnegan was poached by Uchiha Madara. Mr. Minato passed us to training ground number 9 with Flying Thunder God technique. Obito spoke quickly, and his tone was full of anxiety. At this time, several people walked into the yard. However, Han Guang just glanced at them and ignored them. He walked out of the yard. Wait a minute, Han Guang. I haven't finished yet. The leader chased after him. Do you have anything else to say? Han Guang paused slightly. The teacher asked me to tell you that the dragon vein must be destroyed. Obito blurted out. I see. This sentence made Han Guang suddenly realize. Dragon veins. Uchiha Madara came through the dragon vein. That is to say, the Uchiha Madara who appeared is not the Madara of this time period. Han Guang, Senior Minato may have died. It should be too late for you to go now. Shisui opened his mouth to remind. No, the teacher doesn't die that easily. Han Guang shook his head. Then, he looked at Shisui. Shisui, take Nagato to the hospital for treatment, and I will go to support the teacher first. Saying that, Han Guang's figure flashed away and disappeared in place. Village entrance. Under the tree, Han Guang rested his palm on the tree. Find out where Namikaze Minato is now. Dashu. I'm looking for it. Look in the direction of the rain country. Dashu. I found it. In less than a minute, Namikaze Minato's position was determined. This distance, it seems to use wood-style clone. After estimating the distance, Han Guang made a plan. His chakra rushed into the tree frantically, and the chakra passed through the roots of the tree underground, heading towards the kingdom of rain at an extremely fast speed. In the land of rain, Namikaze Minato looked up at the giant Susan, and his figure burst out. Boom! Huge soles of feet descended from the sky, stepping out of a terrifying deep pit on the ground. Want to unravel the technique Han Guang left you? What technique can he leave you? Uchiha Madara sneered, and a dazzling chakra-long knife appeared on Susanoo's arm. You'll find out soon. Namikaze Minato didn't hesitate, and slapped his body hard with his frog hand. Turning Buddha on the top. Solve. In an instant, the terrifying chakra erupted from Namikaze Minato's body and rushed into the ground. Then, the giant Senju Buddha statue rises from the ground. This is, seeing the ever-rising Senju Buddha statue, Uchiha Madara's eyes finally showed solemnity. turning Buddha on top. It's been a long time since I saw this technique. With emotion, Madara controlled Susan to take a few steps back. He had to retreat, because this Senju Buddha statue is bigger than my Susan. Field. Namikaze Minato stands on top of the Senju Buddha statue, manipulating the Buddha statue with both hands. Uchiha Madara's Susan condensed several chakra-long swords, ready to go. Uchiha Madara, now, it's time for me to fight back. Namikaze Minato's frog eyes were full of fighting spirit. Hee, take someone else's technique and use it yourself. Do you know how to use it? Madara couldn't help but sneer. Disappointed. I really know how to use it. Namikaze Minato responded. Then, his hands snapped together. Changing Buddha. True several thousand hands. Die. Uchiha Madara. Senju Buddha's upper Senju arms waved out and went towards Susanoo. It's such a familiar scene. Unfortunately, you are not the real master of this technique after all. 11. Besides, the me now is not the me I used to be. Uchiha Madara sighed with emotion, Rinnegan bloomed with inexplicable power, and Susanoo's swords also greeted him. Bang! A shocking vibration sounded, knocking out a terrifying shock wave. For a moment, the surrounding landscape was cleared. The shock wave spread in all directions, turning all the nearby trees into gravel powder. Senju Buddha statue, gone. Madara's Susanoo also disappeared. I see. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Are you ready to face death? Plop. I'll crush Uchiha Izuna, stab your mother, and depose your father. After that, I'll travel back in time. Han Guang's expression was very calm. Zizi, Uchiha Madara, I will kill you. Seeing the figure that appeared, Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly changed. He put half of the corpse on the ground, and then slowly raised his head. The wood wriggled continuously and turned into the appearance of Han Guang. He caught the fallen half of the toad's body. Han Guang's figure jumped out immediately. Han Guang. Suddenly, a piece of wood emerged from the ground. Just appeared. Half of the toad's corpse fell from the sky and lost its sound. Now, Chapter 208 Han Guang. If I say kill your whole family, I will definitely kill your whole family. Please customize. Every time Han Guang said a word, Uchiha Madara's face darkened. Until the end, Madara's face completely sank. He stared at Han Guang in front of him, his voice was low and arrogant. Han Guang, I have never fought against you. But before I left, someone told me that your strength is terrifying. Honestly, I don't believe it. After speaking, Madara stepped forward, and Rinnegan burst into inexplicable fluctuations. I'd like to see if your strength is that terrifying. Snapped. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's hands snapped together. Then let me test your strength with wood style first. Wood style. Birth of the tree world. With the sound of Madara's explosion, a large area of trees broke through the ground and rushed towards Han Guang. Only, facing the oncoming trees, Han Guang didn't have the slightest intention to dodge. His eyes fell on Madara's body, his expression remained calm. Whizzing. Whoosh. As soon as a large number of trees approached Han Guang, they suddenly turned and rushed towards the caster Madara. I see, can you restrain wood style? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara suddenly realized. He stopped casting wood style, and grabbed Han Guang with his palm. 040 Universal Pull. A terrifying gravitational force appeared and began to pull Han Guang. In response, Han Guang raised his arm and punched him in front of him. Boom. The sound of the sonic boom exploded, bringing about ultra-high-pressure air turbulence. The extruded air formed a pure white ultra-high-pressure air cannon, and under the action of gravity, it quickly rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Madara's pupils contracted suddenly, and the figure flashed to one side. Pity. Under the gravitational blessing exerted by himself, the speed of the air cannon has reached an unbelievable level. His body was just halfway out when he was hit. Puff. The terrifying impact pierced through, and most of Uchiha Madara's body was blown away. Vori. I was so terrified that I was almost scared to death. He never imagined that Han Guang just punched him, and he was going to die. Is this TM still human? Fortunately, a green talisman appeared from Madara's mouth, quickly repairing his body. Oh, it turns out that you were instructed by Toad Sage to travel from the past to the present. Han Guang muttered to himself, seeing through the supporters behind Madara. That green spell is the best evidence. Uchiha Madara was shocked, because, Guang was right. I was indeed instructed by Toad Sage, and came from the past. Come on, meet my second punch. Han Guang opened his mouth lightly, and threw a second punch. This time, his strength was greater than the first time, and 80% of his strength exploded. Next moment, a bigger air cannon appeared and charged toward Uchiha Madara. Block. Madara shouted hastily, and the unrepaired figure hid to one side. Boom. I saw that the air cannon seemed to hit something, and then exploded. Wheel tomb. Han Guang's tone was slightly surprised. According to his understanding, the Uchiha Madara in the past should not have mastered this technique. Because, this technique needs to be fused with 10 tails before it can be cast. It seems that Toad Sage has modified Madara's body. Han Guang guessed. However, this does not affect the ending of Madara's death. Now, Uchiha Madara's body was finally repaired. As soon as he recovered, he immediately cast Susanoo. The azure blue Shuzuo appeared and quickly raised his head. Under the accelerated cast of Uchiha Madara, Susanoo formed a perfect body in just a short time. Not only that, at this moment, Shuzuo continued to change, condensing 3, check upper body. Han Guang, I admit that you are strong. But no matter how strong you are, can you overcome natural disasters? Madara's tone was renewed with pride and confidence. Susanoo's 4 pairs of arms formed a seal together, and the powerful chakra burst out immediately. Come on, let me see how you can resist Ying Tian. Tengai Shinsei, accompanied by the sound of Madara's burst of drinking. Sky clouds. Broken. The giant meteorite penetrated the clouds and fell towards the ground. I'd like to see, can your physical skills hold you back? Madara's face was crazy, and her tone was cheerful. But the next moment, he fell into a daze. I see. A huge black ball condensed out of Han Guang's palm. Immediately, the black empty. This is planetary devastation. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's face turned green. He has mastered this technique himself. But the problem is, he can only condense a fist-sized black core. And the black core condensed by Han Guang is dozens of times larger than his own. This means that the power of Han Guang's planetary devastation is beyond imagination. In the air, the black core erupted with terrifying gravitational force. Han Guang picked up half of the toad's corpse, and his figure flashed out, disappearing in place. By contrast, Uchiha Madara couldn't escape. In Susan's state, he became the first target pulled by planetary devastation. An unimaginably huge gravitational force appeared, dragging and deforming Susan in an instant. Click. Immediately afterwards, Susan burst, and Madara's figure was sucked towards the black core. At the same time, the surrounding land continued to collapse and floated towards the sky one after another. I shouldn't have fought Han Guang. If I left earlier, how could it have become like this? At this moment, Madara's intestines were green with regret. He couldn't escape this terrifying gravitational force. Moreover, the black core was too big to be destroyed at all. Madara knows that she is going to be cold. His eyes glanced at the sky inadvertently, and his face was ashen. There, a huge meteorite falling at high speed was hitting him. Bark. Madara was sucked onto the black core. Immediately afterwards, a meteorite struck and completely submerged Uchiha Madara. Far away, Han Guang witnessed this scene, and his mood was calm. After I rescue the teacher and arrange everything, I will travel to the past. I said to kill your whole family. I will definitely kill your whole family. Chapter 209 Han Guang's Impure World Reincarnation Plan. 6 more for customization. Konoha Village Mouth. Han Guang let go of the hand resting on the tree. He strode back to the village, towards the Hokage building. Hokage office. Uchiha Fugaku stretched his stiff arms, feeling good. Detaining Danzo and others made the clan members of the family very happy, and even celebrated in private. They can imagine that the Uchiha clan will usher in a great revival, orientation powerful. And it's all because of 4th Hokage. Thump. Suddenly, let the light walk into the office. 4th generation, are you here? Seeing Han Guang, Fugaku hurriedly stood up. He was a little puzzled. It's getting dark today, why is Han Guang interested in coming? Clan Chief Fugaku, go and bring Orochimaru here. Han Guang motioned. Okay. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and left immediately. Fugaku is really conscientious. Almost all the documents on the desk have been processed. Walking to the desk, Guang is quite satisfied. He casually picked up the few remaining documents and scanned them. A list of people taking the Chunin exam. Looking at Genin's name on the document, Jinhito touched his chin. Immediately, he picked up a pen and added his name on it. After finishing this document, Han Guang confirmed several other documents. These are nothing more than the procedures of some Chunin exams, which need to be signed and confirmed by yourself. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, footsteps sounded from outside the corridor, and Uchiha Fugaku walked in with Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru, Han Guang was stunned. I saw that Orochimaru lost his arms at this time. Where are his arms? To prevent him from using ninjutsu to escape, I cut it off. Uchiha Fugaku Kaido. That's it. Let's go down. Han Guang waved his hand. With Fugaku leaving, only Han Guang and Orochimaru were left in the office. Orochimaru, have you mastered the Impure World Reincarnation? Han Guang cut to the chase. Just a preliminary grasp. Orochimaru didn't hide. I'm going to give you a task now. I need you to use Impure World Reincarnation to summon Teacher Minato. Namikaze Minato is dead. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed in disbelief. If he remembers correctly, Namikaze Minato has the Flying Thunder God technique. Who can kill him? That's right. Teacher Minato was killed by Madara. Han Guang nodded. Impossible. Isn't Uchiha Madara already killed by you? Orochimaru's tone was full of doubts, feeling that Han Guang was bluffing himself. He clearly remembered that Han Guang crushed Madara to death several times. How could he still be alive? You don't need to know about this. I just ask you, can you produce Mr. Minato from Impure World Reincarnation? Han Guang's tone seemed a little impatient. It was possible before, but now, I can't. Orochimaru looked gloomy and gestured his arm. It's obvious what he means. I didn't even have my arms, so I couldn't perform this technique at all. I can help you connect your arms. Then I can give it a try. Orochimaru's tone was crisp. He believes that as long as he shows his due value, then Han Guang may let himself go. Into the night, in the yard, Han Guang grafted White Zetsu's arms to Orochimaru. Next, he accepted to suppress Orochimaru's spiritual will. Only, looking at his brand new arms, Orochimaru couldn't be happier. Because he knows that Han Guang can manipulate White Zetsu cells. Although he knew it, Orochimaru couldn't do anything about it. He can only let Han Guang decide. 4th generation, if I want impure world reincarnation Namikaze Minato, I need his flesh and blood tissue. And a living body for reincarnation. Orochimaru opened his mouth after stretching his arms. You should know the status of Mr. Minato. Do you think it's okay to use its toad organization? Han Guang asked back. Yes, the flesh and blood tissue is just to summon his soul, and the living body for reincarnation is the residence of his soul. Orochimaru explained. Regarding Orochimaru's remarks, Han Guang nodded. This point is exactly the same as his judgment. Looking down at the ground, Kunimitsu summoned a white Zetsu. White Zetsu is used for the living body. As for the body of Mr. Minato, it is on the way. Waiting boring. For Orochimaru at least, the wait was difficult. He didn't dare to walk around casually, for fear of arousing Han Guang's disgust. Asking for flowers. However, Orochimaru mustered up the courage to ask out the doubts in his heart. 4th generation, you just said that Uchiha Madara killed Namikaze Minato. Could it be that Uchiha Madara has other means to revive? Orochimaru's tone was very sincere, with a sense of inquiry. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Han Guang is not hiding. Because, now Orochimaru's life and death are all in his own mind. Uchiha Madara came from the past. Han Guang said this secret. Oh, shuttle from the past to the present. Orochimaru's expression was extremely shocked. It was the first time he had heard of such a weird thing. Uchiha Madara actually has the ability to travel to the future. Oh, then if he traveled back to when you were just born, wouldn't he be able to kill you? Orochimaru asked a crucial question. Han Guang looked at Orochimaru with a smile, and put his hand on the other's head. By the way, since you know about this, I can only plant an insurance policy for you. Involuntarily, Orochimaru shrank his neck. Don't worry, he can't go back. Han Guang responded lightly. I just think this ability is too pervert. If Uchiha Madara goes back to the past, it will definitely be this company. Orochi explained. You are very smart, Orochimaru. Han Guang glanced at the other party, his tone calm. So here comes the problem. Han Guang, is this planning to travel back in time and destroy Uchiha Madara's family? The Uchiha Madara from the past traveled to the present and killed Namikaze Minato. As a result, it was fed by Han Guang again. The 4th generation is really ruthless. You killed the current Madara, and you killed the past Madara. Isn't that a contradiction? Orochimaru asked. Hearing this, Orochimaru understood. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly ticket outlets. Horror appeared on Orochimaru's face. He heard the hidden meaning in Han Guang's words. It's not contradictory. Han Guang shook his head. This moment. Then, with a smile on his face, he continued. Kill the current Madara, the past Madara still exists. Only by going back to the past and destroying Madara's entire family can he completely disappear. Chapter 210 Impure World Reincarnation Namikaze Minato. The top think tanks in the ninja world gather. Please customize. Orochimaru was depressed. He could feel that there was a terrifying spiritual will in his mind. This will is terrible. Orochimaru can clearly judge that he is under the monitoring of this will. It seems that I can suffer a devastating blow from this will at any time. Not only did I lose the freedom of my body, but now I also lost my freedom of thought. There was a touch of sadness in my heart, because Shiwan felt that the future was bleak. What, you don't feel free? Han Guang glanced at the other party with a calm tone. No. Orochimaru shook his head hastily. Sure enough, what he thought in his heart was directly understood by Han Guang. Tread. At this time, a figure descended from the sky, and it was the clone of Wood Style who had returned from the land of rain. The corpse is here, and I will return the will of the spirit, 100, to the body. The clone spoke, and it turned into a piece of wood with a bang. At the same time, Han Guang received the spiritual will to return. His eyes fell on the half of the toad corpse on the ground, and he waved his hand at Orochimaru. Let's start. Impure World Reincarnation, as it sounds, seems high-end. However, under Orochimaru's operation, Han Guang quickly understood the key points of this technique. To put it bluntly, this technique is to use the connection between the flesh and blood tissue and the soul to amplify the connection through chakra. Then, forcibly summon the soul of the dead from the pure land space. The soul returns to the ninja world, and a new physical container is needed. Otherwise, the soul of the deceased will still return to King Jing. Field. Orochimaru removed a piece of the toad's flesh and then he walked over to White Zetsu. Squatting on the ground, he began to engrave the summoning formula because of the snake's grip. After a while, he stood up and made mudras with his hands. Impure World Reincarnation. Drinking in a low voice, Orochimaru's hand slammed on the ground. At this moment, a subtle spiritual fluctuation was summoned. Han Guang turned on his perception and captured the source of this mental fluctuation. He looked up into the void, a gleam flashed in his eyes. It seems that the pure land space is not a simple space, but a different space. Touching his chin, Han Guang was thoughtful. Ho! The white Zetsu on the ground began to roar, and his figure was covered by the mottled soil of Madara. After 2 breaths, Namikaze Minato replaces White Zetsu. This is me, Han Guang. As soon as he appeared, Namikaze Minato first looked at his hands, and then he looked at Han Guang in front of him. Teacher. Han Guang smiled. I see, I was released by Impure World Reincarnation. Namikaze Minato suddenly realized. In the yard, Han Guang started talking with Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru stood to one side, ears stretched out to listen. Han Guang, I'm sure that Uchiha Madara must have traveled from the past to the present through the dragon vein. Namikaze Minato's tone was extremely solemn. Then, he continued, this means that in the past, someone predicted your existence. They even predicted the current situation. That's why Madara came here to try to change the current history. Hearing Teacher Minato's words, Han Guang thought for a moment and shook his head. Huh, you don't agree? Namikaze Minato wondered. Teacher, I don't think your guess is right. Han Guang said truthfully. Minato's guess is indeed wrong. Orochimaru also echoed. Ignoring Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato stared at Han Guang with an inquiring look. Han Guang sorted out his thoughts and spoke. I should have said before, the relationship between the upstream and the downstream of the river. Yes, you did. Namikaze Minato nodded. Changing the current history will not help what has happened. If Madara wants to change history, he should change the past history. Han Guang said the key point. Then why did he travel to the present to capture Nagato's Rinnegan? Namikaze Minato asked. Seize. No, those Rinnegans belong to Uchiha Madara. Han Guang said surprisingly. What? Uchiha Madara owns the Rinnegan. Hearing this secret, both Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru were shocked. Madara, isn't it Sharingan? How did it become Rinnegan? This matter involves the evolution of Sharingan. Han Guang didn't explain too much. Even so, this secret is still amazing. I guessed it even if you didn't tell me. The highest stage of Sharingan's evolution is Rinnegan, right? Namikaze Minato laughed. That's right. Hearing that Han Guang was sure about it, Orochimaru on one side licked his lips. Then, he noticed that Sold Out glanced at himself. Orochimaru shuddered and quickly retracted his tongue. Next, Han Guang began to speculate on Madara's intentions. The reason why Madara travels to the present to recycle Rinnegan. The high probability is to return to the past and deal with me in the past. As soon as his guess came out, Namikaze Minato had doubts again. Then it's okay for him to travel directly to the time you were born to kill you. Why bother? I have to say that Namikaze Minato's problem is exactly the same as Orochimaru's before. About this question, Han Guang offered his only possible explanation. Then, he said, and I guess, it is not difficult to travel from the past to the present, but if you want to travel from the present to the past, it may be very difficult. This is the same as a river. It is easy to go downstream, but if you want to go upstream, the degree of difficulty will increase greatly. So, it is impossible for Madara to travel back to the original time period. He can only travel back to a few days ago, or a dozen days ago. We can assume. Orochimaru spread his hands. After a while, perhaps, the shuttle of dragon veins cannot fix the specific time field. Then, he will return to the past through the dragon vein. In this way, everything will be explained. There is a problem here, that is, the fourth generation you just said is going upstream, and it is even more difficult to return to the past. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Let's talk. Han 5.0 Guang glanced over and gestured. Orochimaru was also thinking. Namikaze Minato was lost in thought. Then, he continued. Let's assume, fourth generation, your guess is right. Then Uchiha Madara traveled from the past to the present, and first recovered Rinnegan. And then, Han Guang motioned to continue. I think your guess makes sense. Orochimaru spit out such a sentence. Orochimaru's lips moved. Chapter 211 Help Orochimaru change a body. Yahiko 3 join Konoha village. Please customize. In the yard. After speaking, Orochimaru looked at Han Guang expectantly. He felt that he had shown his due value. In theory, Han Guang should not execute himself. Orochimaru, you are very good. Han Guang nodded and praised a little. I am willing to work for you in the future. Orochimaru hastily expressed his willingness. Oh, sure. Han Guang smiled. Then, he summoned a white zetsu from the ground. Orochimaru, loyalty doesn't come from words, it depends on actual actions, what do you think? Han Guang said lightly, I think you are right, fourth generation. Orochi nodded vigorously. Next moment, Orochimaru was dumbfounded. I saw that Han Guang's palm was pressed on his head again. I decided to change your body for you. In this way, your original body will be executed, and you will continue to serve. Oh, Orochimaru looked blank. He never imagined that Han Guang was so wary of himself. Originally, I was already under control, and now the other party wants to replace me with White Zetsu's body. Doesn't this 24 mean that there is no room for me to stand up in the future? What, judging by your expression, you don't want to? Han Guang put his palm down, and his tone was rather regretful. I do. Orochimaru bit the bullet and agreed. He had to agree, because the consequence of not agreeing is to be executed. Field. Han Guang's spiritual will surged out, and he reached out to grab Orochimaru's head. A strange scene appeared. As this, Orochimaru's soul, Namikaze Minato looked surprised. He saw a translucent spirit being drawn from Orochimaru's head. Then, Han Guang violently stuffed the soul body into White Zetsu's body. After a while, White Zetsu opened his eyes. I just changed my body. Looking at his new body, he couldn't believe it. Does he think it's too fast? Han Guang didn't use spells at all, and didn't engrave complicated spells, so he changed his body just like that. Get used to this body, after that, you should be able to activate wood style. Han Guang said casually. Wood style. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with ecstasy. He has studied for several years without much progress, but now, just by changing his body, he can master wood style. Thank you Master Han Guang. Orochimaru's tone was extremely respectful and excited. Seeing Orochimaru's appearance, Namikaze Minato shook his head secretly. I'm afraid Orochimaru doesn't know yet, but in his subconscious mind, he has already regarded Han Guang as his master. Namikaze Minato knows very well that as long as White Zetsu sees Han Guang, he will definitely regard him as his master. And Orochimaru's current body is White Zetsu's body, which means that Han Guang has become a big snake. The master. Wait a moment. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato froze. Since Han Guang helped Orochimaru change White Zetsu's body, where did his own body come from? Okay, let's retreat first. Han Guang retreated Orochimaru. Immediately, he looked at Mr. Minato. Teacher, don't worry, I'm not manipulating your body. As if seeing Namikaze Minato's worry, Han Guang explained. Then you mean, you can still control my body? Namikaze Minato was speechless. In less special circumstances, Han Guang Kaido. Oh, I knew it. Namikaze Minato has black lines all over his head. Teacher, I think you can put some powder on your face, so that you won't see any problems. Han Guang reminded. Now, Namikaze Minato has a visible rift on his face, the hallmark of impure world reincarnation. If some gouache is applied, this feature can be concealed. Alright, I'll go home first. Namikaze Minato nodded and left in an instant. Thump, thump. As if knowing that there was no one in the yard, Uchiha Fugaku stepped into the yard. Saw Orochimaru's body. As Orochimaru dead, Uchiha Fugaku was rather surprised. He originally thought that Han Guang was going to torture Orochimaru, but unexpectedly, he executed him directly. Get rid of it. Han Guang nodded. Then, he looked at Fugaku and asked, Clan Chief Fugaku, what do you do? There are 3 boys waiting outside, saying they are waiting for you. Fugaku responded. Let them in. After a while, the 3 of Yahiko walked into the yard. Yahiko is a bit restrained and nervous. Konan looked at Han Guang curiously. She found that 4th Hokage was so young, and seemed to be younger than herself. The blind Nagato was much quieter, standing still. Han Guang glanced over Yahiko and Konan, and his eyes fell on Nagato. At this time, Nagato's eyes were already wrapped with bandages. Nagato, you should have guessed it. Your Rinnegan is not your original eyes, but Uchiha Madara secretly transplanted them into your eyes. As soon as he came up, Han Guang got straight to the point. I guessed it. Nagato's tone was quite disappointed. In fact, from the moment he saw Uchiha Madara, Nagato felt the abnormality of his eyes. Afterwards, Madara's rhetoric and strong control over Rinnegan made Nagato understand that those eyes are most likely not his own. But since those eyes belong to Uchiha Madara, why did he secretly transplant them to Nagato? Konan asked suddenly. The reason is very simple. Nagato is just a tool for raising Rinnegan. Han Guang explained. Abominable. Konan's face was filled with anger. Uchiha Madara is too hateful 140 to treat Nagato as a tool man. Come here, I'll help you change a pair of ordinary people's eyes. After all, Nagato is not the same as Mr. Minato. Han Guang can even save himself. Is it strange to create a pair of eyes? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. No need to thank you. Han Guang waved his hand. Thank you, 4th Hokage. Nagato said gratefully. What is this, have you forgotten? 4th Hokage can even save me. Yahiko wasn't too surprised. Taking off the bandage, Yongdun chakra condensed from Han Guang's palm. Next moment, I saw that Nagato's originally empty eyes, black eyeballs suddenly appeared. Nagato came over. Then, he touched Nagato's eyes. Han Guang made a gesture, his tone calm. He glanced at the 3 of them, and said lightly, you 3 join Konoha. Just in time, the Chunin exam is coming soon. I can register for you. Mr. Minato's body is transformed into a toad by natural energy, so it's difficult to do it. And Nagato is the true human form. A miraculous scene appeared. He who has mastered Yongdun chakra can easily create a pair of eyes. What kind of ability is this? You created a pair of eyes out of thin air. Konan was dumbfounded, his tone full of shock. Chapter 212 Konan delivered to your door. Disappeared summoning technique. Please customize. Into the night, Han Guang lay on the wooden chair. Yahiko and Nagato made a floor in the yard. Konan sat on one side, staring blankly at the night sky. Snore, snore. Yahiko snores. Nagato also scratched his back and turned over. Are you asleep? Konan turned to look at the wooden chair and asked in a low voice. Call me Lord Hokage. Han Guang opened his eyes, his white face impatient. He had already helped these 3 guys find a place to live, but they didn't go. According to Yahiko's statement, they often live in caves, and laying a floor in the yard is considered very good. Thump, thump, thump. Konan ran to the wooden chair and squatted down. Is something wrong? Han Guang frowned. He hates being disturbed while sleeping. Especially when I just fell asleep, I was woken up by snoring. Now, Konan ran over to chat with himself again. It's so late at night, why don't you let people sleep? Master Hokage, do you have a girlfriend? Konan asked in a low voice. Yes, Han Guang said casually. Oh, can I be your girlfriend? Are you sick? Han Guang frowned. I said I had it, so why did the other party push forward? I want to use my body to ask you one thing. Konan's tone was pleading. Let's talk about things first. Han Guang sat up and gestured. Conan immediately stood up and sat on Han Guang's lap. Han Guang, I asked you to talk about things, why are you sitting on my lap? Han Guang was convinced. Conan was slightly disappointed and stood up again. Tell me, what's the matter? Well, you are Hokage, can you accept our companions into the village? Conan asked. Can. Han Guang nodded. This kind of thing is a good thing for the village, and he has no reason to refuse. Really? Conan was thrilled. She thought that Han Guang would refuse, and might even use herself as a threat. But she never expected that fourth Hokage would speak like that. Thank you so much. Conan bowed deeply to Han Guang, and the worry on Conan's face disappeared. Are you all right? Han Guang waved his hand, signaling that he was going to bed. Conan nodded vigorously. Han Guang fell asleep. Not for a while. Han Guang woke up again. He felt something behind him arching himself softly. As a result, Han Guang turned over. Warm. On the wooden chair, Sha Guang and Xiao Xing looked at each other. Why did you run away from me? I will repay you, Conan whispered. You used to repay others like this. Han Guang frowned. No, it's my first time. Conan hastily defended. Then, her expression darkened. I have nothing to repay you now, except myself. You're very smart. Han Guang's tone carried an inexplicable meaning. I am the dignified fourth Hokage. If the other party sleeps with me, I will jump directly to relying on Hokage instead of relying on it. I have to say, Conan's quality disc is very loud. Pity. Han Guang eats this set. Looking at the girl in front of him, a smile crossed the corner of Han Guang's mouth. Take advantage of the trend. He took Conan into his arms. I just like girls with big breasts. Han Guang whispered into Conan's ear. Conan's body trembled. She felt herself pressed tightly against Han Guang's body. Come on, I'll take you to a good place. Talking, Han Guang put his arms around Conan and disappeared on the wooden chair. In the yard, Yahiko and Nagato opened their eyes. The expressions of the two are quite complicated. Yahiko, is it really okay for us to let Conan do this? Nagato sighed. No way, only by letting Conan follow Han Guang can we gain a firm foothold in Konoha. Yahiko's tone was full of disappointment, but also a hint of firmness. Actually, he likes Conan. But in order to gain a foothold in the village and for those companions, he had to give up his liking. And he believed that Conan would have a better life following Han Guang. Yahiko, is this your decision? That's right, if you like someone, you have to learn to let go. Happy soup bath. Han Guang slipped into the bath with Conan. The water in the bath is misty, dotted with several gypsophilia. Oh my god, what a beautiful bath. Conan covered his mouth and exclaimed. Then, her face changed. Warm. Why are you taking off my clothes? What do you think? Han Guang asked back. His hands kept moving. It's like peeling zongzi. After a while, zongzi leaves were peeled off layer by layer. The fresh and tender zongzi meat was exposed. Han Guang put the zongzi meat in the water, washed it with his own hands, and wiped the water stains along the way. Next, he began to enjoy delicious zongzi. At first, zongzi meat has no taste. Until, eat the candied dates inside. Tender and juicy, don't have a taste. Early in the morning, Yahiko sat in the yard all night, silent. Nagato also waited all night, feeling complicated. However, Han Guang and Xiao Xing still did not come back. Alas, Yahiko, when we see Conan in the future, we must keep a certain distance. Nagato finally spoke and reminded. Well, I understand. Yahiko nodded. He rubbed his head, clearing his complicated thoughts. From now on, we also have backers. Yahiko clenched his fists and spoke firmly. Yes, from now on, we will be called Mrs. Conan Hokage. Nagato whispered to himself. Happy soup bath. Inside the room, Han Guang let go of the palm on the peak, and sat up good kings from the bed. Spirit. 81920, 6 paths level immunity. Age. 12 years old. Agility. 1484 immortal level. Power. 29,312 second 6 paths level. Skills. None. Sweeping through the properties panel, Han Guang touched his chin. Glancing at the sleeping Conan, he opened the properties panel. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Ability. Wood style god level control characteristic. Loyalty ultimate perception 100,000 meters. Comprehensive strength evaluation. Genin. Name. Han Guang. Ninjutsu. Planetary devastation level 6 paths quality evolution. He didn't care about doubling the power attribute. Chakra volume. 149,580. No, I remember signing a summoning contract with Teacher Minato, why isn't it on the panel? Because, Han Guang found a problem. Physique. 36864, 6 paths level. Chapter 213 The Flying Five Shadows Meeting. Please customize. Han Guang felt very strange. He clearly remembered that he signed a summoning contract with Mr. Minato in the Toad State. But when I looked at the properties panel just now, summoning technique was not displayed. Did I sign a fake summoning contract? Han Guang rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Then, he seemed to think of something. No, it may be because Mr. Minato died in the Toad State, so the summoning contract was automatically cancelled. Before, he didn't deliberately pay attention to the skill bar, but now that he thinks about it, it's because of the probability. After figuring this out, Han Guang is in a good mood. With one less skill, his attributes doubled one step faster. Back in the room, Han Guang found that Conan was already awake. So, he took Konan to find Kushina. Warm. What is this? Kushina, who had just woken up, looked suspicious, her eyes scanning back and forth at Han Guang and Konan. As a woman, Kushina's intuition told herself that this girl was probably murdered by Han Guang. Senior Kushina, this is Konan. Let her live here from now on. Han Guang greeted. Yes, but I have something to see you tonight. Kushina made a condition. Tonight. Han Guang looked suspicious. Well, it's very important. Kushina nodded vigorously. Fine. Seeing Senior Kushina's serious expression, Han Guang felt that it should be a serious matter. After finishing Konan's accommodation problem, Han Guang left Happy Soup. As soon as he reached the street, he was stopped by Fugaku. Fourth generation, the shadows of the 4 great ninja villages have arrived. Han Guang turned his head with a surprised face. Did they arrive in the morning? Yes, and they came together. Fugaku nodded. To be honest, Uchiha Fugaku was also wondering. It stands to reason that the shadow of the 4 great ninja villages should not have arrived at this time. But the problem is, it happened to be early in the morning. Take them to the Hokage conference room, I'll be right there. Han Guang waved his hand. Hokage conference room. When Han Guang walked into the conference room, he found that the atmosphere inside was tense. 943 Fourth Raikage was standing on the table, looking coldly at Onoki. Chio from San Shinobi village is also on the side, also harboring ill intentions towards Onogi. Only Mizukage is more relaxed, sitting the farthest, with only one head exposed. Looks like I'm bothering you. Han Guang spoke with interest, and by the way, he took a step back and closed the door of the meeting room. He can't wait for these guys to fight. In that case, the village will have financial income again. Pity. His wish came true. The door was opened, and the atmosphere in the house was already peaceful. Walking to the chair in front of the table, Han Guang sat down. Hokage, this is my compensation from Kurigakure. Yagura spoke first, handing over a document. Picking up the file, Han Guang glanced at it. Yes, Yuanian village is very trustworthy. Han Guang nodded. Then, his eyes swept to the other two. This is my compensation from Sunagakure. Chio also handed over a document with a lukewarm tone. Well, the number is correct. Han Guang glanced at the number above and was very satisfied. Wait a minute, Hokage. I want to ask, how did our 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure die? Chio suddenly asked this question. The death of 4th Kazekage caused great panic to Sunagakure. If it weren't for Chio's timely suppression, I'm afraid Sunagakure would be guilty by now. Chio knew very well that 4th Kazekage died during negotiations in Konoha village, but she didn't know the specific details. Regarding Chio's inquiry, Han Guang did not hide anything. 4th Kazekage, he interfered in Konoha's internal affairs, and I shot him to death. Fit. Han Guang. Any more questions? No more. Chio Kaido then fell silent. She knew that Han Guang was powerful, and the cause of Luo Sha's death was not important. What was important was that San Shinobi couldn't beat Konoha. Only this point, the 1000th CECF generations can't do anything about it. Han Guang was just a wood-style clone, and he wiped out San Shinobi's frontline troops. This incident cast a huge shadow on Shengdai's heart. This is compensation from our Cloud Shinobi village. 4th Raikage also handed over the file. Han Guang glanced at the file. Immediately, he glanced at Raikage. Raikage, I heard that your Cloud Shinobi army destroyed many bathhouses when they retreated from Yuno country. We didn't destroy it. 4th Raikage hastily defended. He pointed to Onogi and said, it was almost all done by Rock Shinobi. They Rock Shinobi used large-scale Earth-style ninjutsu and destroyed many buildings in Yuno country. Oh, Han Guang looked surprised, and turned to look at Onoki. No, we are allies. The reason why my troops use Earth-style ninjutsu is to chase down Cloud Shinobi. Onoki explained. Tsuchikage, you can go after Cloud Shinobi, but you will have to pay for destroying the buildings of Yunogo. Han Guang said softly. He motioned to the door. An Anbu came over. Go get a pen and paper, and I'll write a bill to Tsuchikage. Han Guang ordered. Yes. Enko responded respectfully. Soon, she brought a pen and paper. Tsuchikage, I'm always fair. Cloud Shinobi village needs to pay 1 billion taels to the country of Tang, and you Iwagakure should also pay 1 billion taels. Following Han Guang's words fell. Onoki's face turned green. He really wanted to jump up and slap Han Guang a few big mouths. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. What, do you have an opinion? Seeing Onoki's expression, Han Guang's tone became cold. Alliance. What be thing? If Onoki doesn't agree, Han Guang doesn't mind changing Iwagakure for Tsuchikage. I have no objection. Onoki took a deep breath and admitted his cowardice. This made the other 3 parties feel a lot more balanced. At the same time, they also saw Han Guang's viciousness. Even the money of the alliance is defrauded. Who will dare to form an alliance with you in Konoha village in the future? The matter of compensation was finalized, and then the meeting entered the next topic. Chunin exam. Chio from Sunagakure took out a list and handed it to several people present to watch. This is the list of Sunagakure's genin taking the Chunin exam. As soon as he saw the name on the list, Tsuchikage Onogi immediately jumped up. What are you Sunagakure doing? Scorch-style Hakura is also genin. Onoki said slightly angrily. It's really too much. If I remember correctly, this Yi Kang has the strength of Jonin, right? Hokage Tien also echoed a little. Scorch-style Yi Kang, that is a strong man who can escape from the hands of 4th Hokage. You Sunagakure are really shameless. Fourth Raikage Iuu said. Hearing the discussion of these people, Han Guang touched his chin. Is Yi Kang so strong? Has he become the background board? Field. Facing the protest and opposition of several people, Chiyo sneered. We, Sunagaku, never cheat. Yekora is indeed genin, but Wan Dao Dao opened a little bit. Besides, Hokage didn't object, so why did you come out to object? Following Chiyo's words fell, several people looked at Han Guang in unison. I think there is nothing wrong with Yi Kang taking the Chunin exam. Han Guang thought for a while and expressed his opinion. Chiyo has said that Yi Kang is genin. That's conforming to the rules. Han Guang had no reason to refuse. Well, since Hokage has no objection, so be it. Fourth Raikage was the first to agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Raikage took out the list of participants of Cloud Shinobi Village. Several people were dumbfounded when they scanned the names above. I saw Killer Bee clearly written on the list. Uncle Worry, you Cloud Shinobi Village let Eight Tails Jinchuriki take the Chunin exam. Onoki exploded again. You were worse than Sunagaku. Mizukage also expressed dissatisfaction. Cloud Shinobi Village is cheating. Chiyo was also angry. Although Scorch-style Yekora is a blood follower, genin from other ninja villages still has a chance. What about Cloud Shinobi Village? Send Eight Tails Jinchuriki directly to take the Chunin exam. How does this make the genin of other ninja villages take the test? Facing the strong dissatisfaction of several people, Fourth Raikage shook his head. He responded. B, it's indeed genin. Feel free to investigate that if you want. You can't exclude Bai because he is Jinchuriki. If so, how will Bai be promoted to Chunin in the future? Regarding Fourth Raikage's remarks, several people looked at each other, completely unable to refute. Finally, they all looked at Han Guang. Want Hokage Han Guang to judge? According to Raikage, Killer Bee is genin and can indeed take the Chunin exam. Han Guang thought for a moment and gave the answer. This made Onoki and the others dumbfounded. They never imagined that Han Guang would agree to Killer Bee's participation. Hokage, you have to think clearly. If Killer Bee participates, your Konoha genin will also suffer. Chiyo reminded. Yeah Hokage, you have to think clearly. Onoki also persuaded. Hey, I'm afraid all the genin in our villages will be defeated by Killer Bee. Mizukage sighed. Only. Facing the persuasion of several people, Han Guang did not change his mind. I, Han Guang, have always been fair and just in doing things. Therefore, I have no reason to refuse Killer Bee to participate. Han Guang's tone was sonorous and forceful. At this moment, his body exudes the brilliance of justice. As expected of Hokage, Raikage praised. The other three rolled their eyes in unison. Next, Mizukage also came up with a list of participants. Loquat Juzo Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost Black Holea Kisame Terumi May Peachland Never Cut. Several people glanced at the names above, and glanced at Mizukage one by one. If I remember correctly, the three people in front are members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, right? Chiyo frowned, puzzled. It's indeed the Mist Ninja 7. Mizukage, don't tell me, these 3 guys are still genin. Onogi said in a bad tone. He could tell that these people had all come prepared. It was obviously a Chunin exam, but there were a lot of jonin among the contestants, including Jinchuriki. How to test this TM? Ahem, the 3 of them are indeed genin. You can also investigate this point. Mizukage imitated Raikage's routine and gave the reason. He's not worried about the investigation. Because all the materials of these 3 people were destroyed, leaving only genin's data. Hokage, what do you think? Ying asked. Well, as long as it is genin, it complies with the regulations. Han Guang said the competition rules. Oh, Onoki sighed and shook his head. Then, he took out Iwagaku's list of exhibitors. Several people hurriedly watched. Wait a minute, the Red Sand Scorpion. Chiyo frowned. Oh, this man, he joined our Iwagaku, who happened to be genin. Is there a problem? Onogi looked at Chiyo with a puzzled expression. Also my Sunagaku people. Chiyo said this sentence. No, this brat once said that he is no longer from Sunagaku. Onoki shook his head. Then, he looked at Han Guang. Hokage, isn't this a violation? Well, it doesn't count. Han Guang responded. Chapter 214 Han Guang. I am also genin. It is reasonable to take the Chunin exam. Please customize. Meeting. Chiyo and Onogi are still arguing. I can tell you clearly that the Red Sand Scorpion is my grandson, and you Rock Shinobi must have kidnapped him. Chiyo stood up and glared at Onoki. No wonder his grandson disappeared, it turned out to be captured by Rock Shinobi. Don't just open your mouth and come here. Onoki shook his head, not as knowledgeable as this crazy woman. Seeing that Onoki had no intention of releasing him, Chiyo looked at Han Guang for help. After all, Han Guang is the host, and the other party should uphold justice in such matters. That's it. Han Guang knocked on the table. He glanced at the 2 of them, and said, Go and call the Scarlet Sand Scorpion, you can confront them face to face. Following Han Guang's voice fell. Anbu Anko left in an instant. After a while, a red-haired teenager is ushered in. Scorpion. Seeing the boy, Chiyo looked excited. However, Scorpion just glanced at Chiyo, and then walked to Onoki. Shie, have you been threatened? Don't be afraid, Hokage is in charge here, so you can speak up. Chiyo said anxiously. No, I joined Iwagaku voluntarily. Scorpion shook his head with a calm tone. This, Chiyo couldn't believe it. How? Let me just say he did it voluntarily. Onogi glanced at Chiyo with a contemptuous tone. Okay, Since the facts are clear, let's do this. Han Guang waved his hand, ending the farce. Stacking up the list of contestants from the 4 great ninja villages, Han Guang waved to the door. Go get our Konoha contestant list. Yes. Anko nodded and left quickly. After a while, the list was brought. Several people hurriedly watched. Uchiha Obito Uchiha Shisui Nohara Lin Anko Yahiko. On Konoha's list of contestants, there are more than a dozen rows of names densely packed, and there are dozens of people. Seeing the end, Onoki and the others were stunned. He rubbed his eyes, as if he felt that he was wrong. I see. The last contestant on the list turned out to be Han Guang. Wait a minute, 4th Hokage. What do you mean? Why are you among the exhibitors? Reikage looked confused. Isn't this too unfair? Shio's eyes almost popped out. It's just a Chunin exam. Hokage, are you going to do it yourself? Mizukage also expressed dissatisfaction. Hokage, don't you want to say that you are also genin? Onagi's face was ugly. Facing doubts from several people, Han Guang waved to Anbu again. Go get my genin certificate. Okay. Anko suppressed a smile and left like the wind. Soon, she came with Han Guang's genin certificate. Come on, everyone, I'm a real genin. So, isn't it reasonable for me to take the Chunin exam? Throwing the proof on the table, Han Guang gestured. A few people looked at the shining genin proof. Each of them looked like they had eaten a fly. They thought they had prepared enough, but Hokage prepared even better. Han Guang is genin. To say you are super cage level is conservative. Has anyone seen Tangtang Hokage taking the Chunin exam? I suddenly remembered, Killer Bee seems to be unwell. I, Cloud Shinobi, have decided to withdraw from this Chunin exam. 4th Reikage spoke. Oh, are you sure? Han Guang's eyes narrowed, his tone was cold. Then, he continued. What I hate the most, Han Guang, are people who break the rules. Whoever breaks the rules, I will be forced to beat him to death. Hearing Hokage's threatening words, 4th Reikage opened his mouth and swallowed back the words. In terms of breaking the rules, who can be more beautiful than you? This is the most sincere thought in the hearts of those present. Field. Han Guang glanced at the few people who were silent, and nodded in satisfaction. Now that the list of contestants has been finalized, let's take a stroll around the village first. Stand up, one up. After all, the other small and medium ninja villages have not yet arrived, and the Chunin exam still needs to be in the first lotus. Walking out of the conference room, Onoki chased him out. Hokage, I brought 8 people who need to engrave the ability to fly. Let's talk after the exam. Han Guang waved his hand and walked away. As Han Guang left, Tsuchikage Onogi sighed. Reikage and the others also came out, all with droopy faces. They did all their calculations, but they never expected that Han Guang would take this step. Now, the contestants in their respective ninja villages might die a lot. On the street, Han Guang rubbed his belly and walked towards the ramen shop. He didn't even eat in the morning, so he went to the 5 shadow meeting. It was almost noon when the meeting ended. Ichiraku ramen shop. Shoda stared at Han Guang suspiciously. He knew it was Hokage, but he always felt that Master Hokage seemed to be running away from the order again. Why are you looking at me like that? Han Guang picked up the chopsticks and said casually. I'm afraid you'll run away again. Handa said bluntly. Hey, didn't I give you the money when I came back? That's different. Handa shook his head. Giving money for meals is justified. But what about this 4th Hokage? He ordered noodles but didn't eat them, and he came back to pay after several days. Snapped. Putting the money on the table, Han Guang motioned for it. 2,000, no need to look for it. Thank you Hokage-sama. The tone of the slapping hand suddenly changed, and it became much more enthusiastic. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and Kushina ran towards the ramen shop. Han Guang. Running to him, Kushina's face was terrified. Warm. What's the matter? Han Guang looked suspicious. Namikaze Minato. He's back. Kushina's tone was anxious. Ms. Minato is back, isn't it a good thing? Han Guang asked back. No, there's gouache on his face, he's a pervert. Quote question mark quote. It's just gouache, how can it become pervert? Moreover, this was suggested by Mr. Shui himself. The purpose is to cover up the traces of impure world reincarnation. After quickly finishing the noodles in the bowl, Han Guang followed Kushina and left. Residence of Namikaze Minato. When Han Guang walked in, he saw Mr. Minato's face full of lovelessness. Outside the door, Kushina didn't dare to come in, and looked into the room with her head stretched out. Han Guang, I thought about it and decided to go to the back mountain. Namikaze Minato sighed. 0. Teacher, keep it, and when your embryo becomes a baby, you will be born again. Han Guang persuaded. Hey, I'll go to the back mountain and persevere. Saying that, Namikaze Minato stood up. Gouache fell on his face. Baji, looking extremely weird. Outside the door, Kushina got goosebumps all over her body and ran away. Namikaze Minato went to the back mountain. In this regard, Han Guang has no good solution. He has tried his best to revive Mr. Minato, but the problem is, it will take time. Go back to the Hokage office. Han Guang sat on the ladder and casually flipped through the documents on the table. At this time, Enko walked in with a pile of documents. Why so many? Seeing a thick stack of documents being put on the table by Enko, Han Guang's eyelids twitched. This is a notification letter from other ninja villages. Enko responded. Oh, Pick up the file while the light scans over the contents. Kenjiro from the country of grass. Seeing the sender's name, Han Guang was speechless. The content of the document is that Kenjiro is on his way to Konoha village. And this fat man is the leader of the genin of the grass country to take the Chunin exam this time. He's now at the top of the country of grass. Muttering to himself, Han Guang flipped through other documents. Without exception, these are notification letters from other ninja villages, indicating that the genin of these ninja villages are on the way, heading for Konoha. Suddenly, Han Guang discovered a problem. Why is there no notification letter from Rain Shinobi village? Touching his chin, Han Guang narrowed his eyes. All the other ninja villages are here to participate, why not Rain Shinobi village? Hanzo, you're looking down on me, Konoha village. Chapter 215 Tsunade returns to the village. Namikaze Minato is playing again. Please customize. Country of Soup, Happy Casino. A full-chested woman walked out of the casino with a face full of disappointment. Beside him, Shizune hugged the pink piggy and remained silent. Nohara Lin looked strange and left. Walking out of the gate of the casino, Lin hurried to the big-breasted woman. Master Tsunade, 4th Hokage asked you to return to the village. I won't go back. Tsunade waved his hand with a look of impatience. It's all because of Lin, Broomstar. If it wasn't for the appearance of this girl, which affected my gambling luck, how could I lose so badly? Not only did he lose all his money, but he also owed more than 10 million taels to Happy Casino. Seeing Tsunade's reluctance to return to the village, Lin had no choice but to scale up her moves. Master Jiraiya died in battle. Tsunade's expression froze. She turned her head to look at Nohara Lin, with disbelief in her eyes. You said, Jiraiya is dead. Yes, Master Jiraiya died in battle to eradicate Mount Myoboku. 367, Lin nodded. Hearing this reason, Tsunade's expression was even more puzzled. Jiraiya attacking Mount Myoboku. Why? How could he attack Mount Myoboku? Tsunade shook his head, in disbelief. More than anyone else, Tsunade is well aware of Jiraiya's relationship with Mount Myoboku. If it weren't for the cultivation of Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya wouldn't be able to get the title of Sannin at all. It can be said that Mount Myoboku is much more helpful to Jiraiya than Konoha village. In this case, Tsunade was the first to disbelieve when Jiraiya was told to fight Mount Myoboku. I don't know the exact reason. I only heard that Mount Myoboku tried to destroy the village. So Master Jiraiya took the scroll of forbidden technique to Mount Myoboku and then died with Mount Myoboku. Lin told the information she knew. Field. Tsunade fell silent. For this reason, she can barely accept it. Mount Myoboku was about to destroy Konoha village, and Jiraiya chose to protect the village. Unfortunately, the third generation is in power, and Konoha is not worth protecting. Tsunade shook his head and whispered to himself. Her voice was very low, but Lin could still hear her. It is not the third generation that is in power in the village now, but the 4th Hokage is in power. Lin explained. What? Third generation stepped down. Tsunade looked surprised. She has been in the casino for a long time and has no information about Konoha village. Who is the 4th Hokage? Danzo, Orochimaru, or Namikaze Minato? Tsunade asked hastily. Neither. 4th Hokage is Han Guang. Lin replied. Han Guang. Who is Han Guang? Tsunade looked confused. In her memory, is there such a strong person in the village? He is the disciple of teacher Minato, the captain of class 9. Lin explained. Tsunade looked skeptical. Disciple of Namikaze Minato, isn't that only 12 or 13 years old? Are Hokage election standards so low in the village right now? Seeing that Master Tsunade didn't seem to believe it, Lin took out a few scrolls from her arms and handed them over. Here's some information about Han Guang. Lin thought she was too witty. Fortunately, she made some preparations and brought Han Guang's information with her. Tsunade took the scroll and began to browse. Then, her expression changed from puzzlement to surprise, from surprise to shock. Finally, she couldn't help expressing emotion. This Han Guang's talent is comparable to my grandfather's. I can't help but comment on it, and his record is amazing. At the age of 12, not only defeated the ninja troops of the major ninja villages, but also overwhelmed the other 4 cages, making Konoha village the only victor in the war. Unfortunately, I still won't go back to the village. Tsunade shook his head. If Jiraiya is seriously injured, she can go back to the village for treatment. But now that Jiraiya is dead, it doesn't make sense for her to go back. Are you really not going back? Lin asked. No, Tsunade said flatly. That's a pity. The 4th generation said that it will judge the 3rd generation in a few days and give justice to the Senju clan. Lin sighed, turned her head and left. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wait a moment, Tsunade spoke up. Lin, who was on her back, was overjoyed and returned to normal. You said, Han Guang is going to judge the 3rd generation. Tsunade asked with a frown. Yes, Lin nodded. That's it. Tsunade was lost in thought. If what Rin Nohara said is true, then when the 3rd generation is being judged, important figures from the Senju clan need to be present. The only person who can represent the Senju clan with weight is himself. It's not impossible to go back to the village. At this moment, Tsunade's tone softened. Then, she turned her head to look at the casino, and continued. However, I owe a lot of money now, can the village help me pay it? Ah, this. Lin looked confused. How could the village's money pay off Tsunade's gambling debts? Lin knew that even if Han Guang became a Hokage, he would still live in a small courtyard that was not too spacious. Han Guang doesn't even spend the village's money, so how can he repay Master Tsunade's debt? The village's money is definitely not enough, but I know that Han Guang has a lot of money. Lin muttered, really? Fourth Hokage has a lot of money. Tsunade's face softened a lot and asked. Yes, I saw that there are hundreds of millions in the box at his house, and there is no place. Lin replied. Work, what are you waiting for? Tsunade looked serious and urged. Warm. Lin was taken aback. Let's hurry back to the village. Fourth Hokage invited me back to the village so sincerely, how could I refuse? Tsunade couldn't wait. Fourth Hokage Han Guang, 12 years old. It would be easy for Tsunade to cheat. Ah bah, get funding from such a brat. Hokage office. Han Guang picked up the pen and wrote a task on the scroll. Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo. The whole ninja world is here to take the Chunin exam, but you are not coming to Rain Shinobi Village. If that's the case, then you can't blame me. Muttering to himself, I wrote the task content with the light source. After winding up the scroll, he left the office. Coming to the back mountain, Han Guang found Teacher Minato lying flat on the tree. Throwing the scroll over casually, Namikaze Minato grabbed it firmly. What's this? Task. Oh, Namikaze Minato opened the scroll and glanced at the contents. Get rid of Hanzo. Yes. What's the reason? He looks down on me Konoha village. Han Guang's reason is very good. Then, he explained a sentence. For the Chunin exam, only Rain Shinobi village didn't send anyone. That's it. Namikaze Minato nodded. He understood what Han Guang meant. Today's Konoha village is the center of the entire ninja world. If you can't be friends, then you must be enemies. Need not. This means that I can continuously cast the Flying Thunder God technique. The gouache is gone. The unique Impure World Reincarnation logo is revealed. I now have an immortal body, infinite chakra. The demigod of the ninja world. I am really looking forward to fighting him. 0.3. Standing up, Namikaze Minato moved his hands and feet. Seeing how confident Teacher Minato was, Han Guang nodded. Just a moment. Also, Hanzo's poison has no effect on me. Teacher, do you need me to seal another technique for you? Han Guang stretched out his hand. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. He looked at Han Guang with strong confidence on his face. The gouache on his face began to fall off again. Unfortunately, Rain Shinobi village has no desire to communicate with Konoha. Teacher, I'm waiting for your good news. This time, Namikaze Minato refused. Han Guang, if I can't beat Hanzo like this, then I'm not qualified to be your teacher. Chapter 216. Before the Chunin exam started, San Shinobi Hakuro was frightened and fainted. Please customize. Today's Konoha village is extremely lively. Quite a few genins lined up in long queues to receive their squad cards. Might Dai and his son came earlier, and soon received the team card for the Chunin exam. Only, after getting the number 12 plate, the father and son looked around. No, why are there only 3 of us in the other teams? Might Guy scratched his head with a puzzled look on his face. Well, is it possible that 2 of your teammates abandoned you? Dai reminded him tactfully. Compared with his son, Dai knows some exam rules. Participating teams can only be 3-person teams. However, because Dai himself participated in the competition, his son's team was overcrowded, so the other 2 teammates wisely found someone else to form a team. That's the end. Guy's tone was quite disappointed. How could it be over? Our father and son duo may be able to pass the customs all the way. Dai cheered for his son. But Dad, the 2 of us only know taijutsu. If I had known this, I should have learned a few ninjutsu. I regretted it a bit. Only physical skills, great shortcomings. Others only need to make a clone of the detonating talisman, and he and his father will fall into the pit. Guy, physique is very strong. Zai said with a straight face. Unfortunately, Guy didn't listen. Seeing that his son was still concerned about ninjutsu, Might Dai pointed to several fog ninjas not far away. Guy, can you recognize a few people? Warm. Guy followed his father's finger to look, with a dazed look on his face. Looking at the forehead protectors of those ninjas, it should be Miss Ninja, but I don't seem to recognize them. Think about it carefully. Among these few people, is there someone who has chased and killed you? Dai reminded. Well, it seems to be. Guy remembered something. This is your shortcoming. Dai sighed. He patted his son's head, and said earnestly, your memory is so bad, even if you have learned ninjutsu, what should you do if you forget at a critical moment? Ah this. Guy looked ashamed. Dad was right. My memory was indeed off by 1,000,000 points. Otherwise, when I was in the ninja school, I wouldn't have mixed into Han Guang's small circle at the tail of the crane. Warm. Dad, we can find Han Guang to form a team. Suddenly, Guy thought of Han Guang. He clearly remembered that Han Guang was also genin, and the other party also said that he would also take the Chunin exam. Are you looking for 4th Hokage to form a team? Do you think he will have no team? Dai shook his head. Let's not say that Han Guang is Hokage. You must know that the opponent is the captain of the 9th class. Even if he participates in the competition, he is looking for teammates in the 9th class. Dad, look, isn't that Han Guang? Guy turned his head and found Han Guang walking. Although Han Guang is Hokage, he also has to take the Chunin exam, so he also came to line up to get the team card. Just appeared. Han Guang received all the attention. Han Guang, Master Hokage, why did Hokage come to line up? Shouldn't he also take the Chunin exam? Facing the discussion of the crowd, Han Guang smiled and nodded to the people around him. Then, He stood behind the queue. Isn't it? You're also participating. Morino Ibiki turned his head in front of him with a dazed face. Is there a problem? Han Guang asked in surprise. You are already Hokage, why are you still participating? Xiaoxi's head was full of black lines. Why is Yi Kang-sama sweating on his face? Not good. Yi Kang-sama passed out due to heatstroke. Warm. Yes, we might be able to do it with Master Yi Kang. He's Hokage, how could he participate? Another Sand Shinobi was puzzled. This is totally cheating. His words were not loud, but almost all the people present heard them. Several Sand Shinobi turned their heads to look at fourth Hokage at the end of the line, all dumbfounded. By the way, we have Master Yi Kang. Master Yi Kang is a strong man who can retreat from Han Guang's hands. Suddenly, a Sand Shinobi patted his forehead and looked at Yi Kang. This chapter is relatively short, and there is another chapter tonight, which is a big chapter. Several Sand Shinobi contestants were in a hurry, carrying the leaf warehouse and ran towards the Konoha hospital. This includes Konoha's genin, as well as ninjas from other ninja villages not far away. Come on man. Hearing the wailing of several genin, the strongest Sand Shinobi Hakura's eyelids twitched. Among the Sand Shinobi contestants. Wait a minute, 4th Hokage Han Guang is also taking the Chunin exam. A Sand Shinobi's eyeballs almost popped out, and his tone was terrified. Master Yi Kang, what's wrong with you? She never imagined that the ninja world's pinnacle countryman would actually fight in the fish pond game. Oh, this is the end. It is said that the 4th Hokage alone wiped out our Sand Shinobi's frontline troops. It's different. Hokage is just a position, I'm still genin. Han Guang explained. Chapter 217 Hokage's Privileges. Tsunade looking for Han Guang. Please customize. After receiving the team number plate, Han Guang left. He didn't bother to talk to other people. As Hokage, Han Guang is fair and just. As soon as he returned to Hokage's office, Han Guang was surprised to find that 2 consultants came again. 4th generation, the succession ceremony can be held tomorrow. Uchiha Kaharu said holding a set of Hokage costumes. She handed over the costume and waited for Han Guang's response. No. Han Guang waved his hand and refused. Didn't you agree? Why did you change your mind? Mitokado Homura looked puzzled. This kind of thing, those who should know will know it, and those who don't know, why should they care? This. The 2 advisors looked at each other. Hokage Max, they can't help it. Anything else? Han Guang asked. Well, what are you going to do about 3rd generation? Mitokado Homura asked. Public trial. But after the end of the Chunin exam, Han Guang gave the answer. Hearing the way of the trial, Homura and Kaharu looked a little unnatural. Will this be too heavy? Uchiha Kaharu advised. Heavy. Han Guang smiled. He glanced at the 2 of them, and his tone became cold. Why didn't you feel heavy when the 3rd generation entrapped the Senju clan? Hitaki Sakuma was wronged and died. Where are you? He signed humiliating treaties one after another, don't you 2 know? Now, you tell me that the public trial of 3rd generation is serious. Having said that, Han Guang walked up to the 2 of them. You should be thankful that you didn't engage in some small tricks secretly. Otherwise, you would have been busted with the generation. Han Guang's tone was extremely severe. This startled the 2 of them. They knew very well that Han Guang's methods were extremely sinister and vicious, and once he was noticed by the other party, there was nowhere to run. We know. Mitokado Homura nodded, and pulled Kaharu out. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Han Guang stopped the 2 of them. This made Homura and Kaharu's hearts rise to their throats. How is the arrangement of the written test for the Chunin exam? Han Guang asked a very strange question. The test papers have been printed, and the written test can begin after the genin from other ninja villages arrive tomorrow. Uchiha Kaharu replied hastily. That's it. Han Guang touched his chin. Then, he said solemnly, go and get me a test paper. Ah, the 2 were dumbfounded. Didn't the 4th generation repeatedly emphasize that it must be fair and just? Why did the retest circle in advance? What I said is useless. Han Guang narrowed his eyes. I'll get it right away. Mitokado Homura nodded vigorously, pulled Kaharu and ran away. After a while, Han Guang took a written test paper and left the Hokage building slowly. Afternoon. In order to study the test paper, Han Guang found Uchiha Fugaku again and asked the other party to handle the official business as an agent. And he returned home. This jujube tree hasn't come back since he ran away. Looking at the empty courtyard, Han Guang was quite speechless. In order to enjoy the shade, he could only use wood style and planted a tree. In the shade, Han Guang sat on the wooden chair and picked up the test paper. Question 1. The enemy is hiding behind the tree, and you only have 1 shuriken. How do you control the shuriken to hit the enemy behind the tree? A politely calls out the enemy. B insults the enemy, forcing the opponent to jump out. C uses the spiral rotation of the shuriken to make the shuriken form an arc-shaped attack route. D cast shuriken shadow clone technique, forming a saturated attack. To be honest, this first question stumped Han Guang. Because in his understanding, none of the 4 options is suitable for him. After thinking for a moment, Han Guang picked up a pen and added an E option on the back. E throws the shuriken with absolute power, pierces through the trees, and crucifies the enemy. After writing down this option, Han Guang ticked off option E. Hey, I don't know which idiot came up with these questions, but I'm not allowed to add options myself. While muttering to himself, Han Guang's gaze moved down to the second question. Question 2. Your kunai can only shoot up to 20 meters, but the enemy always keeps a distance of 25 meters from you. How can I shoot the enemy with kunai? A polite communication, please approach the enemy. B pretends to run away, tricks the enemy into chasing him, then suddenly turns around and throws kunai. C jumps to the tree, using the height to increase the range. D throws the kunai into the sky, then quickly backs up, so that the fallen kunai hits the enemy's head. Seeing this topic, Han Guang touched his chin. This dog who proposed the question, what kind of question did he propose? He said to himself. According to Han Guang's judgment, this kind of question should be responded to according to the actual situation, and it cannot anchor a specific answer at all. He is very clear that the correct answer to this question is probably C, using trees to increase the range. But the question is, what if there are no trees on the battlefield? What if the warring parties are in the desert? What about on the water? Therefore, this topic itself has a problem. Choose B. You must have pretended to run away, then turned around and threw kunai. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded from beside him. Han Guang turned his head to look, with question marks on his face. I saw that there were several people around me, all of whom were staring at the test paper attentively. When did you come? Han Guang was dumbfounded. He just looked at the questions for a while. How come there are so many people here? Obito, Shisui, Anko, Azuki Shion, Yamato, Yahiko, Nagato. 7 people gathered around, staring at the test paper with their eyes wide open. I'm guessing right. Han Guang is Hokage. How could it be possible the one who won the king would not have a written test paper? Obito looked smug, and stared at the test paper again. This is the test paper for the written test. It seems to be more difficult. Anko commented and continued to read the questions. I'll write down the test paper first, and go back and look up the answers. Shisui turned on Sharingan and muttered to himself. Several other people did not speak, and they were all trying to memorize the above topic. It's okay, don't let it out. Han Guang stood up and reminded. Then, he looked at Shisui. Shisui, give me the correct answer tonight. Okay. Yi Shui nodded. After explaining, Han Guang left with strides. Konoha village mouth. Tsunade hurried back to the village. Once back in the village, she immediately walked towards the Hokage building. Little sheep, I've come to see you. Chapter 218 Tsunade steals money, Han Guang and Tsunade's encounter. Please customize. On the street, Tsunade slowed down. She originally planned to go directly to the Hokage building, but along the way, Tsunade found that there were other ninjas from Ninja Village on the streets of the village. Ninjas from Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi. Seeing this situation, Tsunade was quite puzzled. Fortunately, she heard some ninja talk, and then she understood. So the Chunin exam will be held soon. With a daze on his face, Tsunade continued to walk towards the Hokage building. Passing by the ramen shop, Tsunade paused. She turned her head to look into the store with a suspicious expression on her face. Are you, third Tsuchikage? Seeing a small ninja eat ramen again, Tsunade rubbed his eyes. Suck slip. Onoki took a sip of his noodles and turned his head to look at the woman in front of him. Oh, so it's Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Tsuchikage, why are you eating ramen here? Didn't Hokage treat you? Tsunade's tone was full of surprise. Tsuchikage came to Konoha village, but 4th Hokage didn't accept him. Let him eat ramen alone. If this news gets out, Yin Yi's face will be completely humiliated. Ahem, ramen is pretty good, and I'm not the only one. Onoki 920 didn't care, and gestured to his side. Tsunade looked at the others, even more surprised. Duchio from San Shinobi village. Tsunade looked shocked. It's you, Konoha village's antidote. Chio glanced at the other party, her tone neither salty nor weak. Chio doesn't like Tsunade. This woman once made an antidote and solved all her poisons. Then these two people. This is Cloud Shinobi's 4th Raikage, and that is 4th Mizukage. Onoki introduced. This. After a brief greeting, Tsunade left. He felt that 4th generation Han Guang's approach was too inappropriate. The power holders of the 4 major ninja villages came to Konoha village, but they let them eat ramen. How did this Hokage work? Entering the Hokage building, Tsunade pushed the door open and walked into the office. Are you Uchiha Fugaku? Seeing Fugaku sitting on a chair and doing business, Tsunade was stunned again. Didn't it say that Han Guang is 4th Hokage? How did this become Uchiha Fugaku again? Senior Tsunade. Fugaku raised his head and greeted with a smile. Are you 4th Hokage? Tsunade tried to ask. No, I was entrusted by the 4th generation to temporarily handle official duties. Fugaku Kaido. Then, he lowered his head again and continued to correct the document. What about the 4th generation? Maybe at home. Fugaku replied without looking up. This 4th Hokage, it's really outrageous. With a bad impression of Han Guang in his heart, Tsunade left the office. After asking around on the street, Tsunade found Han Guang's residence. Walking into the yard, she found no one there. It seems that he is not at home. Mumbling to himself, Tsunade was about to leave. But when he reached the gate, her footsteps stopped again. She suddenly thought of one thing. Nohara Lin said before that there are several hundred million taels in Han Guang's house. As Hokage, it's definitely not safe to keep so much money at home. I'll take care of it for him first. Convincing himself with a good reason, Tsunade crept into the house. As soon as she entered the room, her eyes began to shine and she looked around. What is this? Walking to the table, Tsunade found a glass vessel containing a throbbing sarcoma. No matter how you look at it, this thing looks like an unformed embryo. It's disgusting. How could this fourth Hokage do such a thing? With a look of disgust, Tsunade began to rummaging through boxes and boxes. Until one, she squatted down and pulled out a money box from under the bed. The money is too casual, isn't it? Fortunately, I met me. If this was replaced by someone else, CHDJ would definitely steal it. Looking at the banknotes in the box, Tsunade sighed. In order to prevent others from stealing the money, she decided to keep it for fourth Hokage first. Picking up the box, Tsunade's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. With so much money, not only can you pay off the debt, but you can also gamble for a long time. Zizi. As soon as he walked into the yard, a white figure emerged from the ground. Tsunade paused and looked at the unknown creature. What are you? How dare you sneak into Hokage's house? Tsunade demanded sharply. Tsunade, I should be the one who asked you this question. White Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded, quite emotional. Your voice. Tsunade froze. The voice seemed familiar to her, it seemed, much like Orochimaru. Are you Orochimaru? Tsunade tried to ask. That was my former name. Orochimaru said softly, staring straight at the box. Immediately, he continued. Put the box back, this is not your money. As long as you don't tell me, who will know? I can give you some. Tsunade took out a pile of money and gestured. You're so stubborn. Orochimaru shook his head. Back mountain. Han Guang stood at the foot of the mountain, speechless. Clatter. Several rocks rolled from the top of the hill and hit Gedo statue. This is Haoshin protesting, expressing dissatisfaction with the Gedo statue occupying its own area. Pity. The Gedo statue has no intention of moving. The area here is so big, can't you be more tolerant? Han Guang put his hips on his hips and began to teach Haoshin. As a result, a stone fell from the sky and fell towards Han Guang. Snapped. Catch the stone, let the light shake his head. Do you feel wrong? Then do you know that Gedo statue just doesn't have the same knowledge as you? If you really want to fight, you can be trampled to pieces. With his words fell, seeing Han Guang coming, Orochimaru spoke. In the yard, who is so courageous? Dare to steal your own money? Han Guang looked surprised. At this moment, a white Zetsu came out from the ground. Orochimaru went underground and disappeared without a trace. Master Han Guang, I'm leaving first. The back hill is quiet. When Han Guang walked in, he saw Tsunade holding the box tightly, with a vigilant look on his face. With a flash of his figure, Han Guangxi lost his place. Field, Zizi, whoosh, Han Guang waved his hand. What? Only Han Guang and Tsunade are left. Master Han Guang, someone stole your money and was discovered by Orochimaru. Chapter 219 Domineering Han Guang, tamed Tsunade. Please customize. In the yard, Tsunade and Han Guang have big eyes to small eyes. In Tsunade's opinion, Han Guang is too young. As long as I fool around a few words, don't I get money? By contrast, Han Guang's gaze was full of scrutiny, and after a while, it moved to Tsunade's face. What? Hold my money and treat it as yours. Han Guang's tone was flat. I just keep it for you. Now that you're back, I'll give it back to you. Tsunade spoke sternly and explained. With that said, she put the box on the ground. Fourth generation, your money is too casual. If I find out in time, I'm afraid it will be stolen by others. Tsunade did not forget to warn. Yeah, Han Guang touched his chin. He can see that this so-called Tsunade-ji, one of the Sannin, is an eye for money. Stealing money is so grandiose. Walking in front of Tsunade, Han Guang looked down at the box. Then, his eyes went to the chest of the other party. Will you let me pick it up, or will you pick it up yourself? Warm. Tsunade was taken aback. She hid the money very secretly. How did Jin Guang see it? Maybe the other party is just suspicious. Is he cheating on himself? I don't know what you're talking about. Tsunade looked innocent. Oh, don't blame me. Han Guang sighed, and stretched out his palm like lightning. Then, his hand went straight into Tsunade's clothes. Tsunade people are stupid. She never dreamed that this brat actually found out. Clatter. The next moment, Han Guang grabbed out a stack of banknotes. Throwing the banknotes into the box, Han Guang searched carefully again. After searching for a long time, finally, all the banknotes were counted and returned. This moment, Tsunade was extremely angry. His face was flushed with embarrassment, with strong affection. Looking at the ninja world, who dares to be so bold? But Han Guang in front of him fumbled unscrupulously in his clothes for a long time. You little brat, I'm going to kill you. With the creak of the clenched fist, Tsunade couldn't help it, and swung out his left fist. Snapped. Han Guang grabbed the opponent's fist casually, with regret on his face. Tsunade, you don't think I dare hit a woman. You touched me, and you still want to hit me. Tsunade was so angry that his chest trembled. No, you attacked Hokage, how could I only hit you? Han Guang shook his head. Immediately, he yanked his left hand towards Tsunade's chest. Puff. Blood spattered, and Tsunade's chest was pierced. Attack me, but you will die. Han Guang opened his mouth lightly, and retracted his left hand. At this moment, he was holding a bloody heart in his hand. Thump, thump, thump. Tsunade took a few steps back, with disbelief in his eyes. She never dreamed that this brat actually dug out her own heart. A large piece of bloodline spewed out from the mouth, and Tsunade tried to lift his hands up. She wants to remove the 100 healings mark to heal her wounds, otherwise, she will definitely die. Pity. Without the blood supply to the heart, Tsunade couldn't raise his hands at all. She can't seal, can't untie 100 healings mark. You and I. Looking at Han Guang in front of him, Tsunade's mind went blank. Poof. Powerless, she slumped to the ground. Tread. In blurred vision, Tsunade saw the other person approaching. It's just a little bigger breasts, and nothing else can attract me. Han Guang muttered to himself and squatted down. Looking at the dying Tsunade, he patted his face. This is the first and last time. I hope you understand, Princess Tsunade. As he said that, Yongdun chakra gushed out from the palm of Han Guang, pouring it into Tsunade's chest. Zizi. With the influx of Yongdun chakra, Tsunade's heart is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a moment, Tsunade's chest was back to normal. Call. Taking a long breath, Tsunade's face was full of fear, and a shadow of fear was cast in his heart. Han Guang, because it's scary. She had never seen such a domineering ninja. I just stole a little money, and the other party took out my heart. Baji. Throwing away the heart casually, Han Guang stood up. He put his hands on Tsunade's chest and gestured. I'll help you up, Tsunade. Tsunade swore that she had never seen such a brazen person in her life. Ask for flowers. Domineering, ruthless, and a big pervert. Although she resisted in her heart, she dared not refuse. Really, just now the performance of the light is too scary. Clean up these bloodlines and give me a shoulder slap. Lying on the wooden chair, Han Guang said casually. Tsunade's anger spread again, but immediately, she looked at the bloody heart, and her anger subsided again. I shouldn't have come back. At this moment, Tsunade's intestines were green with regret. It's all because of that Nohara Lin, who fooled herself back. Well now, I am under house arrest by 4th Hokage. What, do you want me to teach you how to clean? Seeing Tsunade not moving, Han Guang's voice sank. 0. I see, Tsunade responded angrily. Then, she pouted her butt and began to clean up the bloodline on the ground. After cleaning up, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Han Guang seemed to be asleep. Quietly walking to the wooden chair, Tsunade waved his arms. As a result, Han Guang breathed steadily and did not respond. Ever since, Tsunade's mind became active again. She bent down and picked up the box, ready to slip away. The village must not be able to stay anymore. The best way is to take the money and run away. The moment she turned around, I want to take the box back to the house. Tsunade hastily opened his mouth to defend. Pinch. She found that she was entrusted into the arms of this little pervert. Tsunade was dumbfounded. Oh, really? Han Guang glanced at the other party with a lukewarm tone. Han Guang stretched and sat up from the chair. With a sincere face, Tsunade went back to the house with the box. But she dared not resist. Let's go, let's take a bath in the happy soup bath. After more than 10 minutes. Next, she squatted on the ground, holding Han Guang's shoulders with a serious face. Pill. Glancing at the stiff Tsunade in his arms, Han Guang stood up. Soon, she came out with empty hands. Because, the other party can dig out his heart again at any time. Tsunade was horrified to find that Han Guang on the chair had opened his eyes. Chapter 220 Han Guang makes teeth Tsunade. A high-sounding reason for the arrest. Please customize. Evening. Han Guang took Tsunade into the happy soup bath. Senior Tsunade. As soon as he saw the visitor, Kushina immediately recognized him. It's Kushina. Tsunade nodded with a faint smile on his face. Why did you come back? Kushina came over and took Tsunade's hand. Afternoon. Tsunade replied. Han Guang didn't bother the two of them, but leaned against the corridor, watching the scene quietly. Hey, I just received the number plate of the participating team. At this time, Conan leaned to his side and whispered. Oh, isn't that good? Han Guang turned his head and spoke calmly. Conan entered the competition, and he personally wrote his name on it. However, instead of putting Conan on the same team as Yahiko and Nagato, Han Guang assigned him to his own team. May 20th. Of course, to be fair, Han Guang kicked Obito out of the squad. Side, Kushina and Tsunade are still chatting. By the way, Senior Tsunade, you should know, right? What? Third generation was captured by Han Guang. I know, that's right, the two of you came together, you must have communicated. Kushina nodded. Then, she asked again. Then where do you live when you come back? Are you going to live with your family? Well, I don't know yet. Tsunade gave a vague answer. She really doesn't know. Because I am now under house arrest by Han Guang, I can't decide where to live. Then you might as well live here. Kushina suggested. Here, Tsunade mused. Yes, you may not know, this is Han Guang's property. Kushina said with a smile. Really? Tsunade's mind skipped a beat. She really didn't realize that this brat is so rich. Originally, Tsunade thought that those hundreds of millions of taels were obtained by Han Guang through disgraceful means, but now it seems that this is not the case. The time is right now. I'm going to cook. You must stay for dinner. Kushina is in a good mood. As she spoke, she waved to Conan. I'm going to help. Conan dropped the words and followed Kushina away. Here, only Han Guang and Tsunade remained in the hall. What, you want me to carry you in? Tsunade said calmly. No need. Tsunade's expression was not right, and he walked over sullenly. The two walked to the end of the corridor and entered the bath one after another. In the bath, the mist was misty. In Han Guang's sight, Tsunade at this moment is like a fresh cup of tea. Only by soaking slowly can you taste a different taste. Make tea. Into many steps. First, Han Guang tore open the packaging bag and saw the fresh tea leaves inside. After testing the fullness of the tea leaves with his hands, Han Guang nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he put the tea into his mouth and chewed it lightly. Tasting, he tasted the taste of milk. Next, he put the tea into the water and steeped it. During this period, it is indispensable to rub the tea leaves to make them thoroughly cleaned. The waves are churning. This means the water has boiled, accompanied by the hissing of the teapot. After a long time, the tea leaves were soaked. Han Guang stood up, turned his head and walked away. Wait a minute, I don't have any clothes to wear. Tsunade hid in the corner of the bath, pleading in her voice. Oh, I'll ask someone to get it for you. Han Guang glanced at the torn clothes and responded casually. Then, he walked away. BD, you won't recognize anyone if you put on your pants. Tsunade was indignant. After a while, Conan ran into the bath and brought a suit of clothes. Senior Tsunade, why have all your clothes been torn off? Looking at the torn clothes, Conan looked puzzled. Well, it's too boring, I'm tearing it up. Tsunade responded lightly, and brought the clothes over. Whose clothes are these? After making gestures, she found that the clothes fit well. I don't know. Conan shook his head. She has only been here for a day, and many people don't know her. When Tsunade got dressed and came to the hall, she was surprised to find that Han Guang was serving the dishes. This has greatly improved her perception of Han Guang. After all, Han Guang was too bad before. Now it's just serving a dish, and the score is going up. The food was served quickly. The four sat together. During the meal, Kushina started chatting with Tsunade again. Senior Tsunade, where have you been all these years? Traveling between various countries. Tsunade thought for a while and gave a standard answer. I'm so envious of you, you can enjoy many different scenery, right? Kushina was full of envy. Well, almost. Tsunade nodded. She felt that she had no problem answering. The situation in casinos varies greatly from country to country. Sighed. Han Guang eats with his head depressed, too lazy to tell Gangzi's lies. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps sounded from outside the store, and Shizune ran in holding the pink pig. It's not good, Master Tsunade. The people from Happy Casino have chased after them to the village. Shizune shouted anxiously as soon as he entered the hall. Then, the hall suddenly fell silent. Happy Casino. Kushina looked confused. Why is the name of this casino so similar to Happy Soup? And, Shizune yelled, could it be that Tsunade-senpai owed money to the casino? At this moment, Tsunade's face was extremely ashamed. The character set she had just maintained collapsed in the blink of an eye. I.3 is only owed for 1 day, how dare they chase after the village? Tsunade was angry. It's because you returned to the village, Master Tsunade, that's why they came after you. Shizune whispered. Hearing this reason, Tsunade was speechless. Her heart was in a hurry. So far, there are not many people who know that they owe money. Once they delay, they will lose all face. Especially, now that there are other ninjas in the village. Involuntarily, Tsunade looked at Han Guang. Click. Han Guang put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked up at Shizune. Go tell the security team and arrest those debt collectors first. I will go to the trial tomorrow. As for the reason, let's say they intend to assassinate Ying. Chapter 221 Nine Tails. I was almost punched to death by Han Guang. Please customize. After dinner, it seems that because of the collapse of the character design, Tsunade ran into the room in a hurry and couldn't come out. Conan started clearing the dishes. Kushina gave a signal and left the hall with Han Guang. Under the night, the two came to the back mountain. Senior Kushina, is there something important that you can't say that? Han Guang couldn't hold back anymore. He was a little confused about Kushina's intentions. Han Guang, it's not my business, but Nine Tails. Kushina looked serious. Oh, Han Guang was slightly surprised. Nine Tails, looking for me? Yeah, it said it was a very important thing. That's it. Han Guang nodded. You put your hand on me and use chakra to connect to the consciousness of Nine Tails, Kushina reminded. No need. Han Guang shook his head. His spiritual will surged out and penetrated into Kushina's body. At the same time, the sealed door in Kushina's body. Han Guang's spirit condensed into a body. Through the sealed door, he saw the giant Nine Tails behind the door. 27 inches little devil, you are finally here. Nine Tails opened his eyes. Tell me, what do you want from me? Han Guang said lightly. I sense the body of 10 Tails. Nine Tails' tone was full of dignity. Han Guang. That's it. He thought Nine Tails was looking for him for a big deal. So it was because of Ghetto Statue. It's no surprise that Nine Tails can sense the Ghetto Statue. Because, this thing is in the back mountain. Little ghost, don't be careless. The body of 10 Tails should not be in the ninja world. Its appearance will definitely bring disaster. Nine Tails solemnly urged, is there anything else? Han Guang waved his hand, not interested in continuing to listen. He is very clear about Nine Tails' worries. However, the crisis has cleared itself. In the next step, Han Guang will use the dragon veins to go back in time. Of course, he had to deal with the affairs of the village first. Wait a moment. Seeing Han Guang turn around, Nine Tails spoke again. Anything else? Han Guang turned his head. Can you let me out? Nine Tails tried to ask. The reason? Han Guang was quite surprised. He wondered if Nine Tails' mind was broken, why should he let him out? You set Three Tails free, and gave it the ability to fly and transform. I am stronger than Three Tails, and I can be your summoning beast. Nine Tails made a condition. Huh, how do you know about Three Tails? Han Guang looked surprised. Nine Tails has been sealed in Kushina's body. Theoretically speaking, it is impossible to know the news of Three Tails. We tail beasts have a special way of bonding, Nine Tails explained. I see. Han Guang understood. Tail beast space. This is like an independent signal channel, and the nine-tailed beasts can freely enter the tailed beast space to communicate. There's no need for the summoning beast, I can let you out. After thinking for a while, Han Guang agreed to Nine Tails' request. Now, his strength can completely crush Nine Tails, so there is no problem in letting Nine Tails out. Really, thank you so much. Nine Tails was overjoyed, but when you come out, remember not to destroy Konoha. Han Guang's tone carried a hint of warning. Then, he continued, if you destroy Konoha, I don't mind stuffing you into Ten Tails' body. Hearing this warning, Nine Tails' huge body trembled. I promise not to damage Konoha. It nodded vigorously. The spirit exited the sealed door. Han Guang looked at Kushina. Kushina, I'm going to release Nine Tails now, and nothing will happen to you. Warm. Really? Kushina's tone was full of surprise and disbelief. Take the tail beast away, theoretically, she will die too. However, Kushina is very aware of Han Guang's means, and the other party has the ability to bring people back to life. This, she had heard from Conan. Come on. Kushina took a deep breath and lifted up her clothes. On her abdomen, there is an obvious seal. Looking at the seal on the opponent's abdomen, Han Guang pondered for a moment. Warm. Do it, Kushina urged. I just remembered that I won't lift the seal. Han Guang was a little embarrassed. He has never learned the sealing technique. So in Han Guang's eyes, the seal on Kushina's abdomen is just a circle. How to solve this thing? Then I untie it myself. Kushina asked suspiciously. Yes. Han Guang nodded. Under the night, a huge orange-red chakra erupted from the mountain behind Konoha. The red light shone, accompanied by a huge roar. This scene alarmed all the ninjas in the village. Many ninjas walked to the street one after another, watching towards the back mountain. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Suddenly, a huge tailed beast figure appeared. Huge red body, and that iconic Nine Tails. Haha, my Nine Tails is finally out. As soon as it appeared, Nine Tails yelled loudly. Not good. Nine Tails broke the seal. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku's face was extremely tense. Obito, Shisui, follow me to the back mountain. Good. The three of them rushed out and ran towards the back mountain quickly. Oh, here's a good show. Nine Tails is out. Tsuchikage and Reikage stood on the roof, as if watching a play. With Han Guang here, Nine Tails should not be able to break the waves. Killer Bee on the side shook his head, not thinking that Nine Tails could destroy the village. 063 This is not his judgment, but what Eight Tails in his body told him. Whoosh, whoosh. On the street, many ninjas rushed towards the back mountain. The patriarchs of each family led the team in person and rushed to the back mountain. I understand. Nine Tails nodded vigorously, the color of fear in his eyes still not fading. Bang! What the hell kind of power is this? When Uchiha Fugaku rushed to the back hill, he was relieved. They must not let Nine Tails set foot in the village, otherwise the village will be over. Why is Nine Tails lying on the ground? Han Guang is here too. After seeing Yamanaka's situation clearly, Obito nodded. Just now, it was almost beaten to death. Field, don't make such a big commotion next time, understand? Glancing at Nine Tails, Han Guang warned. Nine Tails was lying on the ground, with deep fear in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Nine Tails' huge body crashed to the ground. He also wanted to show off his wood style. Han Guang, the brat, almost killed himself with just one punch. I guessed that the fourth generation was there too. Shisui wasn't overly surprised. Now it seems that there is no chance at all. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration from the back mountain. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Han Guang withdrew his fist and picked up Kushina. Chapter 222 Longevity. Longing for Tsunade and Kushina. Please customize. The appearance of Nine Tails caused quite a stir in the village. However, the sensation soon subsided. The reason is that 4th Hokage Han Guang's combat strength is too strong, and he overwhelmed Nine Tails in an instant. Happy soup bath. Han Guang supported Kushina to sit on the stool. You pulled Nine Tails out, and Kushina is still alive. At this moment, Tsunade's face was unbelievable. Tsunade knows a lot about Jinchuriki. As far as she knows, any Jinchuriki who is drawn from the tailed beast will surely die. But what is the situation with Kushina now? You underestimate me. Han Guang glanced at the other party, then looked at Kushina. How do you feel now? He asked. I just feel very hungry. Kushina rubbed his stomach and said, I'm going to cook. Conan on the side hurried into the kitchen. Kushina, don't you feel any other abnormalities? Tsunade looked carefully and asked. No, I just don't have much strength and I'm a little hungry. Kushina responded. It's amazing, Han Guang, how did you do it? Tsunade looked at Han Guang with a questioning face. Yangdun chakra, what's all the fuss about? Yang escape. Tsunade stared blankly, even more puzzled. Yang escape, bring people back to life. No, if Yangdun can heal wounds, I believe it. But how could Yongdun chakra bring people back to life? Tsunade murmured. Who told you that Yongdun can't be brought back to life? Han Guang asked back. But there's no precedent. Tsunade muttered. Isn't this a precedent? Han Guang said lightly. Then, he looked at Tsunade's forehead. Continued. You sealed a large number of Yin-Dun chakra in your forehead, isn't it also to save your life? I'm different. My Yin-Dun chakra just stimulates the cells to divide rapidly. Tsunade explained. It seems that you still have self-awareness. Quote. When Han Guang said this, Tsunade was not angry, but continued to ask. Yongdun, is it really so magical? That's right. Han Guang nodded. Seeing the thirst for knowledge on Tsunade's face, even Kushina listened attentively, and Han Guang could only briefly explain. Yongdun, developed ultimate, it is vitality. As long as a person's soul is still there, my Yongdun chakra can infuse the life force into the other person's body. In this way, the person will not die. Hearing Han Guang's explanation, Tsunade was thoughtful. Kushina suddenly realized. No wonder, so you replenished my vitality. Right, but, according to what you mean, won't you be able to live forever if you master Yongdun? Tsunade asked suddenly. Of course not. Han Guang shook his head. He explained. Let's put it this way. The foundation of longevity is to master Yongdun. But mastering Yongdun doesn't necessarily mean you can live forever. Yongdun just represents vitality. It has nothing to do with longevity. Do you understand? Field. Tsunade nodded, indicating that he understood. Kushina also knew the characteristics of Yongdun. If there is an old man whose lifespan is nearing the end, then Yongdun cannot extend his lifespan. Is that what it means? Kushina made an analogy. Yes. Han Guang nodded. He has explained it very clearly. But Tsunade still caught a problem here. Just now you said that the foundation of longevity is mastering Yongdun. Then what else is needed? Tsunade looked curious. What, are you interested in longevity? Han Guang asked with a smile. Of course, which woman isn't interested? Tsunade touched his face with longing. If she can live forever, she can keep her current figure forever. This is a great temptation. Han Guang, tell me quickly. What are the other conditions? Kushina also urged. Being questioned by two women, Guang thought for a moment. Then, he spit out a word. Planet energy. Warm. Planetary energy. What is this? Kushina looked puzzled. Can you be more straightforward? Tsunade didn't quite understand either. This word is actually the answer that Han Guang guessed from Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya took the fruit of the sacred tree and gained a long life. And the fruit of the sacred tree absorbs the energy of the planet. Planet energy is a higher energy than natural energy. It is the essence of our planet. I still don't understand. The two women were still a little confused. For this reason, Han Guang can only explain more straightforwardly. Let's put it this way. Humans, animals, plants, rocks, soil, and air. Combine these together, and then refine and extract them, and you will get planetary energy. Isn't this eating people? No, eating everything. Tsunade and Kushina are unbelievable. How does planetary energy come from? If you really want to do this, wouldn't you become a monster? Seeing these two people so shocked, Han Guang spit out another shocking secret. He glanced at Tsunade, and made a subtle gesture. Sealed by two suns. What, you mean, someone has extracted planetary energy? Tsunade's eyes widened, but immediately, she got a question. Where is that person now? Why is there no record of her? This little pervert. Okay, the science is over, and it's time for me to go to bed. She hurriedly asked. How did that person refine it? Was it successful? Did that person live forever? That person's name is Otsutsuki Kagaya. She planted a giant tree, used the tree to absorb the energy of the ninja world, and tempered it into a fruit. Fei Guang said slowly. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Tsunade blushed, and understood Han Guang's meaning. Indeed, if the tree is big enough, it can absorb any matter, even corpses, and transform it into planetary energy. Tsunade Wang Haohao also thinks it is feasible. Actually, someone did this thousands of years ago. Han Guang said softly. Standing up, Han Guang yawned. She was sealed by her two sons. Han Guang shook his head and said. This seems to be really warm. Kushina murmured. They knew it without guessing. It must be because that Otsutsuki Kagaya made too many killings, and then the two sons couldn't stand it anymore and sealed the mother away. Tsunade and Kushina looked at each other, feeling reasonable. After all, it takes a lot of corpses to absorb planetary energy. Chapter 223. Han Guang rides his horse. Tsunade. I accidentally strained myself while practicing. Please customize. In a dark room, Han Guang set out to tame wild horses. At this moment, in Han Guang's eyes, Tsunade is a fierce and unruly wild horse. Only a strong spur can defeat the wildness of the wild horse. The wild horse impacted and rammed straight over. Interesting. Han Guang dodges, grabs the horse's mane, and leaps forward. Yima shook vigorously, trying to throw Han Guang off his back. Pity. Han Guang's hands are like iron tongs, and his body is even more motionless. Snapped. Mustang's was slapped severely, which inspired Mustang to be more wild. But no matter how she struggled to break free, she was always riding on Han Guang's body. Finally, the wildness of the wild horse gradually receded. As an animal trainer, Han Guang naturally has to enter the next stage. Unity of people and horses. The hissing continued, until the middle of the night. All is at peace. Early morning, Han Guang stretched and sat up from the bed. Glancing at the sleeping Tsunade, he first checked the wear and tear of the headlights before leaving the room. Walking out of the happy soup bath, Han Guang glanced at the attribute panel. Strength. 58,642, 6 paths level. It's strength that doubles today. Muttering 900 to himself, he clenched his fists. The power to destroy heaven and earth. Go eat first. Rubbing his belly, Han Guang was going to eat some bowls of ramen. Whoosh, just a few steps away, a figure appeared. Ms. Minato. Seeing Namikaze Minato, Han Guang was pleasantly surprised. Go to my house and talk. Namikaze Minato gestured. Residents of Namikaze Minato. The master and apprentice sat at the table. Han Guang, I failed. Namikaze Minato's tone was rather regretful. Oh, teacher, you can't beat Hanzo. Han Guang looked surprised. According to his analysis, Mr. Minato in the state of impure world reincarnation should be able to beat Hanzo. No, I didn't find Hanzo at all. Namikaze Minato said the reason for the failure. Not found. Han Guang was taken aback. That's right, I searched for a long time, but I didn't find Hanzo in Rain Shinobi. Speaking of which, Namikaze Minato looked regretful. He continued. So, I questioned several of Hanzo's guards. As a result, they didn't know where Hanzo was hiding. Hearing this result, Han Guang touched his chin. He gets it. Most likely, Hanzo was scared by Nagato. So after escaping Sifa back to Rain Shinobi village, I hid alone. It seems that Hanzo is very cautious. Even the guards don't know where he is hiding. Han Guang muttered to himself. Indeed, I suspect that he used the ability of the salamander to hide underground. Namikaze Minato guessed. Very likely. Han Guang nodded. In this way, getting rid of Hanzo will have to wait a little longer. After all, Han Guang has no good way to meet a faceless old yinbi. Let him live longer first. Han Guang is not in a hurry. The other ninja villages are almost here today, aren't they? Namikaze Minato asked. Right. Then the Chunin exam will be held today. Look at the time. If it's all up at noon, then the written test will be held in the afternoon. What about you? You also participate? Yeah, I'm still Genin. Up to this point of communication, Namikaze Minato has a strange expression on his face. He did not believe that Han Guang was simply taking the Chunin exam. This disciple must have a motive in doing things. With your personality, why do you like exams? Do you have other goals? Namikaze Minato asked. Well, a little bit. Han Guang nodded. In terms of understanding of himself, Han Guang feels that no one in the village understands himself better than Mr. Minato. Taking the Chunin exam by myself does have other purposes. At this point, only the teacher guessed. Teacher, I still have something to do in the morning, so I will leave the business to you. Saying goodbye to Mr. Minato, Han Guang went to a ramen shop for a few bowls of ramen. Then, he started visiting. The first one to visit is Might Dai and his son. As soon as he entered the yard, Han Guang saw a father and son walking upside down in the yard. Warm. Dad, I seem to have seen Han Guang. Guy, who was standing upside down, stopped, with a surprised expression on his face. It's not like, it's the fourth generation. Might Dai stood up and walked towards Dianguang with a shazi. Fourth generation, come and sit down. No, Han Guang waved his hand as a gesture. I'm here today to lend you ninjutsu. He explained his purpose. Ninjutsu loan. Might Dai looked confused. Can you borrow ninjutsu? If you want to be smart, you have to be a Might Guy. I see, don't you want to engrave our flying ability for us? Guy was surprised. That's right, Han Guang nodded. Then, with a serious face, he continued, flying ability is not free. From now on, every time you do a mission, I will take 20% of the commission to make up for the cost of flying ability. Hearing what Han Guang said, Might Dai father and son looked at each other. Immediately, the two nodded in unison. We agree. This is the ninjutsu borrowing you said, thank you Han Guang. Guy is not stupid, he knows that Han Guang is helping himself and his father in disguise. Next, Han Guang put his hands on the shoulders of the two, and the spiritual will poured into the two of them. Strength flying. This is the characteristic of spiritual will that Han Guang helped the two imprint. Just finished printing. Might Dai immediately felt something strange. How do I feel that my strength has become stronger? Me too. Unable to bear it, the two began to test it. Konoha. Whirlwind of rigid force. Dai rushed in front of the stake, and threw his right against the stake. Boom. The wooden pile exploded suddenly, turning into debris all over the sky. Might Dai's expression was dull, unbelievable. With the same power, in the past, the stakes would be fine. But now, it directly collapsed. Senior Tsunade, get up and eat. Outside the room, Conan knocked on the door. At this time, Tsunade walked out holding the door. Nguyen, Senior Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Kushina, who was serving the dishes, looked suspicious. Fourth generation, you are so kind to our father and son. Happy soup bath. Ignoring his son, Dai hurriedly looked for Han Guang. Looking around, where is the shadow of Han Guang in the yard? It took a long time before Might came back to his senses. Han Guang has already arrived at Morino Ibiki's house. His plan is simple, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Might Dai was very moved, tears couldn't help but flow down. After a while, that is, all Konoha Genin contestants must be able to fly. Oh, it's all right. I strained myself while practicing taijutsu last night. Tsunade waved his hand and responded. Her footsteps were a little vain, and she staggered into the hall. Dad, how is my flying? At this moment, Guy was flying at a low altitude in the yard, very happy. Chapter 224 Secret Enemy. Han Guang, do you let me do it, or do you do it yourself? Please customize. Underground of Rain Shinobi Village. In a spacious underground cave, Hanzo, who closed his eyes, slowly opened his eyes and released a shadow clone. Sure enough, someone sneaked into the village and assassinated me. Mumbling to himself, Hanzo's tone was suspicious. But why is it the yellow flash of Konoha village? When did I mess with Konoha? Hanzo originally thought that it would be Nagato who would assassinate him, but what he couldn't imagine in his dreams was that it was Namikaze Minato. After thinking about it, he came to a conclusion. Nagato probably took refuge in Konoha village. For Konoha, Hanzo is extremely jealous. The reason is because Konoha village produced a young strong man who caused a sensation in the ninja world. Han Guang. With just a few victories, Hanzo was extremely afraid of Han Guang's strength. But now, it seems that he has been marked as an enemy by Konoha. What a pity. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded from behind. Hanzo turned pale in shock and turned his head hastily. Huh, what are you? Konoha sent you. Seeing the dark figure in front of him, Tien Shin greatly increased. Involuntarily, he put his hand on the mask. As long as the breathing mask is removed, the air he exhales will carry a strong paralyzing toxin. Hanzo, I'm not your enemy. Sombra continued. Saying that, it stepped aside, revealing a stalwart figure behind it. You. Seeing this person's appearance clearly, Hanzo's eyes widened, and his whole body couldn't help trembling. Hanzo, why are you so nervous to see me? You, how are you still alive? I came from the past, and now I am dead. From the past, Hanzo's heart was extremely shocked, and it was hard to believe that this was true. After digesting for a long time, Hanzo's mood finally stabilized. Is there any purpose for you to travel from the past to the present? Hanzo tried to ask. Kill Han Guang. The figure blurted out. Then what can I do? Hanzo asked. Your task is to sneak into the ground of Konoha village with the salamander and wait for the opportunity to release the poison. But, I will be discovered by Han Guang. Hanzo worried. Don't worry, I will drive him when the time comes. All morning, Han Guang visited all genin participating teams in the village. He left with a document in his hand as he strode toward the Hokage building. With this document, all the flowers in these villages will work for me in the future. In a good mood, Fu Guang felt that he was too witty. Applying the platform model and installment payment model of his previous life, he also set up a ninjutsu installment loan. In this way, as long as these people do the task, they can get a commission. This is really making money while lying down. After handing over the file to Mr. Minato who was working, Han Guang disappeared in a flash. Pity. Along the way, he was still stopped. Master Hokage, those debt collectors want to see you. Shisui explained his purpose with a strange expression on his face. Han Guang was slightly surprised. If it wasn't for what Shisui said, he would have almost forgotten about those debt collectors. What are their identities? How dare they ask to see me? Han Guang waved his hand. This is the document provided by those people. Shisui handed over a document. Scanning the content on the document, Han Guang touched his chin. Let's go, I'll go meet these people. No way, this document is the signature of the Tang Dynasty daimyo. To be precise, Minako's longing for herself is also mixed in the document. Now, Han Guang understood. The casino that Tsunade owes money to is Minako's property. Police prison. When Han Guang walked into the prison, the eyes of several debt collectors immediately lit up and stood up one after another. Master Hokage, meet Lord Hokage. Han Guang nodded, but immediately, he looked at a person with his head down, and walked over. Look up. The other party raised his head with difficulty and swallowed. Are you afraid of me? Han Guang looked at the other party and asked. No. The other party shook his head vigorously, his face full of horror. Seeing this man's terrified expression, Han Guang was puzzled. Seeking Flowers 0. Do you know each other? Could it be that his reputation is too strong? Has it spread to the casino? Open the door. Don't bother with this matter anymore, Han Guang gestured. The door of the prison was opened, and several people were brought out. What about the IOU? Here, a debt collector hurriedly took out the IOU from his clothes. After receiving a thick stack of IOUs, the corners of Han Guang's mouth twitched. How much money does Tsunade owe? Putting the IOU on the table, Han Guang pondered for a moment. Are you here on the orders of Tang Nation's daimyo? Han Guang asked. Yes, the daimyo said, let us hand over the document to you. Go back and tell Minako that I will go to the country after a while. 0. Yes, several people nodded repeatedly. Money, it is impossible to pay. Han Guang can only pay for Tsunade's gambling debts. And he knew very well that Minaze sent these people here not to collect debts, but to deliver letters to him. Picking up a stack of IOUs on the table, Han Guang left the security department. Happy soup bath. Inside the room, suddenly, the door was opened. Han Guang, her heart skipped a beat. Tsunade was taken aback, and hurriedly looked towards the door. Creak. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly ticket too. At this moment, Tsunade is alive and kicking, how can he still look sick just now? Throwing the IOU on the bed, Han Guang motioned for Tsunade to check. Tsunade, do you let me do it, or do you do it yourself? I'll help you pay back the money you owe, how will you repay me? Looking at Tsunade, Han Guang smiled. Then recover from the injury as soon as possible. She then crumpled it up and threw it in the trash. Wow. At the door, Han Guang crossed his arms and stared at Tsunade in the room calmly. As soon as he walked, Tsunade jumped off the bed immediately. My hurts, so I can't repay you. Tsunade lied on the bed and replied weakly. Leaving this sentence behind, Han Guang left. Tsunade snorted triumphantly and collected the IOU. HMPH, I'm a Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu. Chapter 225 Selling Han Guang's Information. Hanzo who ate the gall of a leopard. Please customize. Noon. There are many ninjas from other ninja villages in the village. These ninjas come from various small and medium ninja villages. Unlike the 5 great ninja villages, the strength of these genin who came to take the Chunin exam was significantly lower. The most intuitive expression is that they are trembling as soon as they enter Konoha village. Hokage Conference Room. At this moment, the actual power holders of the 4 great ninja villages gathered in the meeting room. In addition to these 4 people, there are also some representatives of small and medium ninja villages. The weird thing is, as the host, 4th Hokage never showed up. It's so strange, let us get together here, but Hokage didn't show up. Chiyo and others were a little impatient, and complained. Maybe it was delayed by other things. Mizukage Yagura said casually, is there a possibility that Hokage wants to catch all of us on? 267. Reikage was worried and made a guess. You think too much. Onoki shook his head, not agreeing. Does it make sense for Han Guang to kill them? Meaningless. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, footsteps sounded in the corridor, and Han Guang pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he walked into the meeting room, he first looked around the crowd. Finally, Han Guang looked at Kenjiro who winked at him. Hey, zip up your pants. Kenjiro reminded in a low voice. His voice was very low, but everyone present still heard it. Involuntarily, the eyes of a group of people moved down one after another. Ahem, I went to the bathroom just now. Han Guang closed the zipper with a normal expression. Walking to the table, he sat down. Clearing his throat, Han Guang announced the Chunin exam. In the afternoon, there will be a written test at the ninja school. In the evening, the second round of survival assessment will be held. The survival assessment lasts for 3 days. The location is in the Death Forest. Those who pass will undergo a practical assessment. Speaking of this, Han Guang's tone paused. He tapped the table and made his final statement. This Chunin exam, I will uphold the principle of fairness and justice. The purpose of the exam is only to promote the communication among ninja villages. We, Konoha, love peace. I hope everyone is too. Clap clap. As Han Guang's voice fell, Kenjiro immediately applauded. Han Guang smiled and nodded to Kenjiro. Clap clap. Seeing this, other people also applauded. As a result, Han Guang ignored these people and left. As soon as Han Guang left, San Shinobi Chiyo immediately joined Kenjiro. Kenjiro, it seems that you have an unusual relationship with Hokage. Chiyo's tone was thought-provoking. Master Chiyo, I have some cooperation with Hokage. Kenjiro narrowed his eyes with a smile. Oh, cooperation. Is it convenient to disclose? Chiyo's expression changed. Actually, it's nothing, it's just an exchange of information. Kenjiro said with a smile. Intelligence. Chiyo thought for a moment, then asked a question in a low voice. Then do you have any information about the scorpion? The red sand scorpion. Kenjiro was taken aback. That's right. Chiyo nodded. No, Master Chiyo, if I remember correctly, the red sand scorpion is your grandson, right? You asked me to buy information about your grandson. Kenjiro looked confused. What I want is the latest information. Yes, but the price is a bit expensive. Money is not a problem. In full view, Kenjiro took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Chiyo. At the same time, Chiyo took out a huge bank note of 1 million taels. With this deal, someone made a move. Kenjiro from the country of grass. 4th Reikage asked, it's me, are you the newly succeeded 4th Reikage? Kenjiro also recognized the other party. As an information dealer in the country of grass, Kenjiro knows a lot of information. And Cloud Shinobi Village replaced Reikage, he naturally knows. I don't know if you have any information on the strength of the Konoha village contestants. Reikage asked in a low voice. As soon as he asked this question, a large circle of people surrounded him. Clearly, others were eavesdropping. Kenjiro pondered for a moment, then nodded. It's expensive though, he reminded. No problem. Reikage pulled out a wad of banknotes. Ever since, with a crowd watching, Kenjiro pulls out a scroll marked Uchiha Obito. Then, he took out another scroll of Uchiha Shisui. Finally, he pulled out a larger scroll. Han Guang's name is clearly written on it. Vori. Seeing this scroll, the people around couldn't help but exclaimed. Is Kenjiro from the land of grass really brave enough to sell Han Guang's information? Wait a minute, let me ask first, is it dangerous for you to sell Hokage's information like this? Reikage's eyelids twitched wildly, and he couldn't help asking. Ah, are you okay? I often sell his information. Kenjiro scratched his head. Then your life is really hard. Reikage praised. It is not easy for Kenjiro to betray Han Guang's information and still live till now. Han Guang actually knew about Kenjiro selling his own information. However, he did not embarrass the other party. In Han Guang's view, Kenjiro's career is like this, if he is not allowed to sell information, what else can he do? Moreover, Han Guang can also obtain other people's information from the opponent. This is enough. Stepping towards the ninja school, Han Guang was going to find his teammates. Only, along the way, he was stopped by White Zetsu. No, to be precise, it is a big snake. ZZ. Emerging from the ground, Orochimaru brought a strange message. Master Han Guang, Tianwanri 1.4 has caught a summoning beast underground. Huh, summoning beast. Han Guang was slightly surprised. That's right, and that summoning beast is a poisonous salamander. Orochimaru Kaido, Samsho fish, Hanzo's summoning beast. Han Guang narrowed his eyes. Then, he asked, what about Hanzo? Didn't you find him? Hanzo escaped, but White Zetsu is following him. Orochimaru responded. I see. Han Guang nodded. Go and call Minato-sensei. He gave the order. Yes. Orochimaru left. In situ, Han Guang touched his chin, feeling that this matter is not simple. Where did Hanzo have the guts? Dare to sneak into the bottom of the village with the Sancho fish? Did he eat leopard gall? Chapter 226. The Captive Ninja World Demigod. Please customize. 30 miles away from Konoha village. Hanzo fled frantically in the forest. I got sucked into this BD Uchiha Madara. While running, he didn't forget to curse Uchiha Madara and even greeted Madara's family. Before, Hanzo made an agreement with Madara. He was responsible for leading the salamander to dive into the ground of Konoha village, and Madara was responsible for diverting Han Guang away. The results of it, as soon as Hanzo sneaked into Konoha from the ground, he encountered a dark white humanoid monster. These white creatures were not afraid of the poisonous gas at all, and forcibly caught the salamander alive. And Hanzo was also besieged by tens of thousands of White Zetsu, so he could only run away in a panic. When he ran to the ground, there was Uchiha Madara's shadow. Not only that, Hanzo could sense that there were many white creatures in the ground chasing him. He even felt that the trees along the way seemed to be staring at him. Tricked me into coming here, and I ended up being used as a pawn to attract the attention of Konoha village. Worry, your uncle. At this time, Hanzo regretted his guts. He wished he could slap himself a few big mouths. Originally, he could have continued to hide, but he was fooled by Madara. Wow, suddenly, Hanzo's expression froze. What the hell is this? How did the 28 trees run away with long legs? Seeing a tree running away, Fat Zhang's eyes almost popped out. Really, I just felt right. Big problem with trees around here. Yes, would style Han Guang, he should have the ability to rely on trees to detect. Quickly analyzing in his mind, Hanzo guessed the reason. He paused, and fled towards the river on one side. I'm going to avoid the trees and run away from the river. Hanzo thought of a way to escape. After all, his water style attainment is extremely high. As long as he can escape into the river, his chances will be greatly improved. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure flew from the distant sky at high speed. Hanzo turned his head, his pupils shrank sharply. Yellow flash. Saying the name, Hanzo stopped. The opponent's speed was too fast, and it came from the sky again. I have no time to escape into the river. In that case, get rid of Namikaze Minato quickly. In an instant, Hanzo made a decision. Snapped. He took off his mask and dropped it on the ground. Immediately, Hanzo took a deep breath. Come on, let me see, can you hold back my poisonous gas? Huh. Watching the fast approaching Namikaze Minato, Hanzo breathed out poisonous smoke. The cyan-purple smoke filled the air and began to continuously spread towards the surroundings. ZZ. As soon as the surrounding trees touched the poisonous gas, they immediately withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hanzo. At this time, Namikaze Minato approached in midair and called out Hanzo's name. Next moment, Namikaze Minato rushed headlong into the gas. Huh, dare to rush into my poison gas. Namikaze Minato, you are too, poof. The chest was pierced by kunai, and Hanzo looked confused. You are not poisoned. Hanzo's eyes were full of shock. Then, his pupils shrank suddenly. Your appearance, are you from the impure world reincarnation? That's right. Namikaze Minato looked calm, and kunai tried again. Crash. I saw that Hanzo's body disappeared and turned into a puddle of water. Water body. Namikaze Minato muttered to himself, looking around. Using the cover of poisonous gas to cast the body of water, the main body hides and dare not fight with me. Is this the demigod of the ninja world? Namikaze Minato seemed to be mocking this sentence. Unexpected. Fire style. Explode the flame array. A loud shout sounded from behind Minato. Immediately afterwards, a large number of detonating symbols emerged from the soil, quickly converging towards Namikaze Minato's legs. Namikaze Minato's expression was slightly surprised, and he looked down. At this moment, the detonating talisman continued to emerge from the ground, covering his waist. So that's it, your body is going to set up detonating symbols. Namikaze Minato muttered to himself. To deal with the yellow flash, of course I have to be more cautious. Hanzo revealed his figure, with a triumphant smile on the corner of his mouth. Then, he raised his hand and detonated the detonator. Bang! Violent explosions followed, blowing Namikaze Minato's body to pieces. Impure world reincarnation is nothing more than that, Hanzo said mockingly. As a demigod in the ninja world, what scene has he never seen? Even if it was the yellow flash of Konoha village, wasn't he killed by himself with one move? Yellow flash, not only is it fast, but it also dies very quickly. Hanzo said with emotion. He walked to the side and picked up the gas mask on the ground. To be on the safe side, I still have to leave here feeling. Putting on the mask, Hanzo was ready to leave. Tread. As soon as he took a step, Hanzo froze. His eyes were wide open, and he looked at the blurred figure in the poisonous gas in disbelief. The figure walked in, and it was Namikaze Minato. You are not dead. Hanzo, don't you know that I can be resurrected indefinitely in the state of impure world reincarnation? Namikaze Minato's tone was still calm. Infinite resurrection. Hearing this sentence, Han Zhang was dumbfounded. Can ninjas from impure world reincarnation be revived infinitely? So how did second Hokage die? He clearly remembered that this technique was developed by the second Hokage of Konoha village. If 280 ninjas from impure world reincarnation can be revived infinitely, wouldn't second Hokage be invincible? How could he possibly die? So, Hanzo judged, Namikaze Minato was fooling himself. Whether it's true or not, after I kill him this time, I will run away immediately. Hanzo was very aware of his current situation. The longer you delay, the more dangerous you are. Thinking of this, his hands formed imprints. Water style. Water explosion impact. Ho! A large amount of water emerges from the ground and rushes toward Namikaze Minato. At the same time, Hanzo made a mutter with one hand, and displayed water style instant view. Blinking technique. Bark. As soon as he used the water body flicker technique, Hanzo's body immediately became unstable, and he fell headfirst to the ground. He knew that it was because someone grabbed his arm, which caused his instant failure. Who quickly got up from the ground. Haitsong turned his head to look. I see. A teenager was standing beside him, staring at him with a smile on his face. Seeing this boy, Fat Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Fourth Hokage Han Guang. Hanzo's face was ugly. Ninja demigod, now I declare that you have been captured. Han Guang smiled and spoke flatly. Chapter 227, The Wisdom of Han Guang. Orochimaru new research object. Please customize. In the woods, Han Guang and Namikaze Minato began to interrogate Hanzo. Hanzo, you'd better tell them all, otherwise, my disciple has many ways to obtain the information in your mind. Namikaze Minato crossed his arms and issued a warning. Hanzo sighed, not intending to hide it. I was originally hiding in the ground of Rain Shinobi village, but was discovered by a black shadow. And then, Namikaze Minato asked. Then, behind the black shadow, Uchiha Madara appeared. Speaking of this, Hanzo's tone was a bit dignified. He continued, I find it difficult for me to understand that Uchiha Madara is a middle-aged man. Middle age. Han Guang was thoughtful. Next, Hanzo continued to speak. Uchiha Madara ordered me to sneak into the ground of Konoha village and wait for the opportunity to release the poisonous gas of the salamander. And he promised to lure the fourth Hokage away. Damn Madara, he lied to me. Hearing this, Han Guang's expression froze. Is this the original words of Madara? Han Guang asked. Yes. The next moment, Han Guang picked up Hanzo. Teacher, go back to the village immediately. Leaving this sentence behind, Han Guang disappeared in place with Hanzo. Could it be that Uchiha Madara will raid the village? Namikaze Minato seemed to understand Han Guang's meaning. The chakra in his body surged wildly, activating the Flying Thunder God coordinates of the number 9 training ground. Whoosh, Konoha village. As soon as he entered the village, Han Guang immediately activated his perception. Immediately afterwards, his face became strange. I see. Still holding Hanzo in his hand, Han Guang exploded in speed and rushed towards his home. After 2 breaths, in the yard, Uchiha Madara and Han Guang faced each other. Use Hanzo to lure me out of the village, but you sneaked into my house. Uchiha Madara, it seems that you are very smart. There was a hint of sarcasm in Han Guang's voice, and by the way, he threw Hanzo aside casually. Your speed is beyond my imagination. Uchiha Madara's expression was extremely serious. What, did you find any secrets in my house? Han Guang stepped forward and said casually. No, it seems that your secret is on you. Madara took a few steps back, her tone quite disappointed. He rummaged through Han Guang's home, but found no valuable clues other than a clump of artificial embryos. This made Madara realize that the secret of Han Guang's strength must be hidden in the opponent's body. Pity, he is no match for the current Han Guang, and it is extremely difficult for him to escape. Because, Han Guang's speed is too fast. What, don't use Susanoo anymore. Walking in front of Madara, Han Guang spoke contemptuously. It doesn't make sense. Madara shook her head. Then, he closed his eyes. Just kill me. Buzz. The next moment, a terrifying spiritual struck, pressing Uchiha Madara to his knees on the ground. Vori. When Hanzo in the corner saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. In his eyes, Uchiha Madara is synonymous with invincibility. But Madara faced Han Guang, but gave up resistance. Even knelt down. Is this TM too exaggerated? How strong is Han Guang? Madara doesn't even try to resist. Thinking of this, Hanzo trembled all over. Field. Han Guang leaned over to look at Uchiha Madara, the smile on his face disappeared. Uchiha Madara, you think you are smart and want me to kill you. In this way, you in the past can continue to travel to the present. You. Hearing Han Guang's words, Uchiha Madara's face changed suddenly. He never imagined that Han Guang's wisdom was so heaven-defying. He saw through his plan at a glance. Impossible. It's impossible for you to know this rule. Madara's tone was full of disbelief. This rule was predicted by Toad Sage in the past. No one knows. How did Han Guang guess it? Facing Madara's almost demented expression, Han Guang shook his head. Actually, I have discovered this problem since the first time you shuttled here. At the beginning, I had already killed you in old age and buried the body in the yard. But the day you came here, the corpse in the yard was annihilated. So, I made a bold guess. Staring at Madara on the ground, Han Guang's voice is like a god's, with insight into everything. Then, he spoke out his speculation. As soon as I killed you in your old age with my front foot, your back foot shuttled back from the past. Combined with the annihilation of the corpse. So I judge that there is a necessary condition for you in the past to travel to the present. That is, you in the present time and space must be in a state of death. Following Han Guang's voice fell. Uchiha Madara's face was ashes. Evildoer. Madara's wisdom to Han Guang can only be described as monster. Han Guang didn't travel through time and space at all, but he understood this rule. In Madara's view, this is simply a fantasy. Uchiha Madara, not only will I not kill you, but I will also allow you to make great contributions. Han Guang spoke quietly, with a mysterious tone. Then, he looked to the ground. Orochimaru. Orochimaru in the white Zetsu state emerged from the ground. Isn't this the legendary Uchiha Madara? As soon as he appeared, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Orochimaru, I will seal Madara and Hanzo, and you can study them. Remember, don't kill them first. Han Guang gave the order. Thank you Lord Han Guang for the gift. Orochimaru licked his lips with a look of ecstasy. As expected of Lord Han Guang. He actually handed over such good research materials to himself. Goodlies. Wait a minute, I'm willing to take refuge in you. Hanzo in the corner was almost frightened to death, and hurriedly opened his mouth, with a pleading look on his face. He felt that he had been bad luck for 8 lifetimes. He was tricked by Uchiha Madara and sneaked into the base of Konoha. As a result, he was about to become Orochimaru's test subject. Take care of me, next life. Han Guang didn't even look at Hanzo, his tone was cold. Then, Han Guang's spiritual will pervaded, imprinting the will seal in the minds of the two of them. Han Guang, I curse your entire family to death. Uchiha Madara stared at Han Guang, spit out this sentence. Madara, Lord Worry. Hanzo cursed at Madara. Take it down. Study Madara's tongue carefully. Han Guang said casually. Relax. Orochimaru nodded instead. Immediately, he couldn't wait to pick up the two of them and escape into the ground. Chapter 228 Han Guang's Theory of Time and Space. Written test. Han Guang is unprecedented. Please customize. In the yard, as soon as Orochimaru took away the 2 test subjects, Namikaze Minato arrived on the back. I searched the village, but I didn't find Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato said. Teacher, it's done. Han Guang said with a smile. Got it, done it. Hearing this student's words, Namikaze Minato was stunned. How long has it been? Done already. Seeing that the teacher was so confused, Han Guang could only briefly explain. After listening, Namikaze Minato's expression is wonderful. Han Guang, you can guess that shuttle rule. Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it. I'm just guessing randomly. Han Guang shrugged. You are still so humble. Namikaze Minato laughed. This disciple is not only super strong, but also so heaven-defying in wisdom. To be honest, Namikaze Minato feels that Uchiha Madara's brain is broken. How dare he be an enemy of Han Guang? Throughout the history of the ninja world, how can there be a genius with both strength and wisdom like Han Guang? After sighing, Namikaze Minato's face became serious. Han Guang, I guess, in the past, there was never more than one Uchiha Madara, there must have been others coming through. It's okay, we'll go to Longmai in 3 days. Han Guang had a decision. You want to travel to the past? Namikaze Minato was taken aback. 727. That's right, Han Guang nodded. Hearing these words, Namikaze Minato pondered for a moment. Then, he made a bold guess. Do you remember the upstream and downstream of the river you mentioned earlier? If this is the case, then it must be extremely difficult for you to go upstream and go back to the past. Han Guang agreed with the teacher's guess. However, not all agree. Teacher, my analogy may not be appropriate. Han Guang shook his head. Then said, instead of comparing time to a river, it is more appropriate to compare it to a waterfall. Waterfall. Namikaze Minato was taken aback. Yes, in the past, above the waterfall. Now, at the bottom of the waterfall. Speaking of this, Han Guang's tone paused. He squatted on the ground and drew a few lines. If you travel from the past to the present, it's very simple. You only need to use the power of the dragon veins to travel to the present with ease. Same reason, if I go to Lulin now and travel through the dragon veins, there is a high probability that I will travel to the future. Because in terms of the future, our current time and space are also in front of the waterfall. Regarding Han Guang's speculation, Namikaze Minato thought for a moment. Immediately, he nodded. Namikaze Minato is smart, but not as heaven-defying as Han Guang. As for Han Guang's speculation, he already understood. But if that's the case, then we can't go back to the past. Namikaze Minato sighed. If the shuttle is going upstream, there is still a little possibility. But now going up against the waterfall, the difficulty has increased by more than dozens of times. Teacher, there will be a calendar. Han Guang smiled and was not disappointed. Ordinary people really can't do it, but Han Guang, is it an ordinary person? The reason why he didn't leave today is to secure his hand and let the attributes turn over a few more times. After all, traveling from the present to the past must require a lot of energy. Han Guang, I can go to Lulin now and squat near the dragon vein. Namikaze Minato thought of an indirect way. In this way, Even if someone travels back to the present, he can still find out in time. No, I've sent White Zetsu to monitor. Han Guang shook his head. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, a rush of footsteps sounded from outside the yard. Immediately afterwards, Guang ran in. Han Guang, the written test is waiting for you. You were chatting with Teacher Minato here. Obito felt tired for a while. Right away, Han Guang nodded. Teacher, I'm going to take the exam first, and I'll leave the official duties to you. Saying that, Han Guang disappeared in a flash. Ninja School. When Han Guang walked into the examination room, the crowded examination room was suddenly silent. All the ABFG candidates looked over in unison. This is 4th Hokage, the strongest genin in the ninja world. Someone whispered, it's him. I heard that he alone overwhelmed the shadow of the 4 great ninja villages. Then we still have a chicken feather test. Do you dare to quit now? These few words of discussion were very small, but they were still heard by many people. They agree with these people's point of view. Tang Tang is the strongest ninja world, 4th Hokage. Did you take the Chunin exam? Ahem, now that everyone is here, the written test will begin. The invigilator cleared his throat and tried to sound as kind as possible. Han Guang found his own seat and sat down. Only, at this moment, Obito was stunned. He looked at the team card in his hand, then at Han Guang who was 3 rows away from him. His head was full of questions. Also in the 9th class, why is Han Guang's location so far away from me? Report. Confused, Obito stood up. What's the matter? The invigilator asked. I think the seat of 4th Hokage is wrong. Obito pointed to Han Guang and explained the problem. That's right, Mr. Hokage is in the 9th team, and you are in the 12th team. The invigilator replied after flipping through the file. Ah, Obito was dumbfounded. Is this what the team card means? But I am obviously in the 9th class, why did I become the 12th team? Obito, don't affect the exam. Han Guang said. Obito sat down, looking around. He saw a sand shinobi to his left, a mist shinobi to his right, a cloud shinobi in front, and a rock shinobi behind him. There is a big problem with the distribution of exam positions. Because Han Guang's front, back, left, right, TM are from the 9th class. Only myself, thrown into the cracks of a bunch of ninjas from other villages. The written test has begun. The test papers were handed out one by one, and at the same time, several proctor ninjas also appeared in the test room. The rules of the written test are very simple, that is, only the first half of the test takers will pass. Of course, the premise is that the answer must be correct. The invigilator spoke out, telling the rules of the written test. Hearing such strange rules, a group of candidates hurriedly buried themselves in answering the questions. Different from other candidates, Han Guang got the test paper and crumpled it into a ball. Then, he took out a paper full of answers from his pocket. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. Han Guang stood up and walked to hand in the paper. Worry, Hokage is cheating, a candidate shouted after seeing this scene. Then, the examinee was crossed out by the proctor ninja. Chapter 229 Orochimaru. I have 100,000 lives. Proud Obito, please customize. Leaving the examination room, Han Guang walked straight towards the back hill. Root base. As soon as he walked into the base hall, Han Guang saw Uchiha Madara on the operating table. Master Han Guang, Orochimaru on the side spoke respectfully. Go on. Han Guang waved his hand, motioned. Field. Orochimaru took a metal tweezer and tapped Madara's mouth. As a result, Uchiha Madara's mouth did not open. His eyes fell on Han Guang, with a look of wanting to eat people. Your mouth is very hard, Orochimaru said quietly. He picked up a metal 1000 book, which is the so-called steel needle. Orochimaru then thrust it into Madara's chin. Hiss. The corner of Madara's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help opening her mouth. Next moment, the metal tweezers were inserted into Madara's mouth by Orochimaru. Ah! Uchiha Madara screamed, her eyes widened. He saw that his own tongue was pulled out by Orochimaru with tweezers. Puff puff. A large amount of blood sprayed out from the mouth, but Madara couldn't resist. Because, he was sealed by Han Guang's spiritual will. He could feel the pain, but he couldn't control his body. You dared to insult Master Han Guang, pulling out your tongue is too cheap for you. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, and he pointed the tweezers at Madara's fingers again. In the corner, Hanzo squatted in the corner with a look of horror. He looked at Han Guang for help, but got no response. Just don't kill yourself. After watching for a while, Han Guang lost interest and confessed. He turned away from the root base. As soon as Han Guang left, Uchiha Madara immediately looked at Orochimaru. Huh, do you have something to say? Orochimaru asked, narrowing his eyes. Madara's eyes blinked. Is that so? It seems that you want to tell me alone. Because Han said. Madara continued to blink. Ever since, Orochimaru helped him up, and by the way, he summoned a white Zetsu. Your spirit is sealed, and I have no way to undo it. However, I can help you change an arm. As a scientific researcher, Orochimaru naturally had a way to bypass Han Guang's spiritual seal and get Uchiha Madara back into action. But there was one thing he didn't say. That is, once White Zetsu's arm is transplanted, Uchiha Madara's body will essentially be manipulated by Han Guang. After a while, the arm transplant was successful. Madara clenched her fists, a look of joy flashed in her eyes. Snapped. Abruptly, he grabbed the big snake by the neck. A mere ants, dared to use me as an experiment. Uchiha Madara's tone was full of sarcasm, and there was also sarcasm in his eyes. Huh, you can talk now. It seems that you know the characteristics of White Zetsu better than I do. Orochimaru's voice came from one side, with a hint of surprise. I see. The Orochimaru pinched by Madara turned into a puddle of mud, and it was just a mud clone. Tread. Madara jumped off the operating table and turned to look at the gate of the base. There stood the body of Orochimaru. However, his body is still in the form of White Zetsu. You don't think you can stop me, do you? Madara stepped towards Orochimaru, filled with chakra. He would like to thank Orochimaru. If the other party hadn't helped me transplant White Zetsu's arm, which made me transfer the seal, I still can't move now. So, to thank each other, decided to kill this Orochimaru. Uchiha Madara, you are too confident. Orochimaru didn't panic at all, still standing where he was. Puff. The next moment, Madara's palm stretched out like lightning, directly piercing Orochimaru's body. But strangely, another Orochimaru emerged from the ground. Huh, you can change your body. Uchiha Madara was quite surprised. He was pretty sure he killed Orochimaru himself. But the opponent's soul ran to another White Zetsu. At this moment, Orochimaru twisted his neck, his voice hoarse and flat. I forgot to tell you that I have 100,000 lives. Uchiha Madara, seeing Madara's bewildered expression, Orochimaru continued, and, I have already notified Lord Han Guang. In the base hall, Uchiha Madara lay back on the operating table. He had to, because, he felt the yellow light coming back. Worry, I was so excited for a long time. Hanzo in the corner was speechless. He thought that there was hope of escape, but Madara gave up resistance again. When Han Guang returned to the hall, Orochimaru began to report what happened just now. Zero looking for flowers. After the report, Yin Snake asked a question. It's odd that Uchiha Madara didn't commit suicide. What's so strange about that? Because, he couldn't commit suicide at all. Han Guang said with a smile. Seeing that Orochimaru was still puzzled, let Hikari explain. Because I imprinted a characteristic on him with my spiritual will. But he seems to have transferred your spiritual will. Orochimaru reminded. Transfer. He can't do it. Han Guang shook his head. One's spiritual will is aimed at the soul, how does Uchiha Madara transfer it? Unless, Izanagi. Muttering to himself, Han Guang glanced at Madara on the operating table. I saw that at this time, Madara was blind in her left eye. Using Izanagi to break free temporarily, Madara is very smart. Han Guang said quietly. Then, he motioned. Go and pick out his right eye. When Madara on the operating table heard this, her face was ashen. He knew that everything about him had been seen through by Han Guang, and he couldn't even keep his last eye. Evening. Han Guang left the root base. Uncle Wo Ri, Han Guang cursed. When he came outside the death forest, Guogong was stunned. Obito a wood-style all-TM fed up. Seeing Han Guang appear, Obito ran over quickly. He also has to take the second round of the Chunin exam, the dead forest survival competition. The results of it, they were all eliminated in the written test. Obito replied with a proud face. Someone peeped at my answer, and I used it to fly. Obito waved his fist. What's going on here? What about the other ninja village contestants? Han Guang asked. This puzzled Han Guang. Even Conan passed the first round of written tests. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, ask for monthly ticket 7. The reason? Han Guang frowned. I have worked so hard to organize this Chunin exam for other purposes. He found that the second round contestants were all genin from Konoha, and there were almost no other ninjas from Ninja Village. Han Guang. Yeah, Obito nodded. You knocked all the ninjas out of the village. Han Guang couldn't help asking. Chapter 230. Han Guang's Great Pattern. Big Heart. Please customize. In view of Obito's serious violations, Han Guang called an emergency 5 cages interim meeting. At the meeting, he delivered a major punishment to Obito. Half an hour later, the second round of survival tests continues. Uchiha Obito, you used force against the rules in the written examination, and you have been eliminated. The invigilator announced the punishment for Obito. Obito looked confused. He felt that he was too wrong. It was obvious that other people peeked at his answer, and he was forced to do it. Why was he still eliminated? Han Guang, it's not fair, said Dai with an aggrieved face. Fair. Han Guang looked calm. Then, he said meaningfully, go back to the family and reflect on it. I was eliminated and I recognized it, but why did the ninja, 067, from other ninja villages come back? Dai Ya was puzzled. He was eliminated because he used force in the written test. But the ninjas in other ninja villages didn't even hand in the test papers, so how did they pass? Read more and develop your brain. Leaving this sentence behind, Han Guang walked away. Obito drooped his head. Next, the proctor announced the rules for the second survival exam. The second game is called Survival Test. Each of your teams has a random scroll, and the scrolls are divided into heaven and earth. The time is 3 days. The rule to pass is to reach the tower deep in the forest within 3 days, and at the same time, the team must have the earth coiling axis. Hearing this rule, many teams suddenly realized. The so-called survival assessment is not just survival, but also a scroll corresponding to the team. This means that they have to collide with at least one team. Not only that, even if a certain team has collected all the earth coiling axis, it still faces snatching from other teams. This is more than just survival. It turns out that it involves confrontation, hiding and sneak attack. If you want to pass this round of assessment, it seems that you need to lock in a few weak teams in advance. As long as you avoid Hokage's squad, it's not that hard to pass the test. Many participating teams have their own ideas. Avoiding strong teams and robbing weak teams has almost become the consensus of all teams. Soon, each team began to receive scrolls. Han Guang's number 9 team also received the scroll. Different from other teams, the other teams are all two-person configuration. And Han Guang's number 9 team has only 2 people, Han Guang and Conan. The members of the original 9th class were split into other teams by Han Guang. This is also for the sake of fairness. Come on. Lin came over and gave Han Guang some words of encouragement. Lin, why are you worried about Han Guang? You should worry about our own team. Anko pouted. The 3 members of their team are Lin, Azuki Shion and Anko. 3 girls formed a team, and were watched by a group of teams from other villages. As Anko said, their team was indeed targeted by many teams from other villages. After all, how strong can the configuration of the 3 girls be? In the Cloud Shinobi team, this group of idiots actually set their sights on which girl? Killer Bee shook his head secretly. Compared to other teams, Killer Bee is very clear that he must not focus on Konoha's team. Even if they succeed in snatching the Konoha team, they will definitely be retaliated by Han Guang. This, he firmly believes. Remember, after a while, avoid all the Konoha squad. Killer Bee swept across the 2 teammates and urged. Yes, the teammates nodded in mind. In the Sand Shinobi team, Hakura is also warning the same words. Remember, you must bypass Konoha's participating teams. Our goal is those participating teams from small and medium ninja villages. The Mist Ninja Squad and Pajuzo are also admonishing. The 3 of them have experienced the Konoha terrorist incident, so they know that avoiding Konoha's team is the best choice. Only the Rock Shinobi team. The Red Sand Scorpion's eyes swept across Han Guang, and stayed there for a moment. Then it moved to the 3 girls of Anko. No one knows my whole cards, even if I encounter Hokage's team, I have the confidence to get out unscathed. As it gets dark, the Invigilator announced the start of the survival assessment. Start, whizzing. Whoosh. A small team ran towards the Death Forest, and fell into the darkness in a moment. Seeing this scene, Han Guang nodded. The beginning of this time period was specially arranged by him. The purpose is to hide the traces of the participating teams. Let's go. Han Guang glanced at Conan, and stepped into the Death Forest. At the same time, on the Leaf Square, a large number of ninjas gathered around the square, staring at the big screen in the center of the square. This screen was made by Orochimaru, and the chakra of each contestant is sealed inside. Telescope technique. As Uchiha Fugaku performed this technique, the situation of each participating team immediately appeared on the big screen. Only, how come all the teams have black screens? I can't see anything. Some ninjas were confused. Firelight, to be exact. This is enough to show that the big picture of Hokage Han Guang is due to his heart. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. At this time, Han Guang was sitting by the fire, roasting a rabbit. 1.9 His teammate Conan took out a bottle of seasoning and was sprinkling the seasoning on the rabbit. Indeed, Onoki nodded. This is Hokage's team. Hokage is still very fair, deliberately left at the end. In this way, other teams can compete for the scroll. Shio breathed a sigh of relief. Of course it's a black screen, it's dark now. Seeing the situation in the picture clearly, the group of people were all stunned. You underestimate Hokage's structure. Mizukage Yagura shook his head, not agreeing with Reikage's point of view. This picture is a bit dark. But don't you think it's strange? Han Guang is so calm at the end, he really doesn't worry about Konoha's other teams. Reikage was full of doubts, always feeling that things were not that simple. I see. Then what are we looking at? A group of ninjas waited, and finally, a bright light appeared on one screen. Don't worry, Hokage deliberately chose to hold this assessment in the dark, and deliberately fell behind. Chapter 231 First Generation and Second Generation. Han Guang. I will reason with them. Please customize. Under the night, Lulin, Dragon Vein, hum. A gigantic chakra erupted from the ground beneath the Dragon Vein. In an instant, the extremely bright light shot straight into the sky. After a while, 2 figures came out of the bright light one after another. Tread, walking out of the dragon's veins, the 2 looked around. Brother, I didn't expect that Lulin's dragon veins also have the ability to travel through time and space. A man with silver hair and red pupils exclaimed. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. The other person nodded. Are we really going to carry out Toad Sage's orders? The silver-haired man asked. Not necessarily. First, we need to confirm the situation in the village. Brother, you are not too stupid. During the exchange, the 2 walked forward. Suddenly, the silver-haired man stopped and squatted down. He stuck his fingers to the ground, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. What, are there enemies? It's hard to say if it's the enemy, but there are creatures watching us underground. The silver-haired man stood up and responded. Oh, underground. Can you catch it? It's hard to catch. That creature seems to have the special ability to blend with the earth. 01. That's it. Then ignore it and go directly to Mawang. Ignoring the underground creature, the 2 identified the direction and then left quickly. Dead Forest. Han Guang handed the roasted hare to Conan. Aren't you going to eat? Conan asked without answering. The long-term suffering has made her develop a very good character. Han Guang didn't eat it. How could he eat it? I'm not hungry. Let's eat quickly. We'll go on our way after eating. Han Guang smiled at Kaido. Then we're half of each. Conan suggested. Just leave the rabbit's head to me. Han Guang shook his head and said. Hearing this sentence, Conan felt warm in his heart. She knew very well that Han Guang's words were just words. Zizi. Suddenly, White Zetsu popped up from the ground. Lord Han Guang, it's an emergency. Say. Han Guang gestured. White Zetsu, who was in charge of monitoring Longmai just now, sent back news that 2 unidentified people appeared from the ground of Dragonmai and came towards the village. 2 people. Han Guang touched his chin. He knew without guessing that this must be another ninja from the past using dragon veins to travel to the present. And the goals of these 2 people are also aimed at themselves because of the probability. It seems that my Chunin assessment is going to fail. Sighing, Han Guang turned his head to look at Conan. I quit too. Without waiting for Han Guang to speak, Conan proposed to quit in a considerate manner. Then let's go. Nodding his head, Han Guang led Conan and White Zetsu towards the Death Forest. On the square, when White Zetsu appeared on the big screen, Uchiha Fugaku knew something was wrong. White Zetsu has been acting as a mission to detect intelligence. It seems that something has happened. Fugaku muttered to himself, turned and walked towards the direction of the Death Forest. Hokage quit the competition. Sand Shinobi Chiyo's expression brightened, and he was overjoyed. I blamed Hokage wrongly. It seems that he is really fair. Raikage was relieved and secretly pleased. As long as there is no Han Guang in the competition, Raikage believes that Killer Bee will be able to shine. No, didn't you notice the white creature coming out? Probably something happened, so Hokage had to quit. Mizukage Yagura guessed. Even if there was an accident, it was Konoha's accident, and Hokage is taking care of it. What are you worried about? Onoki didn't care. Anyway, this is Konoha village. Even if Konoha village is blown up, it's none of your business. Outside the dead forest, after dismissing Conan, Han Guang turned his head and looked to the side. Whizzing, 2 figures appeared one after another. Why are you here? Looking at these 2 people, Chuang Guang laughed dumbly. Han Guang, is something wrong? Namikaze Minato asked with a serious face. Just after White Zetsu reported to you, you withdrew from the game. It must be something serious. Uchiha Fugaku also asked. It's not a big deal, but there are 2 ninjas from the past who used dragon veins to travel to the present. Han Guang told the truth. What? A ninja from the past came to the present? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Dragon veins, he knew. It is an underground dragon vein located in Lulan Kingdom in the Kingdom of Wind. But this is the first time Fugaku has heard that dragon veins can travel through time and space. Compared to Fugaku's shock, Namikaze Minato was not too surprised. Do you know the identities of those 2 people? He asked. White Zetsu. Han Guang looked at White Zetsu. White Zetsu stood up and began to describe the appearance of the clothes of the 2 men. Those 2 people, one has silver hair and red pupils, and there are 3 red marks on his cheeks. The other has black hair and wears red laminated armor. Following White Zetsu's voice fell. A look of disbelief emerged on Namikaze Minato's face. Uchiha Fugaku also constricted his pupils. Could it be, those 2? Namikaze Minato murmured. It's probably them, Uchiha Fugaku echoed. It seems that you have guessed it. Then tell me, who are these 2 people? Han Guang asked calmly. First Hokage, and second Hokage. Namikaze Minato spat out the identities of the 2. These 2, why did you travel from the past to the present? 833 Uchiha Fugaku looked puzzled. They should be dealing with Han Guang. Namikaze Minato said surprisingly. What? Fugaku was confused. 1st generation and 2nd generation against 4th generation. Why? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. He must not let the 1st generation and 2nd generation kill Han Guang. Fugaku Patriarch, you just need to have the heart. Because, during the 2nd generation, the Uchiha clan was strictly restricted. Since it's reasonable, that's great. Han Guang smiled. Only Han Guang and him know the real inside story about this matter. Namikaze Minato won't reveal much without Han Guang's permission. 4th Hokage Han Guang is full of tolerance and support for Uchiha. He never believed that this disciple would reason with others. Reasonable. Namikaze Minato looked strange. As for 1st generation and 2nd generation, I'll reason with them. This matter is very complicated. They are probably bewitched by Mount Myoboku. Namikaze Minato on the side didn't explain too much. He patted Fugaku on the shoulder with a relaxed tone. In comparison, the Uchiha clan must support the 4th generation. By contrast, I see. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Han Guang, we Uchiha can join the battle. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, expressing his attitude. Field. Chapter 232 United Konoha Village. Obito's responsibility. Please customize. Under the vast night, 3 figures leave Konoha Village. 4th generation, isn't it too little for only the 3 of us? Uchiha Fugaku asked a little nervously. What they were about to face was 1st generation and 2nd Hokage, but Han Guang only took the 2 of them to set off. This made Uchiha Fugaku feel uneasy. According to his idea, the whole village should be mobilized to negotiate with the 1st generation and 2nd generation. It's enough to bring you all. Han Guang shook his head and responded truthfully. In fact, Han Guang originally wanted to go alone, but couldn't bear the request of Teacher Minato and Chief Fugaku, so he could only bring them 2. Fugaku, trust Han Guang. Namikaze Minato also spoke, with a relaxed tone. But those are first generation and second generation. One is Ninja God, and the other is Ninja Speed. Fugaku reminded. Because you underestimated Han Guang's ability. I'm just worried about the safety of the fourth generation. Uchiha Fugaku still doesn't feel safe. He looked at Han Guang and found that Han Guang had a calm expression on his face. Fourth generation, if there is a conflict, you have to run away as soon as possible. Fugaku reminded. You have a heart. Han Guang nodded and responded casually. At the same time, on the square of Konoha village, many ninjas saw the picture of Han Guangli village. The reason is that there is a trace of Han Guang's chakra sealed in the big screen, which is projected onto the big screen by the telescope technique. As the three of Han Guang got farther and farther away from the village, the picture on the screen was interrupted. The three of them have exceeded the limit of the technique. It seems that something really happened. Shio muttered to himself, an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Fourth Hokage, plus the yellow flash, and the Uchiha Patriarch. This incident may be very big. Raikage also echoed, with a different thought in his heart. You said, what if the three of them can't come back, what should we do? Onoki asked quietly, seemingly casually. I really hope so. Oh no, I really don't want that. Mizukage sighed. After speaking, the four of them looked at each other. Not far away, Obito stretched his ears and heard all the conversations of these four people clearly. Thanks to the cover of the dark sky, the four people did not find the trace of the king. Uncle Woji, these four people have no good intentions. Obito clenched his fists. Only now did he understand Han Guang's good intentions. It turned out that Han Guang eliminated me because he wanted me to protect the village. I must keep a close eye on these four guys. As long as they make any changes, I can only get rid of them. At this moment, Obito had a decision in his mind. Walking away quietly, Obito formed a seal with both hands, condensing a wood-style avatar. Taking advantage of the darkness, Wood-style's avatar left the square, missing. The other side, Naru Lujiu gathered the patriarchs of other families. Everyone, the fourth generation left the village. It is very likely that something happened. Now there are ninjas from various ninja villages gathered in our village. It's very dangerous. To be on the safe side, we need to send someone to be vigilant immediately. Following Lu Ju's voice fell. Hyuga Hiyashi frowned and stood up. Lu Ju, you are not the ruler of the village. No, Nara Shikajiu shook his head. Then, his tone became firm, and he continued. The fourth generation left the village, Hokage's assistant Minato also left the village, and the acting head of the Hokage Fugaku also left the village. At this time, I, who was entrusted by the fourth generation to handle official affairs, was the acting Hokage. Afterwards, I am willing to take all responsibilities, including execution. Hearing what Nara said, Hyuga Hiyashi didn't continue to speak. The patriarchs of other families have no objection either. Although Lu Ju was suspected of exceeding his authority, they knew very well that Lu Ju was protecting the village. If something really happened to the fourth generation, then the village would definitely be in chaos. And the culprits are 100% ninjas from other ninja villages, especially those in power from the four great ninja villages. Therefore, Nara Shiju made the worst plan, that is to mobilize ninjas of all races and start to be vigilant. The mountain behind the village. Obito's wood-style clone appears. Borrowing the faint moonlight, he scanned the situation behind the mountain. Immediately, Obito jumped into the air. Snore, snore. In a long and narrow pit, Ninetails curled up inside, snoring. Tread. Obito landed in front of Ninetails and tugged at Ninetails' huge beard. As a result, Ninetails remained motionless, still sleeping very sweetly. Hey, wake up, Obito called out. Snore. Ninetails, snore. Han Guang asked me to come to you. Swish. Ninetails opened his huge eyes and looked at the human in front of him. He asked you to come to me, what's the matter? Ninetails asked curiously. Han Guang said, I have an important task for you. As long as you can complete the task, he will grant you a wish. Obito opened his mouth and came. For the sake of the village, this is the first time he has fooled people. Oh no, it is fooling tailed beasts. Oh, what mission? Ninetails became interested. It knows the kid. When sealed in Kushina's body, Ninetails can see the outside world. And this kid is the successor of a small team with Han Guang. So from Ninetails' point of view, it's unlikely that this brat is lying to himself. Suddenly Ninetails realized the difficulty of this task. Little ghost, let me fight. But you have to evacuate Konoha's people. Otherwise, I'm worried that I will accidentally step on them to death. I am a majestic Ninetails demon fox, who in the ninja world can withstand the pressure of my own tail beast except Han Guang. This is too simple, right? Then, he continued, if there is a war in the village, then you must defeat the enemy with me. If his tailed beast bomb hits Konoha, wouldn't even Konoha village be destroyed? This is the difficulty of this task. That's it. Ninetails couldn't believe it. No problem. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Obito patted his chest, making an assurance right. The task is simple. Obito scratched his head. He quickly left the back mountain and decided to go to the Haka chief to discuss the evacuation of the villagers. With the help of Ninetails, Obito's confidence has exploded. Would Han Lee's Guang entrust him with such a simple task? With this in mind, Ninetails has a suggestion. So here comes the problem. No. Chapter 233 Han Guang, trust our companions. Please customize. Konoha Village Plaza. The big screen was pitch black. This means that there is a high probability that there will be no fighting in the Forest of Death tonight. For this reason, many ninjas left one after another. These participating teams are really cautious. Except for the previous Hokage team, no team raised a bonfire. Sand Shinobi Chiyo said with emotion. You think those teams are idiots? Lighting a fire in the forest will attract the attention of many teams. Reikage sneered. A lot of ninjas in the square have left, you didn't notice anything wrong. Mizukage Yagura reminded. Don't guess, it must be because Hokage left the village, which made some families vigilant and started to be vigilant. Onoki yawned and said casually. After Onoki's words fell, the expressions of the other three people were different. Out of the blue, a question was asked. What are you going to do if Han Guang dies outside? I will definitely leave with Sand Shinobi. Chiyo was the first to say. However, her expression carried a sense of mystery, making it difficult for people to see through her specific thoughts. Leave. I'm afraid you want us to start a war first, and you will jump out at the end. Onogi explained Chiyo's plan in one word. The large army of Sand Shinobi was wiped out by Han Guang's regiment. Such a big enmity, 137 Chiyo will leave. Onogi believes that if Han Guang is really killed in battle, Toshiro will definitely take revenge on Konoha. Women's words are indeed untrustworthy. Mizukage Yagura also echoed. Stop hiding. Reikage shook his head. Then, he got straight to the point. If Han Guang dies in battle, we will attack Konoha together. Reikage, don't be too confident. Did you forget that Nine Tails was released last night? Chiyo reminded. I can make Killer Bee block Nine Tails. Reikage said solemnly. With his words fell, the eyes of the other three people lit up. Block Nine Tails with Killer Bee, it works. Because Killer Bee is 8 Tails Jinchuriki. As a result, Sleepy Leaf Village has almost no high-end combat power. But still be careful, in addition to Han Guang, there are 2 wood-style ninjas in Konoha village. Chiyo said again, hey, those 2 are also worthy of being called wood-style ninjas. A Uchiha's crane tail, a 6-year-old kid. Reikage looked disdainful, however, he still named a figure worthy of vigilance. Abej the only one who is a bit troublesome is probably that Uchiha Shisui. As long as he is dealt with, everything will be easy. Illusion, if it's daytime, it's really troublesome. But now it's night, how powerful is his illusion? Chiandai said quietly, yeah. Even God is helping us. Ying nodded. At this time, Mizukage Yagura frowned. Reikage, your suggestion is only based on the premise that Han Guang died in battle. If he is fine, isn't everything empty talk? Reikage smiled at Mizukage's concern. Mizukage, if you were Hokage, would you leave the village at night? This, Mizukage suddenly realized. As the 4th Hokage, Han Guang actually led people out of the village at night. That speaks for itself. If there is no great crisis approaching, is it possible that Hokage will leave at this time? Then how do we judge that Han Guang died in battle? Chiyo asked a crucial question. They can't wait forever, can they? If Han Guang dies in battle, then the upper echelon of Sleepy Leaf will definitely block the news. Even if a few of them are in Konoha village, they may not be able to find out. We really have no way of getting specific news, Reikage said truthfully. Then, he changed the subject. However, we can judge Hokage's life or death by the level of Konoha's vigilance. Konoha's security level. The other 3 thought for a moment, then nodded. They understood what Reikage meant. If Konoha's security level is not high, it means that Han Guang's chances of being in danger are not high. But if the security level of Konoha village is greatly increased, it means that Han Guang is very likely to encounter an accident. Next, the 4 united the alliance. At the same time, they also faced the last problem. If Hokage dies in battle, it means that the enemy's strength is even more terrifying than Hokage. We must also be unable to stop it. Chiyo was a little worried. You're thinking too much. Reikage shook his head. He pointed to the Hokage building, and said, no matter how strong the man is, the one who came to Konoha village has nothing to do with us. More than that, we can even cooperate with the enemy to destroy Konoha every day. Hearing Reikage's words, Chiyo and the others breathed a sigh of relief. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. There is nothing wrong with what Reikage said. Within the territory of the Kingdom of Fire, the 3 of Han Guang flew extremely fast from the sky. The 3 of them headed west all the way towards Lulin. Broken. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku slapped his forehead violently and exclaimed, huh, what's the matter? Han Guang turned to look at Fugaku and asked, binoculars technique, I forgot to remove that technique. Fugaku's expression turned ugly. What? Namikaze Minato frowned, realizing the problem. If you don't cancel it, you won't cancel it. What's the problem? Han Guang was quite puzzled. It's just a telescope technique, so why be so nervous? Han Guang, if Fugaku didn't lift this spell, it means that the events of our departure from the village were projected on the big screen in the square. Namikaze Minato reminded. So, Han Guang still didn't understand. So, when we left the village, all the shadows of the 4 great ninja villages were known. Minato continued. If you know it, what are you worried about? Oh, there's a big problem here. Namikaze Minato sighed and continued to explain. Have you ever thought that you, as a Hokage, leave the village at night? What will other ninjas think? Do they still think I'm going to die? Han Guang couldn't help but laugh. That's right, Namikaze Minato nodded. Then, he continued. If you haven't returned to the village before this morning, there is a high possibility of riots in the village. Behind those rioters is definitely the shadow of Yangdanan village. Hearing Teacher Minato's words, Han Guang touched his chin. His face was as usual, and he didn't look worried at all. Teacher, you underestimate the companions in our village, you have to trust them. Chapter 234 Han Guang persuades, first generation and second generation. Please customize. In the desert, Senju Hashirama and Tobirama are heading towards the land of fire. Brother, I don't know what the village looks like now. Tobirama asked with anticipation. You don't know the successor you found yourself. Hashirama asked a little bit. Third generation is indeed what I was looking for, but now the village may continue to fourth generation. Tobirama shook his head. Then, he said with emotion, if the monkey is in power, I believe he can manage the village well and maintain the unity of all ethnic groups. After all, I know the character of the monkey very well. Hearing his younger brother's words, Tianjian nodded. He believes in Tobirama's vision. If the third generation is in power, then the village should not be too bad. But the problem is, Toad Sage predicted, Konoha village, a boy who tried to destroy the ninja world appeared. And this boy is most likely the current fourth generation Hokage. Of course, the two of them couldn't just believe Toad Sage's story. Therefore, when they travel to the present, they must first know the current situation of the village. Brother, Madara should have arrived earlier than us, and I don't know where he is hiding. Tobirama's tone was dignified. Hope he hasn't destroyed Konoha. Hashirama's expression was rarely serious. Capturing Uchiha Madara is also the second purpose of the Hashirama brothers traveling here. Tread. Suddenly, Tobirama's footsteps stopped. Wait a minute, brother. Hashirama was taken aback. I sensed 3 strands of chakra, approaching us. Saying this, Tobirama raised his head. He pointed to the high sky in the distance, and continued, in the sky. Oh, a ninja with the ability to fly. Hashirama muttered, alert. If he remembers correctly, the ninja that can fly is most likely the ninja of Iwagakure. With the help of the moonlight, the two vaguely saw 3 fuzzy black spots flying towards here. This direction is coming from the land of fire. It may not be Rock Shinobi. Tobirama reminded. There should be no flying ninjas in Konoha village, Hashirama responded. Who would that be? The two stood in place, waiting for the 3 in the air to approach. After a while, the 3 figures in the air approached less than 100 meters, and then, the 3 fell to the ground. Tread. Han Guang paced in, followed closely by Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku. Opposite, seeing the appearance of these 3 people, Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed with surprise. A costume of Uchiha, a logo of Impure World Reincarnation, and the boy in the middle should be Han Guang. Senju Tobirama revealed the identities of these 3 people. Oh, Impure World Reincarnation. It seems that your forbidden technique has been learned by younger generations. Senju Hashirama sighed. At this time, Han Guang has already walked in front of the 2 of them. Looking at first Hokage and second Hokage, Han Guang went straight to the point. You two, since you are the first generation and the second generation, I will give you a chance to leave your last words. Following Han Guang's voice fell into silence. I knew that Han Guang's so-called reasoning would not be that simple. Namikaze Minato laughed dumbfounded, as he had expected. Is this what the 4th generation is saying? Uchiha Fugaku was nervous. He heard it, and the 4th generation is about to start. Involuntarily, his eyes changed and turned into Sharingan. Are you Han Guang? Senju Hashirama smiled and said, not paying attention to the other party's threat just now. This is your last words. Han Guang frowned and raised his arms. Let me ask first, have you seen Uchiha Madara? Hashirama waved his hand and asked seriously. Uchiha Madara, that trash, I've already caught it. Han Guang said casually. What? Senju Hashirama's complexion finally changed, and his tone changed a bit. You caught Uchiha Madara. Tobirama was also in disbelief, and began to study the boy carefully. Oh, what I just said may be wrong. I didn't catch him, but he knelt on the ground when he saw me. Han Guang said lightly. Immediately afterwards, his fist clenched. Have you finished your last words? Then I will send you on your way. Wait a moment. Hashirama and Tobirama spoke together. Han Guang, we have no malicious intentions. Don't do anything yet. Tobirama's tone was rather urgent. Zero asked for flowers. You should be 4th Hokage, right? Are you going to attack us? Hashirama also persuaded. The 2 of you didn't stay in the original time and space, but came to my time. Do you think I will keep you? Han Guang glanced at the 2 with a cold tone. You misunderstood. Tobirama waved his hand. 4th generation, you really misunderstood. Hashirama also shook his head. Then I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I can only crush you to death. Hashirama and Tobirama smiled wryly as Han Guang's warning words fell. From Han Guang's words just now, they realized that this young man's strength was unimaginably terrifying. Especially, the moment the opponent clenched his fist just now. Not to mention Tobirama was terrified, even Senju Hashirama felt a sense of death crisis in his heart. Han Guang really convinced the 1st generation and the 2nd generation. Namikaze Minato admired this disciple's operation very much. It's so exciting. Uchiha Fugaku wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He could see it. Han Guang's so-called persuasion is threatening the lives of the 1st generation and 2nd generation. If there is a disagreement, they will be crushed to death. On the dunes, several people sat together. Han Guang glanced at 1st generation and 2nd generation, waiting for the 2 to speak. Cough cough. Seeing the silent look on his elder brother's face, Tobirama could only clear his throat. Fourth generation, we are here this time because Toad Sage prophesied that you will destroy the ninja world. Han Guang listened quietly without any rebuttal. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku also stretched their ears and listened carefully. Seeing that Han Guang didn't interrupt himself, Tobirama continued, Toad Sage predicted that you will destroy Konoha first, and then you will destroy all ninja villages. Until the end, you will destroy ninja world. Impossible. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku interjected. His face was full of sarcasm, and he shook his head. The fourth generation destroyed Mount Myoboku to protect the village. Master Second Hokage, you have been deceived. Chapter 235 Tobirama, my Senju clan was disabled by Hiruzen. Hashirama, I'm going to kill third generation. Please customize. Han Guang destroyed Mount Myoboku. Hearing the news, Tobirama and his elder brother looked at each other. No wonder, Toad Sage has to deal with Han Guang. So, fourth generation, you destroyed Mount Myoboku. This was dreamed up by Toad Sage in the past. That's why he tried every means to deal with you. Tobirama muttered to himself. You said, Mount Myoboku tried to destroy Konoha. Hashirama looked at Fugaku and asked. That's right. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Then, he added. The ninjas in the whole village know about it. I see. Senju Hashirama nodded. But immediately, he was puzzled. If so, what was the motivation behind Toad Sage? So Senju Hashirama asked the question. As far as I know, the three great holy lands are rarely involved in Ninja Village in 077. Mount Myoboku wants to destroy Konoha village. What is the reason? I know the reason. At this moment, Namikaze Minato spoke. Oh, Hashirama and Tobirama looked at Minato together. This matter, the real inside story is actually only me and my disciple Han Guang know. Namikaze Minato's tone was serious. He straightened out his thoughts and told the real inside story. Once upon a time, Han Guang consumed all his strength and sealed 10 scrolls for the village. Among these 10 scrolls, the terrifying forbidden technique is sealed. Han Guang's plan is to leave behind for the village to prevent the village from encountering a crisis in the future. Speaking of which, Namikaze Minato sighed. This matter was known by Toad Sage. I was summoned by the Toad Sage, who suggested that I take these scrolls to Mount Myoboku for safekeeping. However, I refused. After that, Teacher Jiraiya was bewitched by Toad Sage and stole the scroll. Namikaze Minato told the whole story. Tobirama and Hashirama listened quietly, frowning. The two of them have understood. Toad Sage, try to capture those 10 scrolls. This is the real reason why Han Guang destroyed Mount Myoboku. This incident also confirmed from the side that Han Guang's strength is absolutely terrifying. Because, even Mount Myoboku is coveting the sealed scroll he left behind. If what you say is true, then Mount Myoboku is damned. Senju Tobirama's tone dropped. Dare to steal Konoha's stuff. Mount Myoboku deserves to be destroyed. It turns out that we were really deceived. Hashirama sighed, believing Namikaze Minato's words. Because, he can see that Namikaze Minato is not a sinister and cunning person. This young man who was brought out by Impure World Reincarnation has a bright side. Knowing the inside story, the atmosphere in the field fell into silence again. Correct. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama tapped his forehead. How is my family now? Hiruzen should be in the village after he abdicates, right? Hear the question. Han Guang had a strange look on his face. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku also looked different. What? Did Hiruzen die? Tobirama was taken aback, realizing something was wrong. Fourth generation, you should know. Hashirama looked at Han Guang and asked. Hee. Han Guang sneered and glanced at the two of them. His eyes were full of sarcasm, as if he was laughing at first generation and second generation. Ahem, let me say it. Namikaze Minato cleared his throat and took over the conversation. The Senju clan, well, they are almost wiped out by the third generation. Namikaze Minato said truthfully. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama. This moment, the minds of the Hashirama brothers were buzzing. My own family was rode by the third generation. Involuntarily, Hashirama looked between his younger brothers. Tobirama, if I remember correctly, you said that the candidate you appointed for the third generation was Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's him. Tobirama grimaced. You have a good eye. Hashirama had a lot of meaning. No, is there some misunderstanding? Tobirama argued. It was hard for him to believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who loved the village and was loyal to him, would do such a thing. It's true. Now the third generation is still locked in the prison of the Ministry of Security, waiting for the national bus. Uchiha Fugaku explained. Then, he said, moreover, Senior Tsunade is also in the village, she knows everything. Field 0. Senju Hashirama fell silent. Senju Tobirama was also silent. They believed that Uchiha Fugaku was not lying. Because the other party said that the third generation was imprisoned, even Shaogang was also in the village. All they have to do is ask their granddaughter. It seems that the fourth generation is unwilling to say it, and is laughing at me. Senju Tobirama sighed, feeling quite disappointed. No wonder fourth generation is reluctant to speak out. Because of the decline of the Senju clan, the reason lies in himself. How many people are there in our Senju clan? Hashirama asked. Probably less than 10 people. Han Guang gave a number. Sarutobi Hiruzen has to die on both sides. Handing him over to the Senju clan is the best ending for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, Senpei Tsunade escaped the disaster because she was not in the village all the year round. She also returned to the village after the 4th generation took over. Uchiha Fugaku interjected. Damn you too, Hashirama said, glancing at his brother. Worry, your uncle, Tobirama. Look at what successor you have found. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but cursed. What? The younger brother Tobirama found a 3rd generation, and this 3rd generation wiped out the Senju clan backhandedly. Fortunately, little Tsunade is fine. Hashirama muttered to himself, feeling that 3rd generation hadn't done too much. He stood up in a babble, and looked at Han Guang. After all, if it wasn't for my younger brother's blindness, how could the family be nearly wiped out? 4th generation, we will follow you back to the village, and I will crush Sarutobi Hiruzen to death with my own hands. Senju Hashirama's tone carried a strong killing intent. My granddaughter is so miserable. She escaped the catastrophe by hiding outside. Oh, since the 1st generation and 2nd generation said so, then I will hand over the 3rd generation to you. Han Guang did not refuse, and nodded in agreement. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. 0.9 inches Sarutobi Hiruzen, damn it. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth in hatred. Senju Hashirama's tone suddenly rose. It's too cheap to squeeze him to death, give him to me. Tobirama also stood up, with a cruel look in his eyes. His Senju family was once the largest family in the ninja world. The results of it, Chapter 236 Han Guang Magnet Style. The riot begins, please customize. In the desert, Senju Hashirama stood up, ready to return to Konoha with Han Guang. Wait a minute, I think the most urgent thing is to temporarily seal the dragon veins. Tobirama reminded. Then, he continued. It's not too late to go back to the village, but there is no delay in sealing the dragon veins. Being told by his younger brother, Hashirama thought for a while and nodded. Indeed, the dragon vein must be sealed first. Seal the dragon veins. Hearing the 2nd generation suggestion, Han Guang touched his chin. To be honest, Han Guang doesn't know much about dragon veins. Because he didn't check it himself. His previous judgments about traveling through time and space were all derived from speculation. I don't know who sealed the dragon's veins, but only half of them were sealed, which has great hidden dangers. Tobirama muttered to himself. Namikaze Minato looked embarrassed. He did this. To be precise, he was entrusted by Queen Lulin, so he sealed half of the dragon veins. Could it be that the sealing of the dragon's veins has something to do with traveling through time and space? Han Guang asked with a frown. That's right. Fei One nodded. Seeing 4th generation still feeling puzzled, Tobirama explained the necessity of sealing the dragon's veins. Sealing the dragon veins can cut off the energy of the dragon veins. In this way, if people from the past want to travel, they can only travel to the present time and space. Moreover, dragon veins can also store energy. Hearing the explanation of 2nd generation, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku suddenly realized. Han Guang, on the other hand, was lost in thought. Soon, Han Guang came back to his senses. That is to say, sealing the dragon's veins is actually cutting off a bottom for the waterfall of time. Han Guang said, 4th generation, your analogy is very appropriate. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but praise. Regarding 2nd generation's praise, Han Guang didn't feel any disturbance in his heart. Then he asked another crucial question. Then can you go back to the past? The original time point is impossible. I estimate that it can only return to a dozen days ago at most. Senju Tobirama gave the answer. His answer was almost exactly the same as that of Uchiha Madara before. 4th generation, it's like the time waterfall you just compared. We went down the waterfall, and now we are at the bottom of the pool. It's impossible to go back to the waterfall. Tobirama shook his head and explained aloud. As 2nd generation explained, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku also understood. Traveling from the past to the present is not difficult, but if you want to go back to the past, it is as difficult as going to heaven. No, I think we can go back to the waterfall. Suddenly, Han Guang expressed a different point of view. Impossible. Senju Tobirama shook his head with a crisp tone. 4th generation, we can't go back to the beginning. Hashirama also echoed. Since Han Guang said it is possible, then it will be possible. Namikaze Minato interjected, full of confidence in his disciple. I also trust the judgment of the 4th generation. Uchiha Fugaku also sided with Han Guang. Seeing this scene, the Tobirama brothers shook their heads again and again. Okay, let's go to Lulin first and seal the dragon veins. I'm explaining on the way. Han Guang waved his hand. Next, he looked at the sand on the ground. At this moment, spiritual will gushed out and permeated the surrounding gravel. Wow, then, the sand on the ground floated up and stopped in the air at a height of half a meter. This is magnet style. Uchiha Fugaku looked confused. When did Han Guang master magnet style? Come on. Han Guang motioned. Several people jumped onto the sand one after another, all looking at their feet curiously. Whoosh! The sand pad rose into the air and flew in the direction of Lulin. It's amazing. It's really amazing. In the air, Senju Tobirama was amazed and had a new understanding of 4th generation's means. Then, he looked at his elder brother. Brother, did you see it? It's Ultimate's shadow escape ability. Hashirama said the reason for the sand floating. That's right, even your elder brother can't do this. Tobirama exclaimed. Yin escape ability. Namikaze Minato half understood. Uchiha Fugaku only understood a little bit. All they both know is that it must be Han Guang who gave the sand the ability to fly. But what is the nature of this ability? They don't know. Seeing the confused two, Senju Tobirama glanced at Han Guang, and found that the other party didn't mean to explain, so he popularized science. Today, I will explain to you two juniors. Minato and Fugaku hurriedly listened carefully. To explain the ability of the fourth generation, we must first start with chakra. Chakra is a mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy. Among them, the ultimate mastery of spiritual energy is Yin Dan. The fourth generation's attainment of Yin escape has reached its apex. This means that the fourth generation can use Yin Dan to change the properties of matter. Speaking of which, Tobirama motioned for the two to observe the gravel beneath their feet. If you feel it, you should find that there's chakra in the sand. This shows that fourth generation first changed the sand and gravel into the characteristics of flight, and then poured chakra into it to provide a source of power for the flight of the sand pad. To be honest, although Senju Tobirama explained, Namikaze Minato and Fugaku still didn't fully understand. Well, Yin Dan, why can it change the properties of matter? Namikaze Minato asked, to what extent have you mastered your Yin Dan? Tobirama did not answer this question, but asked a rhetorical question. At the elementary level, I have mastered several sealing techniques. Namikaze Minato said truthfully. Get to ultimate first, and then come to this question. Tobirama shook his head. In his opinion, it is unrealistic for a person standing at the foot of a mountain to ask about the scenery on the top of the mountain. Second generation is very suitable for scientific research. At this time, Han Guang felt emotional. This is the first time someone has dissected his ability to escape from the shadows. It can be seen that 823 Second Hokage's research on chakra has reached the ultimate. The difference is, the other party just saw the scenery on the top of the mountain. But he was already standing on the top of the mountain. By the way, fourth generation. Just now you said that we can return from the present to the original past. What is the specific method? At this time, Tobirama finally asked this question. The reason why he explained Yin Dan to the two juniors just now was so that the fourth generation could answer his own question. After all, reciprocity. Actually, the method is very simple. Han Guang smiled. Then, he continued, I'll just take you back. Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato. I knew it. Uchiha Fugaku. Can the fourth generation do it? For the reactions of several people, Han Guang had expected it. In fact, he has another way to return the first generation and second generation to the original point. However, he didn't intend to tell the two of them, because this method is very threatening to Han Guang himself. Once it is known by others, the consequences will be disastrous. Early morning, Konoha village. Representatives of the four great ninja villages gathered together. They waited all night. Han Guang did not return to the village. And now, the security level of Konoha village has been raised to an extremely high level. It seems that the fourth generation is not coming. Chapter 237. As soon as the riot started, it was over. Please customize. Han Guang didn't return all night, which made the minds of Raikage and others completely swell. Moreover, the alert of Konoha village has been raised to an extremely high level. This made them more convinced that something unexpected happened to Han Guang. Let's get started. Shio looked at Raikage and reminded. To create a riot, start with Killer Bee. Only by freeing the Killer Bee can the 8 tails hold the 9 tails. Leave it to me. Raikage looked confident. Then, he cut his finger and formed the summoning mark. Summoning technique. Boom. Smoke rose, and a miniature Ultralisk appeared. Go and inform Killer Bee, let him leave the Death Forest immediately and come meet me. Yes. The Thunder Beast nodded and disappeared with a whoosh. You summoning beast is very fast. Shio's tone was strange. This is an Ultralisk that transmits information. Of course, speed is very important. Raikage explained. Next, Onoki condensed an Earth-style clone and escaped into the ground. Apparently, he's going to notify the Rock Shinobi team too. Shio unfolded the scroll, summoned a puppet, and then the puppet escaped into the ground. Mizukage took out the ninja scroll and entered chakra. He is using the connection between the scroll and the ninja knife to deliver the message. Here, all four passed on the news. Let's go. Take advantage of this gap. Let's go to the square to take a look at the situation of the Death Forest. Several people left hand in hand and threw towards the square. Dead Forest. After a night's rest, all the teams started their activities. Losing the protection of the night, many teams encountered battles and fell into the contention for scrolls. In the dense forest, the three girls looked around from time to time, walking through the forest. I feel the chill behind me. Is someone following us? Lin muttered. Why are you still so timid? There is no one. Anko pouted. But we still have to be careful. Azuki Shion said vigilantly. The three girls are the only pure girls team in all the teams. It is impossible not to be targeted. Tread. Suddenly, a red-haired boy came out from behind the trees in front. Look, let me just say someone is there, right? Lin pointed at the figure in front of her and shouted. What are you afraid of? The other party is only one person. Anko looked calm. Little ghost, get out of the way quickly, we are very powerful. Azuki Shion warned. Field. The red sand scorpion swept over the three girls, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. I know you, once belonged to the 9th class, the captain is Han Guang. How about it, hand over the scroll, I can let you go. Facing the threat of the red-haired boy, the three girls looked at each other. How about I break the seal? He made a suggestion. That's what Han Guang left us to save our lives. Isn't it too wasteful to deal with this brat? Anko disagreed. But I think he's dangerous. Lin argued. Zizi. Suddenly, a clay-like figure emerged from the ground and appeared beside Shie. Kill them, and then go back to Konoha village. The clay figure spoke slowly, and then, it turned into a puddle of mud. The red sand scorpion was stunned for a moment. He knew that this was a message from Tsuchikage to himself. It seems that something has changed in Konoha village, Scorpion muttered to himself. Immediately, he looked at another girl. I suddenly changed my mind. I decided to make the three of you into puppets. You can enjoy them every day in the future. You court death. Hearing these words, the three girls became angry. Oh, I really want to see, how do you kill me? Scorpion's tone was full of contempt. Sisters, I'm here this time. Lin stood up and glared at the red sand scorpion. Immediately afterwards, she removed the seal in her body. Buzz. At this moment, a terrifying chakra appeared and sank into the ground. This chakra, Scorpion's face suddenly changed. He was sure that this chakra could never belong to Nohara Lin. Puff puff. Suddenly, the ground shook, and thick trees burst out of the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, the red sand scorpion was rolled up by the tree. This is wood style. Scorpion's expression was extremely horrified, and he hurriedly took out a scroll. Ultimate puppet. Solution. As the smoke appeared, the Radao puppet appeared. Pity. As soon as the puppet appeared, it was swept away by the trees. Vori. Scorpion people are stupid. This is the puppet of third cage. He was swept away by the trees before he could cast it. Click, click. The scorpion is trying to break free, but it can't break free at all. On the contrary, his body was constantly tied tightly, and his bones made explosive noises. My chakra. Exclaiming, he found that his chakra was constantly being sucked away by the branches. In this case, he couldn't even show ninjutsu. It's over. Scorpion's face was ashen, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The curtain is about to end before one's own strength has been brought into play. In the forest of death, the emergence of wood style covered the entire forest almost at the same time. Killer Bee just received the news. Before he had time to leave, he was stunned. He saw countless trees emerge from the ground, and he tied himself into rice dumplings. 8 tails. With a yell, Killer Bee communicated with 8 tails. Bululu. Tailed beast chakra diffuses. In less than a second, the tail beast chakra was sucked away by the trees. 8 tails. Killer Bee. What are you doing? This wood style can absorb my chakra and feed back wood style, and the power of wood style is stronger. 8 tails explained. Aren't we screwed then? Killer Bee's head buzzed. He is sure that this wood style is definitely cast by Han Guang. Because only Han Guang has such a terrifying wood style. I just want to leave the death forest. As for using wood style. Killer Bee hissed. On the square. At the same time as Good Zhao's. This game is over. It seems that we have to leave here quickly. Mizuki Yagura's eyelids twitched wildly, and he was about to run away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You four better not move. If you move, I will kill you. Raikage sat down on the ground, a look of horror on his face. At this moment, a large number of ninjas appeared on the square, surrounding the 4 of them. The ninjas of Mist Ninja also did not escape, and were hung on the branches one by one. See the scene on the big screen. The only one that was not harmed was Konoha's participating team. Raikage, it's your uncle Wari. Onoki cursed. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Scorpion, it turned out that you did it, and you deserve to die. Shio said with a complex expression. Obito stepped out, sounding a warning. Click, click. The genin of other small and medium ninja villages were not spared. Sand Shinobi's Yi Kang team was also bound into balls by trees. The trees became tighter, and finally turned into a spherical cage. Chapter 238 replaced the shadow of the 4 great ninja villages with white Zetsu. Tsunade. Maya hurts. Please customize. Outside Konoha village, Han Guang and his group walked towards the entrance of the village. The 4th generation is back. When the guard saw the person coming, he shouted out in surprise. Immediately afterwards, 2 guards rushed out to meet him. Oh, looks like the 4th generation is very popular. Senju Tobarama nodded. Something should have happened in the village just now. Hashirama reminded. It's okay, this is just right. Han Guang didn't care. Just right. Hashirama and Tobarama were stunned for a moment, not quite understanding the meaning of 4th generation. Master Hokage, you are finally back. The guard ran up to him with an excited tone. What happened? Han Guang asked with a smile. Well, something happened. The guard scratched his head, not knowing how to explain it. I'll go check it out. Uchiha Fugaku stepped away and went to find out the situation. And Han Guang walked into the village with 1st generation and 2nd generation. I'm going to find Senior Tsunade. Teacher, you take them to the security department first. Good. Happy soup bath. When Han Guang walked into the store, he was surprised to find that Tsunade was not in the room. When the perception was turned on, he couldn't help but laugh. On the square, Tsunade is mixing with a group of ninjas, and is on guard against the leaders of the 4 major ninja villages. Don't move, just move, and I'll kill you 333. Obito's voice sounded, and the surrounding Konoha shinobi gathered around one after another, completely surrounding the 4 of them. Raikage, what should we do? Shio glanced at the movie and asked in a low voice. Raikage came back to his senses and let out a long breath. Sweeping the Konoha shinobi around, he has a decision. Killer Bee isn't dead, he's just trapped. And, Wood style in the dead woods is over. We have only one way, and that is to break out into the forest of death and rescue them. With Raikage's words fell, the other three thought for a while before agreeing to the plan. As long as the people trapped in the death forest can be rescued, their strength will be greatly increased. At that time, it will be easier to break out of Konoha. Everyone be careful, they want to rush into the death forest and rescue those people. Tsunade stood up and reminded loudly. Want to leave? Do you really think my wood style is a decoration? Obito sneered. Then, a white figure walked out from behind him. White Zetsu, fit together. Good. White Zetsu responded and stuck to Obi's back. ZZ. Immediately afterwards, White Zetsu's body split open, wrapping Obito inside. Snapped. Wood style. Obito was about to cast wood style when he was forced to stop. Because, he saw that he was blocked by a familiar figure. Han Guang appeared. Han Guang. After seeing the person coming, the movie's expression was extremely frightened. Fourth Hokage. Chiyo's face was ugly, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. It's over, it's completely over now. Onoki's eyelids twitched wildly. I should have escaped earlier. Mizuka Yagura regretted. With the sudden appearance of Han Guang, the four shadows became more and more popular. On the contrary, Konoha's momentum has been raised to ultimate. You little brat, you're only coming back now. Tsunade rolled his eyes at the other party, and his tone was joyful. My wood style hasn't been used yet. Obito was speechless. The fourth generation is back, it's all right now. The others said in a relaxed tone. Field. Han Guang glanced at the four of Raikage with a smile on his lips. What? I've only been out for one night, and you four trash want to subvert my Konoha. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Onoki hurriedly explained. His expression was innocent, and he continued. Hokage, I didn't do anything. Yeah. Han Guang smiled even wider. Whizzing. Whoosh. At this time, three figures descended from the sky, and they were the Nohara Lin's team flying out of the death forest. He lied. He told Adia, the red sand scorpion with his soil clone in the death forest, asking him to kill us. Lin's voice was loud, revealing Tsuchikage's evil deeds. That's it. Han Guang rubbed his chin and looked at Onoki. It's fake. Someone must have come out and I did it. Onoki began to defend again. Tsuchikage, don't quibble, if you fall, you will fall. None of the four of us can escape this matter. Suddenly, Raikage sighed and directly backstabbed the others. Uncle Woji, Raikage, it's all your fault. If you hadn't fooled us, how could we have been fooled? Onoki cursed. It was you who fooled us, and you who betrayed us. Raikage, you are such a villain. Chiyo shook her head. I shouldn't have listened to Raikage, a street. Mizukage also sighed. At this point, there is no point in concealing it. Because there are still many suspects trapped in the death forest, as long as Konoha interrogates a little, the truth will be revealed. Hokage, I just hope that you can give me a chance to reform myself. Raikage came out with a sincere tone. He backstabbed the other three just to survive. Facing Raikage begging for mercy. Han Guang did not respond. He turned to look at Obito. Obito, take the four of them to the Anbu base. Hearing this result, Ying breathed a sigh of relief. The other three were also secretly delighted. They heard that Han Guang did not intend to kill him. Pity. The four of them were wrong. This is his main purpose. Of course, Han Guang led Tsunade towards the security department. This little pervert wants to ride himself. No way, really, Tsunade wondered. Let White Zetsu replace the ruler of the four great ninja villages. Along the way, he glanced at the properties panel. Turning to look at Tsunade, Hikaru gestured. Watching several people being escorted away, Han Guang had a slight smile on his mouth. No one noticed. Just after the four of Raikage were escorted away, the four White Zetsu turned into Anbu ninjas and followed them quietly. This step has been finalized by Han Guang since the Chunin exam was held. Power. 117284, Super 6 Paths level. On the street. Ahem, what are you talking about? I'm looking for you for business. Han Guang's face was embarrassed, and his tone was serious. Now that you're all here, I'll just let White Zetsu take your place. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Senior Tsunade, follow me. Warm. I won't go, my butt hurts. Tsunade shook his head vigorously. Chapter 239 Danzo. I testify that it was all done by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Please customize. Police prison. In the cell, Danzo leaned against the corner, rubbing his shoulders vigorously. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down at the ground, wondering what he was thinking. Zilla, la. A burst of friction sounded continuously, noisy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was upset. Danzo, can you take a break? Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, glancing up at Danzo. Shieyu uncle, my arm is itchy, what's wrong with me? Danzo directly yelled back. His arms had been itching for 2 days, and Danzo knew that this was the reason why White Zetsu's cells were constantly fusing. In order to relieve the itching, he could only grind the wall. Hiruzen, have you thought of a way to escape? Danzo didn't forget to ask while grinding the wall. Escape? You can't even use chakra, how can you escape? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded angrily. Then, there was a hint of worry in his tone. Orochimaru was taken away for 2 days and has not returned. Don't think about it, he must have been beaten to death by Han Guang. Danzo affirmed. If I haven't come back for 2 days, it must be more than auspicious. However, I have a way to get out of here. Suddenly, Danzo lowered his voice. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his expression and leaned over. What way? He asked hastily. Hiruzen, with this method, only one person can survive, Tuan Yu said. Tell me what to do first. It's very simple. Between us, one person needs to bear all the blame. In this way, the other person can survive. Following Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed brightly. Take the blame. This kind of thing definitely suits Danzo best. After all, Danzo has already taken a lot of blame, and it doesn't matter if he takes a few more. Hee, I can tell by your expression that you want to sacrifice me. Danzo sneered, seeing through Hiruzen's plan. No one knows Hiruzen's character better than Danzo. This person is full of benevolence, righteousness and morality, but his heart is more wolf than anyone else. Danzo, have you ever thought that even if you survived, you are still alone? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was quite emotional. Then, he continued, but I'm different. I still have a family and the capital to resist. FKU. Danzo cursed directly. I have carried the blame for most of my life. This time, Danzo vowed that he would never recite it again. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, several footsteps sounded from outside the prison. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the prison door together. I see. Two figures came in one after another. Seeing the person coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. First generation, second generation. Danzo was also taken aback, his tone full of disbelief. First Hokage, second Hokage. These two have died a long time ago, how come they are alive again? Is it interesting to use transformation technique to disguise as first generation and second generation? Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. It's really a low-level method. Danzo also shook his head. Monkey, stay safe. Senju Tobirama spoke calmly. Hearing this address, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Are you really a teacher? There was still doubt in his eyes. When I entrusted you with the position of Hokage, do you remember what I said? Senju Tobirama's tone was calm. I remember. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. Danzo was equally pleasantly surprised. Teacher, help me. Teacher, I'm Danzo. The two rushed to the iron fence and shouted out. They have confirmed that the person in front of them is really second Hokage. Save you. Hearing this, Han Tobirama sneered. I haven't questioned these two guys yet, how dare these two guys still have the face to ask me to save them? I ask you, what happened to the Senju clan? At this moment, Hashirama spoke. This silenced Hiruzen and Danzo. What? As third Hokage, can't you answer this question? Senju Hashirama's tone changed abruptly, and a strong killing intent permeated his body. Shodai, the Senju clan lost their lives on the battlefield in order to resist the enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit the bullet and said. Then, he added, in order to continue the Senju family, I did my best to keep Tsunade. Field. Hashirama's face darkened. Tobirama's eyes grew murderous. Are you sure this is your answer? Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes and asked one last thing. 0. Asking for flowers. 0. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with an innocent face and firm tone. Tread. Just then, Tsunade walked in. Grandpa, make a fuss. Upon entering, Tsunade burst into tears. Along the way, she had already heard Han Guang talk about this matter, so Tsunade ran here impatiently, leaving Han Guang behind. Shao Gang, little Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade, the Hashirama brothers softened their tone. Why are you crying? Tell me something. Hashirama came over with a kind tone. Tell me, who messed with you? Tobirama also asked. It's them. Tsunade pointed to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo in the cell. See this scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's minds were buzzing. They were sure that Tsunade must have been seduced by Han Guang. Grandpa, all members of our Senju clan were sent to the battlefield by the third generation. No reinforcements, no supplies. Our people are all dead. After that, I left the village and dared not come back. If it wasn't for the fourth generation to take over, I still wouldn't dare to go back to the village. Click. As Tsunade's voice fell, the floor beneath Senju Hashirama's feet exploded. His eyes swept towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, the killing intent in his eyes had condensed into substance. Very good. Third generation, you are very good. Hashirama's tone sank. Wait a minute Shodai, Tsunade is lying, he must have been deceived by Han Guang. Sarutobi Hiruzen said hastily, with cold sweat on his forehead. Oh, you mean, the fourth generation is lying, and so is my granddaughter. Only you are not lying. Hashirama spoke slowly, and walked towards the cell. Wait a minute, brother. At this time, time stopped in front of him. Give them both to me, I promise, let them die in pain. Following Tobirama's voice fell, Danzo hastily pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sensei, this is all Hiruzen's doing, it has nothing to do with me. He wiped out the Senju clan in order to gain power. I can testify, Sensei, I'm innocent, Hiruzen did it all. Chapter 240 Han Guang. The power I showed just now is not even 1%. Please customize. In order to survive, Danzo sold Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation. Because, he is too aware of second generation's methods. In terms of anatomy, no one in the ninja world can match second generation. Danzo, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious after being backstabbed by Danzo. You did something bad, I can't say it yet. Danzo said sternly. Then, he looked at the teacher again, and continued. Teacher, Hiruzen not only designed to destroy the Senju clan, but even signed humiliating treaties with the outside world. Having said that, he added another sentence. Thankfully the 4th generation kicked him out. Field, Sarutobi Hiruzen was buzzing. He could see it. Danzo threw the blame on himself in order to survive. Danzo, you are very good, you can expose his crimes in time. Senju Tobirama said faintly, 540. Teacher, damn the solar axis. Danzo echoed, don't worry, I will let you die a little faster than him. Outside the prison, Han Guang didn't go in. After all, this is a grievance between the Senju clan and the 3rd generation and Danzo. As long as the result satisfies him, Han Guang will not interfere. Step on, step on. Suddenly, footsteps sounded and the prison door was pushed open. I see. Senju Tobirama walked out of the prison carrying 3rd generation and Danzo. 4th generation, I will take the 2 of them back to the family first, and I will handle them well. Tobirama said. Random. Han Guang nodded. Watching the 2nd generation leave, Han Guang turned his head to look at 1st Hokage. What, you're not going to 1st generation? No, I trust Tobirama's methods. Hashirama shook his head. Han Guang, your name should be Shodai. Why don't you use an honorific title? At this moment, Tsunade looked proud and pointed out Han Guang's attitude problem. Oh, I still need to bring the honorific title. Han Guang looked surprised. He looked towards 1st generation, waiting for the other party's response. Shaozuna, I can't beat the 4th generation. Hashirama reminded me. Tsunade froze. Senior Tsunade, I will remember this. Han Guang smiled and said something. Hearing Han Guang's words, Tsunade knew that his was going to hurt again. 1st generation, Senior Tsunade is with you, so you can do whatever you want. I still have things to attend to. I'll go with you. Hashirama became interested. He probably guessed what was going on with the 4th generation. Me, I'll go too. Tsunade also volunteered. Fine. Whoosh. Just when the 3 were about to leave the security department, Uchiha Fugaku appeared. 4th generation, representatives of those small and medium ninja villages have all been arrested. They were involved in the riot. Han Guang asked. At present, there should be no. Fugaku responded. Then let it go. The leaders of the 4 great ninja villages have been captured, that's enough. Han Guang gestured. Good. Dead forest. Han Guang walked into the forest with 1st generation and Tsunade. It's such a familiar forest. Seeing this forest, Senju Hashirama was moved with emotion. You made it? Han Guang asked. That's right. However, the dead forest is denser now than before. Hashirama responded. Suddenly, his expression froze. 4th generation, someone in this forest has cast wood style. Hashirama noticed something odd. That's my wood style. Han Guang shrugged. Amazing. Hashirama observed the trees and couldn't help but admire. He could see that the wood style attainments of the 4th generation were almost on par with his own. The 3 of them walked forward. Shortly after, Han Guang stopped. He looked up at the wood style ball on the tree branch, and then put his hands on the pair. Baji. The ball fell to the ground and slowly opened. This person, Hashirama on the side looked at the figure on the ground, with a gleam in his eyes. 4th generation, he has a tailed beast inside him, Hashirama reminded. I know. Han Guang nodded, and walked in front of the unconscious Killer Bee. Puff. He patted casually, and Killer Bee's body was directly patted into a meatloaf. Seeing this scene, Hashirama's pupils shrank suddenly. This power, Hashirama's heart is terrified 0. 4th generation just slapped Jinchuriki flat. Even the tail beast inside Jinchuriki died. Tsunade covered his eyes, unable to bear to look directly. She thinks Han Guang is too cruel, he is dizzy, and you even patted him into meatloaf. Zizi. At this time, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground. Get rid of it, Han Guang motioned. Yes, white Zetsu opened his body and swallowed the client's body. This creature also seems to have wood style. Seeing white Zetsu, Hashirama was quite curious. That's right, Han Guang nodded. He then explained. It's a combination of human and plant. I found it from Madara's hideout. I see, Hashirama nodded. And those ninjas in small and medium ninja villages, because of their poor strength, hardly survived. Afterwards, he summoned different white Zetsu to devour the corpses. He has seen that the 4th generation does not lose his wood style attainments, and has 0.1 powerful physical strength, as well as that weird white Zetsu creature. It's boring, isn't it? Walking out of the death forest, Han Guang asked with a smile. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Didn't you already see it just now? Hashirama wondered. The 4th generation's wood style accomplishments can be attributed to talent. However, such strong physical skills cannot be explained by talent. Just now, Han Guang couldn't help but laugh. Have you seen my physical skills? He said with a smile on his face. After finishing these, Han Guang left the death forest with 1st generation and Tsunade. I'm curious, you are only 12 or 13 years old. At this age, how can you practice martial arts to such an extent? Hashirama asked, doubts in his heart. Along the way, Han Guang shot and killed all the participating ninjas of the 4 great ninja villages. The 3 continued to dig deeper. Tsunade. Just brag. Senju Hashirama. Facing 1st generation's inquiry, Han Guang touched his chin. No, it's interesting. Senju Hashirama responded with a serious face. He shook his head and said casually, the power I showed just now is not even 1%. Chapter 241 Guang's highest meeting. Desperate Sarutobi Hiruzen, please customize. Noon, Hokage conference room. Guang held his first high-level meeting since his succession. Among them, not only Namikaze Minato, but also the chiefs of various clans. It's just that, although all the people arrived, Guang was still waiting and did not start the meeting. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, footsteps sounded in the corridor, and Anbu Anko walked in. Master Hokage, first generation asked me to tell you that he does not intend to attend the meeting. What about the second generation? Guang continued to ask. Second generation is in the secret room of the Senju resident, and has no intention of participating in the meeting. I see. Guang nodded. He knows that first generation and second generation are for avoiding suspicion. However, Guodong didn't care at all. Since those two are not willing to participate, it can start. Namikaze Minato reminded. Guang cleared his throat and started the meeting. Everyone, today's meeting is the first high-level meeting since I succeeded 4th Hokage. 03, I define this meeting as an S-level meeting. In other words, this is a top-secret meeting. After everyone leaves here, the content of the meeting must not be disclosed to anyone. Following Guang's words, everyone looked serious. They are very clear that today's meeting must be extremely important if it can be defined as top secret by the 4th generation. Don't worry, we will strictly keep the secret. Uchiha Fugaku spoke and was the first to express his opinion. 4th generation, you can rest assured. You can trust us, we will keep our mouth shut. Nara Shirju also echoed. Right, yes, do not worry. The patriarchs of other families also nodded. Facing the expressions of the crowd, Guang stretched out his hand and pressed down. Then, he spoke surprisingly. What I want to talk about today is about Konoha's plan to secretly control the 4 great ninja villages. Following Guang's voice fell. The audience was silent. Everyone, I will secretly replace the power holders of the 4 great ninja villages of Vice Admiral, and then continue to demand compensation from them on the grounds that the 4 great ninja villages tried to subvert my Konoha. What we want to discuss is how to prevent the 4 major ninja villages from causing too much civil strife, and let them continue to support us Konoha. Having said that, Guang looked around at the crowd, waiting for everyone to speak. Only, in the conference room at this moment, the patriarchs of the various clans still looked dull, as if they hadn't recovered yet. Replace the rulers of the 4 great ninja villages. This news shocked everyone's brains. Boom, boom, boom. Guang knocked on the table, bringing everyone back to reality. Ahem, let me talk about my opinion first. Namikaze Minato was the first to recover and coughed twice. Then, he continued. Guang, can you guarantee that the replaced rulers of the 4 great ninja villages will not show their feet? Hearing Namikaze Minato's inquiry, other people also looked at each other. This question is also what everyone wants to ask. As long as it is not the closest person, it should not be discovered. Guang gave an answer. In that case, we have to place ninjas beside them, not only to protect but also to eradicate those who may find out in time. Li Liang Lujiu made a suggestion. Good advice. Guang nodded. He recorded this suggestion, and then looked at the others. If you just install ninjas, I don't think it's safe. After all, if we continue to compensate Konoha, there is a high probability that ninjas in other ninja villages will rebel. Uchiha Fugaku also spoke, and I have a new problem. Keep talking. Guang motioned. In addition to installing ninjas, I think we also need to form a few special assassination units. As long as there is a rebellion in the 4-person ninja village, the assassination units must be cleaned up in time. Fugaku expressed his suggestion. Very good. Guang praised and recorded it. I suggest that at least one ninja from our family should be installed among the ninjas. Hyuga Hiyashi also spoke. White eyes, good advice. Guang agreed. We need sentient ninjas in the assassination force, and our Yamanaka family is indispensable. Yamanaka patriarch said. A famous family patriarch offered advice. In a short period of time, Guang was surprised to find that this plan was perfected without any loopholes. Sure enough, the wisdom of crowds is powerful. Guang sincerely sighed. After the meeting, Guang started to fulfill the promises made before. Everyone go back and gather the clansmen, starting from the one with the smallest number of clans, go to line up in my yard, and I will engrave the flying ability for people of all clans. Guang's voice just fell. The faces of the patriarchs of various clans showed excitement. The 4th generation did not forget this matter. By the way, remember to bring the money, the fee is 100,000 taels per person. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Guang reminded. Relax, 4th generation. A group of people laughed, happy in their hearts. This price is no different from free. Senju Station, secret room. Senju Tobarama stands in front of the operating table, surrounded by the old, weak, sick and disabled of several families. 410. On the operating table, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared with round eyes, opening and closing his mouth violently. Pity, he couldn't make any sound at all. Monkey, my Senju clan used to have thousands of members, I am very kind, I will exchange your life for a piece of meat. Senju Tobarama muttered to himself with a calm tone. Then, a scalpel appeared in Tobarama's hand. Puff, the scalpel cut Hiruzen's finger, and the thumb was cut off. Feed him, Tobarama said. A clansman came up, picked up the finger, and stuffed it into Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. Gulu, Gulu, with his fingers blocking his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help swallowing. As a result, he swallowed his thumb into his stomach. Woo, Sarutobi Hiruzen hissed, but could barely make a sound. Stop shouting, you will see for yourself, eat yourself. Senju Tobirama continued to speak, and cut off another finger of the other party. As the second finger was swallowed by himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became ferocious. Why, are you angry? This is just the beginning. Chapter 242 Han Guang, go back to the past, don't accidentally hurt our ancestors. Please customize. Han Guang never imagined that he would actually deceive himself. He originally thought that it would only take a day at best to engrave the flying ability for the people of all ethnic groups. But in the end, it lasted for 3 days. When the last Uchiha tribe bowed away, Han Guang finally breathed a sigh of relief. 4th generation, the meals are ready, Uchiha Fugaku reminded in a low voice. Got it. Han Guang waved his hand. Then, he gestured, let's go first. The patriarchs of all ethnic groups left in response and stopped disturbing. They know that the 4th generation is tired and needs a rest. Wait for everyone to leave. Han Guang leaned on the wooden chair and glanced at the attribute panel. Name, Han Guang. Age, 12 years old. Power, 117248, Super 6 Paths level. Physique, 147456, Super 6 Paths level. Agility, 2968, Immortal level. Spirit, 81920, 6 Paths level. Immunity. Chakra volume, 349,592. Skills, none. Ninjutsu, planetary devastation, level 6 Paths. Quality evolution. Ability, wood style god level. Control characteristic, loyalty. Ultimate perception, 100,000 meters. Comprehensive strength evaluation, Genin. My current attributes, it's time to travel to the past. After closing the panel, Han Guang muttered to himself. He looked down to the ground and summoned White Zetsu. ZZ. White Zetsu emerged from the ground. Master Han Guang, what happened to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Han Guang asked. Already dead, only one head remained, buried by the 2nd generation in the forbidden area of the Senju clan. White Zetsu responded. Oh, there's only one head left. Han Guang was quite surprised. Without thinking about it, he knew that the 2nd generation must have used extremely cruel means to make Sarutobi Hiruzen die. Where's Danzo? He was also executed by the 2nd generation, and the body was sent to the back mountain. I sent someone to swallow the body. That's it. Han Guang nodded. He then asked about White Zetsu's disguise. How familiar are the 4 people in power? It's ready, and we can leave at any time. Very good. Standing up very quickly, Han Guang was quite satisfied. In 3 days, White Zetsu has become familiar with their respective identities, and then it is time to send them back to the 4 great ninja villages. Noon. In the dense forest outside Konoha village, Han Guang summoned the patriarchs of various clans and 4 assassination teams to gather together. Come out. Waving to the woods, Han Guang smiled. Tread, tread. Accompanied by the sound of several footsteps, the 4 rulers came out of the forest. Not only that, behind them, several subordinates followed. These, all in disguise, are White Zetsu. What a powerful camouflage technique. I can't tell the truth from the fake. The Yamanaka patriarch looked shocked. In his perception, these people in front of him have no flaws. My eyes can't tell the difference. This transformation technique should belong to the high-level transformation technique of the shadow clone category. Hyuga Hiyashi also exclaimed, if 4th generation doesn't have confidence, how can it implement this plan? Uchiha Fugaku was not too surprised. Now, he has a kind of blind trust and adoration for Han Guang. Next, Han Guang glanced at the members of the 4 assassination teams. He was surprised to find that Shisui, Obito, Yamato and Kakashi were all in the assassination team. Well, I was responsible for the assassination of Kurigakure. Sansui reported, I'm in charge of Cloud Shinobi Village. Obito's voice was loud, I participated in the assassination of Iwagakure. Yamato also stated his mission. I'm in charge of Sunagakure. Kakashi said. Hearing the reports of the 4, Han Guang nodded. Immediately, he asked, who is the commander-in-chief? It's me, Namikaze Minato responded. Then he made a suggestion. I propose to have Fugaku and Shikahisa as second-in-commands. After finalizing all the matters, Han Guang made the final speech. Everyone, I will be away for a while. In the meantime, Minato-sensei will take Hokage's place temporarily. If Sensei Minato is absent, Chief Fugaku will take his place. After that, the chief of the Shikaku clan, the chief of the Hyuga clan. If the people in the front are not there, there must be someone behind. Following Han Guang's words, several people nodded one after another. They already know that the 4th generation will travel back to the past to solve Mount Myoboku at its root. Wait a minute, I plan to go with you. At this time, Namikaze Minato spoke. No. Han Guang shook his head and refused. Then I'll let Obito go with you. Chief Fugaku also spoke. No need. No. 4th generation, you have to take someone with you. Ju also reminded. Oh, Han Guang was surprised. 4th generation, we know that you are very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you need to run errands alone. There are 1st generation and 2nd generation going with me, what are you worried about? Han Guang couldn't help but laugh. That's different. Namikaze Minato shook his head. Seeing how resolute their attitudes were, Han Guang touched his chin. Immediately, he looked at the king. You've become smarter, Han Guang said in surprise. Teacher, Don't forget to reincarnate. Obito, you won't be able to see your family's sisters this time. Han Guang joked. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Then I'll find some girlfriends in the past. Obito looked mysterious. Also, don't accidentally hurt my ancestors. Minato added. He knows this kind of thing without the teacher reminding him. At this time, the patriarchs of other families also came over. Before leaving, Han Guang explained to Mr. Minato. Relax. Namikaze Minato nodded. After all, the two of them are good brothers. Then, he also warned. Han Guang, you have to remember that in the past time and space, you should not accidentally hurt your ancestors. Don't worry, Master Joe. Thump, thump. Hey, I knew you would choose me. Before Han Guang could speak, Obito ran over with a look of surprise. Fourth generation, we also want to tell you, go back to the past, and don't accidentally hurt our ancestors. Chapter 243 Reversal of Dragon Veins. Shuttle past. Han Guang. Maybe it's a little early. Please customize. Konoha Village Mouth. Senju Hashirama and Tobirama see Han Guang from the future, and Uchiha Obito who follows him. You two, are you done with the matter? Han Guang asked with a smile. It's finished here, and our original time and space haven't been processed yet. Tobirama shook his head, meaning, indeed so. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo in this time and space were disposed of by Tobirama, but in the previous time and space, these two people are still alive and well. But fourth generation, are you really sure to bring us back to where we started? Tobirama asked again. He and his eldest brother had calculated that to return to the original time and space, it would take an unimaginable amount of chakra. Don't say that the current big brother Hashirama can't do it. Even if his chakra is 10 times more, it will be very difficult to do it. In this case, the two brothers did not have much hope for fourth generation. Field. Han Guang shrugged and did not answer the question. Let's talk about it when we get to Lulin. As he spoke, he broke a tree with a punch and jumped onto it. Hashirama and Tobirama also jumped on it. The next moment, the trees trembled and floated into the air. Warm. I haven't gone up yet, wait for me. Obito shouted hastily. I thought you had already come up. Han Guang was a little embarrassed. He almost forgot his good brother. As Obito jumped up, the trees lifted into the air and flew towards Lulin at a high speed. Along the way, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but spoke again. 063 fourth generation, I think I should tell you something. Tobirama's tone was serious. You say. Han Guang motioned. From the original time and space, we used the Dragon Vein waterfall to go down the river and come to the current time and space. You should know that when the waterfall falls to the bottom of the pool, there will be waves splashing. And the waves are what we rely on to return to the past. However, no matter how big the waves are, at best, it is only a few days or more than 10 days ago. If you want the waves to go upstream and splash on the waterfall, you should know that this is almost impossible. Hearing second generation's remarks, Han Guang nodded in agreement. However, he still has a different point of view. Second generation, if I output enough chakra, won't I be able to return to the waterfall by maintaining the rising speed of the waves? Han Guang said his plan. Impossible. At this moment, Senju Hashirama shook his head. Then, he continued. Fourth generation, you certainly don't know how huge chakra is needed to do this. To maintain the energy of the waves, it is necessary to face the huge impact of time and space at all times. Tobirama and I roughly calculated that at least 100 of me are needed to barely do it. Finish with Hashirama. Han Guang made a rough calculation in his mind. It seems that my own chakra has reached the standard. You two, don't worry. Even if it fails, we'll come back at worst. Han Guang smiled at Kaido. Evening. Lulin. Dragon Vein. The four stood at the Dragon Vein seal. Senju Tobirama distributed several Flying Thunder God kunai to several people. These four kunai have the same technique, which allows us to keep in touch when we travel through time and space. After speaking, he looked at Han Guang. Fourth generation, have you really decided? Let's get started. Han Guang waved his hand and signaled. Then I'll start. Senju Tobirama walked in front of the seal, forming a mark with both hands. Get close to me, he reminded one. The three of Han Guang walked to Tobirama's side. Next moment, Dragon Vein seal, open. Senju Tobirama let out a loud cry, and pressed his hands on the Dragon Vein seal. Buzz. In an instant, a majestic energy emerged from the ground, and the extremely bright light shot straight into the sky. Okay, Tobirama gestured. Let's go. Han Guang nodded, his whole body squirmed, and 3 branches formed. Whoosh, whoosh. Surrounding the 3 together, Han Guang stepped directly into the light. Impact. Intense impact. This is Han Guang's most intuitive feeling. He is very clear that as long as he gives up resistance and goes down the river, he can travel to the future time and space. Unfortunately, he is going to the past, not the future. Fourth generation. Do you see that? Space-time spray. Senju Tobirama yelled. I see. Han Guang nodded. Splash of time and space is easy to judge. Because, only the space-time spray is upstream. Whoosh. Han Guang engulfed the 3 of them, exuding a powerful chakra all over his body, and rushed towards the space-time waves. Oh. Under Han Guang's frightening speed, Obito screamed and his brain was buzzing. Although he is wrapped in Han Guang's wood style, his eyes can see the scene in front of him. Here, it was all dazzling light, almost blinding his eyes. To be honest, Obito didn't even know how Han Guang saw the so-called space-time waves. Tread. Abruptly, Han Guang stopped in his tracks. He lifted wood style. Here is a spherical space, the space is not sky-high. This is the inside of the time spray, Senju Tobarama explained. Now, we need to start infusing chakra, otherwise, the time and space waves will break soon. We will also be washed back. Hashirama reminded. Let me do it. Han Guang nodded and put his hands on the barrier. As chakra gushes out, he senses the state of space-time waves. To put it bluntly, this spherical space is actually a water drop splashed by the time-space waterfall. And the four of them are inside the water drop. Boom. Suddenly, the barrier of the ball trembled, as if it had hit something. Han Guang can clearly feel that chakra of spray of time and space has been consumed by 10 pieces. But, consumed chakra is replenished almost instantly. Fourth generation, did you consume a lot of chakra just now? Senju Tobarama asked. Well, it can be ignored. Han Guang said truthfully. Then I'll start to detect the space-time coordinates. Tobarama took out kunai and activated the spell on it. Using spells, he can find the coordinates of the original space-time. Of course, it's still too early. Inside the ball, Senju Tobarama has been sensing coordinates with eyes closed. Hashirama is ready to replace Han Guang at any time. Obito, on the other hand, looked at the bright light outside the ball curiously, making his eyes dizzy. Time flies. I don't know how long it has been. Han Guang only knows that half of his chakra has been consumed. Unexpected. Snapped. It's very simple, I'll take you out now. Although the shuttle time may be a bit earlier, it shouldn't be much different. Han Guang looked calm. Boo. Then what should we do? Obito also panicked. Next moment. At this moment, Han Guang cast wood style, engulfing the three of them again. Worry. I have missed it. Senju Tobarama's face turned pale instantly. Senju Tobarama snapped his eyes open. That's the only way. Tobarama nodded. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Hashirama. Broken. We don't have time to stop at the original coordinates. Shouldn't it be worn to the Sengoku era? Obito guessed. I just don't know. How many years earlier? Hashirama sighed. Huh. Han Guang turned his head and looked at Tobarama. As Han Guang left, this spherical space also shattered. I sensed it. He stepped out and disappeared into the ball. Chapter 244 Han Guang. What does it have to do with us when they fight? Please customize. The vast desert, yellow sand all over the sky. Han Guang and his group stood on the sand dune with a dazed look on their faces. Call. The violent wind and sand blew past, forming patches of sand marks. The four of them looked around, and saw that it was deserted. I clearly remember that there is an oasis near the Dragon Vein. Senju Tobarama muttered to himself. I still remember that there is a Lulan country here. There is not even a hair now. Obito spat out a mouthful of sand and muttered. It seems that this time point is much earlier. Hashirama said with emotion. In their original time and space, there was a large oasis near the Dragon Vein, but now, there is not even a shadow of the oasis. This is enough to show that this point of time is too early for who knows how many years. One thing is certain. At this moment, Han Guang spoke. What? Tobarama and the others looked over together. At this point in time, you two should not have been born yet. Han Guang made a judgment. Well, hearing this, Senju Tobarama sighed. Fourth generation, I originally thought that you don't have the talent for space-time ninjutsu, nor do you have a similar pupil technique, so it is impossible to bring the three of us upstream and return. Oh, is it difficult? Han Guang was surprised. Your way requires a lot of chakra. I underestimate you. Tobarama shook his head. Not only he didn't expect it, even Hashirama didn't expect it. The amount of chakra of the fourth generation is far beyond their imagination. The other party not only sent a few people back with pure chakra. Moreover, they have returned to before they were born. Hey, let's get out of here first, I'm almost full. Obito couldn't take it anymore, and spit out another mouthful of sand. The goddamn sandstorm keeps feeding sand into his mouth. Let's go, visit our family first. Senju Hashirama made a suggestion. Wait a minute, seal the Dragon Vein. Huang Guang signaled. Fourth generation, your idea is very good. Tobarama looked surprised, admiring the wisdom of fourth generation. He understood what Han Guang meant. As long as the Dragon Veins in this time and space are sealed, the Dragon Veins cannot be used to travel in the time and space after that. Because the Dragon Vein in the upstream of time is cut off, and the energy in the downstream is lost. Soon, Tobarama sealed the Dragon Veins. Let's go. Han Guang infused the sand with features, condensing a sand mat. Several people jumped on it. Whoosh. The sand pad lifts off, heading east. Along the way, in order to confirm the correct direction, Han Guang asked. This direction, is it flying towards your family? That's right, our Senju family has always been near the former site of Konoha. Senju Tobarama replied. Indeed, it is the base camp of our Senju clan. Hashirama also echoed. No wonder, you will build a village at that location. Han Guang suddenly realized. Immediately, he asked another question. Where is the base camp of the Uchiha clan? At this point in time, we don't know too well. Tobarama shook his head. In this time and space, he and his eldest brother have not yet been born, so it is really unclear where Uchiha is stationed. In this era, when ninjas of each family go out, they will hide their information. They will not reveal their family at will. Hashirama also explained. That's it. Han Guang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, why don't you ask me? At this time, Obito raised his hand. He felt he was being grossly ignored. Han Guang asked about the residents of the Uchiha clan, why not himself? I am an authentic Uchiha tribe. Obito, do you know about the Sengoku era? Han Guang looked disbelieving. During this period, Now Wang's grandfather may not have been born. Han Guang, there are records in our family. Of course I know. Obito was angry, with a proud face. Han Guang was taken aback. He really didn't expect that bringing Obito would bring such a big surprise. Obito, you just need to tell me the location. Fifth Hokage is none other than you. Han Guang drew a big cake. Ah, this, isn't it good? Obito scratched his head with ecstasy on his face. Then, he leaned over to Han Guang's side. Well, when can I take over? Obito couldn't help asking. After I die, Han Guang said casually. Number 1. At this moment, Obito has black lines all over his head. When you die, at that time, I should die too. Sure enough, my dream of Hokage was still a dream in the end. Hurry up and tell me the location. Han Guang urged. Well, according to family records, the ancestral land of our Uchiha clan, the mountains. Belt said the location of the family. 0. Ask for flowers. Uchiha Mountains. Han Guang looked puzzled, and twisted the ancient second generation and first generation. Do you know where this mountain range is? I don't know. Both of them shook their heads in unison. Seeing that he didn't even know the first generation and second generation, Han Guang looked at Obito again. So, the location of your family only records the name of a mountain range. Yeah, Obito nodded. Then do you know where this mountain range is? I don't know, I just read it in the family books. Hearing Obito's answer, Han Guang was speechless. What's the difference between that and not saying? Fourth generation. In fact, you don't need to worry, maybe my father knows. At this moment, Tobirama spoke. Hope so. Han Guang lost interest. He's sure that even Senju Butsuma probably doesn't know about it. Because, as the first generation has said just now, in this era, every family will hide its own information. In the end, I have to find it myself. Ask for flowers, ask for an evaluation ticket, ask for a long-term monthly ticket. Fighting. That's also a matter of the Senju clan. What does it have to do with us? Han Guang looked calm. Brother, what if our family is not hospitable? Tobirama chased after him and whispered. Tread. This is the territory of the Senju clan, and Hashirama and Tobirama must lead the way. Hey, what if they start fighting? Dai Wang had a strange look on his face. As long as the Uchiha tribe is caught, it will be known in due time. Let's go, let's meet the hospitable Senju clan. Han Guang smiled and gestured to Obito. Thanks to the flying sand pad controlled by Han Guang, several people finally arrived outside the Senju clan's garrison before dark. At this point in time, the two brothers were not born yet. This meant that no one in the family knew either of them. 4 people fell from the sky, less than a mile away from Senju Station. At present, the first thing I have to do is to determine the current time point. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked in the forefront. At this time, Han Guang looked at Hashirama. It was getting dark. Muttering to himself, Han Guang was not in a hurry anymore. So, where does Big Brother get his confidence? Don't worry, our Senju clan is very hospitable. Hashirama patted his chest with confidence. Chapter 245 Han Guang's fist smashed a mountain. Please customize. Today is a day of great joy for the Senju family. The groom is the head of the Senju clan, Senju Butsuma. The bride is the younger sister of the Uzumaki patriarch, Uzumaki Rina. After the complicated ceremony, the wedding is over. At this time, Uzumaki Ashina came over. Butsuma, my sister will be your wife from now on, you have to take good care of her. Don't worry, our 2 clans are distant relatives, I will take good care of Lunai. Jien nodded. With Butsuma's promise, Uzumaki Ashina pulls his sister aside again. Rina, after marrying Butsuma, you have to restrain your previous temper. This is not in our Uzumaki family anymore. Ashina warned in a low voice. Got it. Luna pouted. She used to live well in her own family, but her eldest brother made a decision that she was going to marry into the Senju family. Although Lunai knew that the elder brother was 580, in order to strengthen the connection with the Senju clan, but she was still a little unhappy. Here, she doesn't know anyone. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside the house, and a Senju tribe ran in. Patriarch, it's bad, someone outside broke into the family residence. What? Senju Butsuma paused slightly, his tone suddenly raised. Butsuma, is it an intruder from another family? Uzumaki Ashina asked. I don't know, I'll go out and have a look first. Butsuma picked up the tadao hanging on the wall, and walked out with the clansmen. I'll go too. Lunai also followed out. Hope it's not an enemy. Uzumaki Ashina shook his head, and also walked out of the hospital. Outside the Senju resident gate, the 4 of Han Guang stood outside the door, and at the door, 2 Senju tribe members looked vigilant. I've said it all, I'm from the Senju clan. You still won't let me in. Senju Hashirama, with black lines all over his head, reasoned with the guards. Don't lie to us, we all know our family members. You are not from our Senju family at all. The guard's voice was loud, and the tadao in his hand was rubbed tightly. Don't think that you just want to sneak in because you are wearing the combat uniform of our Senju clan. Another guard also warned. See this scene. Han Guang and Obito took a few steps back together, putting some distance between the Hashirama brothers. Han Guang, will they fight? Obito looked strange. Does it have something to do with us? Han Guang crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the picture hall of the theater. But what if we can't get in? Obito scratched his head. Don't worry, they will let us in. Han Guang said calmly. Tread. At this time, several figures came out from the station. Senju Butsuma stepped forward and his eyes fell on the two Hashirama brothers. Who are you? How dare you wear the costumes of my Senju clan? Butsuma's tone was questioning, and the middle school sword pointed at the two of them. Father, Hashirama yelled, his eyes lit up. Senju Butsuma, Uzumaki Rina. He has a son, Uzumaki Ashina. Impossible, these two are older than Butsuma, how could they be his son? After being said by the elder brother, Lunai was relieved. Senju Butsuma suddenly realized. He looked at Hashirama with pity and regret on his face. It turned out to be a few psychopaths. You guys went wrong. Leave quickly. Father, I'm really your son. Senju Hashirama's tone was still excited, and he took 2 steps forward. Shua, lie. As a result, several knives approached together and landed on his face. I repeat, I don't have a son. Now, get out of here immediately. Senju Butsuma's tone was warning. To be honest, Senju Butsuma seriously suspected that this person was sent by other families to mess things up. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? I got married today, how many people came to recognize me as my father? This is clearly to destroy the relationship between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Brother, this is not acceptable. Tobirama shook his head seeing his elder brother calling him daddy so ignorantly. Then, he looked at Butsuma. Chief Butsuma, we are actually here as guests. No need, my Senju clan doesn't welcome outsiders. Senju Butsuma's tone became cold, with vigilance in his eyes. These two people were wearing their own family's combat uniforms, which made Butsuma more vigilant. You two, where did this costume come from? Butsuma demanded. Hashirama and Tobirama froze. They found that they could not communicate with their father at all. They have been marked with the enemy's mark. Father, we really don't want to do anything. Tobirama shook his head. Are you still calling me father? It seems that you are here to sabotage. Butsuma lost his patience and waved his hands behind him. In an instant, several Senju people jumped out. Can you guys do it? Obito couldn't stand it anymore, and complained. Immediately, he looked towards Huang Guang. Han Guang, just let me come. Are you here? How do you solve it? Han Guang asked with great interest. Of course it's a show of force. Obito spoke his mind. Well, this method is good. But your strength is too low, so it won't have much effect. Han Guang said quietly. Talking, he walked over. 4th generation, do you have a solution? Tobirama asked. Of course. Han Guang nodded. You must not attack my father. Hashirama panicked. Don't worry. Han Guang nodded. He walked up to Butsuma and stopped. Patriarch Butsuma. Han Guang asked. Brat, who are you? Butsuma frowned. It doesn't matter who I am. I just think that the mountain next to your family's residence is a bit of an eyesore. Mountain, an eyesore. As Han Guang's voice fell, Butsuma looked at the brat with an idiotic look. He originally thought that those 2 middle-aged men were mentally ill, but now it seems that even this brat's brain has problems. Little ghost, do you want to help our family open this mountain? Butsuma sneered. Yes. 4.2 Han Guang nodded seriously. As his voice fell, Butsuma and the others burst out laughing. This brat is seriously ill. Uzumaki Ashina shook his head. It's so pitiful, I went crazy at the age of 12 or 13. Lunai felt the same way. Where did the idiot come from? I guess he's out of his mind and can't find his way home. Butsuma looked disgusted. With a calm expression on his face, Han Guang walked a few steps in the direction of the mountains. Immediately, he slowly raised his arms and blasted the sky towards the distant mountains. Boom! Air burst. The terrifying sonic boom resounded. For a moment, the surrounding air was exhausted as much as possible. Immediately afterwards, the pure white air cannon was shot out, heading towards the mountains. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the mountains exploded. Chapter 246 Tobirama. Mother is seducing Han Guang. Hashirama. I see it. Please customize. The landslide fell. Boom. A terrifying shock appeared, causing the ground to shake violently in an instant. Click, click. The earth cracked, and dense faults appeared. After a while, the vibrations calmed down. Han Guang flicked the dust off his body, and looked at Senju Butsuma on the ground calmly. At this time, Senju Butsuma slumped on the ground with a dull expression. Uzumaki Ashina pulled his younger sister and looked at Han Guang as if he had seen a ghost. Several Senju people also squatted on the ground, their eyes full of fear. Patriarch Butsuma, I have already moved the mountain. Han Guang gestured with a calm tone. Okay. Senju Butsuma nodded stiffly. I helped your family, do you want to invite us in? Han Guang asked with a smile. Please. Getting up from the ground, Butsuma hastily extended the invitation. Just now, he was almost scared to death. Senju Butsuma is very sure that if this punch is aimed at the garrison, his Senju clan will be exterminated directly. By the way, someone said I was crazy just now. Han Guang asked suddenly as soon as he took a step. 06, you must have heard it wrong. What I said is that I am crazy. Butsuma's eyelids twitched wildly, and he explained aloud. Really? Han Guang glanced at the other party. Yes, what he said is that he is crazy. At this time, Lunai also echoed. That's right, Butsuma said just now that his Senju family is all crazy. Uzumaki Ashina also added. Hearing these words, Guang nodded, sighed. Hashirama and Tobirama looked at each other with wry smiles. I think I know enough about fourth generation, but now I realize that I still far underestimated his strength. Hashirama sincerely sighed. This kind of taijutsu is outrageous. Tobirama also felt the same way. Punch. Fire the air cannon. Then, the air cannon directly destroyed a mountain. Which TM is a gymnastics. Such a terrifying physical skill, let alone the two brothers, have never seen it, or even heard of it. Han Guang, when it comes to physical skills, I am willing to bow down. Obito looked convinced. Senju Clan Hall. Han Guang and the others sat on chairs. He didn't speak, but gestured to Tobirama. Ahem, Patriarch Butsuma, we came here this time because we actually want to ask you for help. Senju Tobirama said. Oh, hearing this sentence, Butsuma's eyes lit up immediately. How many of these people seek help from their own families? This is a great opportunity. As long as my Senju clan can help, I will do my best. Butsuma patted his chest. His eyes fell on Han Guang, and his tone was firm. Obviously, the maid said this sentence to Han Guang. Uzumaki Ashina and his sister also stretched their ears, wanting to hear what was going on. Now, Uzumaki Ashina's heart moved a lot. If he and the Uzumaki family can help him with this job, wouldn't he be able to gain Han Guang's friendship directly? As such that, Tobirama cleared his throat and explained his purpose. We are looking for the location of the Uchiha family residence. Uchiha family resident. Butsuma froze for a moment, lost in thought. The Uchiha clan, he knew. But the location of this family is hard to find. After thinking for a moment, Senju Butsuma shook his head. To tell you the truth, I don't know where the Uchiha clan is located. But, if you give me a little time, I can ask the tribe to investigate. Hearing this answer, Tobirama turned to look at Han Guang. Patriarch Butsuma, how long do you think it will take if your people go to investigate? Han Guang asked. It's hard to say, Butsuma said truthfully. Then, he explained. You should also know that under the current chaotic situation, all ethnic groups are cautious and will not easily reveal their location. I see. Han Guang touched his chin. It's not that he didn't think about using trees to detect Uchiha's location. Only, without meeting the Uchiha tribe, Han Guang had no way of investigating. He could only tell if there were humans through the trees, but he couldn't tell if it was the Uchiha people. Well, I have an idea. Suddenly, Uzumaki Rina raised her hand. Han Guang turned his head to look at the girl with a questioning expression on his face. Seeing the other party staring at her, Lunai blushed and hurriedly lowered her head. Tell me about your method. Han Guang gestured. Yeah, Rina whispered Kaido, and looked up at her elder brother again. Then, she continued. Brother, do you still remember that Uchiha once passed a letter to our family? The letter? You mean the marriage letter? Uzumaki suddenly realized. Yes, Luna nodded. You mean we can use that marriage letter to bring the Uchiha people into our family? Yes. Hearing what the two said, Han Guang smiled. There is a way, isn't there? It's really a good idea. Butsuma also nodded. As long as the people of Uchiha are led to the Uzumaki family, then they can be arrested and tortured for the location of Uchiha. Having finalized the plan, Senju Butsuma ordered the tribe to bring a sumptuous meal. Everyone, it's too late for you to come today. I'm getting married on 597 today, so don't be polite. At the banquet, Butsuma had a smile on his face. However, his eyes would stop on Han Guang from time to time, quietly observing the other party's reaction. Butsuma is clear. Don't annoy this boy, just call me Han Guang. Han Guang said casually. Otherwise, his Senju clan would be wiped out in an instant. It's so exciting. Rina is their mother. What made the two of them even more speechless was that not only did the father not stop him, he even looked happy. Such a strong young man, which girl would not admire him? During the dinner, Uzumaki Rina walked up to Han Guang and knelt down to deliver food for him. Brother, our mother, seems to be seducing the fourth generation. Tobirama whispered. Hashirama and Tobirama's minds were buzzing. I saw it, Hashirama responded dully. It's really Haki's name. Lunai looked admiring and leaned against Han Guang calmly. This is not only the meaning of Ashina and Butsuma, but also Rina's voluntary. Tread. But now, actually seduce Han Guang. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Sighed. Obito observed this scene with envy in his heart. My name is Luna, what's your name? Luna didn't forget to ask while picking up vegetables.